As a professional ghost hunter, I employ the esoteric arts to unravel the emotional knots of restless spirits. My 14 years in this vocation have brought me face to face with malevolent children, mountain specters, and spiritual voids, with all the perilous encounters chronicled within. These pages, Book 1, The Blind Man's Subversion. I am currently 31 years of age. I entered this line of work at 17, dedicating 14 years to it before matrimony and offspring prompted my retirement. What I am about to recount are my personal experiences gathered over those 14 years. Initially, you must accept the existence of our profession. Despite our discreet nature, diligent inquiry within your locale will invariably lead you to my peers. Extensive online research has exposed me to a plethora of accounts, some of which have offered valuable insights during my career, while others propagate fallacious methods that, in divulging these narratives, I am, in essence, violating established codes. Simultaneously, I aim to elucidate the ambiguous concept of the paranormal. My hope is that, should you encounter similar circumstances in the future, you will refrain from employing misguided approaches that could potentially frighten or harm yourselves. I shall proceed deliberately in my writing, and I encourage you to peruse it at your leisure. I will not proactively address any queries you may pose. If you can comprehend and effectively respond to the situations I describe and have experienced, I believe that will suffice. I am aware that some may accuse me of fabrication, but the choice rests with you. Believe or disbelieve, commend or condemn, as you see fit. Firstly, I must say that my entry into this profession was entirely serendipitous, like many others. I meandered through my formative years from elementary to high school, only to veer off course and associate with a group of delinquents, ultimately dropping out. I found myself wandering the streets, indulging in gambling, video games, smoking, drinking, and fighting. Until the age of 17, I truly lived the life of a child. That year, I found myself in a bit of trouble. My family, deeply superstitious, believed that I was possessed by some mischievous spirit, prompting them to invite a Taoist priest to perform rituals and recite prayers for my repentance. In response to my rebellious nature, I decided to leave home. Journeying from Chongqing to Kunming on the train, I encountered a blind man who became a pivotal figure in my entrance into this field. He introduced me to a renowned Taoist master in Kunming, who subsequently became my mentor. At the age of 17, everything began to change. I shall refrain from elaborating on the initiation process, as it lacks noteworthy details, and why Master imparted a singular principle: the righteous path, the human heart, the rejection of evil, and the pursuit of good deeds. Frankly speaking, this work is not performed without compensation. Our fees are quite substantial. My master invested considerable time in altering my disbelief in spirits. He carried only a few items with him at all times: a pair of dice, a compass, a dozen red strings, a wrinkled book, and unexpectedly, soil from a grave before my first encounter with these phenomena. Despite spending my days studying scriptures and mantras under my master's tutelage, I never truly believed in the existence of spirits in this world. I questioned my master countless times about their existence, and he affirmed that they do exist, albeit in limited numbers. I suppose this is the reason for the steep fees. Initially, I regarded my master as merely a charlatan seeking to exploit the gullible. However, everything changed in 1998 when I accompanied him to Guizhou, responding to the request of a local wealthy individual. From that moment on, it could be said that my entire worldview underwent a transformation. Having not graduated from high school, I had little in the way of coherent worldview. Yet, it was from that point onward that I began to observe the world I had inhabited for 17 years through a different lens. The wealthy landowner was quite extravagant. My master negotiated a fee of 66,000 yuan with him. The landowner, at 50 years of age, expressed little interest in discussing how he had acquired his wealth, but it was clear that during his rise, he must have engaged in some unsavory activities. When he approached us, he lamented his misfortunes. He owned several properties in the urban area of Kaili, Guizhou, but the recent incident had occurred at his ancestral home. It is common knowledge that affluent individuals often return to their hometowns to construct ostentatious houses, showcasing their success to the villagers. His home had originally been assessed by a master who, in our jargon, had conducted a road inquiry. advising him that his residence should be situated with the mountain at his back, and water in front, principles well recognized within the realm of feng shui. Then the master informed him that the mountain behind was akin to an emperor's dragon throne, with the house nestled there, the water in front, and the distant mountains resembling an emperor gazing over his realm. Such eloquent words. Yet it seems the wealthy landowner was rather simple-minded. In an effort to make the mountain appear as a chair, he stubbornly excavated a hollow in the mountain to create his recliner, oblivious to the fact that once the house was completed, local villagers would come to him, claiming he had disturbed their ancestral graves. The landowner thought this was a trivial matter. He could simply compensate the villagers, as he had ample wealth. Thus, he paid the villagers, believing the issue was resolved. Little did he realize that the compensation was meant for the living. He had yet to appease the spirits of the deceased. After he began residing in the house, peculiar occurrences ensued. The house was spacious, and the landowner was indolent. He hired several villagers to clean the house and tend to the fish, and they were also tasked with keeping watch at night. One woman in her 40s, whom he employed, claimed that she constantly dreamt restless dreams at night. Initially, everyone assumed it was merely a matter of choosing a bed, thinking she would acclimate in time. However, it wasn't long before this woman descended into madness. Her incessant murmurs consisting solely of the words, "Do not strike, do not strike." Thus, rumors began to circulate within the village, claiming that the land deity had been unearthed. Others spoke of severed tree roots, that a bolder, younger villager volunteered to keep watch at their home. Not long after, although the man had not succumbed to madness, he began to exhibit signs of disorientation, his speech becoming incoherent. It was then that the wealthy landowner realized the gravity of the situation. He dismissed his workers and locked up the house, refraining from residing there again. About a month prior to our visit, he returned to the village, seeking the man who had been startled into a stupor. By then, the man had somewhat recovered. The landowner tossed him a wad of cash and urged him to recount the events. The man hesitated for a considerable time before revealing that during the initial nights, he had not felt anything amiss. His bed was positioned against one wall, with the opposite side facing the door. He consistently slept facing the door, and the nights were tranquil, disturbed only by the occasional mewing of a cat. However, on one particular night, he turned to face the wall while sleeping. In a hazy state, he awoke to find a gaunt old man in a long gown squatting at the foot of his bed, clutching a bamboo strip used for weaving baskets, and striking him while stating, "This is my bed." That he claimed that while it was not painful, it was undeniably terrifying, and upon awakening, he completely forgot the incident. Over time, he became increasingly disoriented. I listened to the landowner recount these events. I felt as though I were immersed in a mythical tale. Then the master instructed, "Drain the pond before your house. Scatter rice, millet, broomcorn, wheat, and beans in my apprentice, and I shall spend the night there." Truth be told, I was somewhat unnerved that it was not so much a belief in the existence of such entities, but rather a reluctance towards the very nature of the situation. Before entering the house that evening, my master imparted a piece of wisdom. Do not be afraid. The incantations I have taught you are merely to be recited silently in your heart for courage. Prior to his utterance, I had believed these incantations were intended to exorcise spirits. Little did I know they were meant to bolster one's bravery. As we stepped into the expansive courtyard, the house appeared quite ordinary, devoid of the eerie ambience one might expect from a horror film. We did not enter the dwelling immediately. Instead, my master utilized the compass, traversing the cardinal directions. Before instructing me to dig a pit at a specific location, I complied. He then produced a length of red string and poured a small amount of the earth I had collected from the grave. With that, he declared, "Let us proceed inside." Thus, I followed him into the house, where everything seemed remarkably normal. Later, my master explained that the act of digging was merely a form of greeting. He confessed uncertainty regarding its efficacy, noting that it was how his own master had instructed him. Upon entering the haunted room, I observed that the bed had been meticulously cleaned, to the point of inducing discomfort. My master stated, "You shall sleep on the bed while I will rest on the floor." He laid out a mat approximately 2 meters from the bed and cautioned me not to truly fall asleep. Consequently, I found myself facing the wall, allowing my thoughts to wander, reminiscing about childhood, reciting incantations, contemplating various matters. and again reciting the incantations. Around 2 o'clock in the morning, an unsettling sensation enveloped me. It was not the chill depicted in horror films, but rather an inexplicable feeling as though something were seeping into my shoulder that I could not articulate the sensation. Yet I was certain it signified the arrival of that entity. That moment, my master instructed me to turn around and focus my gaze upon my own feet. Out of the corner of my eye, I would catch glimpses of other things, yet I was to avoid looking directly at them. A wave of trepidation washed over me, but I knew I had to comply. That I turned as instructed, fixing my eyes on my feet. The room was shrouded in darkness, yet I could still make out the figure beside the bed, clad in a long robe. That figure began to sway its hands. Initially, it did not dawn on me that it was wielding a thorny branch to strike me, until it recited, "This is my bed." From that point onward, I gleaned the ensuing events solely through my master's narration. I must clarify that I did not witness them directly, only catching fleeting glimpses from my peripheral vision. That I felt as though I had been lightly struck by a piece of chalk, a sensation akin to dust swirling around me. Then I heard my master say, "All right, it's over now. Let's tidy up and depart." I inquired of him, "Is that all there is to it?" He replied, "Of course it's finished." "What? Did you expect more?" I expressed my astonishment at the simplicity of it all, questioning how it could be so effortless. Having watched countless horror films throughout my life, filled with elaborate rituals, talismans, and incantations, I found it hard to believe that the reality could be so uncomplicated. My master assured me that such portrayals were mere fabrications. In our line of work, there are no such intricacies. If one encounters the supernatural, it is invariably genuine. That he mentioned that the elderly figure in the long robe was, in fact, the very spirit buried in our ancestral grave, though I had forgotten its name. When a master entered the courtyard, he began to dig a hole to bury a line, claiming it would guide him, but he remarked that these spirits resemble worn-out tapes, endlessly repeating the same actions, devoid of thought and emotion. They often appear lost, lacking any discernible form. Each day, countless individuals meet their demise. If each one were to transform into a ghost, it would indeed be a terrifying prospect. Thus, let me clarify, ghosts do exist, albeit in rare instances. They do not return for vengeance due to past grievances, a notion perpetuated by films to mislead audiences. Of course, there are instances of vengeful spirits, which I have encountered, but I shall elaborate on that later. These entities are few in number and predominantly harmless. They exist in a state of energy that has not dissipated, yet they remain powerless, suspended in a liminal state. The master conveyed this to me, and while I grasped parts of it, I was still somewhat bewildered. He explained that when I turned my head away, it was for two reasons. First, out of fear, and second, there was little worth observing. As he struck me, he scattered soil over the spirit's head. Then, he wrapped a rope around its neck and proceeded, in Buddhist terms. This act is known as transcendence, while we refer to it as guiding the way. There is nothing complex about it. It is quite straightforward. However, overcoming the psychological fear associated with it proves to be quite challenging. At least for me. From that moment onward, acceptance was a gradual process. Upon leaving the courtyard, the master instructed me to rush onto the road to call for the wealthy individual. That time, mobile phones were not widely available, and my master did not possess one. I summoned the wealthy individual, who initially hesitated to enter the courtyard, and my master instructed him to step inside, assuring him that he would soon be of assistance. There, at the freshly dug pit, my master meticulously gathered the soil, spreading it evenly across the ground. He then retrieved a red thread, binding it around the 5 fingers of the wealthy man's left hand. Following this, my master commanded him to kneel before the smoothed earth. Subsequently, my master began to chant incantations in a hushed murmur. Once completed, he instructed the wealthy man to press his tethered hand into the soil, leaving an imprint. Afterward, my master removed the red thread and set it ablaze, instructing the man to scatter the ashes of the soil. My master then reassured him that the task was complete. The wealthy man, still unsettled, inquired if it was truly finished. My master suggested that if he harbored doubts, he could pay half the fee now and the remainder later, once assured of the outcome. My master was unperturbed by the prospect of deceit. He possessed ample means to address such individuals, But that is a tale for another time. After receiving half the payment, my master led me away. We descended the mountain through the night, reaching the city of Kylie just as dawn began to break. My master took me to drink and bathe, ensuring that the entity did not accompany us. While I bathed, I asked my master about the incantations he had recited in the courtyard. He replied that it was merely a ruse to deceive the wealthy man, a series of nonsensical theatrics, devoid of any real purpose, designed to create an illusion of authenticity. Curious about the remaining payment, I asked my master how it would be handled. He assured me not to worry, stating that the man would certainly fulfill his obligation. What I have recounted here represents my initial direct encounter with such phenomena, that I cannot claim that our profession is one of ghost hunting. Rather, it is more accurate to say that we often find ourselves in the role of helpers to those in need, that I in my master's eyes. My first experience was utterly trivial. However, to me, it was truly a paradigm shift. Over the subsequent years, as I encountered various bizarre occurrences, I gradually acclimated to such a lifestyle. We have summoned malevolent spirits, interacted with minor ghosts, fulfilled the wishes of the departed, exorcised possessions, invoked the spirit of the pen, and even excavated graves. There is an abundance of tales to share, and if you wish to listen, I shall recount them at a leisurely pace. When I first began accompanying my master on his ventures, I could only assist him with minor cases. Typically, he would not involve me in significant matters. It was not until the second year that he took me along for a substantial assignment. This particular incident unfolded in a place called Rongchang, nestled between Sichuan and Chongqing. We were tasked with a case involving a young girl. As the employer on the other end of the line claimed she was possessed, an wine master insisted on witnessing the situation firsthand before proceeding. After negotiating a fee, we set off for Rongchang. Upon arriving at the employer's residence, I had already developed some habits pertinent to this line of work. So I instinctively examined the girl's fingers. Her nails were excessively long, likely due to neglect, and they appeared remarkably pale against her otherwise normal skin. The girl remained silent and expressionless, her gaze distinctly vacant, sitting in a daze. She seemed to be around 5 years old, devoid of the liveliness characteristic of children her age. After assessing the little girl, my master instructed her parents to leave the room and close the doors and windows. He then began to consult his dice for guidance and walked in circles with a compass within the confines of the room. Subsequently, he whispered to me that this case involved the spirit of a deceased infant. The mere mention of this sent a shiver down my spine, for I understood that it referred to the soul of a child who had passed away prematurely, and wine master once told me that it is quite challenging to dispel such entities, for they are akin to infants, possessing little understanding. He opened the door and conveyed the situation to the young girl's parents. Upon hearing the news, the mother was overcome with tears. She revealed that the girl was their firstborn, and although they had another child afterward, various circumstances led to its loss. It was not that they did not wish for the child, but rather that they could not sustain it. When my master inquired how many months along she had been, she replied, 5 months, and wine master instructed the couple to bind the big toes of the little girl's feet together with the red thread. He provided, bathe her, and dress her in simple white garments. That he advised them to cover all reflective surfaces in their home and to put away photographs and similar items. Moreover, they were to procure a rooster and several eggs. That night, they were to leave the window open and the light on, ensuring the spirit of the infant would not perceive that another day had passed. After preparing these items, my master and I would return the following day. Upon leaving their home that day, we proceeded directly to the hardware market. My master purchased 6 large nails and a bottle of industrial alcohol. That evening, he urged me to maintain a calm demeanor the next day, avoiding any significant emotional upheaval. He said nothing more and retired early. The following day, we returned to the young girl's home. My master moved a chair with a backrest into the center of the room and asked the parents to place the girl upon it. He then knelt alongside the parents, a little over 2 meters away from the chair. That wine master began to drive nails into the 4 corners of the room, connecting them with red thread to form a circle, enclosing everyone within it. This moment, the master stepped outside to slaughter a chicken and collect its blood, instructing the girl's parents to remain kneeling and still. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a bowl in hand. The young girl appeared dazed, seemingly detached from the unfolding events, yet it was evident that she was profoundly weary. The master leaned in close to her ear, whispering unknown words before dipping his finger into the chicken's blood and marking her palms, the center of her forehead, and the soles of her feet. He then instructed me to stand before the girl, placing my hands on her shoulders, which I complied with. The master took a pinch of soil and placed it atop her head at the crown, followed by droplets of chicken blood and alcohol. Soon, the mixture began to trickle down her forehead. I could see that moment. The master crouched behind the girl and suddenly let out a thunderous ha. Startled, the girl erupted into a loud wail, her strength exceeding that of a typical child. I pressed down on her, feeling her struggle against my grip. The blood smeared across her face was quite alarming. In a sudden turn, she clutched at my ribs with both hands, though not painfully. It was nonetheless unsettling. After 2 minutes of her frantic cries, she finally quieted down. A moment later, she suddenly sobbed for her parents. The master addressed the couple, advising them to sincerely utter their wishes for their child to be well. After a brief interval, the girl ceased her tears, seemingly regaining her composure, yet visibly startled by the gravity of our actions. The master finally exhaled deeply and declared that it was done. He had already departed. He instructed the father to pour him a glass of water, stating that he would slowly narrate the intricacies of the matter while sipping. The master explained that he had hammered nails into the corner of the room and strung red thread to confine the spirit in the center. For it is well known in our circle that infant spirits tend to attach themselves to children, the tales of spirits possessing anyone they encounter, as depicted in films, are mere fabrications. The infant spirit seeks out those whose path resonates most closely with its own. This path encompasses essence, bloodlines, and various connections. The family had previously lost a child, which is why it found its way to them. The master emphasized that the infant spirit is not malevolent, rather, it harbors a sense of yearning or nostalgia for the world it left behind. Though the child had perished before birth, its existence was undeniable, representing life itself. Therefore, it clings to the world, wishing to remain. Its attachment is not driven by a desire for vengeance, but stems from a pure longing to stay. Upon hearing this, the parents were overcome with tears, expressing their sorrow for the second child, whom they could not protect. The master continued, explaining that it is challenging to disperse an infant spirit, as it lacks the capacity for independent thought, relying solely on instincts from its time alive. Thus, alternative methods are futile. The only recourse is to confront the situation directly. He candidly admitted that having the parents kneel and apologize to the deceased child was not strictly necessary. Yet he insisted that they should indeed offer their apologies. The tears of parents deeply affected my heart, prompting me to share with them the significance of every life, particularly that of a child. I emphasized the importance of taking precautions if one does not intend to conceive, and if pregnancy occurs, one should never resort to termination. Ethically, I do not hold a firm stance, yet we must honor every existence, no matter how insignificant it may seem. On a train back to Yunnan, my master imparted to me a profound lesson. Our profession cannot be taken lightly. He conveyed that these spirits are not as terrifying as we tend to portray them. They are akin to us, each possessing their own narrative. To assist them in their transition is, in essence, to help them find their origins and allow them to depart peacefully. Unless absolutely necessary, we would never harm any spirit. If we would not harm a ghost, we certainly would not harm a human. He advised me to maintain kindness in my heart, regardless of the task at hand, and to hold a sense of respect for them. Although our work may be looked down upon by those in so-called esteemed professions, who label us as charlatans or superstitious, we must always remember that we strive to provide both humans and spirits with a beautiful conclusion and a place of belonging. Some claim that our profession shortens one's lifespan. I cannot attest to this. However, many of my seniors in this field have lived to a ripe old age. When my master took me under his wing at the age of 44, he is now 58, having retired 6 years ago, yet continues to lead a remarkably ordinary life. In truth, outside of our professional commitments, we are akin to everyone else. We even possess more leisure time than most, allowing us the opportunity to engage in recreation and pursue knowledge. My mentor guided me through 2 years of small endeavors, after which we commenced undertaking more significant projects alongside him. What I am about to recount transpired in my hometown of Chongqing. Chapter 2. The infant spirit in my hometown of Chongqing. There lies a place to the east known as Wuxi. The local populace is characterized by their indomitable spirit, with many elderly residents proudly claiming descent from the Wuwang, or Witch King. The cultural fabric of Chongqing is primarily woven from Ba and Wu traditions, particularly in the more secluded areas where local legends abound. This particular tale unfolds in a quaint, almost obscure ancient town called Ningchong, which boasts little renown. Its principal attraction is a millennia-old natural salt spring, renowned for its inexhaustible flow, while salt production and papermaking remain the town's traditional crafts. The call for assistance received by my master originated from a relative of a family in this small community. The situation was dire. Two elderly individuals, having lost their child to the cruel hands of fate, found themselves in a relentless cycle of misfortune. Their agricultural endeavors, alongside the raising of chickens, ducks, cats, dogs, pigs, and cattle, yielded naught but death, plunging them deeper into poverty and despair, with thoughts of suicide haunting their minds. Upon hearing their plight, my master resolved to visit them, opting to forego any fees for his services. Even our travel expenses were borne by ourselves. During our journey, I inquired of my master why he chose not to charge for his assistance. He simply replied, "If you were in their position, would you demand payment?" Upon arriving at the farmstead, the scene was heart-wrenching. At our arrival, I found the elderly woman sitting alone on the threshold of the main room, smoking a cigarette, while the elderly man busied himself with husking corn in the yard. The familiar sounds of rural life, barking dogs and quacking ducks, were conspicuously absent, leaving an air of desolation and profound loneliness. My master conveyed our intentions to the elderly woman, who spoke in a dialect so thick that my master required my assistance as a translator. Though we hailed from the same region, the nuances of their speech proved quite challenging to comprehend. The elderly woman recounted that she and her husband had borne 6 children throughout their lives, all of whom tragically passed away in infancy, with the eldest succumbing at merely 13 years of age. Being simple folk from the countryside, they accepted this as fate. With life unfolding in such a manner, they felt powerless to alter it. However, in the end, every animal they tended met an inexplicable demise, without injury or signs of poisoning. They simply perished. The elderly man's attempts at self-harm were thwarted, and when a relative from a city learned of these unsettling occurrences, he, possessing some knowledge of divination, suggested that they might be under a curse. Their master provided the grandmother with 3,000 yuan. Although not a substantial sum, it was sufficient in 1999 to facilitate various undertakings. That very afternoon, the master and I wandered nearby, searching for clues. Ultimately, he reached the conclusion that someone had indeed cast a spell upon them. That evening, the master refrained from any ritualistic actions, choosing instead to converse with the elderly couple. During our discussions, we uncovered that their family had once encountered a peculiar incident. Their ancestral grave was situated behind their home, but starting from an unknown year, spring water began to seep through the crevices of the stones beneath the grave. The elderly man attempted to divert the water flow, fearing damage to the grave, and eventually disregarded the matter, even going so far as to dig a channel to direct the water into their home. The grandmother hailed from Hubei, while the grandfather was a valiant man who had once fought against bandits. It was indeed challenging to associate such unfortunate experiences with these 2 elderly individuals until they revealed that their eldest son had played with children from the mountains before his death, inadvertently leading one of them into the river, resulting in the child's tragic drowning. Although I remain unaware of how this matter was ultimately resolved, both my master and I believe there must be a connection. I arrogantly asserted that having trained for 2 years, I had developed a certain intuition in this domain. I was capable of independently managing some straightforward tasks, with my master and me sharing a division of labor, 2 parts to 8 for him and an even split for my endeavors. I did not take it to heart. During those years, I frequently sent money home, claiming to be working in Kunming. I refrained from disclosing the true nature of my work to my family, not wishing to burden my parents with concern. Early the next morning, my master informed the elderly couple that he needed to dismantle the threshold of their main hall. Though reluctant, the elderly couple understood our intentions were devoid of malice. Thus, my master and I proceeded to saw and pry the threshold away. My master instructed me to excavate, and I began chiseling into the ground. After approximately an inch of digging, I unearthed a red oilcloth bundle, roughly the size of fist. My master held the bundle before the elderly couple, stating, "This is a curse placed upon you." While we are not well versed in the incantations of Eastern Sichuan, it is certain that it contains many mysterious elements. Together with my master, I returned to the courtyard to unwrap the oilcloth bundle, and upon the moment of revelation, I was truly taken aback. Beyond the repugnance, it was difficult to fathom the malevolence represented by these items. Upon unwrapping the cloth, the first thing I beheld was a tuft of hair bound with red string, followed by a slender, blackened bone. Additionally, there lay a strip of cloth, a rusted safety pin, and an object resembling a scale. My master once told me that he had never encountered anything like this, yet he could discern that the bone belonged to a cat. He deduced that the hair must have belonged to a child who had perished in the river, and the scaly object was likely from a fish or a serpent. One need not possess extensive knowledge to ascertain that this was undoubtedly a malevolent curse. My master informed the two elderly individuals that it was indeed this object that had brought misfortune upon their family. Traditionally, we deal with such cursed bundles by incinerating them. So my master and I prepared to set it ablaze. Strangely enough, one would expect such items to ignite readily. However, we struggled for quite some time, and beads of water continued to seep from a bone. Once reduced to ashes, my master placed the remnants back into the oilcloth bag and instructed the elderly gentleman to lead us to the riverbank. He referred to this as returning to the source from whence it came. Upon our arrival at the river, my master handed the bag to the elderly man, urging him to open it and scatter the ashes into the water. Only then did we set fire to the oilcloth. Upon returning to the farmhouse, my master assured the two elders that the matter should be resolved. Yet, he too harbored a sense of uncertainty. When I accompanied him to wash our hands at the spring behind the house, we discovered that the flow of water had ceased. I could not tell if this was mere coincidence, nor could my master. Before our departure, he left his contact information. Amidst the elders' expressions of gratitude, we began our journey back to Wuxi County to board a boat, intending to inform our client in Chongqing before returning to Yunnan. A year later, our client returned to us with the two elderly individuals. With a sudden motion, the two bowed before my master, expressing their heartfelt thanks. My master helped them to their feet, and we all genuinely empathized with their plight. Initially, there was no charge. However, as they were departing, the client left behind a commission. This gesture deeply moved me. The two elderly individuals traveled a great distance solely to express their gratitude in person. The employer's insistence on leaving a monetary token can also be regarded as a validation and acknowledgement of our efforts. Chapter 3, Brother-in-Law Today. I recount an event that transpired in 2001. This was also my final outing with my master. Several years prior, my master had forged a friendship with a Tibetan named Muduo Senki, who made his living by trading Thangka paintings and cordyceps between the Kham region. Though not entirely honest, he was a profoundly devout practitioner of Tibetan Buddhism. He also had a Han Chinese friend from Chengdu who operated a pharmacy in Sexa year-round. This Han proprietor was our employer for this journey. My master and I traveled from Xining, navigating the rough terrain, as checkpoints had been established along the route to Tibet, making the journey arduous and time-consuming. Along the way, aside from engaging in casual conversation with my master, I found myself profoundly moved by the majestic beauty of the high plateau for the first time. The local people we encountered were exceptionally warm and genuine. During our rest stops, strangers would offer us butter tea. When we attempted to pay them, they would graciously wave their hands in refusal. Despite the language barrier, the sincerity of their gestures was deeply touching. Throughout the journey, I felt no sense of oppression. Rather, I was enveloped in a comforting warmth. Upon reaching the pharmacy, the owner clasped my master's hand and exclaimed, "I've often heard Muduo Senki speak of you. It is a pleasure to finally meet." He then proceeded to share the details of the matter at hand. His cousin, who had been collaborating with him in the medicinal trade, had settled in the area a few years prior and married a beautiful Tibetan woman. After their marriage, strange occurrences began to unfold in her family. One of her elder sister's husbands mysteriously vanished, and despite extensive searches, he remained unfound. Consequently, rumors began to circulate among the villagers, with some suggesting he had been devoured by wolves, while others speculated he had fled the country, leading to a cacophony of wild theories. The eldest daughter, consumed by worry, fell ill, losing her appetite for both tea and food. She tormented herself, claiming that the bodhisattva was punishing her. The children in the household wept incessantly, while pests and rodents plagued their home. A cousin had once mentioned that a friend of his brother was involved in our line of work, prompting a visit from someone who, armed with money, sought assistance from the pharmacy owner. The proprietor remarked that although our Tibetan friends appeared impoverished, the reality was quite different. Each year, the government not only distributes calves and lambs free of charge, but also provides free education for their children. Moreover, each family receives a substantial subsidy. The land there is thin and yields little produce. Thus they resort to grazing cattle in the mountains, foraging for matsutake mushrooms in winter, and harvesting cordyceps in summer, resulting in a considerable annual income. However, their earnings are entirely devoted to temple construction and honoring the Buddha, which is why they seem so destitute. This time, the individual had come to me with funds for temple repairs, compelling me to seek your assistance. After listening, my master took me outside for a smoke, expressing his concern that we were facing a troublesome situation, uncertain of what exactly we were up against or whether it was within our jurisdiction. Upon returning indoors, my master asked the proprietor if he could accompany me and my apprentice to their home. The owner first contacted his cousin, and shortly thereafter, the cousin arrived driving a van. Throughout the journey, his wife spoke in a language we could not comprehend, with the cousin translating her words as expressions of gratitude and requests for assistance. Upon arriving at my maternal home, I found the residence to be quite imposing, featuring a spacious courtyard and 2 stories. The windows were outlined in black, shaped like trapezoids, interspersed with white lattice designs. On the windowsill rested a stone resembling a dish, intricately engraved with Tibetan script. A skull, either from a sheep or a cow, hung above the doorframe, and the ground was littered with the withered leaves of walnut trees. My master remarked that this might be indicative of the local customs, yet I felt it starkly contrasted with my own living environment. Once inside, my cousin's wife guided us to see her sister, a pitiable woman reclined on a diminutive bed, which resembled an elongated armchair more than a traditional bed, adorned with vibrant Buddhist paintings. The woman appeared frail and made no effort to rise upon our arrival. My cousin served as our translator, and as we exchanged questions and answers, my master gradually comprehended the nature of our encounter. Subsequently, we exited the room, and my master instructed my cousin to inform his wife that locating her brother-in-law would prove quite challenging. He advised them to conduct a thorough cleaning of their home and to find a piece of her brother-in-law's clothing for us to take. My master concluded that we could not provide any answers that day and suggested we disperse for the time being. We needed to gather some materials to discuss further the following day. That afternoon, my master and I navigated the various shops in the city of Seisu County, procuring items such as wax, animal bones, fragrant oil, and a knife. Eventually, we located a modest inn, albeit difficult to find and rather unsightly. After closing the door, my master confided in me that seeking individuals was the most troublesome task, as we could only ascertain whether the person was still alive without pinpointing their exact location. Relying solely on fragmentary clues, we would have to consult the deceased. I inquired with my master about the prospect of summoning. Generally, when faced with perplexing matters, he would resort to drawing talismans to invoke spirits, employing various methods akin to those of a spirit board. However, this particular master asserted that any deceased individual, regardless of their faith or ethnicity, could be summoned. The specifics of this summoning remain unspoken, but I assure you, it diverges significantly from what you may have encountered with spirit boards. I implore everyone not to casually engage in such summoning practices as spirit boards or similar rituals. Should the necessity ever arise, please seek the assistance of my colleagues. Indulging in curiosity can be perilous. As the saying goes, it is easy to invite spirits, yet challenging to send them away, a truth that cannot be overstated. I mention this to provide you all with a fair warning. After consulting the summoned spirit, we received a revelation. My brother-in-law has passed away. Yet, as the saying goes, one must see the living to believe, and one must see the corpse to accept death. If we were to convey this to our cousins, disbelief would surely ensue. Therefore, my master advised that we may need to perform the summoning once more in their presence, albeit this time with greater fervor to instill belief. He cautioned that he could not guarantee the physical manifestation of the spirit, as the likelihood of success is rather low, and the departed may not wish to reveal themselves in such a frightening manner. He recounted that in prior instances with his own master, the entities summoned appeared as they did at the moment of their demise, which could be rather unsettling for the living. Moreover, we are tasked with summoning the very essence of my brother-in-law. That evening, my master and I dined at a local Sichuan restaurant before returning to rest. My master ventured out during the night, and in my drowsiness, I paid him no heed. The following morning, I accompanied my master to the apothecary, where I briefly recounted the circumstances to the proprietor. The owner summoned his cousin, who, upon hearing the news of his brother-in-law's demise, expressed evident skepticism. We had anticipated such a reaction. My master suggested we visit my sister's home, as her husband wished for them to convey the message in person. Upon arriving at my sister's residence, she lay frail and despondent in bed. When she heard her cousin relay our words, she broke down in inconsolable tears. Her grief, so profound it unsettled me. Ultimately, they acquiesced to our request to perform the summoning in their presence. At this juncture, I would like to elucidate that summoning is a rather perilous endeavor. Once a spirit is called forth, it must either be properly dispatched or dispersed. Otherwise, complications may arise. With my sister's consent, we proceeded to disperse the spirit. Moreover, my master was uncertain how to properly send it away, given the differing beliefs among various cultures. Failing to send it back could lead to significant troubles. My master meticulously inscribed symbols on the ground, and then took a cup, filling it with blood, which I later learned he had procured during the night, mixed with incense ash. He dampened a piece of sturdy paper to cover the cup, inverting it directly over the symbols, akin to the principle taught in middle school about water not spilling. The specifics elude me, but that was the scenario. The rationale for this approach will be explained shortly. My master commenced the invocation, the method of which I cannot disclose, but eventually the spirit was summoned. Upon seeing her husband, my sister was unable to contain herself and wept bitterly, yet she was too frightened to approach. The appearance of her husband was disconcerting. His garments were tattered, stained with blood, and his eyes bore an unsettling intensity. The master said to my cousin, "You should have a good talk with your sister soon. There will be no opportunity for such discussions." My cousin, clearly filled with sorrow and fear, found his worldview shaken at that moment. After he relayed the master and Appo's words to his sister, the master led me and the boss outside, allowing the family to have their final words together. While we lingered outside, smoking and chatting, the boss shared that his family had always faced hardships. His parents had passed away early, leaving only 2 daughters and distant relatives. The elder daughter, upon marrying, found herself with a hard-working but struggling husband. Though they lived a life devoid of ambition and free from the threat of land seizures, their income was modest. Yet they managed to raise 2 children. Eventually, the younger sister married my cousin and had children, gradually revitalizing the family that had once felt so desolate. Life was not affluent, but they found contentment in their circumstances. After listening to the boss, the master and I exchanged silent reflections. Life is unpredictable. Calamities may strike without warning. Everyone will eventually face death, but some depart amid scorn, while others leave behind sorrowing hearts. This is why the master has consistently urged me to be a good person. Our profession may not significantly contribute to society, yet it is vital to maintain integrity and recognize that we are aiding others. Despite the decline of moral standards in society, one must always harbor goodwill. After a while, my cousin emerged, stating that his sister had bid farewell to her husband and inquired about the next steps. The master guided us back inside, asking my cousin to comfort his sister and inform her that soon we would be bidding farewell to her husband as well. From now on, we shall never meet again. The Tibetan people hold a belief in reincarnation, and the master knows how to utter comforting words. Although we have not truly encountered the concept of reincarnation over the years, we cannot entirely dismiss its existence. Despite the lack of personal experience, the master sincerely conveyed this benevolent untruth to my sister, assuring her that we would meet again if fate permitted. He approached my brother-in-law, retrieved a stool, and stood upon it. With a gentle hand, he grasped the stiff paper atop the cup and said to my sister, "Let us bid farewell." He then removed the paper, causing the water within the cup to spill, and with that, my brother-in-law vanished into thin air. My master is a person of profound kindness. I could see his compassion for my sister's family. So when my cousin offered us the commission, the master accepted only half, leaving the remainder with the pharmacy owner before a farewell. As we retraced our steps, the master remained contemplative and silent. Upon our return, he fell gravely ill, and with a smile, he remarked that it was best to avoid such matters, for misfortune befalls oneself. Yet, I knew that should a similar situation arise, he would still extend his assistance wholeheartedly. From that point onward, the master declared, "You shall handle this on your own." I was his final disciple, and after my departure, he took no more apprentices. Following his serious illness, he retired shortly thereafter. Chapter 4. The Path of Thieves. I believe some friends here may harbor misconceptions about our profession. We are neither Buddhists nor Taoists, and we do not adhere to any particular faith. We do not interpret omens, read faces, nor engage in fortune-telling or feng shui. Our belief is that life exists in 3 states: to be alive as a human, which is the most common, and in death. One either lingers or completely ceases to exist. The spirits we have encountered over the years are those who linger, although they share similar forms and natures. They can be categorized into various types, which we shall discuss later, allowing for personal discernment. The notion of sex exists, and each possesses distinct methodologies. Yet, fundamentally, they are alike. I once met a fellow practitioner whose method for dispelling infant spirits involved the use of symbols, aimed at startling the soul out of the human body. My master employed a gentler approach, but the principle remains the same. Despite not being mentored by the same master, advancements in technology have streamlined certain processes, leading to a convergence of practices. I wonder if my explanation has caused some confusion. In the latter half of 2001, I began to work independently. Without my master's guidance, I inevitably traversed many detours. Initially, I was hesitant to accept large commissions, fearing the commitments I made to clients. Lacking experience, I could only navigate through the rudimentary stages. In 2002, I bid farewell to my master and returned to Chongqing. After spending some time at home, I found that, having been in this profession for several years, the younger generation of colleagues, though few in number, were well acquainted with one another. Given that my master is considered a senior figure in our field, many peers often reach out to me, occasionally arranging to share insights and experiences. One year, a colleague called me, prompting a visit to Yunyang. Situated in the eastern region of Chongqing, Yunyang lacked direct expressway access back in 2002, and I had not yet purchased a vehicle. Thus, I embarked on my journey 2 days in advance, traveling from Kaohsiamen in Chongqing to Wanzhou, and then transferring to another bus to reach my destination. This was my inaugural trip to Yunyang. Although the place was modest in size, it exuded the unique charm characteristic of small towns. My colleague was 26 years old at the time, while I was 21. Naturally, conversations between young individuals tend to be more abundant than those with my master. For the sake of discretion, I shall refer to him by the initial H. He was correct in his observations. I cannot claim to have definitive opinions on matters such as reincarnation, as I have yet to encounter any first-hand experiences. It is not a question of disbelief. Rather, it is simply a lack of personal encounters. My master, too, has his own views. Some things may fade away, yet their energy might linger, transforming into wind or water, though I remain uncertain about these concepts. H, hailing from Hunan, had secured this particular project due to his limited familiarity with the circumstances in Chongqing. He promptly contacted me upon learning of the location. After settling into a hotel in Yunyang, I reached out to H via phone, as mobile phones were already in use at that time. H arrived at my lodging and provided me with a general overview of the matter at hand. during the course of development and construction by the local government in Yunyang. A road was built in a small area known as Maiziba. Initially, this endeavor was intended for the benefit of the nation and its people. However, the excavation inevitably encroached upon some ancestral burial grounds. As the construction team worked on the road, they encountered a series of peculiar incidents. The contractor, presumably the leader of the road construction company, reported that as the project neared completion, his workers often became disoriented while traversing even short distances at night, frequently losing their way. It was not uncommon for them to return the following morning, claiming to have inexplicably spent the night amidst the graves. At first, the crew regarded these accounts as mere jest, but soon another worker found himself lost one evening, only to return unscathed the next morning with a similar tale of bewilderment and the inexplicable lapse of memory that led him to awaken in a cemetery. This eerie phenomenon began to circulate among the construction team, instilling a sense of fear among the workers, with some even suggesting that the project be abandoned. Faced with this dilemma, the leader resorted to replacing 2 batches of workers within 6 months. Strangely, each new group experienced similar disorienting incidents. As someone accustomed to the complexities of authority and the world beyond, the leader gradually began to sense that something was amiss. Perhaps through inquiries within his own circle, he learned that they might be encountering something supernatural. Everyone is aware that those involved in engineering tend to be somewhat credulous about these matters. Thus, I eventually connected with my colleague H. Since he sought me out, I believe he felt that managing this alone might prove rather challenging. After he recounted the situation, I realized he was referring to the entity known as the highway ghost. Subsequently, I conducted some research and discovered that many individuals in the Yudong area have encountered this phenomenon, and the highway ghost is indeed a well-known figure in the local rural communities. I presume many of you have heard of it to some extent. However, H and I both recognize that the highway ghost is not inherently malevolent. In fact, it is quite benevolent. Based on the descriptions we gathered from the elders and notes from our mentors, this entity aims to ensure that travelers on dark roads are not ensnared by evil spirits, guiding them to what it deems safe locations. As I mentioned earlier, it seems to be an instinctive act. Having learned that this was the doing of the highway ghost, a new question arose. If it is guiding individuals away from danger, then there must be danger present. The existence of danger implies the presence of malevolent spirits nearby. To be candid, when H and I arrived at this conclusion, I believe we both felt a surge of excitement. Forgive my moment of arrogance, but we were not afraid. We were genuinely exhilarated. Most of the spirits we encounter are either harmless or do not actively seek to cause harm. So the prospect of encountering such an entity was something H and I were quite eager to engage with. That evening, H called the leader to inform him that a colleague had joined us, and the leader was delighted, promptly arriving in the county town to treat us to dinner. During the gathering, H and I conveyed our conclusions to the leader, who appeared to be rather unsurprised. It is likely he had already suspected the matter during his inquiries, which also confirmed that we were genuine in our intentions and not deceivers. The leader's hospitality was exceedingly generous, and later he suggested a visit to a nightclub. We politely declined, claiming we needed to recite mantras and draw talismans that evening. These were our usual ruses. In truth, we had no intention of drawing such symbols, but rather needed to prepare some items. Reflecting back, prior to our undertaking, the master had imparted to me the method of crafting red threads, a practice steeped in mystery, yet indispensable. Each time we engaged in our work, the red thread proved to be quite useful. Over the years of practicing this craft, my toolkit has accumulated an array of items: peachwood swords, bells, bagua mirrors, dog-s blood, rabbit fur, and much more. Some are for theatrical effect, while others are of substantial utility. That evening, H and I ventured out to procure tools and necessities. For our target this time was not merely the wandering ghost, but the malevolent spirit causing distress. Thus, the preparations we made were somewhat intense. Incense, ash was an essential item, yet the temples in Yunyang were nearly closed at night, compelling us to create our own. In addition to the incense, ash, we also gathered candies, firecrackers, and plastic tablecloths. The reasons for these preparations will be explained later. Friends, do take note of these items for dealing with malevolent entities. The following morning, the leader arrived to escort us to the construction site. Along the way, we encountered a grave, and both H and I took a moment to sweep some dust and gather a few vines from the headstone. Upon arriving at the construction site, our leader guided us to the graveyard where the laborers would awaken. We observed that a narrow path led to the village, flanked by a few locust trees. However, the construction site was situated on the opposite side of the village, a considerable distance away, which explained why no one regarded this as a mere case of getting lost. After familiarizing ourselves with the terrain, we settled in to wait for nightfall. As night descended, the leader, without any prior explanation, selected one of the laborers to venture into the village to procure some alcohol and cigarettes. Initially, the laborer was apprehensive and reluctant to go. The leader then pointed to H and me, instructing the laborer that these two young fellows would accompany him. Thus, the laborer had no choice but to proceed. Along the way, we engaged in casual conversation with the laborer, who shared with us some of the legends he had heard. After purchasing the items, we began our return journey. However, as we traversed the area between the village and the construction site, the laborer, while conversing normally, began to stray from the main path, veering towards the mountains. H and I understood that the moment we had anticipated had arrived. According to our prior agreement, H took the lead while I brought up the rear. Noticing that the laborer was being led away by the ghostly presence, H swiftly positioned himself in front of the laborer, applying the candies we had purchased the day before, now rendered into liquid, onto the locust trees lining the path the laborer was following. As the ghost remained unseen, we resorted to alternative means to indicate its location. H quickly advanced along the path, leaving the laborer and me behind. Once he had put some distance between us, he tied red string around the locust trees on either side of the path, forming a shape resembling a square, and there he awaited our arrival. After the laborer reached the red line, H swiftly lifted the line, allowing the laborer to pass through, and then lowered it again. A few seconds later, we distinctly observed that the lowered red string inexplicably stretched. I produced the firecrackers I had purchased, preparing to initiate the spectacle. At the moment the red string was taut, H encircled 4 trees with one end of the string, connecting it into a mouth-like shape. At this juncture, H and I arranged the firecrackers in a circle around the 4 trees and set them ablaze. Once the firecrackers detonated, a ring of sulfurous residue remained on the ground, and it became apparent that the entity had been captured. However, mere capture was insufficient. We could not see it, rendering us unable to disperse it. Thus, we resorted to the grave soil and ash we had prepared. H and I positioned ourselves on either side and began to sprinkle the mixed ash into the circle formed by the red string. Soon, an entity, covered in ash and amorphous in shape, became visible. At that moment, H and I seized a plastic tablecloth and swiftly enveloped the entity, encapsulating it like a balloon. The choice of a tablecloth was deliberate, for its synthetic material contained a portion of resin, which is particularly harmful to such entities. The sugary solution served to guide the malevolent spirit away from us. Once we had ensnared the entity, we secured the opening with a red string, resembling a suspended balloon. It was only then that H and I stepped into the circle to ignite it. With a resounding pop akin to a bursting balloon, the entity dissipated into thin air, completing our task. At that moment, the laborer awoke. The malevolent spirits have vanished, leaving the highway specters devoid of reason to ensnare the laborers, who have now awakened to reality. Upon returning to the construction site, one of the workers, unexpectedly without our prompting, embellished the situation in his report to the foreman, recounting even the events that transpired during his state of confusion. H and I found this rather amusing. However, now that the matter has reached its conclusion, there is little left to discuss. The foreman appeared exceedingly pleased with our efforts. After receiving our assurance that the disturbances had been dispelled, he readily settled our payment. H and I then returned to Union County, where we enjoyed a meal together before parting ways. Chapter 5. The Ghostly Daughter. To be candid, our profession, though not widely accepted by the public, offers a remarkably lucrative income. By 2005, I had acquired both a vehicle and a residence, which sparked within me the desire to toil for a few more years, amass sufficient wealth, and then retire from this line of work. That year, I encountered a particularly memorable case. The employer was a young father from Hankow, Hubei, perhaps only a few years my senior, who was left to care for his ailing child, not yet 2 years old, after the untimely passing of the mother. The child suffered from a fever that rendered the little one feverish and uncomfortable. Upon taking the child to the hospital for examination, the physician merely diagnosed it as a common pediatric fever, prescribing medication that, after many days, yielded no improvement, although the condition did not worsen. The man's parents, inclined towards superstitious beliefs, decided to seek solace at a temple called Gudsi in Hangzhou, hoping to alleviate their misfortunes. Coincidentally, a prominent monk at the temple was an acquaintance of mine. After extracting a modest sum from the family, he referred them to me. Initially, when I took on this case, I suspected that the child might be afflicted by a wandering spirit. To clarify, wandering spirits are prevalent in contemporary society, yet they can be categorized into various types. Some are nurtured by individuals with ulterior motives, intended to bring about fortune or misfortune, while others resemble homeless children, aimlessly roaming about. Typically, wandering spirits do not actively seek to harm. They thrive on offerings of incense and candles. At first, I believed that this child might be influenced by a passing spirit, as young children often possess a limited worldview, enabling them to perceive things beyond our sight. Moreover, the child's constitution is not as robust as that of an adult, making him susceptible to negative influences. However, upon arriving at his home, there were no apparent signs indicating that the child was being haunted by a spirit, and his fever, while present, was not alarmingly high, nor was he in a state of confusion. This suggests that the child had not yet been severely affected. Uncertain of the nature of the influence upon the child, I decided to seek guidance. My master had taught me that to inquire about the path, one could use dice and a compass, a skill I have honed over the years. The outcome of my inquiry revealed that the child's recently deceased relative was his mother. Generally, a mother would not harm her own child, even in death. A spirit ought not to linger in the realm it inhabited during life. Yet I surmised that the mother-esque spirit remained to continue loving her child. Perhaps her inability to gauge the appropriate boundaries led to the child's feverish symptoms. I shared my findings with the young father, who was deeply saddened. He recounted that the child and Appo's mother had suffered from severe depression during her lifetime, ultimately deteriorating her health. The family had exhausted numerous efforts to save her, all in vain. The man expressed profound guilt, believing he bore significant responsibility in this matter. He told me that during the mother's pregnancy, the entire family had shown her great care and concern, yet once the child was born, their attention gradually shifted towards the infant, including his own. This may have left the mother feeling neglected or as if she were merely a vessel for childbirth. Over time, she began to react with extreme intensity, developing a belief that everyone, except for herself, harbored malicious intentions toward her child. Her care for the child reached a pathological level, coupled with self-induced mental hypnosis and severe depression. Observing this state, her family realized that it was detrimental to both the adult and the child, and thus suggested that she be admitted to a hospital for treatment. The mother was separated from her child, as the doctors advised that a mother in such a mental state was unsuitable to be around her offspring. The treatment provided by the doctors was vigorous, and the family offered continuous reassurance. However, human nature can be stubborn. Once a person develops a delusion of persecution, it is easy to become entrenched in a narrow mindset, spiraling deeper and deeper. Eventually, that year, both her mind and body could no longer bear the weight, leading her to tragically succumb to her own despair. As he recounted this tale, the man's expression was one of profound anguish and helplessness. Though I had not yet married or had children at that time, witnessing his suffering stirred a deep sense of compassion within me. I resolved to find a way to alleviate this situation, not only to provide comfort to the employer, but also to hope for a semblance of resolution for this family. Consequently, I decided to weave a falsehood, convincing the child's father that we had sent the child's mother to a better place. Yet, I felt a pang of guilt. Although I could disregard protocol and not completely erase the mother's existence, I was concerned that her lingering presence could adversely affect the child. I also felt a deep sympathy for the mother, finding it difficult to accept that she should simply vanish. My mentor had taught me that, regardless of the circumstances, one must always approach with respect and kindness. What reason could I possibly have to extinguish the life of a mother who cherishes her own children? At that moment, I found myself in a state of profound conflict, fully aware that, when such circumstances arise, I would be incapable of taking any decisive action that day. Thus, I spoke to the man, requesting him to prepare a feather duster, an empty earthenware jar, the kind used for pickling, along with a piece of clothing that belonged to the mother in her lifetime and a photograph. The remainder of the preparations would be left to me. That afternoon, instead of returning to the hotel, I made my way directly to the Buddha temple. I arranged to meet with my monk friend and conveyed to him 3 essential matters. First, he must return the few thousand yuan he had deceitfully acquired. Such a trifling sum should not have tempted him so. Second, he was to accompany me to their home the next day. Although I am no expert in Buddhism and uncertain of its efficacy, I earnestly hoped he could perform a rite to guide her spirit as I sought to drive out the malevolent presence. Third, I proposed to share my commission with him, offering him half. Despite his avarice, the monk, being a man of the cloth, remained compassionate at heart. After I elucidated the situation, he resolved to assist me, deeming it an act of charity. He recognized that what I had captured was tangible and real, and his right for the departed was a matter of both attitude and spiritual intent. He informed me that souls who undergo such a rite ascend to the Pure Land, a realm that seems ethereal and elusive, with no one able to confirm its existence. Nevertheless, I did not dismiss its reality and requested his help in facilitating the passage of her spirit. My sincere hope was for her to reach a more beautiful place, even though I harbored doubts about its authenticity. The following day, I accompanied the monk to the man's residence, and to be candid, my emotions were more intricate than ever before. I find myself in a state of turmoil, uncertain whether my actions are benevolent or malevolent. The man has prepared everything I requested. I meticulously drew symbols upon the ground, placing a jar upon them, removing its lid as instructed, and encircled the opening with a strand of red thread. I neatly folded the clothing and positioned the photograph atop it, lighting candles at either side. I hesitated to call forth the spirit, reluctant to inflict further sorrow upon this family, especially with a child present. I instructed the father to face the altar and candles while cradling the child. Though the little one radiated warmth, his wide-eyed curiosity remained unquenched. He likely did not comprehend that his mother had long departed. The monk and I sat on either side of the altar, aligned with the jar. As I commenced the invocation of the spirit, though no corporeal form appeared, as I scattered earth and incense ash, it clung to her essence. Though invisible, I sensed she had temporarily vacated the child's presence. Approaching the man, I gently brushed the child with a feather duster, striving to extract every trace of the mother's energy from him. The child began to weep, stirring a deep sorrow within me. I understood the reason for his tears. It felt akin to wrenching him from his mother's embrace. We believed our intentions were to envelop him in greater love. Yet we overlooked that what he truly yearned for was the warmth of his mother's hug. I signaled to the monk to commence the chanting for liberation. As he recited the prayers, I began the process of dispelling, or perhaps dissolving, the lingering presence. In those final moments, I silently whispered a wish for her to ascend to a better realm. Indeed, I harbored a sincere hope that she would watch over her child from the heavens. At that moment, the candle extinguished, and I realized she had departed. I instructed the child's father to personally burn the garments and photographs in the urn, intending to forge a connection, or perhaps a resonance, between the living and the deceased. Each year during the Qingming festival, I hoped she would indeed find her way home, to gaze upon her child and her beloved. As the child's father burned the clothes, overwhelmed by the incessant cries of his child calling for mother, the man, both husband and father, finally succumbed after 2 days of steadfastness, breaking down in tears before his own offspring. This is a matter I prefer not to dwell upon, as it brings me considerable sorrow. Once it was over, I took a red string and removed the dog tooth my master had given me from around my neck, crafting it into a necklace for the child to wear. The commission was deposited into my bank account, and I fulfilled my promise by sharing half of the funds with the monk. It was the first time the monk collaborated with me in such a manner, and he was quite moved by the experience. Ultimately, he declined to accept the money, and we returned the funds, along with the several thousand cokes from the monk, to the child's father. The monk reassured him that she would bestow blessings upon the child for a lifetime. That day, I chose not to embark on my return to Chongqing. I was unsure of the reason, but felt an inexplicable desire to remain in this city for an additional 2 days, allowing myself to fully reflect and absorb the experience. Chapter 6. The Handprint. In 2007, a colleague from Chengdu reached out to me, informing me of an incident that had transpired in Xichang and urging me to accompany him there. Upon inquiring further, my colleague revealed that 2 of our peers had encountered a dire situation. At such times, our minds instinctively drift towards the notion of abnormal occurrences, particularly within our profession. Those lacking sufficient expertise who venture beyond their capabilities can often find themselves ensnared in complications that are not easily resolved. While fatalities are rare, the aftermath can still be quite severe. C mentioned that, in addition to me, he had also invited 3 other colleagues from different locales and requested that I bring my master along. Consequently, I set out a few days in advance, flying directly to Kunming to meet my master. After my departure from apprenticeship, I made it a point to return to Kunming annually to see my master. Over the years, however, my master had grown increasingly frail due to a previous severe illness. Prior to my visit, I had called him, only to be met with reluctance on his part. My intention was to speak with him in person and pay my respects. Upon meeting with my master, I reiterated the purpose of my visit. He addressed me in a tone he had not used in a long time, remarking that the younger generation has largely become self-sufficient and that it is time for us, the elders, to step back. He cautioned me, saying that the situation we were facing appeared to be particularly formidable, and based on the circumstances surrounding the 2 affected individuals, it was likely that we would need to enlist additional assistance. I had never witnessed my master speak to me with such gravity. It dawned upon me that this situation might indeed be exceedingly complex. Thus, before embarking from Kunming to Xichang, I summoned a few colleagues from Chongqing, bringing our total to 7. I had never collaborated with such a multitude before, and, as we journeyed, I was beset by a plethora of emotions regarding the uncertainties we were about to confront. Upon our arrival in Xichang, the 7 of us convened, exchanged introductions, and sought out a restaurant for a meal. It was during this repast that I developed a fondness for the spicy crucian carp by the banks of Cheong Lake. However, as delightful as our meal was, we were mindful that our primary objective remained to be addressed. C recounted the events that had transpired. 2 colleagues from Xichang had received a commission from an individual claiming to be a student of Liangshan University. It was reported that, near their campus, on a parcel of land earmarked for future development, but yet untouched, there was a diminutive woman clad in a red cotton coat and floral cotton trousers, often found sitting cross-legged on the barren ground, her head bobbing in a rhythmic motion. Allegedly, apart from her, another student had also witnessed this peculiar sight. The other student was not present. My 2 Xichang colleagues speculated on 2 possible scenarios. Firstly, if she were merely a homeless individual suffering from mental illness, they would contact the local shelter. Secondly, if she were indeed a specter, it would likely be a wild ghost inhabiting that desolate area. When the client later called to report another sighting of the woman, my 2 colleagues promptly proceeded to the site. Indeed, that is undoubtedly a specter. However, my 2 companions overlooked a rather crucial aspect. Generally speaking, ghosts do not reveal themselves easily. If one is seen, it is likely to be something significant. My companions evidently underestimated the entity they perceived as merely substantial, employing countless methods, yet failing to dispel it, as witnesses continued to abound. Furthermore, they found themselves ensnared by this apparition, suffering from headaches, back pain, coughing blood, and breathlessness, plagued by relentless nightmares. In our parlance, we refer to this as the affliction of a haunting spirit. In such dire circumstances, they sought assistance from C, who resided not far from them. C, being seasoned in this field, is a respected figure in our profession, particularly around Chengdu, Mianyang, and Amei. C recounted that his mentor had once imparted wisdom to him. If a ghost cannot be dispelled and instead ensnares individuals, It signifies that the spirit harbors some grievance from its past life, and the current circumstances are reminiscent of its former plight, prompting its manifestation, which is surely born of anger. Reflecting on the description provided, a shiver coursed through me, for it was said that the spirit donned a cotton-padded coat and trousers, likely relics from many years ago. After much deliberation, we reached a consensus. Although our methods were generally similar, the techniques varied. Ultimately, we resolved to establish a grand formation, expansive enough to encompass the entire desolate area. The materials required were numerous, including some rather distasteful items, which I shall refrain from mentioning. Once preparations were complete, however, a divergence of opinions emerged among us. Some among us proposed that we must first consider the auspicious date and hour, leading to a series of deliberations. However, since a few of us, including myself and C, had never adhered to such practices, we felt it was of little consequence and rather a waste of time. I do not dismiss the importance of consulting the calendar. We simply chose not to. Consequently, we found ourselves divided into two factions on this matter, ultimately reaching a compromise. A date was selected, and an hour was determined. They decided to commence the dispersal on the night of the 9th of September. So, on the preceding day, we each took on specific tasks, digging pits in various positions across the desolate land, burying soil and talismans, thereby sealing the area to prevent anything from emerging. This formation stood throughout the night, and as it was summer, we discovered numerous earthworms on the surface the following day. While we awaited nightfall, several companions inquired with locals for information, learning that this area had once been a small hillock, leveled to create a new campus for Liangshan University. When asked if anyone had met a tragic end here, no one knew. Thus, until the moment we began our endeavor that evening, we remained oblivious to the origins of the spirit, yet we were certain it harbored malevolence, for its sole purpose was to instill fear and cause harm. Consequently, we resorted to potent measures. Though we had set up a formation together, we were essentially fighting our own battles. That night, we approached the center from different directions. Uncertain of the exact location, we gradually tightened the circle, observing who might encounter misfortune first. Before long, one of the individuals began to shout, "Over here! Hurry!" His voice, though that of a professional exorcist, was tinged with evident fear. Upon hearing the cries, an unsettling dread washed over us. At least, it did for me. Nevertheless, none of us fled. Instead, we rushed towards our companion. Among us was a fellow practitioner trained in Taoist traditions. On television, Taoist exorcisms often depict incantations and talismans. Yet this gentleman's approach was decidedly more visceral and aggressive. He first employed a mirror, followed by scattering sulfur or some other powdery substance. Then, with a decisive motion, he wielded a whip, ensnaring the entity in an instant. Once bound, its true form manifested. It was a female spirit. Her appearance strikingly similar to that described by the client. Yet her visage was grotesquely distorted, with deep-set eyes and tattered red cotton garments that clashed with her long hair. As she thrashed about, she emitted a chilling, almost terrifying wail, a sound most peculiar. The entity appeared formidable, and our companions struggled to maintain control alone. Thus, we each contributed our efforts, devising ways to immobilize it in that very spot. I crouched low to the ground, risking danger as I inscribed talismans. Save for our Taoist colleague, nearly all of us carried red thread. You may find it hard to believe, but the potency of the red thread is profound. If you understood the meticulous process of its crafting, you would comprehend why we always carry it with us. The combined strength of 7 individuals proved formidable, and I finally grasped why my 2 afflicted companions had succumbed. Indeed, this specter was remarkably formidable. After we captured it, we employed the most ruthless of measures. We covered its head with a basin and bound its feet with iron wire, ultimately dispersing it completely. Exhausted, we gasped for breath, and the Taoist among us was on the brink of despair. Furthermore, each of us bore a distinct purplish-red mark on various parts of our bodies, resembling the imprints of grasping hands. I had never encountered such a potent force before, though the origins of its formidable resentment remained shrouded in mystery. That experience stands as the most perilous I have faced in many years. Chapter 7. Grandmother. The earthquake on May 12th, 2008, inflicted profound sorrow upon our entire nation. The tremors were distinctly felt in Chongqing. Residing on the 28th floor, I found it impossible to maintain my footing amidst the chaos, fearing for my life, yet grateful to be within the confines of my home. Once the tremors subsided, like many others, I hurriedly attempted to contact my family. Unfortunately, communication lines were severed, and it was only later, through television reports, that I learned of the devastating Wenchuan earthquake. I began reaching out to friends in Chengdu, and upon receiving their messages of safety, we turned our attention to the rising death toll. On May 13th, I contacted a friend who was working at the Chongqing Auto Expo Center, requesting him to leverage his connections to mobilize a civic donation drive through Chongqing Traffic Radio. In a matter of days, the Auto Expo Center amassed nearly 2 tons of supplies, including bottled water, instant noodles, and sanitary products. On May 19th, as the commissioning party, accompanied a convoy transporting these supplies to Sichuan. We did not enter the city of Chengdu, but instead took a detour to Dujianjian, the nearest severely affected area. Military checkpoints were established, prohibiting photography and video recording, and they refused to accept used clothing due to concerns over cross-contamination among the injured. Consequently, we transferred the bottled water and other permissible supplies to another vehicle and entered the disaster zone. The scene was undeniably tragic. 7 days post-quake, as summer approached, the air was thick with the stench of decay, with corpses having been uniformly handled. The remnants of collapsed structures were ubiquitous. I had visited Dujianjian numerous times, along with its surrounding towns, and it was the schools that bore the brunt of the devastation. This was my singular occasion of not attending the scene in my professional capacity, and the sight moved me profoundly. Numerous monks from Chengdu had gathered. They wandered amidst the ruins, while the soldiers escorting us remarked that these monks were organized by the Buddhist Association to chant sutras for the deceased. I yearned to do something for the lost souls, yet I found myself powerless to act. The abrupt earthquake had snatched away their lives in an instant, and I lacked the courage to banish these wretched spirits. Furthermore, the sheer number of them rendered our small group utterly inadequate. It was the first time I felt such helplessness, and I suspected my companions shared the same sentiment. Upon leaving Dujianjian, the military mandated a thorough disinfection before we were allowed to return to the urban area of Chengdu. Once back in the city, during lunch, we reached a consensus. When the roads were repaired, we would return next year to see if we could do something for the departed. On May 12, 2009, the newly restored Duan Highway reopened, and in those days, we invited C and Oppos, master, purchasing various items such as art supplies, a football, and new clothing, intending to donate them to local schools in Yingxiu. As we traversed that road, once more, we frequently paused the vehicle to walk a stretch. C and Oppos, master, a venerable figure in our field, possessed a mysterious intuition. Unlike us, he did not require rational justification to affirm the existence of souls. He could sense it instinctively. Upon entering Yingxiu, a massive boulder, having tumbled down from the mountainside, loomed by the roadside, inscribed with the blood-red characters 5:12 Yingxiu. C's master disembarked and gently caressed the stone, remarking that beneath this road lay countless restless souls, many of whom had never seen the light of day again. After arriving in Yingxiu, we ventured to observe the earthquake site, initially believing that such places, where lives had been lost, might bear traces of lingering spirits. However, we soon discovered that when the government designated this area as a tourist zone, they evidently considered the heavy resentment embedded here. Thus, 6 monuments were erected at the site's cardinal points. The unique arrangement of these 6 directions indicated that this place had endured severe affliction. All the spirits within had vanished without a trace. While seeking a place to dine locally, the proprietor casually shared a poignant tale. He spoke of a family that perished entirely in the earthquake, leaving behind only an elderly man who had not yet departed from this sorrowful world. Still residing in the town, this elderly gentleman, now advanced in years, had tragically lost his entire family, rendering him a figure of deep pity, often appearing disoriented and frequently claiming to see the spirits of his deceased wife and children. The villagers, believing the man had suffered profound trauma, frequently offered their assistance. After hearing this, we chose to visit the elderly man, regardless of the veracity of his claims regarding his family's spirits, in hopes of providing him with some comfort. The post-reconstruction Inxio in 2009 still largely consisted of temporary housing, and the elderly man, being alone, resided in a corner of the makeshift housing area. Upon our arrival, we found the elderly woman sitting at the entrance, lost in thought. It was only when the kind-hearted shopkeeper informed her that we had traveled from Chongqing and Chengdu to offer assistance that she stirred. The woman appeared to be in her 70s, yet she did not seem confused. Rather, she greeted us warmly, inviting us to sit down. We conversed about the circumstances of her life before the earthquake, learning that she had 2 sons and 1 daughter. Her daughter, a teacher, tragically passed away at the lectern she cherished, while her husband, a veteran likely from the Korean War, had gone missing and was presumed dead. 1 son was engaged in the local herbal medicine trade, and both sons, who were eager to help during the rescue efforts, perished beneath the rubble of their collapsed home. Ultimately, only the elderly woman and her 2 grandchildren, who were staying with their maternal grandparents, remained. The tale was indeed sorrowful, and she recounted it with a fluency that suggested she often spoke of her loss. We tentatively inquired whether she frequently envisioned her children and husband returning, hinting at her deep longing for them. She remained silent. Sensing the gravity of her grief, we gently told her that we specialized in facilitating such reunions, offering her the possibility of one final encounter with her loved ones, after which she might never see them again. According to our reasoning, this was the natural progression of all things. Some aspects of existence are not meant to endure indefinitely, even if it meant bearing the brunt of criticism. We felt compelled to act. The elderly woman fell into another silence, her tears flowing freely. She grasped my hand, gazing at all of us, and implored, "Please, do not tell anyone." It is difficult to articulate the bittersweet sensation that enveloped me at that moment. With just a few words, the elderly lady conveyed everything I needed to comprehend. I understood why she felt compelled to share her visions of deceased loved ones, with the fear of solitude looming over her. I also grasped her plea for us to keep it a secret, driven by the dread of someone taking them away. I even sensed that for such an elderly soul, existing alone in this world would not shatter her spirit, but it would indeed strip her of the last vestige of hope that sustained her existence. Miss M turned away to wipe her tears, a companion from Chengdu, and without exaggeration, I thought that had I been a woman, I would have wept even more profusely than she did. In that moment, no one would dare to take away the elderly lady's sole connection to her cherished memories. Anyone who attempted such a thing would likely face our wrath. However, allowing wandering spirits to linger was not our guiding principle. After leaving her a sum of 10,000 yuan, we proceeded to the neighborhood committee in the shantytown. After much negotiation, they finally consented to inform us should the elderly lady pass away. We considered ourselves her children. On June 9th, 2010, the Venerable Wang Aihua departed from this world at the age of 77. In accordance with our pact from a year prior, we bid farewell to her entire family. Chapter 8. The Little Ghost. In 2009, I received a call from a colleague in Chongqing, who mentioned that a certain underground casino was rumored to be harboring a little ghost. Later, this casino was shut down during the infamous red-black incident in Chongqing in 2009. I would like to emphasize that most camera equipment, much like in films, is capable of capturing certain ethereal entities. Some may appear humanoid, while others manifest as formless masses. With the continuous advancement of technology, cameras and surveillance recordings have significantly enhanced the efficiency of our work. On that day, we visited the underground casino located in the Shapingba district of Chongqing. My colleague D and I each purchased chips, and he had fitted his eyeglass frame with a flash drive-size miniature camera available for purchase on Taobao. We spent approximately an hour in the casino before departing in succession. Our objective was to ascertain whether the rumors of the little ghost were indeed true. Upon returning, we meticulously reviewed the footage, scrutinizing each patron with great care. Eventually, we noticed something peculiar at the table where 5-card were being played. Those who have engaged in card games are generally aware that 5-card stud, often referred to as showdown, is a thrilling and exhilarating experience, particularly when substantial stakes are involved. Typically, it is prohibited for anyone to stand behind the players, as there is a fear that they might exchange subtle cues. However, the footage reveals an intriguing anomaly. A seemingly youthful individual persistently stationed behind one of the players, rhythmically patting the player's shoulders as if to offer encouragement. Yet, I recall having learned from my mentor about the various types of spirits, known as Xiao Gui. These spirits can be both domesticated and wild. Within the realm of Maoshan techniques, the Xiao Gui are a subset that possesses a particularly potent and fierce nature. Although there are ways to counteract them, I generally refrain from provoking such entities, for one can never be certain whether the seemingly innocuous spirit before you is backed by an enigmatic and powerful figure. Nor can one ascertain their true intentions, whether benevolent or malevolent. Excluding the aforementioned Maoshan variety, the classification becomes rather diverse. The spirit observed in the casino is likely a specialized one, meant for altering fortune. My mentor once mentioned that such spirits are typically nurtured by individuals. It is said that those who have opened their heavenly eye can perceive remarkable phenomena. Each person's shoulders appear to them as if enveloped in a flame, symbolizing that individual's current fortune. Moreover, this belief exists in various forms across numerous cultures. For instance, in Western religious traditions, believers often express their good fortune by claiming that an angel rests upon their shoulder. This particular spirit, I suspect, is a mere pawn of the casino, designed to manipulate fortune. From a strategic standpoint, it appears to be a creature nurtured by the establishment itself. When an individual experiences a streak of good luck, their fortune flourishes, and the casino employs this spirit to diminish their luck. Conversely, should the casino owner wish to curry favor with a significant figure, even a most unfortunate one, they can ignite a spark of luck upon their shoulders. Although concrete evidence eludes us, it seems plausible that the adage "one wins" in gambling 1 out of 10 times is indeed related to this notion. Typically, the method to dispel such spirits involves overturning the incense burner dedicated to them. However, in this instance, we can only surmise that the spirit is an asset of the casino without pinpointing its exact origin, be it the owner or perhaps a skilled individual masquerading as a dealer. Since the act of overturning the burner proves ineffective, we must resort to alternative measures. I have observed friends questioning why I peruse posts yet seldom respond, even to the most fundamental inquiries. The truth is, I have indeed read the private messages and friend requests, but as I mentioned earlier, within the 14 years of my experiences, I have shared insights that I hope resonate within you all. I trust you understand that I would never allow my son to tread this path. I am deeply grateful for your attention, and today, I have carved out some time to continue my writing. Some spirits possess rather singular abilities akin to the one I encountered in the casino, which I shall temporarily refer to as the luck-dampening spirit. It operates almost like a machine, with its sole capability being to extinguish or amplify fortune. Dealing with such a spirit is, in essence, a relatively straightforward endeavor. All spirits harbor fears of certain things, one being the haunting reappearance of their own demise, which can send them into a state of sheer terror. The other is the rice grains soaked in water infused with peach wood. Since Dee and I were unable to ascertain the manner of its death and lacked sufficient time for investigation, we resolved to infiltrate the casino once more, discerning the luckless patrons with our naked eyes to scatter the rice. This process proved rather cumbersome, as we meticulously assessed each individual before selectively casting the grains. Upon reviewing the footage later, we observed a spirit hastily retreat through a door concealed behind screen. From our prior reconnaissance, we knew that it led to a spacious public restroom with numerous stalls. Thus, after scrutinizing the recordings, we initially surmised that the spirit and Appo's incense burner was hidden within this expansive lavatory. On our third visit to the casino, we had become somewhat familiar faces. Our previous expenditures amounted to merely $1,000, essentially serving as a fee for gaining directions. We meandered through the modest establishment, and gradually, I made my way to the restroom. Notably, there were no surveillance cameras present, allowing me to swiftly inspect each stall. I discovered that one of the stalls was locked. Generally, when patrons encounter a locked door, they either assume someone is inside or that maintenance is underway. Thus, they may knock a few times but rarely linger. I climbed over into the adjacent stall and began my thorough examination. At last, I uncovered a diminutive wooden incense burner nestled within the tank of the toilet, which was dry and devoid of water, accompanied by 3 burnt-out incense sticks. I returned to the hall and found D, to whom I relayed the situation I had uncovered. He inquired about my perspective, to which I replied that the matter was quite simple. We could merely overturn the stove. D suggested a more drastic approach to create chaos, asserting that we could report it once we exited. To elaborate, the spirit possesses its own unique attributes. Typically, those who summon such entities may not be well versed in the esoteric arts of Maoshan, yet they invariably possess some knowledge of the I Ching. The methods of conjuration vary according to different needs, leading to disparities in the spirit's characteristics. Judging by the incense burner's material, this particular spirit seems to be of the wood element, which is relatively low tier and easily dispelled. However, D's intention was to incite a bit of misfortune in this locale. After all, a casino is hardly a reputable establishment. When chaos ensues, we would report the incident, potentially capturing all involved in one fell swoop. D resolved to alter the spirit's temperament and proceeded to the restroom. After a short while, he emerged and proposed we observe further. If any commotion arose, we would take our leave. I understood that he had entered the restroom to bury a small mirror within the ashes of the incense. The rationale behind this is quite intriguing. Everyone knows that a mirror reflects our truest selves, yet it presents everything in reverse. The deceased spirits harbor a profound fear of witnessing their own image. The act of replenishing the incense signifies the summoning of its master. But due to the altered properties of the burner, the spirit's actions have transformed accordingly. While invisible to the naked eye, we are aware that it has commenced influencing those unfortunate gamblers, turning their luck into a bountiful fortune. Soon, the jubilant cheers of those who had won at the casino began to rise and fall in a crescendo. It was time to depart, without even cashing in our chips. My companion D and I exited and drove away. We then made a call to the authorities. A few days later, we read in the newspaper about a brawl that had occurred at the Taiyang Sinkyo in Shapingba, Chongqing. We surmised that the altercation was likely instigated by a gambler's winnings, which had led to a dispute after the casino suffered losses. Not long after, the Taiyang Sinkyo Jinlong Yufeng Entertainment City was seized by the police. Once the operation was complete, D and I scattered the remnants of incense ash that we had scraped from the stove. With no one left to pay homage, the little spirit would no longer cause mischief. During the raid, it was likely that the incense burner was also discovered. While we were uncertain if the police had anyone knowledgeable in esoteric practices, at the very least, this chapter seemed to be at an end. Chapter 9. Birthday. The matter I am about to discuss may resonate with some friends. Please forgive me, for it is entirely unintentional. In 2007, I fortuitously encountered a middle-aged gentleman. My acquaintance with him stemmed from the fact that he was the most honest and principled businessman I had ever met, despite the fact that honesty and a sense of justice are rarely associated with entrepreneurs. Thus, it was predestined that he would not amass substantial wealth. Nevertheless, he earned a reputation as a devoted husband and father to his wife and son. While many perceive husbands and fathers as imposing figures radiating brilliance, this man was rather unique. In 2009, he was diagnosed with cancer, specifically lung cancer with metastatic adrenal cancer, an affliction deemed incurable. Yet, he stubbornly clung to life, hoping to secure a comfortable future for his wife and even aspire to provide his son with a marital home. Alas, his ailing body could not muster the vitality required to fulfill his aspirations. By the end of 2009, he was admitted to the hospital. It is often said that hospitals, along with schools and restrooms, are among the most haunted places. To put it plainly, hospitals are frequent sites of spectral activity, which explains why many feel an unsettling presence within their walls, often experiencing a chilling sensation, as if overshadowed by death or an eerie ambience. Therefore, when this middle-aged man entered the hospital, I understood that he would not emerge again. Taking advantage of the time he could still move about, I visited him in the hospital. I encouraged him to take a stroll, to go wherever his heart desired. My son, demonstrating remarkable maturity, resigned from his job to accompany his father on a journey from Chongqing to Xi'an, then to Fengwang, from Fengwang to Lijiang, and finally from Lijiang to Sanya. It was only when his father's health deteriorated significantly that he brought him back to Chongqing Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, where they decided on a conservative treatment approach. The physical condition of this middle-aged man continued to decline. As we shared a deep bond despite our age difference, I frequently visited him. One day, I took him out for a leisurely stroll in a wheelchair, and he animatedly recounted stories from his youth. Born in 1950s, he had served as a militia member, experienced the rural movement, and was among the first batch of students to take the college entrance examination after its restoration. He then worked in a factory, gradually rising to management positions, only to be betrayed by a malicious individual, spending over 70 days in prison. After his release, he tirelessly sought ways to clear his name. After finally winning his legal battle, he was reluctant to return to the factory, opting instead to venture into business for himself. Although he did not achieve overnight wealth, through years of hard work and perseverance, he managed to acquire a home and a car, just as he learned to drive. And while still reveling in the joy of it, he was struck by this unfortunate illness. He remained remarkably optimistic. As he spoke of these experiences, his eyes sparkled with the joy of past memories resurfacing. Perhaps, in the twilight of life, these are the moments that are truly worth reminiscing about. Aware of my profession, he expressed his wish for me to accompany him on his final journey. He remarked that life is, in essence, quite simple. Despite enduring countless peaks and valleys throughout one's journey, one ultimately finds themselves pondering the rationale behind their existence. Presently, our living conditions are deplorable. The air we breathe, the environment we inhabit, the water we consume, and the food we eat. What can we truly trust? I dare say, who among us is not acquainted with someone suffering from cancer? In hospitals, it is observed that of the 10 individuals who pass away each day, at least half succumb to this affliction. What is the cause of such a grim reality? Is it that we fail to cherish our own bodies? Or is it the environment we inhabit that has predestined us to such fates? Thus, when he expressed his desire for me to accompany him on his final journey, I understood that he had come to the realization that his time was drawing near. In other words, he had seen through the facade of life. He did not wish to abandon his family and depart this world, yet he was compelled to confront this inevitable conclusion. I assured him that I would ensure his passage would be peaceful. That day was August 13th, 2010. On August 26th, he would have celebrated his 55th birthday. His son, accompanied by his daughter-in-law and the entire family, gathered in the hospital to commemorate what would be his father and Appo's last birthday. I was present, offering to capture the moment in photographs. For the first time in 28 years, the son knelt before his father, tenderly massaging his feet. Though bedridden for many days, his feet were unkempt, yet in that moment his soul radiated purity. As the son washed his father's feet, his lips trembled with the urge to weep. Yet he refrained from allowing his father to witness his sorrow. He could only bow his head, repeatedly tending to the calluses on his father's soles. The birthday cake arrived, and the middle-aged man dutifully extinguished the candles and made the first cut. He lacked even the strength to smile, appearing exceedingly frail. Yet, he still trembled as he delicately picked up a piece of chocolate from the cake with his thumb and forefinger, slowly feeding it towards his wife's lips. The scene profoundly moved everyone present. Many excused themselves under the pretext of making phone calls, retreating to the corridor outside the ward to weep. His cancer had metastasized to the liver and gallbladder, rendering his complexion a ghastly yellow. However, despite the lifelessness captured in the photograph, that moment touched countless hearts. I promised him that I would ensure his passage would be serene. On August 30th, he began to slip into a comatose state, and on the 31st, he drew his last breath. In accordance with our agreement, I placed a brazier at the end of the corridor outside the ward, asking his son to burn some joss paper and collect the ashes to place into the money pouch I had prepared for his father's burial attire. I informed his son that this was his father's fare for the journey, intended to appease the spirits along the way. Yet, I was acutely aware that from the moment he breathed his last, he had merely 49 days left to exist in this world in a meaningful way. When his son and several younger relatives began to lift his father's remains, he remarked on the extraordinary weight, as if 4 men struggled to bear him. I told him that this was his father's reluctance to part with them, his spirit yearning to return, yet unable to do so. My intention in sharing this was merely to allow the gentle father and his children a final connection. For, as the elders say, the first 7 days are time for the soul to return. However, during those 7 days, he could only watch, observing his own body and witnessing the sorrow of his family at his departure. After enduring these 7 days, he would enter a state of chaos, during which he would observe his family gradually emerging to commence their new lives. A total of 49 days would pass, and if he still remained reluctant to depart, carrying with him resentment and unwillingness, and if no one like me came to bid him farewell, he would become a wandering soul. Such spirits, if they do not cause harm, may be excused. However, those that do will face our intervention. Upon reaching the Hall of Comfort, I discreetly lit a spirit-calling incense and briefly addressed the soul of the middle-aged man, assuring him to rest easy and not linger among his family, but rather to explore the places he cherished. After the funeral rites, I took it upon myself to dust every wall in his home with a feather duster, encouraging him to release his attachments and to journey swiftly to where he belonged. The 49 days passed swiftly, and I informed his son to prepare a talisman package for their father, intended to convey that, even in complete dissolution, he would feel the happiness of his son's future. This is what we refer to as a dream visitation. Its occurrence is often serendipitous, arising from the subconscious longing of the bereaved for the departed. At that moment, the spirit of the deceased endeavors to communicate with the living, thus facilitating the dream visitation. The offerings of paper money, incense, and talismans serve this very purpose. After 49 days, I bid him farewell, not by dispersing him, but by enabling him to transcend on his own. To this day, I maintain frequent contact with his family, motivated not only by my respect for him as an individual, but also by the profound warmth of this family's affection. Chapter 10. The Old Dog in the year 2006. I encountered an event that left a profound impression on me. During my solitary years working in Chongqing, numerous individuals sought me out through word of mouth from friends, requesting my assistance in resolving what they termed superstitious dilemmas. Initially, most approached my work with skepticism, but once I successfully addressed their concerns, their doubts dissipated. I typically provided ample evidence to substantiate my claims, thereby instilling belief in them. I advised them to remain discreet, sharing only the essence of their experiences and not the specifics. Many who approached me mistakenly perceived me as a medium, believing my role was to forge a connection between the living and the deceased. While this constituted a fraction of my work, I have dedicated 14 years to honing my craft and have encountered numerous poignant experiences along the way. There's a saying that as one approaches death, their words become sincere. More precisely, it could be expressed that the essence of a soul after death serves as the most authentic reflection of a life lived. This truth is stark and unembellished, devoid of pretense, with no further reason to conceal. In contrast to us, the living, we ought to feel a sense of shame. In previous replies to my posts, I have observed many friends recounting peculiar occurrences within their households, and on several occasions, I found myself unable to refrain from responding. Although I confront matters deemed non-existent by the majority of this world through years of experience, I have gleaned invaluable insights from the pure souls of the departed, insights that illuminate the fundamental truths of our humanity. Why do we call ourselves human? What is the purpose of our existence? What lies beyond death? Is our existence truly meaningful? Can the living ever reunite with their departed loved ones? There are countless inquiries that linger, yet I can only assert that when one harbors goodwill, it becomes evident that this world still possesses a sanctuary of its own, where the heart can find warmth. Reflect upon how long it has been since you last assisted an elderly gentleman or lady across the street. Contemplate whether, upon witnessing the fleeting nature of youth and life, you remain indifferent, or whether you ought to fight against such apathy. When you observe someone dropping money on the ground, would you genuinely return it to the rightful owner? If you see an elderly person tumble on the roadside, do you think first of rendering aid, or do you shy away out of fear of being accused? Surely, we all recall last year's incident involving Xiao Yeye, where 18 passers-by stood by. What were they truly thinking? In the face of inquiries, they all claimed not to have seen anything. Yet, When the elderly woman collecting trash came to the aid of a young girl, the internet erupted with criticism, accusing her of seeking fame or financial gain. What has become of our conscience? Thus, I share this story from 2006 for your contemplation. Take from it what you will, amend what is necessary, and find encouragement where it is lacking. If my narrative stirs even a slight ripple within your heart, then I believe my intention in sharing this has been fulfilled. My parents reside near Walidian in Chongqing, in an old community that was once a substantial machinery factory, which gradually incorporated some of its staff housing into the neighborhood. Within this community lives an elderly man who dedicated his youth to the service of our nation, laboring in the factory for over 40 years. Yet he lies alone at night, childless and without a partner. His personality is eccentric and reclusive. He shuns conversation with others, leading to a general dislike among those around him. People perceive him as having an air of hostility towards everyone, exuding a cold demeanor and a hint of bitterness. However, upon my return to Chongqing, my father learned of my profession, and after I encouraged him to be kind to others, he gradually began to comprehend the importance of caring for those around him. My father once confided that, although he did not regard my profession as commendable, the kindness imparted by my mentor was a precious truth. Thus, between 2004 and 2006, my father made a concerted effort to reach out to the solitary elder. While the old man was certainly not destitute, as his retirement pension sufficed for his lifetime, the absence of companionship rendered even extravagance meaningless. His years of unfriendliness had resulted in a near total lack of friends, save for the 13-year-old wolf dog that remained at his side. From 2004 until the summer of 2006, the old man extended an invitation for the first and only time for our entire family to dine at his home. On that occasion, I inadvertently noticed his aged dog lying listlessly at a distance from the dining table, lacking vitality, yet with ears perked and eyes fixed upon us. Though I felt a twinge of fear towards both the elder and his dog, I mustered the courage to inquire about the dog's condition, sensing its discomfort. The old man replied, stating that the dog had been ill for many days and was nearing death. After uttering this, a heavy silence fell, his eyes brimming with sorrow. I surmised that although the old man has few friends, and indeed many adversaries, he nurtures this dog as if it were his own child. To him, the only true kin and companion in this world is that dog. I comprehend his sorrow. He is acutely aware that the dog will soon depart from his life. Yet, he finds himself powerless to prevent it. I harbor a deep reverence for dogs. During my youth, while apprenticed to my master, I witnessed him extracting blood and teeth from deceased dogs, an act performed only after their passing. My master would impart to me that the life path of a dog closely mirrors that of a human. At times, they even perceive themselves as human, existing in an innate master-servant relationship with us. He would say that animals do not deceive, nor do they trick. We, on the other hand, do. Animals do not feign illness or engage in cunning. We possess that capacity. While the crow repays its benefactor and the lamb kneels in gratitude, we humans may, at critical junctures, betray others out of selfishness. Life knows no hierarchy. Thus, we must hold a profound respect for life, particularly for dogs. Even in death, they leave behind joyful memories for us. Therefore, when I beheld the old man's dog teetering on the brink of death, I yearned to do something for it. Though I am familiar with the ways of the spiritual realm, I do not understand the language of dogs. Moreover, even if I could convey the dog's thoughts to the old man in our tongue, he might not believe me. From that day forth, I returned to my parents' home each evening for dinner. After our meal, I would spend some time with the elderly gentleman, expressing my fondness for his dog and engaging in leisurely conversation. He gradually became somewhat acquainted with my profession, yet remained skeptical of my words. However, once my father assured him of my capabilities, the old man began to place his trust in me. The dog had reached a state of extreme frailty, yet clung to life. Such is the nature of existence. When a person is gravely ill, enduring prolonged treatment while deteriorating, life transforms into a form of torment, and death becomes a release. I found it perplexing that the dog persisted in its struggle despite its condition. My research online revealed that many assert dogs, before their passing, fixate upon their owners, yearning for companionship until their final moments. often shedding tears as a token of gratitude for the care they received. It dawned on me that the dog and Appo's tenacity was, in fact, a desperate attempt to remain alongside its owner. Although I had always recognized dogs as the most loyal and emotionally rich of four-legged creatures, I had not anticipated that regardless of their owner's character, be it virtuous or vile, if they had been granted a morsel of food or a gentle stroke on the head, the dog would devote its life in gratitude. Thus, during my next visit to the elderly gentleman, I shared these insights with him. For the first time in ages, his once stoic visage crumbled, and tears streamed down his face. He began to murmur, lamenting how this dog had accompanied him through so many hardships, expressing that it deserved a better fate than to be born into his household. Upon witnessing the elderly man's profound sorrow, I resolved to offer him solace through a benevolent falsehood. I assured him that in the final moments of his beloved dog, it would call for me, and I would promptly come to his side. A few days later, the elderly man reached out, informing me that his dog had begun to convulse, indicating that its time was drawing near. Without hesitation, I made my way to his home. Upon seeing the dog, a wave of compassion washed over me. I gently urged the old man to take a seat on the sofa while I cradled the canine across his lap. The dog's gaze was utterly heart-wrenching. It fixated on the elderly man, and even I could perceive the profound reluctance and concern reflected in its eyes. The old man whispered tenderly to his dog, using endearing terms from the Chongqing dialect, and the dog began to emit soft, mournful sounds from its throat, a long, languid murmur that conveyed its exhaustion. As I stroked the dog's head, I told the elderly man that it was trying to communicate with him. He inquired about the nature of their exchange, clearly placing his trust in my ability to act as an intermediary between him and his cherished pet. I replied, "It wishes to say, I am about to depart, yet I long to protect you and remain by your side." Although these words were my own fabrication, I preferred to believe that the dog was indeed conveying such sentiments. I continued, "It wants you to take good care of yourself, for it will always cherish the kindness you have shown. Remember to take your medications regularly," I added, noting the multitude of medicine bottles lining the shelves, which led me to this assumption. "Thank you for nurturing me all these years." Strangely enough, at that moment, the dog truly shed tears, its eyes blinking slowly until it eventually ceased to breathe. The elderly man was inconsolable, weeping for an extended period, before he turned to me and asked what we should do now. I replied, "I shall give it a try." Having never summoned an animal spirit before, I was uncertain if I could succeed. The old man then procured an unfinished bone from the dog's bed, while I gathered some of its fur and prepared the necessary symbols to commence the summoning. Based on my understanding, I believe that dogs are beings of the 6 realms, and thus, the method of summoning from these realms should indeed be effective. As anticipated, the dog and Appo's lifeless body emitted a few faint whimpers, reminiscent of a puppy and Appo's cries. I surmised that it was perhaps returning to its body, expressing gratitude to its master in the form it had known as a young pup. The elder continued to caress the dog's body for a considerable time, and I sensed that it was time to guide the dog on its journey. I advised the elderly man, "Since you have regarded it as your own child, sincerely whisper in your heart, 'Child, go peacefully.'" After he acquiesced, I began to encircle it with a red thread, extending the line outside the door to lead the dog to its rightful destination. To clarify, unless confronted with malevolent spirits, I generally do not disperse. Our guidance here aligns with the Buddhist concept of liberation. Once the dog's spirit had departed, the elder and I interred the dog beneath a yellow cassia tree within the community. From what I have learned, it is arduous to guide souls beyond 49 days, and at that juncture, they typically no longer possess the consciousness they held in life. What we refer to as dispersing does not imply the impossibility of reincarnation. Rather, it signifies allowing that energy to dissipate, returning to where it belongs. As for the matter of reincarnation, I cannot provide a definitive answer since I have not witnessed it firsthand, only heard accounts. I beg your pardon for breaking my own promise today to appropriately respond to certain inquiries. This subject has profoundly impacted me. On one hand, it has demonstrated that animal spirits can indeed be summoned, while on the other, it has filled me with revulsion towards the current trend of dog persecution in the streets. When a dog bites someone, we label it a mad dog and commence a relentless pursuit, refusing to relent until it is dead. Yet, the true blame lies with those irresponsible owners who fail to care for or abandon their pets. The dog, unaware of its abandonment, believes it has merely strayed and, in its confusion, is further pursued and harmed. Humans can be driven to madness. How much more so can a dog? For many years, I have refrained from keeping pets because I cannot bear the look in their eyes when they depart. This is also a responsibility we bear as humans towards the sanctity of life. The elderly man from our community passed away at the end of 2007. Chapter 11. The Water Ghost. Today, let us delve into the intriguing lore surrounding the water ghost. In our folklore, there are numerous tales regarding these spectral beings. Some claim they're the souls of children who have perished by drowning. The water, steeped in darkness, traps their spirits. Others suggest that water ghosts are the minions of the Dragon King, sent to ensnare the living. Here, I wish to share my perspective. I have encountered water ghosts myself, and I can assert that they possess an alarming lack of awareness, often oblivious to their own demise. They are peculiar, shadowy entities. The fate that awaits water ghosts typically falls into two categories. They may be dispersed with force, or, if fortunate enough to encounter a benevolent hunter, they may be guided away at the expense of the hunter's own energy. In 2007, I experienced a notable incident that those with a keen interest may wish to inquire about, as it garnered much local attention during that period. In that year, I visited a place called Bitin Yogu in the western slopes of Jinfo Mountain in Nanchuan with my then-girlfriend, who is now my wife. The area, a nascent tourist attraction, is characterized by its pristine mountains and clear waters, offering a truly breathtaking landscape. That evening, we stayed at a local farmhouse for our accommodations. During dinner, we conversed with the owner of the farmhouse and learned of a nearby small reservoir that had been intentionally drained. Astonishingly, a child's remains were discovered at the bottom. Strangely, despite the reservoir having claimed several lives, both adults and children, only this single corpse was found. Upon hearing this, I felt an unsettling disquiet. I concluded that this was indeed the work of a water ghost. These spirits occasionally pull individuals into the depths, usurping their bodies in a cycle of repeated exchanges. Moreover, it is imperative to note that water ghosts possess no moral discernment. They are inherently malevolent and will surely cause harm. Prior to this encounter, I had never faced such a phenomenon, and thus, my professional instincts compelled me to capture it. Upon sharing my experiences with my girlfriend, she expressed unwavering support. She is aware of my profession, yet I have always kept her at arm's length from it. I feared that exposing her to certain grim realities might frighten her. Nevertheless, her curiosity about my line of work prompted me to include her this time. The entity, known as the water ghost, is indeed a peculiar spirit. Many have heard of it, yet few have ever laid eyes upon it. Its appearance resembles that of a human, particularly akin to that of a 68-year-old child, with an entirely black, emaciated form. Unlike mere energy, it possesses a tangible presence, visible to the naked eye. Consequently, when individuals row boats in the lake and perceive dark shapes beneath the surface, they often mistake them for stones, large fish, or aquatic plants. The water ghost conceals itself among the vegetation. This explains why the bodies of some drowning victims, upon retrieval, are often found entangled with aquatic plants, leading to the conclusion that such entanglement was the cause of their demise. Thus, I urge everyone, should you encounter water of a deep green hue with dark, plant-like forms faintly visible beneath the surface, to refrain from entering the water and to maintain a safe distance. Unless accompanied by proficient swimmers, one must exercise extreme caution, for when the water ghost manifests, peril is imminent. The following morning, I took my girlfriend to the reservoir we had previously visited, only to find that it had completely dried up and the remains had long been cleared away. Following the terrain downstream, we discovered another small lake at the point of diversion, and we made our way to its banks in search of further clues. It was then that I finally uncovered its claw marks. I informed my girlfriend that we had arrived at the right spot and advised her to be cautious. I secured one end of a red string to the trunk of a tree, placing the string over a paw print and weighting it down with a stone. I then extended the line, tying a stone to the other end, approximately 2 meters away, and knotted it around a piece of wood. From left to right, the arrangement was a stone, a wooden block, a paw print with the stone, and the tree trunk. Subsequently, I inscribed symbols around the paw print, leaving a gap to seal once the entity entered. All preparations were complete, yet I required more firewood, for the water ghost harbors a profound fear of flames. This malevolent spirit, having descended from the reservoir above, must be incinerated, otherwise it would continue to wreak havoc. We spent some time gathering kindling, and then I was poised to commence the capture. Given the daylight, I feared drawing attention, necessitating swift and discreet movements. Fortunately, there were few nearby dwellings. Yet caution remained paramount. As it was my inaugural attempt at capturing such a spirit, a wave of exhilaration coursed through me. Once the water ghost emerged onto the shore, it was rendered powerless and posed no danger. I grasped the rope and cast the stone into the depths of the lake. Watching the wooden buoy float, I grasped the line, adopting a fishing posture, awaiting the moment it would be ensnared by the red string. After approximately 10 minutes, the buoy began to stir, prompting me to pull on the line. My girlfriend offered to assist, but I declined, confident in my ability to manage alone. The water ghost was merely a shell, lacking weight, and once ensnared, it offered no vigorous resistance. Before long, I drew it ashore. Upon my initial glance, my girlfriend remarked that it resembled a large salamander due to its entirely black form. After dragging it onto the land, I confined it within the protective symbols and ignited the flames. Soon, it was reduced to ashes, effectively dispersing its spirit, allowing it to roam freely rather than linger in the water. At this juncture, I would like to caution everyone to keep their children away from bodies of water frequented by water snakes. The water snake and the water ghost embody the essence of darkness. It is ill-fated for a child to gaze upon them. The final incident I recount occurred at the end of 2006, a tale I overheard. In Chongqing's Zhongbei district, plans were underway for the construction of a science museum, a grand theater, and a central park. During morning exercises, an unusual event was witnessed. This was the most pitiable, most spirited, and amusing ghost I had ever encountered. One morning, an individual engaged in physical activity observed an elderly man, dressed in tattered clothing, sitting by the roadside, weeping with his back turned. Out of kindness, the morning exerciser approached to inquire about the man's distress. Upon turning, the old man revealed a gaunt, ashen face, streaming with tears, and grasped the exerciser's hand, exclaiming, "I am not a counter-revolutionary." Terrified, the exerciser fled, only to glance back and find the old man had vanished. The bizarre encounter quickly spread, and it was through this tale that it reached me. Coincidentally, that month marked my biennial Ramadan, prompting me to investigate further. According to the accounts shared, it seemed this individual was one among the millions who perished unjustly during the Cultural Revolution. I eventually managed to contact the morning exerciser, who, it turned out, was rather timid, having fallen ill from the fright. Upon learning of my intention to exorcise spirits, he welcomed me into his home as if I were a deity. I requested he recount the events of that day once more and examined his hand, which had been grasped by the ghost. I concluded that my assessment had been accurate. The ghost had not intended to harm him. Rather, it likely sought to express its grievances, yearning for someone to share its sorrow. In the past, I have encountered vengeful spirits, and if one misjudges the situation, it is all too easy to provoke their wrath, thus endangering oneself. In such perilous circumstances, self-preservation becomes paramount, leading to their annihilation rather than dispersal or salvation. As of now, I have yet to awaken my third eye. Perhaps I lack the requisite disposition or innate talent for it. Typically, those who are physically weak, melancholic, or inherently low in fiery disposition possess the ability to awaken it, and I am not among them. Furthermore, this particular spirit seemed to appear and vanish inexplicably, its visibility dependent solely on chance. Concerned about inciting its ire, I summoned a fellow practitioner for assistance. Following the directions provided by a morning practitioner, I sought the designated location. After waiting for an extended period without any sign, I resolved to entice it with incense. My master's handwritten notes indicated that souls who die in bitterness if their resentment lingers post-mortem, gradually transform into malevolent spirits. These spirits are unable to receive offerings from their descendants and resort to pilfering the offerings of others. By lighting the incense, I aimed to draw it forth. After approximately 7 sticks had burned, it finally manifested, and by then, the night had deepened. It wept continuously, just as the morning practitioner had described, its tattered garments appearing quite forlorn. I instructed my companion to be prepared. Should anything go awry, they were to immediately scatter the ash and strike a bowl. I approached the spirit and inquired about its distress. It turned to me, weeping, and repeatedly exclaimed, "I am not a reactionary. I am not a reactionary." Its face appeared pale, lending it an unsettling aspect in the darkness. It reached out to grasp me with considerable strength. At that moment, I held a soap pod seed in my hand and pressed it firmly against the top of its head. The soap pod is said to ward off evil, and the seeds serve to pacify restless souls. It is now clear why many affluent individuals adorn their homes with these decorations. Generally speaking, the spirits subdued by the soap pod seeds fall into a tranquil silence. Yet the one before me, though its cries have softened, continues to weep incessantly. The depth of its grievances must be profound. Seizing the moment as it calmed slightly, I began to inquire further. It turned out that my initial judgment was indeed correct. This was a spirit wronged during the Cultural Revolution, a teacher who had been denounced and humiliated by students whom he had once regarded as his own children, while his family suffered contempt from others. I could empathize with his sorrow, although I have not pursued extensive formal education. The idea of being publicly denounced by one's own students is undeniably heart-wrenching. It is only natural that his resentment persisted even in death. I felt a deep pity for this elderly teacher, who, had he lived to this day, would have been a centenarian. Thus, I asked him if he desired liberation, to which he nodded in affirmation. I then advised him to release his grievances and recall the endearing moments spent with his students. From that point, he oscillated between laughter and tears for an extended duration, ultimately achieving a sense of release. Employing my customary method, I bid him farewell by scattering his ashes. And from that moment, I was convinced that he had discovered his paradise in another realm. Chapter 12. The Chicken Foot. I cannot recall the exact year when I received a peculiar commission call. In the eastern part of Chongqing lies a satellite city named Fuling, renowned for its baihiliang and pickled vegetables. Situated between Fuling and Chongqing is a quaint little town called Shitu, nestled by the Yangtze River, which boasts picturesque landscapes. The client this time was a company in Shitu that provided comprehensive funeral services. They reported that during the arrangements for several funerals, they had encountered the chicken foot spirit multiple times. I had heard the chicken foot spirit, but had never encountered it myself. In some villages or remote mountainous regions, there is a legend that 3 days after a person has passed away, animal footprints, typically chicken tracks, appear in the room where the coffin is kept. These prints are believed to be the marks left by messengers from the underworld, escorting the deceased spirit to report to the king of hell. Thus, it is referred to as the chicken foot spirit, a colloquial term. According to the legend, this entity is closely associated with the infamous black and white impermanence. In our profession, however, few have actually witnessed these spectral beings, let alone the ox head and horse face, or the torturous realms of knife mountains and oil cauldrons. Legends remain just that, myths crafted by the living, reflecting their conjectures about the afterlife, and there is no tangible evidence to substantiate the existence of such a realm. Nevertheless, entities like ghosts and other non-human energies coexist with us in the same world. My master, in his youth, had an encounter with the chicken foot spirit. From his descriptions, it diverged significantly from popular folklore, with many misconceptions regarding this spirit. Contrary to being a soul-harvesting specter, it is, in fact, a malevolent spirit that strengthens itself by absorbing souls. My master explained that while capturing the chicken foot spirit is not particularly difficult, the process is intricate. Before I set off from Chongqing, I had already prepared the majority of my belongings. The remainder I would have to gather on site. Upon my arrival in Shitu, I met my client, a man in his 30s whose family had been engaged in the funeral industry for 3 generations. He recounted his extensive experience in this field, mentioning encounters with wandering spirits, beggar ghosts, and even some phenomena of which I had never heard. Yet had never before come across the chicken foot deity. He explained that in their profession, they hold a deep-seated aversion to such entities, as they firmly believe in the existence of ghosts. If they fail to properly send off the deceased during the funeral rites, and the soul is taken by the impermanence, then the descendants would be unable to pay their respects, leading to misfortune for the funeral directors. Clearly, he was unaware that the chicken foot deity is not a spirit of impermanence. I requested the owner to elaborate on the circumstances he had encountered. He explained that their custom dictates that the coffin is placed in the main hall for the first 3 days. On the third night, all doors and windows must be securely closed, prohibiting any ingress or egress. When they opened the door the following day to prepare for the burial, they discovered chicken claw prints in the incense ashes beside the offerings, a phenomenon that had occurred repeatedly. Sensing something amiss, they sought the counsel of seasoned veterans in the field, who informed them it was the chicken foot deity. The ongoing funeral was already on its second day, and they feared a recurrence of this occurrence on the third day. After listening, I told the owner, "Take me to the family conducting the funeral. I will disguise myself as a worker and see if I can help ward off this disturbance. The hour has now approached the evening, and there is no need for concern. If indeed the chicken foot god is at play, it shall not enter the room housing the coffin while the door remains ajar. Hence, if I wish to thwart its intentions on the following night, preparations must commence this very evening." My employer hastily drove me to the location, and after parking, we walked for nearly half an hour. Consequently, upon my arrival, it was approximately 10:30, just at the very end of the hour of the pig. This meant I had less than 30 minutes to complete certain essential tasks that must be accomplished before the hour concluded. Fortunately, I had made some preparations prior to my departure from Chongqing, which alleviated some difficulties and afforded me a bit of extra time. The deceased elder bore the surname Qin. In their rural community, the tradition of mourning, marked by the wearing of coarse clothing, is still upheld. However, unlike in the past, they have begun to embrace a more boisterous approach to funerals reminiscent of urban festivities from the 1990s, playing cards, engaging in conversations, singing, and dancing in a cacophony that could awaken the dead. Perhaps it is precisely because, aside from cherishing the memory of the departed, everyone seems to have found diversions more captivating than mere remembrance, that I was afforded the opportunity and time to place my carefully prepared bundle beneath the coffin. Within it, alongside the indispensable red thread, lay walnuts, mugwort, and a sandalwood plaque inscribed with a name. Subsequently, I discreetly positioned 4 specially crafted iron turtles at the corners of the room where the coffin was stored. Each object is approximately the size of a thumbnail, created with the intention of preventing the chicken foot deity from escaping should it enter the dwelling that night. Turtles and soft-shell turtles are also referred to as wangba and tuanyu, with many regions even using wangba as a blanket term. Allow me to elucidate the significance of employing wangba. Although it moves at a leisurely pace, its formidable shell serves as a shield against aggression. Once it latches on, it does not relinquish its grip, even in death. Water symbolizes yin, while earth represents yang, and wangba embodies the harmonious balance of both. Historically, turtles have been regarded as protective creatures in Chinese culture. I am certain you can find ornate carvings of wangba adorning the eaves of ancient buildings in your locality. I recall a massive stone tablet at the Hongfu Temple in Guiyang, which rests upon the back of stone-carved wangba. Thus, my master once advised me, if your sole intention is to frighten away the chicken foot deity, placing a small turtle in the mourning hall would suffice. This explains why, in many ghost films or real-life funeral settings, those who recite elegies or attend to guests often bring along a wangba. However, my objective is not to scare it away. Rather, I intend to capture it. In addition to positioning 4 iron turtles, I also climbed onto a stool to reach the incandescent bulb suspended in the center of the room, where I inscribed a minuscule talisman upon the light bulb. Once I completed this task, only a few minutes remained until the midnight hour. It was essential to finish by the time of the pig hour, as the chicken foot deity would venture outside during the rat hour for reconnaissance, akin to what we refer to as scouting. Thus it was imperative to remain undetected. The following day, I visited a small village near Shitu named Jiujing, where I procured some realgar powder, a bottle of yellow wine, and a pack of cigarettes. The smoke is reserved for my own indulgence, while realgar and yellow rice wine are employed to summon the spirit of the chicken foot deity. At the hour of the boar, I, in the capacity of dragon worker, commenced the cleansing ritual. I gathered the ash from the incense left by those who had come to pay their respects over the past 3 days and mixed it with realgar powder. This concoction was then scattered throughout the room, as the chicken foot deity, a specter of sorts, treads upon the ash upon entering, which accounts for the chicken claw imprints found within. Next, I retrieved 3 sticks of incense to honor the deceased, informing them of my intrusion. Following this, I encapsulated the ash from these incense sticks and poured it into a yellow rice wine bottle, subsequently drenching the eaves of every window with the blended wine. The sole object within the spirit room, the coffin, remained untouched by my hands. I then illuminated the space, igniting a perpetual candle, and exited the spirit room, sealing the door behind me to await in silence. As I departed, I affixed a wind chime to the door. During the midnight hour, the wind chime swayed slightly, producing a melodic jingling sound. Although the possibility of wind causing this movement cannot be dismissed, I prefer to believe it was the chicken foot deity making its presence known. Once the hour had passed, I approached the son of the elderly Chin, informing him that the burial would take place the following day, and that I would enter once more to light a stick of incense. Seizing the opportunity, we stepped inside together. Accompanying the son, I listened to the heartfelt confessions exchanged between father and son, which could only be shared in their current state of separation between realms. I then suggested to the son that he step outside while I tidied up the area and sealed the door afterward. At that moment, I had already taken note of the haphazard chicken claw imprints scattered upon the ash-covered floor. Once the son exited, I closed the door and commenced my solemn task. The symbols etched upon the light bulb illuminated the entire room, and I was acutely aware that, at this very moment, the elusive deity of the chicken foot spirit was undoubtedly confined within the only coffin I had not tampered with. Time was of the essence, and I could not linger long in the morning hall. What I was about to do might be perceived as disrespectful to the deceased, yet there was no alternative, for the chicken foot spirit had fixated upon his soul. I retrieved a dagger and inscribed 4 incantations at the corners of the coffin lid. Finally, I sealed the seams of the coffin lid with red cord. Afterward, I concealed the iron tortoise and erased the chicken claw imprint before exiting the room. The following day, during the burial, I steadfastly accompanied the procession. I needed to witness the coffin being interred. Only when the grave was sealed and I was assured that the chicken foot spirit would see no light again was I able to depart with a sense of relief. The proprietor of the funeral service paid me half of the agreed remuneration, and I assured him that if the next funeral did not present any chicken claw imprints, the remaining balance would be settled thereafter. With his repeated expressions of gratitude, I left the locality and returned to Chongqing. On the way, I called my master to inform him that I had also captured a chicken foot spirit. Chapter 13, Miao Tong. At that moment, my master called to instruct me to immediately travel to Kunming. Sensing an unusual tone in his voice, I hurriedly packed my belongings and flew to Kunming from Chongqing. Upon my arrival, I bypassed the hotel and went directly to my master's residence. He appeared somewhat haggard, likely troubled by the recent events. Without offering me even a glass of water, he ushered me into his small calligraphy studio, closed the door, and allowed me to set down my bag before explaining the situation. 6 months prior, a train traveling from Kunming to Jiaodong had tragically struck an 11-year-old rural child who had crossed the tracks. Initially, the railway authorities believed they had adequately appeased the child's family, allowing the incident to fade from public consciousness. However, over the past 6 months, 4 bizarre occurrences had transpired along that very railway, each more disturbing than the last. This tale is not for the faint of heart. The driver who had struck the child was temporarily suspended from work, presumably needing time to regain his composure. Yet, not long after, the replacement driver experienced a harrowing incident one night. He first heard a thud, followed by the sight of a bloodied child slowly emerging from the top edge of the train's windshield, hanging upside down with a blank expression, staring into the cabin. The driver recounted that the sight was utterly horrifying. The child's descent was gradual, each moment more chilling than the last. Subsequently, that driver resigned from his position. Subsequently, 3 more drivers witnessed the same eerie phenomenon, with the most astonishing instance involving 4 individuals observing it simultaneously. All occurrences transpired along this railway line during the night. Yet the manifestations appeared at random intervals. Undoubtedly, these must be the restless spirits, perhaps seeking vengeance. As my master recounted the tale, a chill of fear enveloped me. My imagination conjured vivid images of the events he described. When he mentioned that a child appeared suspended upside down at the top of the glass, I was truly seized by a cold sweat. My master explained that this incident became the subject of widespread, almost mythical speculation among those working on that line, leading everyone to dread the prospect of night shifts. Although fatalities occasionally occurred among the long-serving supervisors in that role, none had been as bizarre and terrifying as this. Consequently, they sought my master's assistance to avert the calamity. At that time, my master was largely retired, having yet to formally announce his retirement. Nonetheless, his reputation in the local community was immensely respected. Thus, he entrusted another practitioner of our craft to undertake this task, fully aware that I had never dealt with such a weighty grievance, nor had I even encountered it before. My master viewed this as an excellent opportunity for me to learn, prompting him to call me to Kunming to accompany Master L and his apprentice in resolving the matter. He subsequently provided me with Master L's contact information, urging me to seek him out the following day. That evening, I called Master L, and he informed me that he had been awaiting my arrival. I proposed that I could come to see him immediately. He indicated that I should return tomorrow and reminded me to borrow Master S. glazed toad from his residence first. After a restless night spent at the hotel, I called Master early in the morning and went to his home to obtain the toad. Master also gifted me 6 copper coins, advising me to observe carefully, not to overexert myself, and to refrain from undertaking any tasks beyond my capabilities. As I was leaving, I was uncertain whether it was merely my imagination, but it seemed I heard a sigh from Master as he closed the door. If it was a mere illusion, so be it. Yet if Master truly sighed, what could have prompted such a response? I am unable to ascertain the answer to this query, for I would not dare to inquire of Master, and he would never divulge such thoughts. To me, Master embodies not only a source of knowledge and guidance, but often resembles a profound elder, imparting wisdom through simple words that elucidate the principles of life. Had I not crossed paths with Master, I might still be wandering the streets of Chongqing amidst dubious company. Or in a more fortunate scenario, I would be mechanically repeating daily tasks in some inconspicuous corner, yearning to return home after work, only to sleep and awaken to the monotony of life once more. I would eagerly anticipate the weekends, yet the prospect of working overtime would strike me like a bolt from the blue. My state of mind may have been ordinary, but it was certainly far from tranquil. I am grateful for the years of growth under Master S. guidance, despite the shadowy nature of our profession. I accompanied Master L and his disciples to the railway administration, where our enigmatic client ushered us into a room, locking the door before revealing the situation at hand. We had become acquainted with the haunting circumstances. However, the client shared with us certain details they inadvertently learned while comforting the family. The young boy belonged to the Miao ethnic group. His father passed away during his childhood, and his mother succumbed to madness, leaving him in the care of his grandmother. She was a traditional Miao woman, possessing limited proficiency in Mandarin. From a young age, the boy exhibited remarkable maturity, earning the admiration of the neighbors. His grandmother, now quite elderly, relied on him to help alleviate some of the household burdens, especially on the fateful day when he decided to take a shortcut to the neighboring township to fetch coal home. Tragically, unforeseen calamity struck, and the young life was abruptly extinguished. Listening to the client recount these events filled me with a sense of pity for the child. Yet, this still does not elucidate why he is transformed into a vengeful spirit, appearing in such a terrifying manner to instill fear. This is undeniably abnormal. Consequently, we resolved to revisit the boy's home, hoping to glean further insights. The client concurred that our visit might lead to a satisfactory resolution. Thus, we set off to the boy's residence, located in a place called Ninhu near Jiaodong. The name evokes a sense of poetic beauty, resonating with both charm and a hint of melancholy. I surmised it must be a reservoir. It is said that each year numerous black-necked cranes winter there, bringing warmth and nostalgia, hence the name Nyenhu. The boy's home was situated not far from the lake, and despite the passing of 6 months since his untimely death, his family remained enveloped in profound sorrow. My uncle is an honest and straightforward man from the Miao ethnic group. Due to a series of tragedies, only he and his wife, along with their elderly grandmother and young child, remain in the family. After offering them some monetary consolation, we gradually began to lower our defenses with one another. During a conversation with my uncle and his wife, an unexpected clue emerged. My aunt mentioned that in their local customs, when a child under the age of 14 dies, it is referred to as dying prematurely. Such children are considered to have met an untimely fate, often with only the upper half of their bodies discovered, while the lower halves have long since turned to mud. At the time of burial, my aunt placed a small piece of straw between the child's lips. This piqued our interest, as China is vast with diverse customs. Some traditions are meticulously preserved through generations, while others have diverged from the original due to misinterpretations over time. Although we were uncertain of the significance behind my aunt placing straw in the child's mouth, we sensed it was likely a crucial aspect of the matter. Master L proposed that we venture into the village to inquire with other elders. Thus, we bid farewell to the child's family and continued our exploration of the village, asking questions along the way. After several hours, we garnered the following information. The practice of placing straw in the mouth of the deceased originates from an ancient local legend. It is said that when undeserving individuals pass away, the community mourns their loss deeply, harboring the hope that they have not truly departed, even believing they may return to life. Consequently, they insert a piece of straw into the mouth as a symbol of the belief that the deceased can still breathe in the vitality from above while resting underground, thereby enabling a potential revival. From that moment onward, we became convinced that this custom was undoubtedly linked to the subsequent haunting occurrences. Master L remarked that the situation had become quite troublesome and that we might have to clandestinely excavate a hole beside the grave. I was taken aback. Despite having witnessed numerous bizarre occurrences, I had never engaged in such a sinister act as grave robbing. Master L clarified that it was not grave robbing, but rather digging a hole nearby to facilitate the entry of the items meant for resolution into the grave. Consequently, we began to disperse and gather the necessary supplies, among which were several items I had never encountered before. For instance, Master L's exquisite glass toad and the copper coins, as well as a copper bowl that resembled the one wielded by F.A. High, left me utterly perplexed as to their usage. In the early hours of the night, we located the child's grave at the location indicated by my aunt. Although the family was impoverished, they had nonetheless ensured that the grave possessed a semblance of dignity. Master L's apprentice and I commenced digging a wrist-sized hole at a 45-degree angle from one side of the tombstone. The earth we unearthed filled Master L.'s bowl to the brim. He positioned the bowl approximately half a meter from the mouth of the hole and instructed me to retrieve my master's toad. I complied, bringing forth the toad along with the 6 copper coins. Upon seeing the coins, Master L paused momentarily and remarked, "Your master is indeed a benevolent soul. These 6 copper coins are intended for the liberation of that spirit." It dawned on me then that my master sought to grant peace to the wretched child's soul. Unsure of how to utilize the glass toad, I could only observe as Master L proceeded. He extracted a red string, finer than mine, and directed his apprentice to tie one end around his middle finger. He then secured the toad's hind legs with the string, positioning its mouth towards a small hole we had excavated. Taking another red string, I bound the toad's foreleg, then threaded it through 6 copper coins, forming a circle, evenly distributed around the hole. Master L began to call the spirits. He was aware that such invocations were not necessarily auspicious, yet refraining from them would surely invite misfortune. I stood by, observing Master L's actions, grateful for the rare opportunity to learn something new from a senior after my own initiation. Master L's disciple held a freshly plucked walnut tree branch as Master L began to chant incantations, placing the 6 copper coins into the hole one by one. His method differed somewhat from my master's, yet we belonged to the same lineage. Once all 6 coins were placed within, Master L's disciple began to tremble as if receiving an electric shock. At that moment, Master L swiftly retrieved the 6 coins from the hole, binding his disciple with a string in a tight circle, and commanded me loudly, "Quickly, strike his waist with the walnut branch." I promptly snatched the branch from the disciple and Apo's hands and began to strike his waist. Master L urged, "Hit him hard. A light blow will not suffice." Thus, I steeled my resolve and struck with vigor. For approximately 2 minutes, the disciple suddenly cried out in pain, prompting Master L to instruct me to cease. Concerned that I might have injured him, I lifted his shirt and ignited a lighter to inspect, discovering only a red mark from the last strike and no other wounds. I was utterly astonished. This was my first encounter with such a method of exorcism. Trembling, I inquired of Master L whether the spirits had indeed been driven away. Master L informed me that the walnut tree, during the winter, withers away to the extent that not a single leaf remains. Yet, it endures, alive and resilient. Moreover, the branches of the walnut tree in winter possess significant utility against vengeful spirits. As for the toad, Master L was aware from the outset that the child hailed from the Miao ethnic group, who revere their 5 deities: the toad, snake, scorpion, and spider. The use of the toad serves to pacify these entities, instilling in them a sense of fear. A vigorous strike expelled the child and Apo's soul from the apprentice and Apo's body. It did not dissipate entirely. After imparting this information, Master L commenced reciting incantations. Their methods of exorcism differ from ours. However, he later clarified that what he uttered was not an incantation, but rather a mantra. Upon liberating the wandering spirit, we sealed the small hole that had been excavated. Master L, having completed all these tasks, was drenched in sweat, yet he felt a sense of relief, having resolved a troubling matter for the client. Let us refrain from debating the justice of the child and Apo's demise, or whether there existed a rationale for its return to instill fear. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the deceased should not linger here to affect the living. They must journey to their rightful abode. This child and Apo's tale has compelled me to reflect deeply in the days to come on what might have snatched away the child and Apo's life. Was it the train? Was it the child's own decision to cross the tracks? Or perhaps our habitual negligence towards safety? Ever since my own child was born, I have felt a profound sense of contemplation. I often gaze upon his face, pondering the purity of such a life. We all began in a state of innocence. Yet why we stray from that path? I find myself contemplating what I can do for my child, to treat myself kindly, to ensure his childhood is filled with joy, and to provide him with a complete and loving home. Chapter 14. Nightmares Today. I shall speak of the phenomenon commonly known as sleep paralysis. Many friends have inquired about it, and I suspect that the majority of you have experienced this unsettling occurrence, albeit with varying details. Generally, it manifests as follows. One falls asleep only to be abruptly awakened, only to find oneself immobilized, as if bound by some unseen force. The eyes yearn to open, yet remain stubbornly closed. Some individuals manage to pry their eyes open, only to behold strange apparitions. After what feels like an eternity, mobility returns. Yet one begins to question the reality of the experience. Indeed, sleep paralysis is a prevalent phenomenon, beyond medical explanations citing poor sleep quality and excessive mental strain. There is an element of truth to these accounts. There are 2 predominant scenarios associated with sleep paralysis. The first involves the passing of a family member, while the latter pertains to an encounter with a confused spirit. The latter scenario is more common. These bewildered apparitions seldom intend harm. Their peculiar behavior merely serves to startle those they encounter. Has anyone ever heard of a case where sleep paralysis resulted in death? In the summer of 2010, a friend's child experienced sleep paralysis. Although the tale is rather mundane, I shall recount it nonetheless. The child, a delightful young girl of 16, shared her experience with her father. She recounted that on the previous night, she awoke in the middle of the night with an urgent need to use the restroom. However, her eyes would not open, and she found her limbs unresponsive. Her cries for help were swallowed by silence, rendering her in a state akin to paralysis. Yet, the most distressing aspect of her ordeal was the sensation of an invisible presence gently pressing and probing her body. This truly frightened her, prompting her to inform her father the following day. In a state of urgency, he called me, seeking assistance, claiming that his daughter had encountered a lecherous spirit during her slumber. Upon realizing that he was referring to what we commonly know as sleep paralysis, I reassured him that this phenomenon is quite common and advised him not to worry. I suggested that his daughter drink a glass of milk and listen to music before bedtime to help her relax. However, he was evidently skeptical and insisted that I visit their home. Unable to refuse, I acquiesced. Upon my arrival, I summoned the little girl and examined her lower eyelids, which appeared slightly yellow with some blood vessels visible, a typical sign of a wandering spirit. To soothe their concerns, I collected a bit of dew, which I gathered daily, and applied it to the girl's lower eyelids. I then imparted a mantra to her, instructing her to repeat it in her mind should she encounter a similar situation again, while pressing her tongue against the roof of her mouth, assuring her that all would be well. Friends with similar experiences may wish to try this. It is guaranteed to work. For Buddhists, the mantra is Amitabha. For Taoists, it is Ji Ru El Ling. And for Tibetan practitioners, it is the 6-syllable mantra. The father and daughter, aware that I rely on this skill for my livelihood and having a good rapport with me, place their complete trust in my words. That very night, she experienced another episode of sleep paralysis. Following my guidance, she implemented the technique I taught her, and from that moment on, such occurrences ceased entirely. Among all spirits, there exists a category that I generally avoid unless absolutely necessary, or if I am well prepared: the spirits of those who have died by suicide. Upon the demise of such individuals, they bequeath a plethora of negative emotions, such as sorrow, despair, anger, and resentment, to their souls. Should they remain uninformed during the chaotic period, it is highly probable that they may transform into what we commonly refer to as malevolent spirits. Although the number of such entities is not substantial, I happened to encounter one in the first half of last year, an incident that ultimately solidified my resolve to retire from this line of work. The occurrence was rather peculiar. One fortuitous day, I overheard a friend who operates a tea house in Nanping recounting an incident involving a tea patron. He mentioned that while conversing, the content of their dialogue caught his attention, leading him to believe it was an affair I should oversee. He promptly contacted me, without even broaching the subject of remuneration, which I found rather strange. The tale unfolded as follows. The patroness' wife was returning home with their young child via the light rail during the last service of the night. As they approached their stop, the mother noticed a janitor cleaning the carriage, which did not strike her as unusual. However, when the janitor passed by, she instinctively covered her child's nose to prevent him from inhaling dust. At that moment, the child uttered a phrase that sent a chill down the mother's spine. He inquired, "Mommy, why aren't all these people covering their noses?" The mother, who harbored a belief in such matters, was so frightened that she hurriedly exited the train and fled with her child. After hearing this account, I began to wonder if the child had an overly limited perspective, perhaps perceiving the presence of a hitchhiking spirit aboard the train. Little did I know, upon further investigation, I was in for a shocking revelation. I immediately requested my friend to assist me in contacting the tea patron, to which he readily agreed. Soon, I received a phone call from the tea patron, who seemed somewhat perplexed. After reassuring him multiple times that I would not accept any payment, he finally agreed to bring his wife to meet me. When I laid eyes on her, I was taken aback. Over the years, I had encountered many troubled souls, most of whom bore sorrowful expressions and an air of despair. Yet, this woman was evidently gripped by fear, not merely for having seen countless individuals her child could not, but perhaps it was the very absence of those figures that instilled in her a profound apprehension. I offered comfort to the couple, assuring them that this was my line of work and that fate had brought us together. With great difficulty, they began to lower their defenses and engaged in a detailed conversation with me. Their narrative mirrored what my friend had previously shared, prompting me to resolve to take the last light rail of the night in hopes of uncovering some insights. Regrettably, my endeavors yielded no results over 2 consecutive nights. Thus, I resolved to search online. If the tea patron's wife had encountered something, others likely had as well, perhaps sharing their eerie experiences on the internet. After an extensive search, I finally stumbled upon several accounts that bore striking similarities. It was revealed through these testimonies that many buses and light rail systems employed a janitor on the last train, not solely for the purpose of cleanliness, but rather to sweep away the lingering spirits aboard. As they performed their duties, it was common for them to murmur phrases such as "time to disembark" or "please exit the train." If this is indeed the case, it is hardly surprising that the child witnessed it. Initially, I intended to perform a ritual to appease the couple, thereby bringing closure to the matter. However, to be prudent, I felt compelled to seek out the night shift cleaner on that particular route. After inquiring with several cleaners, they all affirmed that they never clean at the end of their shift. Their duties commence in the morning when they board the vehicles, and multiple cleaners work simultaneously, making it improbable for anyone to remain until the late hours to clean. A chill ran down my spine as I began to meticulously recollect my experiences during those 2 nights as an observer on the light rail. I had not sensed any spectral presence aboard the train, nor had I encountered any cleaning staff. It dawned upon me that the cleaner the woman had seen was also a specter. That night, armed with a camera, I resolved to ride the last train once more. I occupied the same carriage as the woman, even taking the same seat. The only difference this time was that I kept the camera rolling throughout the journey, capturing footage while observing my surroundings. The train was sparsely populated. Some passengers were engrossed in their newspapers, others were glued to their phones, while a few dozed off, none paying me any mind. As the train approached the final few stops, a cleaner clad in an orange uniform adorned with reflective strips walked through the carriage. The moment I laid eyes on her, everything fell into place. Those familiar with the light rail system know that last year, the cleaners' uniforms were green. This orange attire, often subjected to disdain and misunderstanding, belongs to the ordinary street cleaners who, despite their tribulations, selflessly guide us along our paths. I set aside the tools I had prepared to grasp her and quietly watched as she walked past me. I had no inclination to regard the other specters hitching a ride in the vehicle. As the train arrived at the station, I departed without a backward glance. I speculated about her origins. This was merely my unfounded conjecture. She likely took this very light rail home from work every day, yet before she could board, a tragic accident occurred, and in an instant, she met her demise, oblivious to the circumstances. Thus, her spirit appeared daily at this hour on the light rail, wielding a broom, monotonously repeating the act of sweeping. I could have offered her salvation, yet this time, I truly wish to refrain from doing so. Do not inquire as to why. I believe we all possess an understanding. Consequently, many acquaintances within the community inquired how I discerned between their virtues and vices. What I wish to convey is that goodness exists in relation to evil. The virtuous require no explanation. When we discuss malevolent individuals or spirits, we often recount the myriad of their misdeeds, the harm they inflict, and their repugnant nature. However, we consistently overlook the root causes of their malevolence. What gives rise to their wickedness? In these morally declining times, I find little desire to dwell on such matters. I only know that during my childhood, regardless of how mischievous I was, I would feel an entire day's joy simply from assisting an elderly lady across the street. Sometimes, those elders would reward me with sweets, and I would weakly salute, informing them that I was a young pioneer. Upon maturing, my master instilled in me a reverence for all things and a heart imbued with kindness. Throughout this journey of personal growth, I became acutely aware of the numerous shortcomings within our society. Teachers, devoid of moral integrity, impart only half of their knowledge during lessons, compelling students to pay for additional tutoring in private. This is a stark contrast to the village educators in the mountains who, despite their limited means and imperfect command of Mandarin, possess a noble spirit. Similarly, the medical profession is tainted by a lack of ethics. When one falls ill and requires hospitalization, they become akin to a coveted prize, receiving hollow reassurances of "I will do my utmost." You must persevere with the treatment, even when the prognosis is grim. Once their finances are depleted, so too are their hopes, leaving behind only the remnants of a life extinguished. The true cost, however, is a matter of conscience. Consider the humble village healer. Their medical prowess may not be exceptional, and their facilities may be rudimentary. Yet they possess a genuine desire to alleviate suffering. I once endeavored to effect change among those around me, yet my capabilities were limited. The red string serves two purposes, one to ward off malevolence, and the other to bind spirits. Here, I shall only discuss the former. The red thread must be made of cotton and measured by the zhang, approximately 33 meters, allowing for connection as needed. One may sincerely seek Buddhist beads or talismans from a temple bustling with incense, entwining them with a red string. Additionally, procure a ceramic bowl, fill it with peachwood-infused water, and sprinkle in salt and incense ash. A pair of silver chopsticks should be laid across the bowl in damp. Appos, esrim. After a day, pour out the water and allow it to air dry naturally. There exists a simpler method, where one may directly soak the Buddhist beads with water and let them dry. Though its potency pales in comparison to the infusion of peachwood water, salt, and incense ash. Buddhism embodies a gentle nature, rooted in compassion and the concealment of malevolence, while Taoism emphasizes nurturing the heart, embodying the principle that the highest virtue is like water, which flows effortlessly through the world without striving. The sought-after artifact possesses a spirit. Once transformed into water, it penetrates every crevice. The incense ash, when burned, embodies the essence of fire, while the bowl, crafted from clay, signifies the earth. The peach wood, transformed into water, signifies the union of water and wood. Silver chopsticks represent metal. Other metallic alternatives may suffice, and salt embodies the myriad flavors of existence, symbolizing humanity. This constitutes the first method. Such red threads can be employed for safeguarding one's home and tranquilizing the dwelling. They may also be fashioned into necklaces or bracelets, providing protection against minor spirits while remaining impervious to more formidable entities. Chapter 15. The Red Thread and the Beggar. In 2009, I bid farewell to a unique soul. Strictly speaking, it would be more accurate to say that he chose to depart on his own accord. His brief sojourn among us allowed him to experience a warmth that had eluded him throughout his entire existence. The winter of 2009 in Chongqing was particularly frigid. As a mountainous city with a distinctive topography, it often requires ascending slopes and navigating its intricate transportation network. At the entrance of a digital marketplace near Guanyin Bridge, there stood an aging pedestrian overpass, which has become a place of quiet reflection for me, evoking silent prayers for a certain individual each time I pass by, even though I'm aware he can no longer hear them. That winter, a friend of mine who sold tea sets in the vicinity called to inform me that upon opening his shop one morning, he discovered a beggar in the underpass who had passed away. Fearing bad luck, he urged me to come and take a look. Typically, I do not subscribe to such notions of misfortune. The common expressions of bad luck often stem from one's own mindset. People have a tendency to dwell on trivial matters. When something brings joy, it is fleeting, quickly forgotten. Yet, when confronted with unwelcome events, the memory lingers, creating an overwhelming sense of unease. This perception of misfortune can breed discontent, fostering a lingering negativity that is difficult to dispel. Many, including my friend who sells tea sets, find themselves ensnared in this cycle. As I was not far from him, I made my way there without delay. Upon reaching his doorstep, he had already reported the incident, yet the authorities had not yet arrived. Meanwhile, a multitude of early risers had encircled the beggar, forming layers of onlookers. I beckoned my friend aside, questioning why he had summoned me despite having already notified the police. He replied that once the body was removed, he wished for me to dispel the ill fortune. With a sense of resignation, I found myself at a loss for words. Perhaps it was a symptom of my profession, but I sensed that at this very moment, unseen by us, a bewildered spirit was wandering, aware of its demise, yet oblivious to its destination. I was certain of its profound confusion. I pushed my way into the throng, eager to glimpse the visage of the beggar. Amidst the cacophony, a woman, seemingly in her 40s, spoke up, claiming familiarity with the beggar. The crowd quieted, attentive to her words. This woman was the proprietor of a shop within the underground passage, selling garments. Just a few nights prior, in the midst of bustling commerce, A sudden blackout had occurred. Amidst the curses directed at the power company, patrons lit candles and portable lights. Yet this woman refrained. Perhaps unprepared or believing that with others illuminating their surroundings, she too would be visible. It was then that the beggar approached her shop's entrance. The shopkeeper appeared somewhat disdainful of his unkempt appearance, scoffing from a distance. The beggar, with a cheerful demeanor, asked her if she could spare any discarded newspapers, which he intended to use for shelter during the night. As winter enveloped the city with an unusual chill, the female proprietor found herself eager to hasten the departure of a beggar who had entered her establishment. Contemplating the futility of keeping the newspapers that served as her tablecloth, she decided to bestow them upon the beggar, gesturing for him to leave promptly. However, after taking but a few steps, the beggar turned back once more, his smile unwavering as he addressed her. "Madam, do you happen to have a candle?" The proprietor's mood soured at this request. It seemed to her that the beggar was becoming overly demanding. Having already offered him newspapers, she felt it audacious for him to seek a candle as well. Even if she possessed one, she resolved not to share it. Her voice rose in impatience as she insisted, "No, no, please, leave quickly and do not linger here." Yet the beggar remained, retrieving a half-burned candle from his tattered bag, still smiling as he said, "You may take this for your use." With that, he turned and walked away. At that moment, the proprietor, whether moved or genuinely touched, found herself nearly choking back tears. Soon thereafter, authorities arrived, and upon confirming that the beggar had succumbed to the cold, they placed him in a body bag for removal. The ground bore witness to a few scattered newspapers, perhaps the very ones the proprietor had given him. I sidled over to the papers, discreetly picking one up and slipping it into my pocket while others were preoccupied. Upon returning to my friend's shop, I inquired if he recognized the beggar. He informed me that the beggar habitually solicited alms on the pedestrian bridge at Guanyin Bridge by day and took refuge in the underground passage at night. He had seen him a few times, but did not know him personally. My friend even pointed out the area beside the trash bin where the beggar often slept. I recounted the words spoken by the female boss to my friend, and upon hearing them, he fell into a contemplative silence. He confessed that he should not have reacted in such a manner. When faced with the reality of a life slipping away, he had indeed called for help. Yet he could not shake the feeling that encountering death so early in the day was an ominous sign. He expressed, "I understand you are merely delivering him. I hope you can accompany him on his final journey. I too shall often light incense and offer prayers for him." Following this, silence enveloped us once more. As I took my leave of my friend that day, I found myself harboring a certain disdain for his perspective. Many beggars suffer from mental health issues. It is rare for one to descend to the streets of begging without substantial reasons. Among them exist numerous individuals who engage in lowly deceit, such as soliciting 5 yuan for a bus ride home or to buy bread for a child. Over the years, I have developed a habit of offering a few coins to beggars, particularly to those who are disabled or blind, playing on a roadside. However, for those who are fully abled, I typically walk away without a glance back. Were this beggar still alive, I might not have felt compelled to offer him money in exchange for his gratitude. Yet, upon his passing, I found myself willing to accompany him on his journey without seeking any form of recompense. This resolve solidified within me after hearing the account from the female boss. In the office I rented, there exists a small room devoid of windows, which I occasionally utilize to complete guiding tasks that cannot be performed in the open. Upon returning home, I retrieved the newspaper that the beggar had used to cover himself and, in the absence of witnesses, called forth his spirit. To my astonishment, the souls that are typically summoned often exude a profound sense of melancholy, tethered to the earthly realm. The more fortunate among them may appear despondent, while the less fortunate wail uncontrollably. Some, unable to accept their fate, may even succumb to madness, a perilous state that invariably leads to unfortunate outcomes. However, I was taken aback when the spirit of a beggar was called forth. Instead of sorrow and longing, I beheld a countenance filled with contentment and bliss. I inquired of this spirit, who introduced himself as Zhang Qingping, a native of Guizhou, born in 1966. He had once been a laborer, but after succumbing to mental illness, he wandered away from home, drifting aimlessly on the streets, alternating between moments of lucidity and confusion. He had been homeless in Chongqing for 3 years. I understood that regardless of how chaotic a life may have been, the memories after death remain crystal clear. Or perhaps it is more accurate to say that what lingers in the mind posthumously constitutes the last vestige of one's earthly existence. When I asked if he harbored any unfulfilled desires, he replied in the negative. In further inquiry about his fears of crossing into the realm of the departed, he expressed that he had long anticipated this day. Regrettably, his mind was no longer his own, unable to die yet unable to live coherently. He found himself trapped in a state of muddled existence. In moments of clarity, he was governed by the belief that it was better to cling to life, hoping that each day would afford him the opportunity to be a good person. Upon hearing his words, I was struck not by his serene acceptance of death, but by the realization that many have drifted further from acceptance, unable to believe in their own demise. Witnessing his lack of regret, I understood that it was time to guide him on his final journey. After bidding him farewell, I returned to the underground passage where my friend's shop is located and set that newspaper ablaze. Ever since that moment, every time I pass by the bridge at Guanyin Bridge, I find myself silently praying, hoping that the beggar, who had fallen into the depths of despair, yet possessed a heart full of openness, is at peace in another realm. Chapter 16. The Blind Ghost. I wonder if any of you have encountered a situation akin to the one I am about to describe. A substantial number of individuals in my life have experienced something similar, albeit without much awareness. Therefore, I wish to elucidate this circumstance in hopes of fostering vigilance among you in the future. In 2007, a client of mine urgently sought my assistance. The moment I opened the door, he fell to his knees before me, repeatedly imploring me to save his wife. I am not accustomed to receiving such reverence, but after helping him to his feet, I finally listened to him recount the events that had transpired. He claimed that his wife had fallen victim to malevolent forces. In my view, there are myriad interpretations of such phenomena, prompting me to request a more detailed description of his wife and Appo's condition. He explained that he worked in sales and often traveled for business. Concerned for his wife's solitude, he made it a point to call her each evening while away. However, one day, she spoke to him in a manner that was utterly incomprehensible, her accent and pace of speech markedly altered, which he found exceedingly peculiar. Their conversations became increasingly disjointed and nonsensical. In a state of alarm, he summoned his mother-in-law to care for his wife, and he promptly booked the earliest flight back to Chongqing. Upon entering his home, he was taken aback by the sight of his wife. She appeared haggard, her eyes devoid of life, yet her hair was meticulously styled, smooth and straight. His mother-in-law wept, asserting that her daughter had been possessed. A spirit from another woman had usurped her daughter's body, and she urged him to seek someone to exorcise the malevolent presence. In his desperation, the man sought counsel from various sources and ultimately discovered me. After listening, I was left in a state of perplexity. I had previously encountered some peculiar occurrences, yet the reasons behind them often bore some traceable significance. Thus, I inquired of the man, hoping he could elaborate further. I asked him about the conversations his wife had during the days leading up to her transformation. I wondered if there were any odd phenomena. Initially, he claimed to have little recollection, stating it was merely small talk. However, after a moment of contemplation, he mentioned a particular incident that might be somewhat strange. He recounted that during a casual phone conversation a few nights prior to his wife's possession, she had shared an unsettling experience with him. On that evening after lunch, while she was watching television at home, she heard a series of knocks at the door. She called out, "Who is it?" but received no reply. Shortly thereafter, the knocking resumed, and when she asked again, a woman's voice replied me. Unable to discern the identity of the voice, she approached the peephole, only to find no one there. Dismissing the occurrence as inconsequential, she returned to her room. Upon hearing this, I felt a chill run down my spine. Although I could not yet ascertain the full extent of the situation, I surmised that the woman had likely encountered a malevolent spirit known as the Blind Ghost. This entity is a peculiar type of soul, often aimlessly wandering and selecting its victims at random. They have a penchant for knocking on people's doors, and when the owner inquires who it is, the response is simply me. This scenario is one that many have likely encountered. However, In most cases, the wandering spirits do not enter the house, or perhaps they merely delight in mischief. The instance of a wandering spirit entering the home, as experienced by this man, is one I have encountered only thrice in my lifetime, with the first two occurrences happening while I was training under my master. When a wandering spirit engages in a question-and-answer exchange with the homeowner, it appears to establish some form of connection, enabling it to seize the opportunity to enter. The more naive spirits may wander around for a while before departing on their own, while the shrewder ones, or those aspiring to regain their humanity, will attempt to possess the homeowner, regardless of gender. According to my master's notes, the journey of these wandering spirits entails souls that have inexplicably strayed during the process of passing on. They are originally meant to be guided to their rightful place, but, for reasons unbeknownst to them, lose their way, becoming increasingly ensnared. Some may briefly find their path again, while others remain lost in the world, causing havoc for others. I instructed the man to take me to his home to see his wife. After he agreed, I gathered various tools and prepared for the journey. At that moment, the man suddenly asked if I needed to change into a Taoist robe or something of the sort. I was momentarily taken aback, then laughed, explaining that I am neither a Taoist nor a Buddhist. In the countryside, we are known for performing rituals, while in the city, those who respect us refer to us as masters, and those who do not call us charlatans. Besides, our usual attire is no different from that of others. This man's residence is in Dada District, Chongqing, while I reside in Jiangbei, which is relatively far. During the drive back, he persistently implored me to save his wife. I refrained from making any promises until I have witnessed the true circumstances, for this world is rife with uncertainties. I am not a deity. I can only rely on the meager esoteric knowledge I have acquired to avert calamities for others. Those who regard us as divine merely lack mastery over our craft. It is akin to my ignorance of automobile repair. When my vehicle falters, the mechanic becomes my savior, and the service center transforms into my sanctuary. Upon arriving at his residence, I observe his mother-in-law seated on the sofa, her gaze fraught with anxiety as she watched her daughter. The man's wife sat beside her, staring at the unlit television, shaking her head and muttering to herself. The man was visibly distressed, prompting me to pull him aside and encourage him to converse with his wife. He knelt beside her, speaking for quite some time, until she finally uttered a completely unrelated remark. "Go ahead, bring me 2 pounds as well." I recognized her Yunnan accent immediately. It undoubtedly originated from the Dali region. I beckoned the man back to me to share my assessment. He, still in a state of agitation, inquired about the course of action. I urged him to remain calm, explaining that our immediate task was to extract the spirit of this Dali woman from his wife's body, after which I would provide guidance on their future steps. I opened the door to their home, placing a cup filled with water at the threshold, supported by 3 incense sticks. I left the door slightly ajar, encircled it with a red thread, and secured the doorknob with a knot. Subsequently, I called my master to seek his advice on the local dialect used in Dali to frighten children. I then relayed this phrase to the man. I instructed him that when he could detect the fragrance, he should loudly proclaim this phrase at the nape of the woman's neck. I remained at the doorway, gripping the door handle. After a brief interval, the man signaled to me that he had caught a whiff of the scent, and I nodded, indicating that he could proceed with his declaration. It was evident that he summoned considerable courage to shout aloud. The woman was initially startled and then promptly fainted onto the sofa. I sensed something swiftly passing by, accompanied by a gust of wind. When I glanced down at the cup of water, the direction of the smoke indicated that the spirit of the woman from Dali had already departed the room. I hastily kicked the cup aside and swiftly closed the door. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but after shutting the door, I thought I heard a chilling scoff. The spirit had been expelled, yet the woman remained unconscious. I instructed the man to pinch her philtrum, and after a considerable time, she finally regained consciousness. Fortunately, she retained no memory of the events that had transpired during that interval. Her recollection remained anchored to the moments preceding her possession. The man informed her that she had been afflicted, attributing it to that peculiar incident of knocking on the door. I cautioned the family that they should refrain from placing deities in the entranceway. The statues of the god of wealth, the kitchen god, and Guanggong should be relocated further away, facing the entrance, lest wandering spirits come to pilfer the incense. Furthermore, in the future, should someone knock at the door, they should inquire who it is. If the response is unclear, they ought to ask again, as some may retreat in the face of such scrutiny, choosing henceforth to remain silent. In essence, vigilance is of utmost importance. Although blind spirits do not pose a lethal threat, they nonetheless disrupt the lives of the living. Many individuals have raised the issue of possession, and the simplest method to confront it is through the act of frightening the spirit away. However, it is imperative to first ascertain whether the individual is genuinely possessed or merely distracted. Otherwise, one risks causing undue fear, which can lead to dire consequences. Thus, one must not engage in reckless attempts. Taking this opportunity, I wish to elaborate further. My education is limited and, consequently, my understanding of science is likewise restricted. Yet, I firmly believe that when science is unable to provide validation, there will inevitably be those who dismiss such phenomena as superstition. I do not seek the belief of others in my assertions. You are all capable of discernment. Is thought derived from the heart or the mind? The depth of human emotion serves as the most compelling evidence of the existence of the soul. The teacup on my desk is cylindrical. Who can say whether my perception of its cylindrical form aligns with yours? Each individual can only attest to their own existence, for we are all unique entities, each singular in nature. I have not witnessed reincarnation, thus I refrain from discussing it, yet I shall not denigrate or deny its possibility, just as you may not have encountered ghosts. However, I am inclined to pose a question to those steeped in data and theory. Have you truly never experienced a peculiar occurrence throughout your life? What I have shared is merely my personal perspective, and I encourage each of you to contemplate it independently. I do not take on apprentices. This is the extent of what I can offer. Many friends have expressed that they were frightened after reading my words. I hereby assure you, as I have stated from the outset, spirits are rare, and most are harmless. Therefore, there is no need for concern. Those with a strong spirit will find that ghosts keep their distance. Do not forget, they too were once human. Chapter 17. Strength in the year 2009. Which was the year before last, a friend called me, expressing concern that his sister was acting strangely, as if she had been frightened by something. He asked me to check on her. Given our familiarity, as he often transported items for me from Guangdong, I agreed to visit. His sister, a university student in her 4th year at a college in Nanping, was a diligent and exemplary young woman. Recently, their father had fallen gravely ill and was hospitalized in the 7th Hospital of Banan District, having been in a coma for many days, though his vital signs remained stable. The siblings visited their father daily, as their mother had passed away years prior. Their elder brother and sister-in-law, while caring for their ailing father, also bore the responsibility of financing their sister's education. Consequently, whenever I entrusted him with items to deliver, I would always provide a little extra money. Upon meeting his brother, I noticed an air of urgency about him. He revealed that his sister had been in a state of disarray since the previous night, unresponsive to inquiries, refusing to eat or drink, merely sitting in a daze. Today, she had not attended her classes. I inquired about her whereabouts, and he informed me that his wife had taken her to the hospital to be by their father's side. Thus, I accompanied him to the hospital. As we pushed open the door to the hospital room, an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped me. I detest that suffocating atmosphere. The small room, with its stark white walls and blue floor, seemed to amplify every movement, releasing an unbearable scent of disinfectant that was stifling. This was my first encounter with his sister. She was petite, wearing black-rimmed glasses, her hair styled in a manner reminiscent of Lou Hullen. She fixated on her father, who lay comatose on the bed, her gaze vacant and devoid of life. Through intuitive judgment, it is evident that the child has not been possessed by any malevolent entity, but has indeed been frightened. There exists a peculiar affliction wherein certain individuals, after experiencing some extraordinary or sudden stimuli, may comfort themselves with a pat on the chest, exclaiming in disbelief, while others may become momentarily dazed, and some may even descend into madness. This condition bears resemblance to what is often referred to as madness, which pertains to psychological disturbances. Observing his sister's state, he appeared visibly anxious, as if his countenance were pleading, What shall I do now that my elderly father is in such a condition and my sister is likewise affected? Even without his words, I was determined to assist him. I seated myself beside the young girl and whispered soothing incantations into her ear. Gradually, she began to regain her composure. After a brief silence, a look of fear began to manifest on her face. I then suggested to her brother that I speak with the young girl privately. Thus, I led her into the corridor and inquired about the events that had transpired. She recounted that after leaving school, she boarded a bus and alighted at Ligiatu. Upon disembarking, she intended to ascend the slope towards the hospital via a narrow path when a three-wheeled motorcycle suddenly careened towards her. Just as it appeared she would be unable to evade it, she miraculously managed to sidestep the vehicle. The motorcycle driver, seeing that no mishap had occurred, simply continued on his way. She described that from that moment onward, she had been in a state of disorientation. Furthermore, she confided that when she evaded the motorcycle, it felt as though she had not moved of her own volition, but rather as if someone had either pushed or pulled her aside. She expressed her fear, not of encountering a ghost, but rather of the unsettling notion that the force which had rescued her was that of her unconscious father. She recounted that her father, during his good days, was a sincere and honest man from the countryside, with his family having resided in the vicinity of Ligiachuo, now Cunnel Village, for generations. However, as development progressed, land was seized and houses were constructed, leaving her father without any means of livelihood. Consequently, he purchased a motorcycle and began to transport passengers in the area daily. With her mother having passed away early and her elder brother married, it fell upon her father to raise her alone. The heart of a parent is boundless, even in hardship. He endeavored to provide her with a life akin to that of other children. Fortunately, she was a content child, capable of understanding her father's struggles, which motivated her to apply herself diligently in her studies. To assist her father and alleviate some household burdens, she specifically chose to attend a university close to home. Tragically, in early 2009, her father was diagnosed with liver cancer, rendering him unable to earn a living. Furthermore, the costs of treatment depleted their savings, and he forbade her from borrowing money, leading them to survive day by day. Recently, he fell into a state of cerebral coma, spending most of his time in a state of shock. Her elder brother and sister-in-law took turns caring for him, while she rushed to the hospital after school to be by his side. In a state of panic, she asked me whether her father had already passed away and if his spirit was there to protect her. To be honest, I felt that it was indeed possible. Yet, I found myself unable to provide her with such an answer. The heartbeat monitor still indicated life, suggesting that her father was still alive. But there are instances where the body may persist while the soul has departed. The death of the body is merely a matter of time. Unable to ascertain the truth, I refrained from answering her question. Instead, I resolved to probe further. I promised her that I would provide an answer. Upon returning to the hospital room, I quietly retrieved the compass. The movement of the needle revealed to me that there was indeed a soul present in this ward. It could only be her father, for there was no one else. Although I felt a twinge of regret, I understood that life and death are fated. I am not a doctor, and thus cannot save a dying individual. While Hua Tuo healed the sick and Sun Yat-sen governed the nation, I could merely serve as a guide for the departed. I called my elder brother out of the room and inquired about their father and Appo's deepest concerns. He responded that it was he and his younger sister. I told him that I could not save their father, but to ensure his peaceful passage and to prevent his sister from acting out of despair, it might be necessary for him to accompany me on a perilous venture. Fortunately, he agreed. My elder brother retrieved the house keys from his sister and led me to the home they shared with their father. As we descended the stairs, we encountered neighbors idly chatting, all familiar with one another, yet rendered aimless by the loss of their farmland due to reconstruction. As we passed by, I could feel the weight of their scrutinizing gazes, which seemed to convey a silent message. Look, the old man is likely nearing death. Such a pity. A good man does not enjoy a good fate. Is that his son? He returned only after falling ill. How unsettling. The fear of gossip is palpable, as is the nature of the human heart. My elder brother clearly sensed the same unease, feeling it inappropriate to ask questions. Thus, I allowed him to remain silent. Upon arriving at their home, We took out some of their father's belongings and began to summon the spirit through a pen essence. I still recall mentioning the dangers associated with such practices, like pen spirits and plate spirits, correct? Summoning spirits is a task that is easily initiated, yet the act of sending them away proves to be a formidable challenge. The manifestation of entities such as the pen spirit and the plate spirit exacts a toll on one's life force. Should one encounter benevolent spirits, it may not pose a significant threat. However, if malevolent forces are summoned, they will invariably seek something in return. If you borrow from them, be prepared to repay the debt. Among those I have known who have summoned spirits, some have faced relentless misfortune, even paying the ultimate price, simply due to their ignorance of how to dismiss the spirits. I refrain from advising on the methods of banishment, as I am unaware of the specific deity being invoked. My only counsel is to dissuade others from attempting such practices. If trouble truly arises, there is no one but yourself who can resolve it. The Buddhist faith employs chants for liberation, while Taoists recite incantations to send spirits away, contingent upon the practitioner's continued existence. Do not seek to alter your fate through such means. Destiny has its own course, and if it seeks you out, you must accept it. Before my brother and I summoned the pen spirit, we had a specific invocation in mind, with careful attention to the incantation itself, as we sought the soul of his father. The intricacies of the process are too esoteric to elaborate on here, so I shall skip ahead. I implored the spirit of my father to lend me a pen, which my brother and I clasped together, to compose a letter for our younger sister. Upon returning to the hospital, I could not bear to enter and witness the suffering of my father and sister again. I took my leave, informing my brother that I was always available should he need me, and warned him that their father did not have much time left. I advised him to withhold the letter from our sister for fear that she might not be able to bear it. Days later, my brother called to inform me that our father had passed. Tears streamed down his face as he took his final breath. I hurried to the Jiangnan funeral home, 4 kilometers away, where I found 3 children kneeling solemnly before the cold coffin of the elderly man. Neighbors gradually arrived, most leaving offerings before departing shortly thereafter, while a few, in higher spirits, gathered for a few rounds of mahjong. I am uncertain from whence this surge of fervor arises, compelling me to kneel beside them. Although I have never exchanged a single word with this elder throughout my life, this act of kneeling is solely inspired by the letter penned by my father. According to the customs of Chongqing, the vigil must span 2 nights. The morning following the second night is designated for gathering friends and family to conduct a farewell ceremony, after which cremation ensues. During the farewell ceremony, it is customary for the eldest son to deliver a few words. Throughout my life, I have attended countless funerals, where the majority of speakers extol the greatness of their fathers, recounting how they imparted wisdom and accompanied them through life. I do not intend to offend. I merely weave this narrative for the sake of the story. However, when my elder brother spoke, he retrieved the letter our father had written to my younger sister from his pocket. The paper bore the marks of being soaked and dried repeatedly, suggesting that my brother had shed countless tears over this letter. The content had been altered by him, merely to cloak the fact that it was the spirit of our father addressing his daughter. XX, I have only now allowed your brother to present this letter. Your elder brother has toiled, and I hope you will offer him as much assistance as you can in the future. For 23 years, you have been my little one, and your father is very happy. Study diligently, be a good person, take care of your health, and be cautious when crossing the street. Although I had perused this letter long ago, at this moment, I deliberately averted my gaze from my sister. Despite our lack of familial ties, I was still profoundly moved by this paternal love. In just a few short lines, simple and unadorned, it conveyed a multitude of sentiments. Before parting, a line of tears bid farewell to his children. Though I turned away, I could still hear the indescribable sobs of my sister. I consider myself fortunate that my family remains well to this day. Yet throughout one's lifetime, it is inevitable to confront this poignant scene. All I can do is cherish the moments with my parents while they are still here, engaging in conversations and taking leisurely strolls together. Let's play a couple of games of chess, Father, I would suggest, and he would find that sufficient. I accompanied him to the crematorium. personally placing that letter upon the chest of my dear father. It was a letter addressed to him, the contents of which I have never shared with anyone. Once everything had concluded, I left my tribute behind. I recognized my younger sister as my god-sister, assuring her that she would always have an elder brother. After bidding farewell to the two siblings, I took my leave. Chapter 18. In the summer of 2008, through an opportunity for a commission, I found myself in Sanya, the southernmost city of China, for the very first time. That year, we experienced an abundance of events, not only the Olympic Games, but also the tragic calamity in Sichuan. I recall previously having encountered an artist's work online in Munich, Germany, where this artist created a vast installation using 9,000 colorful backpacks to convey a poignant message. She had lived happily in this world for 7 years. This artwork was entitled, "I'm Very Sorry," a phrase spoken by a mother upon discovering the lifeless body of her child after the earthquake. In essence, 2008 became a knot for me, intricately woven from countless smaller knots that I have yet to untangle. Upon my inaugural visit to Sanya, it was not merely the exotic southern charm that captivated me, but rather the allure of the waves and the beach. I boarded my flight from Chongqing at 7 p.m., arriving in Sanya close to 11 p.m. I found a guest house on Victory Road to rest for the night. Early the next morning, I contacted my client, a local resident from a place called Shidao Fishing Village, a banana farmer who was well off and straightforward regarding the commission. Despite the presence of many formidable peers in Hainan and the Guangdong region, I was initially puzzled as to why he had sought me out. From the moment I met him, he incessantly spoke of a family member encountering a mountain spirit. I felt somewhat at a loss. Although I had heard of such spirits, I had never engaged with one. In the local culture of Hainan, it is believed that if someone meets an untimely death on the mountains, be it by wild animal attack or by falling off a cliff, their soul is condemned to wander eternally in the forests, transforming into a malevolent spirit. I am not particularly scholarly. My understanding of these matters comes from years of perusing the notes of my master and elder mentors. I possess a semblance of knowledge, yet I lack practical experience. Thus, initially, I acquiesced to the banana farmers, striving to avoid placing myself in perilous situations. The legends of mountain spirits are prevalent in various regions, with the term mountain spirit commonly used in Guangdong, Guangxi, Fujian, and Hainan. In the inland areas, particularly the southwest and northwest, we are more accustomed to referring to such entities as mountain demons. These demons have been chronicled in ancient texts, depicted as fearsome beings with a sharp cry, displaying a monstrous visage, and delighting in ambushing the unsuspecting from behind, seizing their necks, and draining their blood after death. Disturbing, I know. However, it was later posited by an expert that these so-called mountain demons are, in fact, akin to a primate resembling a baboon. With the authority of experts and scientific validation, this notion proliferated, morphing from a singular point into a widespread belief, thus converting myth into perceived truth. The banana farmer recounted how his brother had ventured into the mountains recently and had not returned for several days, prompting the family to organize a search party. What they recovered was a lifeless, rigid body, marred by a dark bruise upon the neck. Upon hearing this, I felt a sense of perplexity. Could it not be a mountain spirit? How did it deviate from the legends? I resolved to visit his residence to inquire further about the situation. Apart from him and his wife, the family comprised 3 children, a deceased unmarried brother aged 30, and a nearly 70-year-old mother. Upon hearing that an exorcist had arrived, his mother clutched my hand in a flurry of emotion, weeping and uttering indistinct words, which roughly translated to a desire to vanquish the malevolent spirit in avengement of her son. Vengeance is not within my purview, nor do I engage in exorcisms lightly, let alone possess the requisite skill for such undertakings. I urged the elderly lady to reiterate the circumstances, and her account remained largely consistent. However, I noticed a rather peculiar detail. A tabby cat, typically referred to as a domestic cat, sat unwaveringly beside her, fixating its gaze upon me. This brought to mind a saying that is somewhat prevalent in Sichuan and Chongqing. When pigs come, there is poverty. When dogs come, there is wealth. When the tabby comes, it brings mourning cloth. This phrase implies that a tabby cat is considered an ominous creature, not due to any flaw in the cat itself, but rather in the spiritual realm it inhabits. Might this feline serve as a harbinger of death? Tentatively, I inquired about the elderly woman's cat, complimenting its beauty and asking how long it had been with them. She replied that it was not her cat. It had only arrived a few days prior, coincidentally the day before the child went missing. Thus, I arrived at a firm conclusion. This cat was undoubtedly a sinister entity. Cats are inherently creatures of a rather enigmatic disposition. When we speak of cats, we often employ terms such as affectionate and adorable to describe them. However, it is essential to recognize that, despite their charming demeanor, cats, akin to owls and weasels, are among the beings most closely associated with the supernatural. Some domesticated felines have gradually lost aspects of their intrinsic nature, becoming exceedingly sociable with humans. These cats can be deemed blissful simpletons, devoid of their once mystical abilities. In rural and mountainous regions, both cats and dogs abound, often traversing from one household to another, reveling in the camaraderie and joy of their intermingled existence. This phenomenon is hardly peculiar, yet the appearance of this particular cat seemed strikingly opportune, rendering it somewhat unsettling. Moreover, the lingering presence of the cat raised an unsettling question. Does it signify the impending demise of another? Throughout my dialogue with my mother, she persisted in coughing. From my standpoint, it was not prudent to inquire further. I informed the banana farmer's family that I needed to return to the city to prepare some matters and would return the following morning. Upon my return to the city by boat, I hastily contacted my mentor. He elucidated that this venture was initiated upon his recommendation after I located him. It then dawned on me how I had received an assignment from Hainan, considering that most of my work is concentrated in the Southwest. I relayed the details I had gathered to my mentor, seeking his insight. However, he stated that he was retired and should not involve himself any further. Despite my desire for more information, he remained resolute in his silence. In my frustration, I had no choice but to seek assistance from local peers in the field. After all, having stepped onto someone else's territory without prior greeting is one matter. To then intercept their spirit is quite another. Fortunately, the fellow traveler proved to be quite genuine, embodying the warmth and hospitality characteristic of the Hainan people. He informed me that, in such circumstances, it is no longer a mere mountain spirit, but rather a wandering soul. Once a mountain spirit claims its first victim, that individual transforms into a malevolent ghost, doomed to roam the mountains until it finds another soul to claim, perpetuating this cycle of destruction. The true mountain spirits leave no trace of their victims, as they are consumed entirely. In this sense, mountain spirits resemble wild beasts. The corporeal remains of subsequent victims may still be present, yet they bear marks akin to claw scratches. Such wandering souls must be guided back to the right path within 49 days. Otherwise, they can only be dispersed or must claim another life to dissipate. When I inquired about how to guide such a soul, he explained that one must create a formation with trees, emit wails, and bind the spirit. It became clear to me that this entailed using red strings to form a configuration among the tree stumps, inscribing symbols on the ground, and then standing within the formation to cry out, thus attracting the ghost and subsequently leading it away. The method did not seem overly challenging, and I felt confident that I could manage it. The following day, I arrived at the banana farmer's home as promised, requesting that he lead me to the location where his brother had been found. Upon reaching the site, I noticed some footprints on the ground. Examining the prints closely and inquiring about the position of the brother's body at the time of his demise, I discovered that several of the footprints, though chaotic, were oriented in the opposite direction of the corpse. A fellow traveler informed me that this serves as typical evidence of the spirit of the mountain demon after committing murder. Given that the path lay open before me, I decided to follow his guidance and commenced drawing the protective symbols. Once all was prepared, I realized that should I act as bait, I would have no one to assist in sealing the formation. Thus, despite the inherent danger, I resolved to enlist the help of the banana farmer. I instructed him to hold the end of the red string and informed him that when I cried out, he must promptly secure the string to the first tree. Although fear gripped him, he had no alternative, and I was reluctant to place the burden entirely upon him. From my bag, I retrieved several bells and attached them to the taut red string. Taking a deep breath, I began to scream with all my might, nearly succumbing to asphyxiation. The spirit I sought to summon remained invisible, so when the bells began to jingle, I shouted for the banana farmer to secure the line. At the moment he fastened the string, I swiftly escaped the circle. Inside the red line, chaos erupted. The bells clanged loudly, for the symbols I had drawn on the ground prevented any escape. I had previously confirmed with the villagers that since the incident involving the banana farmer's brother, no one else had gone missing. Thus, following the logic imparted by my companion, I deduced that the spirit ensnared within the red line and symbols was, indeed, that of the banana farmer's brother. It was only then that I revealed the truth to the banana farmer, and upon receiving his consent, I began reciting incantations to guide the spirit. Yet, as I uttered but a few phrases, another peculiar occurrence transpired. The ground where I had drawn the symbols suddenly teemed with an abundance of ants. I have guided numerous souls on their final journey, yet I have never encountered a situation quite like this. In my moment of confusion, the banana farmer suddenly seemed to awaken to a realization. Kneeling on the ground with his hands covering his face, sobbing uncontrollably, his outburst took me by surprise, prompting me to stop my incantation, assist him to his feet, and inquire about his distress. He revealed that he understood the presence of so many ants on the ground. The Lee people are inherently superstitious, and he explained that on that day, his brother had ascended the mountain to gather mint leaves and capture black ants. Their elderly mother suffered from a lung ailment, which had caused her persistent coughing, occasionally bringing up blood in the past. There existed a local remedy involving black ants, pangolin scales, and mint leaves that could treat lung diseases. With the abundance of mountains in Hainan, pangolins were relatively easy to procure, yet fresh mint leaves could only be harvested personally, and black ants had to be caught by hand as well. At this juncture, I finally comprehended that his brother had ventured up the mountain to gather medicine for their ailing mother, only to encounter the previous spirit and lose his life. Even in the absence of human form, having transformed into a malevolent ghost, there remained an unconscious concern for his gravely ill mother. Occasionally, a soul can influence its surroundings, including flora and fauna. This explains why, during funerary rites, if moths flutter about, the elderly admonish against swatting them, believing them to be the visiting spirits of departed loved ones. After hearing the banana farmer and Apo's account, I found myself at a loss for words to comfort him. While filial piety is indeed a paramount virtue, the endurance of a conflicted soul, even after death, is a remarkable testament to the bond of love. I informed the banana farmer that I would escort the second son to the rightful place that he deserved, for it was his true abode. Once he departed, unless we were to encounter the mountain demon causing harm once more, there would be no further mysterious disappearances or untimely deaths. Be sure to convey to your mother that she has two good sons, one beside her and one in the heavens. Having recited the incantation, I bid farewell to the second son. Accompanying the banana farmer back to the village, I conveyed to the old mother that I had avenged her son. The banana farmer affirmed this, stating that he had witnessed it with his own eyes. The old mother expressed her gratitude profusely, and I advised her not to delay seeking medical attention. While traditional remedies may possess some miraculous properties, it is prudent to consult a hospital. The banana farmer presented the promised commission, which I accepted as it was a matter of business. After their repeated expressions of thanks, I departed from that fishing village and sailed back to the city. After spending a few more days in Sanya, I bid farewell to this enchanting city and returned to my own life. What I have recounted should be familiar to some friends from Chongqing. Chapter 19, Red Wax. In 2009, I received a commission from the owner of an art training institution who claimed that his partner was haunted by a ghost. For an entire month, he had been unable to eat or sleep properly, teetering on the brink of mental collapse. Thus, in the vicinity of an art college in Huangjiaoping, Chongqing, I found the art institution amidst a plethora of various training centers. My client appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 40s, sporting a slick-back hairstyle with the ends slightly curling outward. Without disclosing his profession, one might easily mistake him for an actor from a spicy hot pot commercial, or perhaps an artist himself. My understanding of art is rather limited. Even as a child, my attempts to draw the sun resembled a furry egg. If it were not for this individual, I would not have knocked on this door. Observing the middle-aged man exuding an air of an artist and employer, I felt a twinge of resistance within me. When it comes to ink splashing and painting, I am but an outsider. However, when discussing matters of the supernatural, you are certainly no match for me. Although the middle-aged man harbored skepticism regarding my profession, he also possessed a sense of entitlement that came from having paid for my services. Nevertheless, our conversation remained courteous. He awaited me downstairs and escorted me up to his office. Along the way, we passed several studios where eager university students were intently painting from plaster casts, reminiscent of my own appearance a decade ago. Upon entering his office, he sank into a massive executive chair, seemingly reluctant to move again, perhaps a glimpse into my own future in 10 years. After lighting a cigarette, he finally divulged the details of his commission. His partner was a classmate from university. They were both graduates of the nearby art institution. The middle-aged man is surnamed Deng, and the one haunted by spirits is surnamed Chun. The story unfolds as follows. Mr. Chun, who has been married for many years yet remains childless, perhaps due to the nature of his artistic temperament, innately sincere and romantic, has inevitably engaged in numerous indiscretions over the years, the most recent involving one of his own students. His wife, unable to endure any longer, confronted him, leading to a quarrel that resulted in Mr. Chun storming out of their home. Upon his return, he discovered his wife lying in the bathtub, having taken her own life by slashing her wrists. In a state of panic, he called the police and also contacted Mr. Deng, who lived nearby and arrived at Mr. Chen's residence even faster than the authorities. Mr. Deng recounted that initially, the suicide would not have involved them. However, upon witnessing Mrs. Chen's lifeless body, he found the scene to be exceedingly peculiar. She was clad in a floral nightgown, her feet adorned with red cloth slippers. When the police arrived and began to move the body, one of the slippers fell off, revealing her toenails painted with a crimson substance. At first, Mr. Deng assumed it was nail polish, but later learned from Mr. Chun that the autopsy revealed it to be wax from a melted red candle. Initially, he paid little heed to these details, as the coroner ruled the death a suicide. Amidst the pain and regret, the two men began to arrange the funeral. After the cremation, strange occurrences began to manifest. Mr. Deng recounted that Mr. Chun confided in him about his profound remorse for having stormed out in anger that fateful day. He often found himself gazing at his wife and Oppos, as photographed at home, consumed by sorrow, and perhaps driven by longing, he began to experience unsettling hallucinations. The illusion sounded rather terrifying. He remarked, he found it difficult to sleep at night, often in a haze witnessing Mrs. Chun standing by his bedside, swaying and dancing with her head shaking. Upon waking, he initially dismissed it as a mere dream, but gradually his appetite began to wane, eventually leading to a state where the mere sight of food induced nausea, leaving him only able to consume porridge and water. Mr. Deng initially believed this was merely a manifestation of his longing and guilt for his wife. However, as Mr. Chen's condition deteriorated, he began to speak incoherently and exhibited signs of disorientation. At times, he would call Mr. Deng in the middle of the night, expressing that he felt a hand caressing his neck while he slept. This revelation alarmed Mr. Deng, leading him to suspect that it was no longer just a case of unrequited love. Perhaps he was truly being haunted by a spirit. Consequently, he hastily secured all sharp objects and blades from Mr. Chen's home, confiscated his keys, and hired a caregiver to watch over him around the clock. After listening to him, I believed I had grasped the essence of the situation. It is said that the souls of those who commit suicide cannot be liberated, as they have died an untimely death. The term untimely death implies that one has acted against the natural order, thereby incurring punishment, whether as a human or a spirit. In fact, from what I have learned, it is not that the souls of suicides cannot find peace. Rather, they are burdened by resentment, sorrow, and despair, which often leads them to resist departing. Such spirits frequently possess intent, often spoken of as vengeful ghosts returning to settle scores. Dealing with such a spirit can be rather troublesome. It necessitates not only the transformation of the cause of its suicide into an effect, but also requires that it forgive others and willingly depart. Otherwise, Individuals like myself are left with no choice but to force it to dissipate. Aside from the suicide, Mr. Deng mentioned that she had painted her toenails with a layer of red wax, a notion I had not previously encountered. Seeking clarification, I concocted a reason to step outside and consulted a local elder, who informed me that painting nails with red wax while wearing red cloth shoes is an incantation imbued with potent resentment. The elder explained that cloth shoes are predominantly black, which symbolizes death. Thus, it is customary for the deceased to wear black. Conversely, donning red cloth shoes serves to blind oneself upon gazing down at their own feet in the afterlife, serving as a reminder not to forget vengeance. Furthermore, wax is inherently a neutral substance, melting in fire yet remaining intact, impervious to water. It is applied to toenails because the soul's ascent from the earth commences at the feet. The wax serves a binding purpose, and the addition of red wax amplifies the resentment. The elder advised me that encountering such circumstances is best approached with caution and not alone, as it could potentially cost one's life. Upon hearing this, I was weighed down by a profound sense of melancholy, struggling to comprehend the depth of an individual's resentment. For safety reasons, I resolved to summon a colleague. I returned upstairs to inform Mr. Deng that when my colleague arrives tonight, it would be prudent for us to visit Mr. Chen's residence. For dinner, Mr. Deng treated me to the renowned street stall at Huangjiaoping, where the prices were affordable and the flavors delightful. When my companion arrived, it was nearly 8 o'clock in the evening. It is pertinent to introduce this companion. He began his journey in Gansu at the tender age of 12, ventured out on his own at 18, and during his career, he had departed from this field to pursue business ventures, only to return after incurring losses. Now at the age of 35, he possesses considerable experience with the restless spirits of those who have taken their own lives. On the way to Mr. Chen's residence, I recounted the details I had gathered to my companion, who suggested we assess the situation upon arrival. If it proved to be too complicated, we might need to summon additional assistance. Once we reached Mr. Chen's home, Mr. Deng instructed the caregiver to step outside before leading us into Mr. Chen's bedroom. The man before us appeared exceedingly haggard, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes, casting an unsettling aura illuminated by the ceiling light. My companion commenced scattering rice grains around the room, an act of reverence to the spirits. He then consulted a compass for guidance. The result indicated that the spirit of the deceased lingered within that very room, not confined to a specific spot, but rather pervading the entire space. This certainly elucidated Mr. Chen's distressing condition. My companion furrowed his brow, perhaps uncertain of the complexities we faced. We were unable to employ a camera to locate the spirit, as such entities remain unseen. Based on experience, we understood that we must not directly disturb the spirit. Instead, we should wait for it to begin exerting its influence on the living before offering counsel. Should our efforts prove ineffective, we would need to resort to more forceful measures. We suggested that Mr. Deng return home, assuring him that we would remain, yet he expressed concern and chose to wait for us in the living room. Thus, as he waited, we remained in the bedroom, anticipating the presence of the restless spirit. As midnight approached, Mr. Chen sat up in bed, his eyes wide open, staring blankly at the bedside, lost in thought and smiling foolishly. After a moment, he lay back down, murmuring to himself and occasionally caressing his neck in a manner reminiscent of a woman. At that moment, as previously agreed upon, my companion seized a handful of lime and tossed it into the air. I dashed to the bedside, entwining a red thread around Mr. Chen's neck and beginning to shake him vigorously. Amidst the swirling lime dust, we could discern the position of the vengeful spirit from a movement of the powder. For lime is harmful to both the living and the dead, which is why we kept our eyes squinted. My companion swiftly cornered the spirit in the room, then scattered a handful of grave soil on the floor and cast the red thread in a loop toward the corner. The suspended red circle clearly indicating that the vengeful spirit had been ensnared. While reciting incantations to pacify the spirit, my companion signaled me to hasten and awaken Mr. Chen. Yet, despite my efforts, he remained unresponsive. In desperation, I struck him a few times, and only then did he awaken. While he was still coherent, and my companion continued to soothe the spirit, I recounted the situation to Mr. Chun. Though he often seemed dazed, he felt considerable guilt over his infidelity that had led to his wife's tragic suicide. Upon hearing my words and seeing the red thread suspended in midair, he comprehended that his wife had not forgiven him and was here to torment him. The man, in his 40s, began to weep. Mr. Deng, hearing his cries, burst through the door, and the scene before him clearly exceeded the bounds of his understanding. At that moment, Mr. Chun staggered out of bed and collapsed to his knees. Facing the corner, he began to express words of regret, reminiscing about his wife and seeking her forgiveness. He lamented, "You were merely 20 when we first came together, and over the years, I have subjected you to countless grievances. You devoted the most precious years of your youth to my side, while I betrayed you repeatedly. Although I hold his actions in utter disdain, I am acutely aware that no justification, however grand, can excuse such treachery. The despair borne by a woman often yields far more harrowing consequences than that of a man." I pondered why so many men succumb to such behavior. If it were merely for the sake of thrill, it hardly suffices as an explanation. Despite my rebellious nature since childhood, my upbringing remained fundamentally sound. A woman who dedicates her most treasured years to another embodies the utmost trust and love. Betraying such trust transcends mere principles. It reflects a profound flaw in character. The betrayal of both affection and body inevitably leads to the disintegration of what could have been a harmonious family, and in some instances, to utter ruin. Not to mention the impropriety of entanglements with one's own students. I began to regret taking on the case of such a scoundrel. Yet, despite my contempt, the mantra of my profession compelled me to ensure that the vengeful spirit was quelled. I surmised that a woman's heart, often more fragile, might choose forgiveness and mercy even in the face of overwhelming resentment. After Mr. Chen finished speaking, he urged me to recite the incantation to guide the spirit. I attempted to lead, apprehensive of any potential betrayal. However, it seemed she bore no malice and was quietly awaiting my guidance to depart. When the red thread fell away, I understood that everything had come to an end. Mr. Chun continued to weep inconsolably, and I helped him rise and sit upon the bed. I advised him not to toy with emotions, for as human beings, perhaps there remains but a sliver of hope worth cherishing in this world. Though my words were meant to console, I held him in profound disdain. In my view, emotions ought to embody a one-to-one relationship. Everyone must confront temptation. On such fundamental moral issues, there is no need for further elaboration. The distinction between right and wrong is clear to all, yet some persist in willfully transgressing these boundaries. Have they never considered that when a night air grows chilly, there will always be someone to cover them with a blanket, or that when they suffer from a cold and cough, they can easily find prepared medicine and warm water? While I do not insist that everyone should share this perspective on emotions, I am certain it is indeed the right approach. My experiences from courtship to marriage have profoundly shaped my understanding. For instance, if I arrive home drenched from the rain after forgetting my umbrella, my wife would hand me a clean towel and a bowl of hot soup. Some may merely dry off and consume the soup, but I relish savoring its rich flavors. 7 days after Mrs. Chen's departure, Mr. Deng called to inform me that Mr. Chen's condition had significantly improved and asked Mr. Deng to extend his gratitude on his behalf. True to his word, he deposited the commission into my account. As a token of appreciation, I shared half of it with my colleague. Chapter 20. The slaughter of cattle at the end of 2003, in response to an invitation from a highly esteemed individual. I traveled to a city downstream of Chongqing known as Fuling. I recall mentioning previously that it is the birthplace of the famous Bai Liang and the home of pickled vegetables. This elder, a person of considerable wisdom, was of similar age to my master and belonged to the Taoist tradition. Having maintained an ascetic lifestyle with hair tied up after renouncing worldly pursuits, I had heard that he had attained a significant level of enlightenment the previous year. His intention was to introduce me to his former disciples in Fuling, as he believed that our somewhat unconventional paths might benefit from mutual support. Although his disciples were few in number, they were scattered across the nation, and this gathering would serve as an opportunity for exchange. Living in Chongqing, which was relatively close, I promptly made my way to Fuling upon receiving the invitation. At that time, there was no train service between Chongqing and Fuling, and I did not possess a vehicle. My options were limited to two: either taking a long-distance bus from Kayuamba for a fare of 50 yuan, which would take 2 hours, or boarding a boat at Kyoshima Wharf for a mere 12 yuan, albeit with an overnight journey. Lacking the inclination for a leisurely boat ride, I opted to contribute to the highway tolls instead. Upon my arrival in Fulling, I visited the elder and engaged in extensive conversation. During our discourse, he suddenly posed a question to me, seemingly testing my knowledge. He recounted that a few days prior, an acquaintance had contacted him, mentioning that in a place called Shaniu Alley in Fulling, one could occasionally hear the sound of cattle lowing at night. Given its urban setting, the presence of cattle was implausible, as this alley had once been a slaughterhouse for cattle. Consequently, the elder's acquaintance speculated whether there might be the spirit of an animal lingering there. The elder then expressed his gratitude, saying, "If you can assist me in resolving this matter, I would be immensely thankful." I empathize with his predicament. After renouncing his former life, he seeks nothing more than to lead the humble existence of an ordinary monk. However, when acquaintances seek his assistance, it becomes difficult to decline their requests. Thus, seizing the opportunity of my arrival, he implores me for help. His choice to involve me is merely a matter of fate. Had I arrived a day later, this responsibility would not have fallen upon my shoulders. I have always been aware of the spiritual essence of animals. Indeed, all creatures possess a spirit. Yet, I have never personally encountered cattle. In my youth, I regarded cows merely as the exclusive companions of Wang or Xiao, and as I matured, my consumption of beef jerky was limited to the renowned brand from Sichuan. The prospect of treating this matter as a case was entirely foreign to me. Nevertheless, given the insistence of my esteemed predecessor, I felt compelled to comply. After a night of rest, I ventured to the designated location, opposite the second clinic in Fulling, where I inquired about a place known as Cow Slaughter Lane. This narrow alley, composed of steep steps, could accommodate no more than 2 or 3 individuals walking side by side. The walls were plastered with a diverse array of advertisements for cattle-related services and contact numbers. The buildings on either side resembled the old structures with battlements from years past. Midway through the alley, I discovered a relatively new apartment building. According to my predecessor's description, it seemed likely that his acquaintance resided nearby. As I surveyed my surroundings, I noticed a wrought iron gate. To the left stood a 2-entrance apartment building, while the right side was bordered by a wall, which had evidently once harbored a gate, now sealed with bricks of a different hue. Upon inquiring with passers-by, I learned that this was formerly the site of a slaughterhouse. As the daylight still lingered, I traversed the narrow alley, where the vintage Sichuan-style residences would undoubtedly be deemed too antiquated to grace the urban landscape of Chongqing, thus falling victim to the relentless tide of demolition. Countless historic edifices in the city center have been ruthlessly razed, replaced by towering skyscrapers, as the old gradually recedes and the new proliferates. Chongqing, in its ambition to project itself as an international metropolis, seems to be forsaking its most cherished indigenous culture. Noticing that the hour remained early, I returned to the alley's entrance, procuring a pack of cigarettes, a can of beer, and a magazine, settling by the iron gate to pass the time. Perhaps my squatting posture appeared somewhat unrefined, exuding a certain rebelliousness, as several ill-intentioned dogs sauntered past, sniffing about while casting disdainful glances in my direction. It was not until darkness enveloped the surroundings that I rose, pacing back and forth with my ears attuned to the night. Winter nights descend swiftly, cloaking the world in shadows, and after several hours of vigil in the obscurity, as my cigarette dwindled to its end, I finally discerned a low moo. The sound was faint, yet it stood in stark contrast to the silence that enveloped the nearby structures. Subsequently, this bovine call emerged approximately every 30 seconds, and each time it resonated, I sensed an oddity in its tone, though I struggled to articulate what precisely felt amiss. Upon confirming the circumstances, the next step is to resolve the issue at hand. The peculiar cries resonating from this location undoubtedly hold their own significance. Perhaps, as my esteemed predecessor suggested, it is indeed the spirit of an animal. Early the next morning, I returned to that spot and encountered a few elderly individuals practicing Tai Chi at Yujiaba. I inquired about the local history, And fortunately, these longtime residents had vivid recollections of events from years past. In the early 1990s, this area was originally a slaughterhouse dedicated to the butchering of cattle. It was not uncommon for them to witness severed cow heads discarded by the roadside, grotesquely piled up and undeniably unsettling. Although I usually relish meat, I find myself unable to bear the thought of personally slaughtering an animal or witnessing such an act. As the saying goes, it is easy to speak from a position of comfort. I suppose I am one of those individuals who, lacking the resolve to abstain from meat, can only sigh wistfully at the sight of it. Subsequently, the slaughterhouse was relocated, and on its original site, a shelter was established. During that era, the shelter was a refuge for homeless children, the mentally ill, and stateless individuals, a place that, upon entering, evoked a sense of shame. Later on, as a nearby elementary school underwent expansion, the shelter was dismantled once again, making way for a basketball court. Logically, after these several renovations, one would not expect any remnants of the past to remain. If indeed there is an animal spirit, might it be that the forgotten heads of cattle linger in the vicinity, overlooked and abandoned? The ground is certainly no longer an option, given the numerous renovations it has undergone. Perhaps it lies buried underground? I find myself at a loss, unable to uproot the earth for answers. After much contemplation and lacking a viable strategy, I resolved to take a chance. During my 2 days of exploration, I noticed a manhole cover on the ground and decided to descend to investigate. Should I fail to uncover anything, I would have no choice but to return to my senior, filled with embarrassment. Seizing a moment of solitude, I pried open the cover. Do not inquire how, for you would not wish to know. After allowing some fresh air to circulate, I began my descent down the iron rungs. It was not particularly deep, merely a little over 3 meters, leading to a bend. My recollections of sewers typically involve an abundance of rats, sewage, and cockroaches. However, this passage was devoid of water, although it was not without its fair share of debris and rodents. As I ventured further, the light began to fade, prompting me to retrieve my lighter. After traversing a few more meters, I stumbled upon a rusted knife lying on the ground, with the skeletal remains of a cow's head not far off. In my shock, I felt a strange sense of fortune at this unexpected clue. It appeared that someone had dropped both the knife and the cow's head into the sewer during a butchering, leaving them behind. If this were a case involving animal spirits, all that would be required is to use a red thread to guide them to a place of illumination. However, as I consulted my compass to locate the animal spirit and attempted to lead it away, I sensed an unmistakable resistance and reluctance on its part. Perhaps it was indeed an animal, I mused, and despite my numerous attempts, I could not extricate it from its resting place. In my moment of despair, the compass needle began to move, signaling the presence of a wandering spirit not far from my location. As the saying goes, when the arrow is on the string, it must be released. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. I can only continue to navigate my path forward. I am unable to ascertain whether these two spirits are indeed animal spirits, and the reluctance of the first spirit to accompany me may stem from its unwillingness to abandon the second. Fortunately, after they converged, they were finally brought forth. Since cattle are not inherently considered spiritual beings, the process was rather cumbersome, and even after their departure, I felt an inexplicable sense of confusion. Upon returning to my mentor's home and recounting the events, he proved to be a sage. It was only after I resolved the matter that he shared the underlying tale with me. After washing his hands, he revealed that he had previously heard of the peculiar phenomenon of the cattle's calls and had personally investigated it. However, he could no longer intervene and needed to await a fortuitous opportunity for the two bovine spirits to find liberation. My mentor remarked that despite a cow and Apo's life being one of toil, its stubbornness is an inherent trait. A well-trained cow will follow its owner without a rope, much like a horse, indicating that it recognizes its master. Therefore, employing the same methods used for guiding ordinary animal spirits with cattle may prove challenging. Fortunately, you succeeded. Do you understand why I speak of the Tao? Every being possesses its own unique path, innate yet distinct. Beyond mere understanding, one must strive for it. Humanity, as the preeminent life form, has inherently attained the Tao, Yet this is but the greater path. To truly grasp the essence of each being's Tao is to attain genuine enlightenment. It is often said that among the myriad of malevolent entities, the ox spirit holds a prominent position. Although the significance of this event was rather trivial and the process mundane, it instilled within me a personal resolution to adopt a vegetarian diet every December as a means to pay homage to the lives that have been lost, whether due to my actions or otherwise. Chapter 21. Lip print perhaps today and oppose. This tale may seem tedious to the audience, yet some may delve deeply to grasp my profound intentions. In the early years, before the construction of the university town, Shapingba in Chongqing served as the cultural nucleus of the city, housing numerous high schools and universities within its vicinity. Wherever educational institutions flourish, it is inevitable that various ghostly legends will emerge, some of which are but fabrications, while others hold a kernel of truth. A few years ago, the director of the moral education department of a particular school reached out to me, expressing concern over a terrifying legend that had enveloped their institution, casting a shadow of negativity despite the school and Oppo's efforts to debunk the myth. This legend had spread widely among students and even some faculty members. The story unfolds as follows. The school's renovated teaching building had sealed off the former student activity room, dance studio, and piano classroom. One fateful night, as a group of students returned to their dormitory, they passed by the piano room, where the haunting sound of piano music emanated, despite the door being sealed. The piano had been removed prior to the evacuation. Curiosity piqued. A daring student climbed to the small window atop the door to investigate, only to glimpse a long-haired girl, her back turned to the entrance, playing the piano in the dimly lit corner of the room. Terrified, the students hurriedly retreated, and upon sharing this chilling encounter with their peers, many were so profoundly shaken that they opted to return home to rest. There's a saying in China, good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. For most students in their formative years, the world holds an abundance of mysteries beyond scientific knowledge, igniting an insatiable curiosity within them. Consequently, rumors proliferate, becoming increasingly embellished, leading students to concoct an identity for the legendary girl with long hair. They claim she was once a piano-loving student who, for various reasons, tragically took her own life. Her restless spirit haunting the campus, reappearing every 7 years. With numerous versions of the tale circulating, the students find themselves paralyzed by the very stories they have fabricated, neglecting their studies despite having invested in education, while they engage in ghostly theatrics. This predicament is particularly disheartening for someone like me, who left high school midway. The head of the moral education department mentioned that they sought me out based on recommendations. Although science is the focus of the curriculum, a pervasive lack of belief has left an emptiness within everyone, a void yearning to be filled, seemingly at odds with years of education. The real reason for their approach was that, following the emergence of the rumor, even a highly respected teacher among the faculty had heard it and, like the previous student, was taking time off to recuperate at home. At this juncture, the school initiated efforts to dispel the rumors, yet no one dared to ascertain the truth, leading them to adopt a mindset of cautious credulity in seeking my assistance. After hearing his words, I found myself adopting a stance of cautious skepticism regarding the matter. On one hand, our school is rife with such rumors, the majority of which are mere fabrications spun by students or the result of exaggerated tales stemming from a tragic incident where a student, overwhelmed by academic pressure, took their own life, subsequently giving rise to a cascade of related gossip. It is indeed troubling how our compatriots tend to amplify negativity, sharing tales of misfortune with an alarming sense of veracity, as if they had witnessed the events firsthand. Yet, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility. What if there is truth to these claims? Even if the specter in question poses no threat, its mere existence could instill dread in those who encounter it. Thus, after considerable reflection, I resolved to investigate the matter personally. Upon our meeting, the head of the moral education department seized the opportunity during the first period, when students were scarce outdoors, and guided me through a detour around the old grove to the abandoned teaching building. The windows along the corridors of the building faced north and south, allowing only a dim light to filter through, which contributed to an eerie atmosphere in the stillness of the space. Coupled with the embellishments of the legend, it was undeniably unsettling. As we approached the entrance of the piano classroom, I sensed that despite his verbal denials and attempts to dispel the rumors, the head of the department was visibly apprehensive. I urged him to open the classroom door and accompany me inside. The classroom had but a single entrance with 2 opening windows on the outer side, and it was utterly vacant, the curtains long removed, leaving only a few pendant lights hanging from the ceiling and the imprints on the floor where the piano legs had once rested. I retrieved my compass and extracted the red thread, preparing to inquire for directions. Before I could even assume a proper stance, an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloped me. It had been quite some time since I encountered such a sensation, and it felt ominous. Consequently, I hastily informed the department head of my intention to step outside. He was evidently startled by my sudden action. After all, I was at least a decade younger than him, which may have led him to suspect that I was merely trying to deceive or frighten him. However, I truly had no time to elaborate. This palpable presence, which made itself known even before I could pose my questions, unmistakably conveyed a sense of urgency to leave the premises and mind my own affairs. In the past 14 years, I had only experienced such a phenomenon on 3 occasions, and this marked the 3rd. Upon exiting the classroom, I was finally able to regain a modicum of composure. I was increasingly convinced that this was indeed a haunting, rather than mere rumors circulating among the students. Drawing upon my experience, I attempted to organize my thoughts, yet I remained unable to ascertain whether the spirit was benevolent or malevolent. Thus, I urged the department head to share all that he knew regarding the events surrounding the piano classroom. Once back in his office, he summoned several veteran teachers, and together we formed a group of 5, closing the door to delve into the narrative of the piano classroom. Hours passed as they recounted their knowledge, and from their discourse, I gleaned 2 significant clues. The first was that the school once employed a music instructor by the surname Zhao, who specialized in teaching piano. He eventually resigned and currently teaches at a school in Beibei. At the time of his departure, he was nearing 40, and he is now approaching retirement age. Secondly, there was a female student at this school who, despite her mediocre piano skills, was exceptionally diligent in her studies. Unfortunately, she had to drop out due to illness, and her whereabouts became unknown. Coincidentally, the departed teacher Zhao was her guiding mentor. After several senior teachers vacated the office, I informed the director that he should accompany me the following day to search for these 2 individuals. At the break of dawn the next day, I arrived at the school and began collaborating with the director to review student enrollment records from over a decade ago. We located the residential address registered by the girl at that time. From her enrollment photograph, she appeared to be a strikingly ordinary girl. Yet there was a certain charm to her youthful visage that evoked a sense of nostalgia within me. The director and I set out to find the former student. However, due to the passage of years and potential relocations, her current residence eluded us. In a moment of desperation, I even reached out to a friend at the household registration office, only to discover that her household registration had been canceled due to her demise. The director believed this lead had come to a halt, yet I felt it was, in fact, a compelling clue, finally establishing a rational connection between the entire incident and the spirit of the departed. Since this avenue proved fruitless, it became imperative to attempt contacting the teacher who had left the school at that time. Fortunately, he was relatively easy to trace. By the time we arrived in Beibei, it was nearing evening. Upon reviewing the teacher and Appo's schedule, we found him directly in a piano classroom. He was a slender, tall elder, nearing 60 years of age, sporting glasses and a small mustache. Aside from his hair, which had turned predominantly white, he appeared to retain a youthful vigor. As he was engaged in teaching a piano lesson to his students, we refrained from interrupting him. It was only after nearly 8:30, upon the conclusion of the class, that we approached him. After identifying ourselves, teacher Zhao exhibited a warm familiarity towards the instructors from a school he had previously attended. Upon listening to our account, it was evident from his expression that he understood our visit was prompted by the matter concerning a particular female student. After elucidating the gravity of the situation, Teacher Zhao finally lowered his defenses and led us beneath a sturdy yellow zhujiao tree on campus, where he recounted the entire incident to us. The female student was exceptionally talented in piano, and the institution placed significant emphasis on her development. However, her foundational skills were relatively weaker compared to her peers. She frequently hit the wrong keys, sometimes attracting derisive remarks, which she chose to endure in silence. She likely believed that, since her foundation was lacking, she must compensate with diligent practice. Consequently, she worked harder than her classmates. At that time, Teacher Zhao was in his 30s, unmarried, and while I cannot attest to his looks, it is reasonable to assume that a skilled piano instructor of his age would enjoy considerable admiration among the female students. Teacher Zhao constantly sought ways to comfort and encourage this humble, diligent, yet somewhat insecure girl. However, as time passed, their relationship gradually evolved into something that transcended the bounds of teacher and student. In that era, such beliefs inevitably became regarded as heretical. The moral code of the Chinese people dictates that a teacher is a father for life. Thus, when emotions arise between teacher and student, they are met with scorn and derision. However, the two ultimately did not yield to the shackles of societal norms and, driven by their feelings, established a romantic relationship. Around us, there are always those who cannot bear to see others thrive, or rather, who exhibit unabashed jealousy. There exists no impenetrable wall in this world, and eventually, they were reported anonymously by others. Upon learning of the situation, the school condemned Teacher Zhao, labeling him a disgrace and a beast in human form. The female student, witnessing her beloved endure such immense pressure, voluntarily proposed a separation. Shortly thereafter, she withdrew from school, citing illness. Unable to withstand the disdainful gazes of others, Teacher Zhao chose to resign. The young woman languished at home, consumed by melancholy, longing for her love yet unable to reunite. Any meeting would merely serve to prolong her suffering. Consequently, she often inflicted self-punishment, her emotions resembling a dog chasing its own tail, desperately persistent yet ultimately futile. She found herself in a relentless cycle, growing increasingly exhausted and irritated. Ultimately, she succumbed to depression and passed away before reaching the age of 26. Upon receiving the news of her death, Teacher Zhao attended her memorial, only to be expelled by her family, who would never forgive him. Perhaps due to his nature, Zhao began to lament the capriciousness of life. He departed from Chongqing, residing in various cities for a time before moving again, seeking to navigate life and glean its insights in his own manner. It was only a few years ago that he returned to teach at a university. After hearing Teacher Zhao's words, my thoughts became somewhat tumultuous. The topic of teacher-student relationships has always been considered unconventional. However, love is devoid of sin. If it is indeed innocent, why must it endure such immense pressure and opposition? Rather than attributing the demise of a young woman solely to her own actions, it is more accurate to attribute it to our deeply entrenched moral values. Regardless of whether these values are priceless or trivial, they should never justify the extinguishing of a precious life. I do not advocate for teacher-student relationships, and I, too, find them inappropriate. Yet, my disapproval stems merely from discomfort rather than an irrevocable condemnation. The young woman's unrequited love signifies her profound feelings, while Mr. Zhao's choice to remain unmarried throughout his life reveals his sense of guilt. I dare say he has yet to overcome this burden, for even if he reconciles with himself, the family of a deceased student will forever associate him with the image of a murderer. Their once beautiful love story cannot even serve as fodder for idle gossip. The fear of public opinion is well known, but tragically, it compels one to bury their most authentic self. Such narratives rarely conclude favorably. The world we inhabit is not a novel, and we will not witness figures akin to Yanghua and Xialong flaunting the success of their teacher-student romance. Reality is what it is. If it cannot be embraced, it must be discarded. When I inquire of Mr. Zhao whether the girl often donned a white dress, had long straight hair, and always sat at the inconspicuous corner of that piano, he confirmed it with a hint of sorrow in his eyes, as if I had once again drawn him into the whirlpool of memory. I am nearly certain that the spirit haunting the piano room belongs to that young student, a victim of societal judgment and institutional constraints. I conveyed to teacher Zhao that the one who unties the bell must also be the one who tied it. I expressed my hope that he would accompany me to that school the following day, urging him to act as I instructed. After so many years, I believed he too wished for her soul and emotions to find a true refuge. Teacher Zhao seemed hesitant, perhaps fearful of confronting his past, and after much deliberation, he ultimately acquiesced to our request. That night, we welcomed him to Shapingba, and during our late-night feast, he indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, alternating between tears and laughter. All the years of repression were cast aside. Tonight was a night for release, reminiscence, and farewell. The next day, we visited the piano room, and all unfolded in tranquility, save for the poignant words Zhao uttered into the void. "Go well. I understand why you linger here." He expressed a profound yearning to exchange everything he possessed, lamenting that he had never experienced regret until now, realizing that our love had been rendered valuable by his enduring feelings. Following a tumultuous wave of emotions, I only recalled the intense, conflicting essence of love that departed at that moment. I had not truly aided. Rather, I merely facilitated a reunion after more than a decade. The unfortunate saga had persisted long enough, and it was time for it to conclude. I firmly believed that the female student was not sent away by me, but rather by teacher Zhao's long-concealed sentiments that had neutralized years of love and animosity. After bidding farewell to teacher Zhao, the director and I returned to the moral education office. He exhibited a calmness that surpassed my expectations. I did not accept any monetary compensation and rose to take my leave. As I casually glanced back before exiting, I noticed a middle-aged man within, wiping away his tears. It has been previously stated that when startled unexpectedly, we often exclaim that our souls have been frightened away. I surmise that many individuals have encountered a similar experience in their lives. While engaged in an activity, one may suddenly find themselves in a state of mental blankness, only to regain awareness after a considerable interval, realizing that a significant amount of time has passed without any recollection of what transpired during that period. This phenomenon is referred to as a loss of soul. The vast majority of individuals who experience such a loss are able to retrieve their souls swiftly, yet a select few may become permanently adrift, unable to find their way back. Chapter 22. The Lost Soul. I once encountered an event reminiscent of a tale. It was around the year 2005 when I received a frantic call from a woman. She reported that her son, while playing with other children, had been startled from behind and collapsed, his gaze vacant and expressionless, impervious to all attempts to rouse him. Upon arrival at the hospital, the doctors diagnosed him with cerebral shock, a condition akin to being in a persistent vegetative state. He was taken home for conservative treatment, during which numerous traditional Chinese medicine practitioners were consulted and countless folk remedies were employed, yet to no avail. Ultimately, in Bai Shi, Chongqing, they consulted a shaman reputed for treating perplexing ailments, who claimed that the boy's soul had descended into the netherworld, captured by the guardians of the afterlife. He advised the parents to relinquish hope, as recovery would be arduous. Naturally, the parents were unwilling to concede defeat. After much effort, they learned of my existence, and the boy's mother, with a heart full of trepidation, reached out to me. I had heard of soul loss many times. Those truly knowledgeable in the matter understand that the phenomenon of soul loss typically denotes an abrupt separation between the physical body and the spirit. The individual is not deceased. Rather, the soul that governs the body has drifted away, yearning to return, yet unable to do so. Even if a means of return is discovered, the individual may not recall the events transpiring during the disconnection. This explains the memory lapses frequently experienced by those who have briefly lost their souls. When faced with cases of prolonged disconnection, our task is simply to assist the soul in finding its way back to the body. When the child's mother approached me, I initially believed that the matter could be resolved quite simply. However, as I began to address the situation, I encountered numerous twists and complications. Upon my arrival at the child's home that day, I was immediately struck by an unusual sense of oppression. Years of professional training compelled me to scrutinize the decor and arrangement of their residence. Feng Shui encompasses various domains, and the segment pertinent to our profession is foundational knowledge we acquire from the outset of our studies. The layout of their home was as follows. Upon entering, there was a decorative partition adorned with an array of crystal ornaments. Behind this partition lay the dining table, accompanied by an aquarium filled with fish. On the wall opposite the television, two wooden Rasha axes hung in stark contrast to a piece of calligraphy that was awkwardly displayed between them. What struck me as particularly peculiar was the presence of shell wind chimes hanging from every window in each room, including the living room. From what I have learned, suspending wind chimes from windows is considered a rather perilous action. Although malevolent spirits are not prevalent in the market and typically do not provoke individuals without cause, the sound of the wind chimes may inadvertently attract them. This attraction can lead to precarious situations. If a spirit merely passes through, it may engage harmlessly and depart. However, should one encounter a less amiable spirit, it could spell genuine trouble. Thus, after honing my craft, I have made it a point to advise anyone whose home features wind chimes on the windows, especially those exposed to the harsh western sun, to refrain from such practices whenever possible. I followed the little boy's mother into the child's room, which was nearly overflowing with various items aside from the child's bed: spare clothing, a radio, medicine bowls, and jars, among others. The originally cramped room, now in disarray, appeared particularly pitiful with the child lying in bed, blinking vacantly yet devoid of awareness. Given that the incident had occurred a month prior, it meant that if the child's spirit still lingered, it had less than 20 days left to exist reasonably. Otherwise, its consciousness would gradually diminish, risking the possibility of complete oblivion or drifting further away, thus significantly reducing the chance of returning to its corporeal form. I first instructed the mother to remove all the wind chimes, then close the doors and windows to create a sealed environment in the child's room. I asked her to wait outside while I assessed whether the child's spirit was indeed present. After some inquiry, I was convinced that the child's spirit was nearby and sensed a deep yearning to return to its body. The obstacles to this return were not solely due to a lack of means, but also because other spirits in the vicinity were impeding him. Given the unexpected nature of this situation, it seemed imperative to facilitate the child's swift return to his body by not only providing him with guidance, but also expelling the surrounding spirits. Could it be that the wind chimes had summoned them? I was suddenly reminded of a statement made by my master in the past. He remarked that the souls of children are the most delightful to engage with, for they are brimming with vitality and innocence. Many lingering spirits of the departed find joy in playing with the souls of children, not out of a desire to possess them or harm them, but rather from a sincere wish to share in their playful essence. This presents a significant challenge. Should a malevolent spirit ensnare a child's soul, I could promptly guide it away. If it were a lost spirit, I could assist it in finding its way. However, when faced with simple, unworldly souls devoid of guile, I cannot allow them to continue wandering the earth. I must ensure they return to their rightful places, except for the little boy's soul, which I must keep. Although I cannot see the child, he is able to perceive me. Despite my best efforts, I find myself utterly incapable of guiding the other spirits to their paths, nor can I facilitate the child's return to his body. Hours have passed in this futile endeavor, leaving me in despair. Outside, the child's mother has urged me multiple times, and I suspect she harbors doubts about my intentions, perhaps fearing I might pilfer something from her home. After years of such mistrust, I have grown accustomed to it. Yet, the issue remains unresolved. In a moment of desperation, I resort to calling my master for guidance. After listening to my account, he too is unable to ascertain the cause of the predicament. He advises me to meticulously examine the room for any portraits of the deceased or Buddhist images, as such items may trap certain spirits. If I find any, I should remove them first. I open the door to explain the situation to the child's mother, and under her guidance, I once again surveyed the entire room. This time, although I did not locate the statue of Buddha as mentioned by the master, I found myself particularly drawn to the pair of axes hanging on the wall. Suddenly, I became aware of the peculiar design of these axes. One end was flat while the other had a slight curl. Their appearance resembled that of a Rakshasa axe. And in the realm of spirits, Rakshasas are precisely the collective term for all malevolent entities. Could it be that a wicked spirit was present here? A chill ran down my spine. Fortunately, upon further inspection, I discovered that aside from the child and a few others, no other souls lingered in the room. Thus, it became clear to me that this Rakshasa axe was indeed the true source of the confinement of all the spirits within this dwelling. I would advise those who enjoy adorning their homes with aggressive religious artifacts to thoroughly investigate the origins and inherent functions of such items. One should never be swayed solely by their imposing appearance or aesthetic allure, lest they invite inexplicable troubles into their lives. After paying my respects before the axe and respectfully requesting its release, I wrapped it in red cloth and concealed it in a dark place. I then sought the child and the other spirits once more, only to find that the room now contained solely the child's soul, while the others had departed. I regretted not having the opportunity to guide them, and hoped they would encounter more benevolent companions to lead them to a true paradise. Returning to the child's room, I communicated through a certain means, asking him to lie atop his own body. I then requested his mother to bring forth a needle, with which I pricked each of his 2 big toes, applying the blood to the child's lips. Before long, the child awoke, his speech somewhat labored, his memories during the period of disconnection fragmented. Yet at the very least, he had returned. The feet serve as the pivotal points of all spiritual energy. As the soul traverses the body from the crown, it will pause at the feet, thus creating a cycle. Inserting 2 small needles is akin to releasing air from the soul, while applying blood to the lips is meant to remind the flesh of its own essence. The sight of my mother, tears brimming and nearly kneeling, was heart-wrenching. Initially, she intended to give me merely a few hundred yuan, yet she resolutely handed over several thousand. I felt too embarrassed to accept it fully, taking only a token amount, recognizing that it is not merely about money, but rather understanding the hardships of a family. As this thought crossed my mind, I recalled a news story from last year. Whether one believes it or not, I certainly do. I trust everyone remembers the train accident from last year. I followed the news closely in its aftermath. One day, a news anchor, after reporting on the developments of the incident, profoundly stated, "I hope we, as Chinese, can pause our steps and reflect on our souls." In a certain sense, the loss of a single soul may not be of great consequence, for there are those among us with a modicum of esoteric knowledge who can lend assistance. However, if an entire nation's spirit were to fade, it would be irretrievable. With the advancement of our era and technology, we have begun to fortify our nation. Yet, in our relentless pursuit of speed, due to quality and various other reasons, we have forgotten the numerous shortcomings we still possess. Can we truly expect a child of merely 2 meters in height to emulate Jordan by executing a 180-degree turn and dunk? One should not undertake endeavors beyond the scope of one's abilities. As we hastily sprint along the path with our heads held high, are we not to occasionally glance back and seek out that shadow? Chapter 23. The pulley. In 2006, I seized a fleeting opportunity for travel, inadvertently resolving a lingering grievance during my journey. That year, I found myself increasingly weary of my mundane existence. Rather than mere fatigue, it was a profound desire to escape. I devoted approximately a month to wandering through the enchanting regions of Sichuan, Gansu, and western Sichuan, meandering and pausing, enveloped in an exquisite sense of freedom. In an ancient town named Pingle, located near Chengdu, I became enamored with its distinctive charm, which stood in stark contrast to the bustling allure of places like Fenghuang and Lijiang. I was often captivated by the melodious strains of Sichuan opera echoing through the winding alleys. My days were filled with rituals of striking the bell for blessings, sipping tea while listening to storytelling, basking in the sun by the riverside on clear days, and admiring the splashes of raindrops from the comfort of my inn on rainy ones. I lingered there for 5 delightful days. However, on the final evening, while dining at a local restaurant, I overheard ghost stories shared by patrons at the adjacent table, which stirred an unsettling curiosity within me. After much contemplation, I resolved to investigate further. Pingle Ancient Town lies to the west of Chengdu, and continuing westward leads one to a place called Qianglai. The tales I had heard concerned a story from a mountain known as Tiantai Mountain. Tiantai Mountain is renowned as a Taoist sacred site in Sichuan. Although I had never visited it before, I had certainly heard whispers of its significance. Due to its geographical features, which afforded a temperate climate, it was developed into a tourist destination. Ordinarily, one would expect such popular scenic areas, especially those situated upon mountains, to be devoid of hauntings. Yet, when I first heard the tale from the neighboring table, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The tale recounted by that individual unfolds as follows. Her niece and nephew-in-law established a quaint mountain lodge reminiscent of a farmhouse in the enchanting Tiantai Mountains, catering specifically to tourists who sought refuge away from hotels. Their venture appeared to flourish, yet the arduous task of procuring vegetables from the mountain proved challenging, leading many to opt for purchases from local farmers in the rear hills. Often, patrons would call ahead to request specific produce, ensuring delivery the following day, an arrangement that was hardly cumbersome. However, on that particular day, when they placed their order, the usual farmer's phone was answered by someone else. Upon inquiry, they discovered that the farmer had inexplicably descended into madness, confining his family within their home. Given the nature of their relationship, the lodge owners did not press further. The mountain community, though small, was tightly knit, and soon enough, whispers began to circulate among the locals. In the town nestled in the rear hills, a historic street still bears the architectural charm of traditional Sichuan residences, featuring a long, cobblestone path that culminates beneath a blossoming locust tree. Beneath its boughs lies a stone well, excavated by the earliest settlers of the area. In times before running water, this well served as the primary source for the community, and even today, many residents retain the custom of drawing water from it. Curiously, it was at this very well that the farmer had drawn water shortly before his descent into madness. Legends began to surface, recounting that a witness had observed the farmer's transformation. It was said he had hoisted a bucket onto the well's pulley, only to abandon it in terror as he fled home, eventually succumbing to insanity. Consequently, a plethora of tales regarding the well emerged, deepening the intrigue surrounding this enigmatic incident. Some claim that the water drawn from the well is blood red, while others believe it to be the result of encountering a water spirit. The water spirit is not a water ghost. It is an ethereal entity dissolved within the water, imparting a foul odor reminiscent of rotten eggs. It can adversely affect one's mind and intellect, and inadvertently consuming water tainted by such spirits may lead to mild ailments, such as vomiting and diarrhea, or in severe cases, madness and sudden death. A more detailed explanation will follow later. Rumors have a way of escalating, growing ever more sinister and bizarre. In the absence of a correct explanation amidst rampant speculation, someone decided to cover the well with a wooden board. Upon hearing of this matter, my first inclination was indeed to consider the water spirit, though such entities are typically associated with flowing water rather than wells. Thus, I began to prepare my belongings that very night. At dawn the following day, I departed from the inn and boarded a bus to Yen. I disembarked in Xiongli and then took a minibus to Mount Tiantai. The remainder of my journey was completed by hitchhiking, which led me to marvel at the simplicity of the local villagers. Being merely a small town nestled in the hinterlands, I searched the entire locality and found only one modest inn, characterized by its rudimentary facilities, in this perhaps barely populated hamlet of a few hundred souls. My presence felt remarkably incongruous and discordant. That evening, I dined early on a humble bowl of tofu rice and began to wander the streets, hoping to discover where the gatherings of people were, in hopes of extracting some information from their conversations. Unbeknownst to me, I found myself at the end of this long street. As I reached the end, I contrasted the scene before me with the image that had formed in my mind upon hearing about this matter. While they were largely similar, two particular elements captured my attention: a stone tablet inscribed with dense, intricate characters beside the well, and a wooden archway approximately 30 meters from the end of the long street. The twilight rendered it difficult to discern the words on the tablet. On my return, I encountered a few elderly men smoking their pipes, gathered together in amiable conversation. I approached them to inquire about any nearby attractions. Thus, our dialogue flowed effortlessly, and I soon steered the topic towards the tale of the mad vegetable farmer. According to the locals, this farmer hailed from the region and Apo's most prominent family, which had once established a family shrine, a grand courtyard, and the archway and tablet, all within the confines of their ancestral estate. However, following land reforms and banditry, their fortunes waned, transforming a relatively affluent household into one indistinguishable from the common folk. They even dismantled the walls and sold off individual rooms of the courtyard. The family now resided in a house to the left of the ancient well, with farmland behind it. They subsisted by selling vegetables sourced from neighbors to the agritourism establishments below. The elders refrained from elaborating on the legends surrounding his madness, perhaps sensing my status as an outsider and choosing to withhold too much information. Consequently, I refrained from pressing further, resolved instead to return to my inn and seek information from the farmer's family the following day. That night, I pondered how best to approach them in order to disarm their defenses and elicit the truth. As I found myself at a loss without a clear understanding of the situation, I realized that resolving the issue would prove to be quite challenging. Thus, my journey to the mountain would hold little significance. After much contemplation, I ultimately decided to approach them with my true identity. Early the next morning, I indulged in a delectable meal of fragrant oil-soaked rice wine and fried eggs at a local eatery. Satisfied, I proceeded directly to the residence of the vegetable farmer, as mentioned by the elderly man the previous night. Upon arrival, I found the door firmly shut, and at the entrance sat an elderly woman, seemingly in her 80s, quietly smoking a hand-rolled cigarette. I surmised that she must be a member of the farmer's family, as it seemed rather inappropriate for anyone else to linger at their doorstep. I approached her, squatting down to greet the old woman and introducing myself, expressing my desire to inquire about certain matters, claiming my profession aligned with her needs. Despite my lengthy explanation, she regarded me with a persistent indifference, remaining silent. As I pondered how to earn her trust and acceptance, a woman in her 40s, carrying a basket of vegetables, approached with a wary demeanor, inquiring about my identity and purpose. Presuming her to be the matriarch of the household, either the farmer's wife or sister, I candidly conveyed my intentions. I explained that I was a traveler from Chongqing who had stumbled upon this situation and wished to offer assistance. I assured her that I sought no monetary compensation, merely wishing to alleviate the troubles plaguing their family, a mere instinct of my profession. Indeed, the thought of accepting money in such a delicate circumstance would be overwhelming, causing my hands to tremble. After much heartfelt persuasion, it seemed that the elder sister realized that I had no ulterior motives. To put it positively, one could describe me as a person of unique abilities. Conversely, one might say I was merely a bystander, idly observing without any significant impact on her life. This understanding allowed me to enter her home. Once inside, she poured me a glass of water, although I remained uncertain whether it had been drawn from the well not far from the entrance. I expressed my desire to investigate the situation regarding the vegetable farmer, but she declined, insisting that I could simply inquire of her. From her, I gleaned that the farmer was not truly insane. Rather, he had been startled by something that left him somewhat disoriented. The elder sister recounted that on that particular day, her husband had gone to the well to fetch water. He had lowered a bucket using the pulley and, as was customary, would typically remove any moss or duckweed floating on the surface. However, when the farmer attempted to do the same, he discovered a large mass of tangled objects within the water. Upon reaching in to grasp them, he was horrified to find a handful of hair. Perplexed as to how hair could possibly be in the well, he leaned over the edge to investigate further, only to behold a pale woman in white attire, her hair disheveled, staring up at him with wide, unblinking eyes and an expressionless face. This sight utterly terrified the farmer, prompting him to abandon the bucket and flee homeward. Upon his return, he began to babble incoherently to his wife about the incident. The elder sister noted that he appeared genuinely frightened, and at that moment, she could scarcely comprehend his words. It was only later that evening, once he had somewhat regained his composure, that he managed to recount the events, though by then, the farmer was already suffering from the effects of extreme shock. The elder sister's words evoke memories of a Japanese film, which narrates the tragic demise of a girl who then possesses a videotape. Anyone who views it is doomed to perish. The most chilling scene depicts her emerging from a well, advancing towards the camera, and ultimately crawling out of the television. The unique cultural fabric of Japanese ghostly lore is replete with its own profound intricacies. Not only are the spirits meticulously categorized, but some are even manifestations of human imagination. While my thoughts drift towards this cinematic tale, it is imperative to assess events based on their actual occurrences. She continued, recounting that on that fateful night, she noticed her husband acting strangely anxious, and bizarre happenings ensued. Dogs of all sizes in the town inexplicably gathered at her doorstep that night, barking frantically at the well for the entire duration. This peculiar phenomenon sparked local gossip, leading the vegetable farmer and Amp, Oppo's family to withdraw from social interactions. Nevertheless, the elder sister remained skeptical about her husband's fright-induced statements. After all, she had visited the well herself and found the water to be crystal clear, devoid of any woman. Even the superstitious mountain folk deemed such occurrences to be overly absurd. Furthermore, as the rumors spread, the local police took to the streets to dispel the tales. And some individuals even placed boards over the well's opening, rendering the incident a mere farce. After conversing with the elder sister, I couldn't shake the feeling that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Based on my experience, the monument erected beside the well is typically a merit tablet dedicated to the original well digger, embodying the adage, "One should not forget the well digger when drinking water." The words of the vegetable farmer, when assessed in terms of mental state, warrant only partial belief. The frenzied barking of dogs on the night in question undoubtedly points to other underlying causes. If it were indeed a haunting, the dog's barking becomes more explicable. As spirits are inherently averse to canines, the bark, the teeth, the blood, and the fur of dogs can effectively deter ghosts. There's a Chinese proverb that suggests dogs perceive humans with disdain, not to belittle them, but rather to convey a simple observation. This saying, prior to being twisted into an insult, has its roots in folklore. Dogs are creatures of spiritual awareness, capable of perceiving phenomena beyond human perception. Thus, when a dog inexplicably barks fiercely and in fear at a certain spot, caution is warranted. The barking referenced here is characterized by both aggression and trepidation. The practice of dog ownership serves the dual purpose of safeguarding against both human and supernatural threats, which explains the long-standing tradition of keeping dogs in households throughout history. Should your dog exhibit inexplicable ferocity and fear towards the entrance, it is advisable to hang a mirror directly opposite the door and scatter incense ashes from left to right at the threshold. This will naturally encourage spirits to depart. Consequently, dogs are indeed treasures. Just as the elder sister concluded her remarks, a chain-smoking elderly lady entered. Her tone, incongruous with her weathered appearance, suggested a profound wisdom. It was apparent that she had been eavesdropping on my conversation with the elder sister before stepping in to add her own thoughts. Having concluded this matter, I finally grasped the circumstances that had unfolded here. The elderly woman, now 86 years of age, is regarded as the most senior member of the local community. She is the grandmother of this vegetable farmer and was once a cherished daughter of a once prominent family. She recounted that over 60 years ago, during her youth as a young lady, her family adhered to the customs of a feudal household. Her father had taken 6 wives, and she was the daughter of the second wife. When he married his 6th wife, he was already in his 60s, while the 6th concubine was merely in her 20s. Despite her favored status, she was unable to bear children due to her husband's circumstances, and she experienced a lack of joy typical of womanhood. Under the pressure from the other concubines, she fell into the company of a rogue from outside, resulting in an unexpected pregnancy. Upon the discovery of her condition, the family's law dictated a dire punishment. She was confined in a dark room, forced to kneel, and subjected to beatings. The physical and emotional torment ultimately led to the loss of her child. In a desperate bid for freedom, she escaped, only to find that the rogue had absconded with her father's money. Consumed by despair and resentment, she took the tragic step of throwing herself into a well. Her body was soon recovered, and in a bid to preserve his reputation, her father falsely claimed that the 6th concubine had succumbed to depression due to her inability to conceive. He even erected a memorial in her honor and ensured she was buried with great ceremony. I interrupted the elderly lady to inquire how long ago this took place. After a moment of reflection, she informed me it had been 66 years. I then asked her how old the sixth concubine had been at the time of her death, to which she replied, 22 years old. Calculating the timeline, I bravely inquired whether any descendants of the other concubines had passed away 22 or 48 years prior. The elderly lady recounted that 48 years ago, the son of the concubine passed away, and 22 years ago, the fourth concubine also met her demise within the confines of her home. Upon hearing this, I became resolute in my belief. This was undoubtedly a manifestation of a vengeful spirit. Such spirits, known as retribution ghosts, return with the singular intent of avenging their grievances. Their resentment is so profound that unless they choose to depart on their own accord, no one can escort them away. And doing so may even pose a threat to one's life. These spirits exhibit a conspicuous trait. They emerge to exact vengeance upon reaching the end of their lifespan, continuing until they deem their enemies vanquished. I confided in my elder sister that I would devise a plan. Though my assistance might not guarantee success, I would endeavor to exert every effort. After leaving, I contemplated visiting the marketplace in search of useful items and intentionally approached the stone tablet to examine the inscriptions upon it. This tablet was not an antiquity. It had been erected in the 1980s to commemorate the well as a local cultural relic established by the family of vegetable farmers. A pivotal realization dawned upon me regarding the water-lifting device. Externally, the wood had been polished to a sheen and had darkened over time, suggesting that aside from the rope used for drawing water, everything else had remained unchanged for many years. Thus, the locust tree by the well and the water wheel at its mouth became the sole witnesses to the tragic suicide of the sixth concubine, provided they possessed the capacity for sentience. While I prepared my materials at the marketplace, the words of that elderly woman reverberated in my mind. One cannot help but perceive that the woman at the bottom of the well is, in fact, the most profound victim. At such a tender age, she has become entangled with a man over 60. In that era, where maternal lineage held paramount importance, this woman could never legitimately bear a child. While the specter is undeniably in the wrong, it is worth noting that she is ensnared by circumstance. The most infuriating aspect is that scoundrel who, without a word of farewell, departs as if nothing has transpired, leaving the child as though it were not his own. I surmise that even in contemporary society, regardless of how casual or chaotic relationships may be, although I certainly disdain the actions of this woman, were I to encounter that man, my fist would not greet him with a smile. Having gathered the necessary items, it was already afternoon when I returned to the farmer's abode, intending to wait until nightfall to attempt to lure the woman from the depths of the well. As darkness enveloped the sky, I designated the well as my initial point, calculating 6 additional points based on direction. I drove nails into the ground at these locations, wrapping red thread around their heads, and used grave soil to connect these 6 points. This formation was designed to deter livestock and insects should a pack of dogs arrive in the dead of night. My efforts would be rendered futile. However, this arrangement could not confine spirits. Therefore, I removed the wooden cover from the well and inscribed symbols with cinnabar upon it. Once the night descended into tranquility, I stood beside the locust tree, creating a small opening in the wooden board. I then gently lowered the red thread, which was tied to the farmer's shoe, into the well, instructing the elder and the older sister to remain silent, no matter what they might witness. If fear should arise, they were to retreat to the safety of their home. When I sensed that the thread had touched the water, I began to wait in stillness. Not long after, the rope in my hand suddenly tugged, reminiscent of a fish biting at a float while angling. However, the force was minimal, and soon a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. My heart raced, for I had encountered such malevolent spirits on multiple occasions. They were notoriously difficult to handle. Their barbaric methods often led to injury, and their hearts were laden with grievances, rendering them almost impossible to guide. Observing the rope's prolonged inactivity, I resolved to draw it up for inspection. Should the ordinary red string prove ineffective, I would resort to the one stained with blood, my own, to be precise. Yet, as I pulled the red string from the depths, I discovered a package wrapped in oilcloth nestled within the farmer's shoe. This was clearly placed there by the ghost. Typically, such vengeful souls are imbued with intense malice. Even if their fury is quelled by the talisman at the well's entrance, I had never encountered one so composed. I'm not a spirit, and thus I can only speculate on their thoughts. I surmise that this woman might still cling to a fragment of her humanity, yearning to be led to the well's bottom for a chance to see the light of day once more. I carefully replaced the wooden plank and secured the red string to the trunk of the locust tree. Lighting a lighter, I scrutinized the oilcloth package. It was adorned with moss and boar imprints, suggesting it had become lodged in the crevices of the well's wall before her demise. Upon unveiling it, I found a pink embroidered pouch. Inside lay a handkerchief, one corner of which was embroidered with a pair of mandarin ducks, while the fabric was inscribed with flowing calligraphy. As the text is written in classical Chinese, I find it somewhat challenging to comprehend. Thus, I approached the elderly lady beside me, who, being a young lady herself, was likely to understand. After reading the letter, she informed me that it was a farewell missive she had penned to a heartless rogue, conveying sentiments akin to, "I have endured so much for you, suffered countless humiliations, and even lost the child within me. I yearn for the day when we could escape together, yet you, the unfaithful one, left without uttering a single word, abandoning me, a wretched woman." Listening to the elderly lady recite these words in her frail voice stirred a peculiar emotion within me. Upon finishing, tears streamed down her aged face. Tremblingly she asked, "Is it truly Aunt Lou?" She attempted to approach the well, but I restrained her, cautioning that the spirit's resentment was potent and danger lurked nearby. The elderly lady insisted on speaking to Aunt Lou, asserting that despite the various ostracisms she faced in life, Aunt Lou had always treated her with kindness. Seeing her stubbornness, I acquiesced. I removed the shoes from the red string, binding them to the elderly woman and Appo's hand, while the other end remained tied to the locust tree. I grasped the edge of the wooden plank, prepared to act swiftly should the situation turn dire. The elderly lady, trembling, approached the well and suddenly knelt at its edge, weeping profusely, her words barely intelligible, likely expressing how deeply our family had wronged her. The sincerity of her utterances resonated deeply. Her cries mingled with her pleas echoed against the well's wall, eerily resembling the wailing of a young woman. I remained on high alert, ready to act violently should any signs of danger arise. It is impossible for me to allow someone who has been deceased for over 60 years to bring harm to an octogenarian. Yet, as the elderly spoke for an extended period, it seemed that the echo resembling a woman's weeping suddenly ceased, leaving only the voice of the old man. He, too, became aware of this, lifting his head to inform me that it felt as though someone had just kissed her forehead. Although I was at a loss, upon hearing the elder's words, I was reminded of a rare circumstance in which vengeful spirits manifest. When they choose to forgive a soul, they express it in their own unique manner. Could this indeed be their way? Had the matter reached its conclusion? It was hard to believe that I had done nothing at all. Setting down the wooden plank, I took another length of red string, and, after some experimentation, I discovered that the ghost had indeed departed in sorrow. It seems that the grandmother's words had awakened the resentment buried deep within her heart for 66 years. It is unfathomable that a force could sustain itself through hatred for such an extensive period. For both the living and the departed, should this not be an excruciating ordeal? Some individuals require a jolt to awaken them from their stupor. When we stand before the mirror, gazing at our reflection and questioning whether this constitutes growth, do we not also begin to ponder the naivety of our footsteps along this journey, even feeling regret that no one intervened to stop us? Such reflections abound, countless in number. Most individuals experience but a single 66-year span in their lives, while the sixth concubine lived for 22 years but harbored hatred for 66. Truly terrifying. Is the sixth concubine frightening? Is the master frightening? Are the concubines frightening? Are the rascals frightening? What truly led to the demise of the sixth concubine was not merely the oppressive shackles of feudal etiquette, but rather the stark betrayal and disillusionment among individuals. One ought to live freely, yet how often do we truly experience that freedom? Once I confirmed that the female spirit had departed, I entrusted the oilcloth bundle and that handkerchief to the old grandmother and the eldest sister, imparting 3 critical instructions. Firstly, dismantle the windlass at the well, thereby breaking the bond that has endured for 66 years. Secondly, remove the wooden archway, as it serves as a symbol of indignity towards the 6th concubine. Lastly, it is imperative to locate the descendants of that scoundrel, compelling them to bow and offer apologies at the grave of the 6th concubine on behalf of their ancestors. The eldest sister was rendered speechless, her astonishment evident. She readily acquiesced to my entreaties. I urged her to take good care of the vegetable farmer, hoping for a swift recovery. Although I did not seek any compensation from their family, I still implored the eldest sister to arrange for a vehicle to escort me down the mountain that very night, as I realized that remaining in this place brought me no comfort. The eldest sister consented, enlisting a relative who transported me down the mountain on a 3-wheeled motorcycle. After spending a night in Cheonglai City, I continued my journey towards Yuen and Kongding. Chapter 24. The Maiden in the Dadu River District of Chongqing. Prior to the earthquake in 2008, there existed a peculiar rumor. Along the stretch of road from the ancient Ba Kingdom City to the district government, there was a tunnel, approximately 500 meters in length. In March of that year, several vehicles traversing this tunnel encountered an eerie phenomenon. Each night, at precisely 9:44 p.m., as a vehicle approached the entrance of the tunnel, if there remained an unoccupied seat in the back row, a young girl clad in a red dress, sporting 2 horn braids, would suddenly materialize in the rear and begin to wail for her mother. Numerous drivers faced this unsettling occurrence. Some, gripped by fear, would halt and flee, while the more intrepid dashed through the tunnel into Oppo's exit, only to find the girl vanish the moment they emerged. Those lacking financial means might have been too terrified to venture outside for several days, while those with a bit more wealth sought to employ someone to dispel this malevolence. The latest client, a relatively affluent individual, had learned of my services through various connections. He approached me directly, hoping I could assist him in some capacity. At that time, I considered myself a disillusioned youth. In my eyes, wealthy individuals represented a societal emblem, embodying not only their own exceptional prowess, but also the countless wage earners and migrant workers beneath their feet. I neither harbored disdain for the affluent nor felt any particular fondness. As a businessman, I maintained a semblance of decorum and professional integrity, believing in the principle of alleviating misfortune for a fee. However, I gradually came to realize that I had begun to resemble those I once viewed with skepticism. When this client approached me, I treated him with the same impartiality I extend to all. He recounted an incident from a night in March when he was entertaining clients near Erlang. He had consumed some alcohol, though he insisted he was far from inebriated. After dinner, he began his journey home. As he passed through a tunnel, he suddenly sensed an inexplicable presence in the car. Peering into the rearview mirror, he was startled to see the visage of a little girl appearing behind his head in the driver's seat. Overcome with fear, he slammed on the brakes. Momentarily regaining his composure, he questioned whether he had indeed overindulged. However, upon glancing back through the mirror, the girl remained, not only seated but also crying out for her mother, her wails piercingly loud. As the realization dawned that this was no mere illusion, he instinctively accelerated, swiftly exiting the tunnel. The moment he emerged, the cries ceased abruptly, and upon looking back, he found nothing in the car. Doubt began to creep in, leaving him to ponder whether he had truly been inebriated, yet the vividness of the experience felt undeniably real. In a state of confusion, and for the sake of safety, he pulled over to the roadside, exited the vehicle, and hastily hailed a taxi to return home. It was not until the following day that he sent a subordinate to retrieve his car. For several consecutive days, the incident lingered in his mind, oscillating between self-doubt and the unsettling conviction that it was a hallucination. He found himself ensnared in this cycle of introspection, grappling with the possibility that perhaps the hallucination was merely a form of self-reassurance. The client is indeed a perceptive individual. After several days of being perplexed, he wisely sought information from the community. His inquiries yielded significant results, leading him to approach me. Prior to his experience, 2 taxi drivers had encountered similar phenomena. And just 3 days after his incident, yet another driver faced the same unsettling occurrence. The consistency of the location and the nature of the events convinced him that he had encountered a supernatural presence. As I listened to his account, my mind swiftly conjured a vivid scene of the incident, and I tentatively concluded that this might be the spirit of an unjustly departed soul, perhaps a young girl. As the client suggested, this child may not fully comprehend the afterlife, or perhaps she remains blissfully unaware of her own demise. Consequently, when a certain trigger revived the last memories of her life, she reappeared. Thankfully, this spirit posed no threat, having neither caused harm nor injury to anyone. From this perspective, I surmise that resolving the matter of this spirit should not be overly challenging. However, merely relying on the client's narrative was insufficient for forming a definitive judgment. Thus, I proposed that he accompany me to the site of the occurrence. Upon entering his vehicle, I observed it was adorned with an array of Buddhist artifacts and numerous talismans. Did he truly believe he was dealing with a malevolent spirit? As I sat in the passenger seat, I closely inspected the area behind the driver's seat, and, aside from the talismans, I noticed a moderate water stain on the headrest of the back seat. I inquired if this mark had been there for a while, to which he replied he hadn't noticed, speculating it might have been caused by his mischievous child. At that moment, I did not dwell on it further and chose not to press for additional information. Upon reaching the entrance of the tunnel, I cast a glance at the client, who appeared visibly apprehensive and fearful. I offered him some reassurance, stating that in this world, every occurrence is rooted in cause and effect. It is rare for spirits to inexplicably attach themselves to unrelated individuals, so he need not worry excessively. However, my underlying message was a subtle reminder for him to reflect on whether he had committed any heinous acts that had gone unnoticed. In this world, there are no walls that do not allow the passage of wind. No matter how well a secret is guarded, it will eventually see the light of day. The cycle of karma dictates that good and evil are duly rewarded, as long as one is a person of integrity and righteousness. What reason is there to fear malevolent entities? To me, this tunnel appeared to be an utterly ordinary passageway. Above it, on the mountainside, stood a decorative tower, which was part of a park. Chongqing, being a city of mountains, is replete with undulating hills. In earlier years of development, when confronted with mountains, tunnels were often excavated. Yet, many seem to forget a crucial detail. During the extensive bombings by the Japanese army, countless air raid shelters were dug into the hills of Chongqing. It is precisely due to this unique geographical environment that Chongqing has become the city with the most tunnels in the country. I meticulously inquired about the origins of the little girl's appearance, the location where she began to wail, and the place of her disappearance, documenting these points in detail. However, I was still at a loss. I suggested that he accompany me on another visit to this location later that evening. After much hesitation, he finally consented. For dinner, he and I casually dined out, and it was evident that he was a master of social interactions. Even though our relationship was purely transactional, he presented himself as the king of networking. I complied with his demeanor, feeling a mix of readiness and trepidation for the events that awaited us that night. By 9:30, we arrived at the roadside, approximately 500 meters from the tunnel entrance, our hazard lights flashing. Although I verbally reassured the client not to be anxious, I understood the futility of such comfort. We are all prisoners of our own fears. The unknown invariably instills a sense of dread, even before attempting to embrace it. Fear takes root, a compounding emotion that intensifies with contemplation. Before I joined my master, I harbored a profound fear of ghosts. The notion of spirits appeared to me as a foreboding door shrouded in darkness, an invitation to peek behind it, yet paralyzed by the thought of turning the lock. In my ignorance, I conjured terrifying images within my mind, claws bared, green faces with fangs, grotesque visages, and bulging veins. It was an oppose, teeth until I embarked on this path, encountering numerous spirits, both great and small, that I gradually realized my profound ignorance. As I gazed at the stream of cars passing through the tunnel entrance, the evening's darkness enveloped us. The lights within the tunnel cast a yellow hue, and aside from the red and green electronic indicators, a speed limit sign of 60 loomed above. Suddenly, an idea struck me, prompting me to inquire of the client about the speed at which he traversed the tunnel. He responded approximately 90, I suppose. I remarked that we would soon traverse the tunnel at a speed of 90. At precisely 9:44, as we surged into the entrance at that very speed, the little girl materialized. She appeared less than a meter from me, and aside from her somewhat pale and haggard complexion, she was an exceedingly charming child. Just as I was about to reach out to her, she began to cry with an unexpected intensity, wailing for her mother. I was taken aback by the suddenness of her outcry, retracting my outstretched hand in astonishment and gazing at her in disbelief. In less than 10 seconds, the vehicle emerged from the tunnel, watching the apparition fade before my eyes, dissipating into nothingness. Once the car came to a halt, my client clutched the steering wheel with trembling hands, clearly summoning considerable courage to reveal this experience to me. Though taken aback, my years of experience led me to sense an underlying pattern in the unfolding events, prompting me to embark on an investigation. I advised my client to engage in prayer and virtuous acts at home over the coming days, as I was genuinely concerned that the spirit of the little girl might follow him back, potentially frightening others, an outcome that would be most unfortunate. Based on my previous observations, the spectral presence in the vehicle showed no response to the Buddhist artifacts, leading me to conclude that this little girl was merely a residual image of a restless spirit, a fragment of a deeply ingrained memory from her life that could not dissipate after death. She roamed the tunnel, not randomly selecting vehicles, but rather replaying moments that echoed her past experiences. Thus, I have come to the conclusion that this child perished within the tunnel, most likely due to a tragic vehicular accident, potentially caused by the driver's intoxication or excessive speed. Early the following morning, through various acquaintances, I uncovered that in March 2007, a traffic incident had indeed occurred at the tunnel S entrance. A large truck, while speeding, collided with a mother and her daughter who were crossing the road. The mother sustained injuries, while the daughter tragically died on the spot. Due to the excessive speed, the young girl was thrown 10 meters upon impact, and, subsequently, the truck overturned. Investigations revealed that the driver was under the influence of alcohol at the time of the accident. From the photographs retrieved, it became evident that this girl was indeed the one from the vehicle last night. Consequently, I pieced together the events leading to this conclusion. The little girl was struck by the suddenly speeding truck and died instantly. However, in her youthful innocence, she may not have comprehended her own demise. Her spirit, witnessing her mother on the ground injured and overwhelmed by fear, began to wail for her mother. Furthermore, the tunnel itself presents a unique environment. Typically, when driving into a tunnel, one does not open the windows, as there are only 2 exhaust outlets, rendering the majority of the space relatively enclosed. Consequently, the exhaust fumes permeate the tunnel, lingering for an extended period. I surmise that the little girl remains trapped in that very spot, reliving the moments of her tragic end, possibly explaining her spirit's inability to depart. Of course, this remains merely conjecture, one that I have no means to substantiate. After extensive inquiries, I finally managed to establish contact with the little girl's mother that very afternoon. I contacted the client and arranged to meet with the mother of the little girl, expressing my desire to discuss matters concerning her daughter. Although it would inevitably touch upon a painful subject, the mother consented to our meeting. We chose a coffee chain in Duquio for our rendezvous. As someone who does not indulge in coffee and with no alcoholic beverages available at the CAF, I opted for a glass of lemonade. The loss of her daughter must have inflicted an immense blow on this mother. Since becoming a father myself, I can now reflect on that profound and unshakable sorrow. On a smaller scale, it is simply that her daughter remains lost. On a larger scale, it has been over 49 days since her passing. If we do not act swiftly to guide her daughter to rest, I genuinely fear she will continue to wander, emerging every March to frighten a few unsuspecting souls. Such occurrences, if they persist, are bound to attract the attention of those with greater influence, potentially leading to dire consequences. Therefore, we resolved to be forthright with the mother regarding the situation. Upon hearing the news, the mother covered her mouth and began to weep. This reaction was anticipated, as the little girl was still so young. I realized that employing my usual methods of guiding spirits might not be effective, especially given the passage of time. I feared that if the approach frightened her, the girl might never return again, and I did not wish for her to remain lost in the dark tunnel of despair. Thus, I intended to ask the mother to assist us by leading us to her daughter's grave, allowing the mother to convey to her child that it was time to depart. Her mother was a kind-hearted woman, despite the loss of her daughter. She believed that such guilt should not extend to anyone other than the driver responsible. Thus, she consented to my request. First, we returned to her home to retrieve a piece of clothing that belonged to her daughter during her lifetime, before making our way to the cemetery. I created a bridge between the mother and daughter using a butter lamp and incense. The daughter's spirit could hear her mother's words, yet the mother could not hear her daughter's. When the mother urged her to depart peacefully and to follow me, the butter lamp extinguished. I understood this as a sign of her willingness to accompany me. After we had departed, I returned the little girl's mother home with my client. On the journey back to Jiangbei, my client remained silent for a long time, uttering not a single word. I recognized that words were unnecessary. Everything unfolded like a film titled The Butterfly Effect, where even the slightest disturbance could lead to the collapse and sorrow of an entirely unrelated family. Subsequently, I learned that my client, in addition to paying me my fee, had also given some money to the little girl's mother. Regardless of the process or the outcome, when we learn something from our own stories, that alone is sufficient. Chapter 25. Cat's Eye. The cat is a creature shrouded in mystery, adorable, affectionate, and remarkably intelligent. According to legend, cats possess 9 lives, and their eyes can perceive what eludes human vision. Had I not experienced it firsthand, the belief that cats can see spirits would remain merely a tale in my mind. I am an avid tea drinker, a trait likely rooted in my family heritage. From my earliest memories, my grandfather and father were seldom seen without a teacup in hand. Even after my grandfather's passing, the tradition of tea drinking persisted in our household. As I began to partake in this ritual myself, Chinese tea culture is profound and intricate, yet it is the Eastern Isles that have elevated it to an art form, whimsically dubbed the Way of Tea. Legend tells of Shinnong, who sampled myriad herbs and discovered tea's myriad benefits for bodily regulation. With a pot of tea guanyin, a newspaper, or a fully charged mobile device, I could easily spend an entire afternoon in a tea house. This particular story unfolds in a tea house. One day, I found myself seated in a tea establishment in Sikaku, idly scrolling through my phone while listening to Sichuan opera, occasionally glancing at the scenic riverside. My intention was to languidly pass the afternoon, but I soon noticed a young woman in the tea house who seemed to be watching me intently. After dismissing the notion that my appearance might have captivated her, I began to observe her as well. She appeared to be in her early 20s, reminiscent of a university student, with a fair complexion that hinted at fatigue. When she realized I was looking at her, she stood and approached my table, taking a seat across from me. Later, I would learn that her name contained the character for Wan, and she was a student at Chongqing Medical University. As a student trained in the sciences, she theoretically should not have been inclined to believe in the existence of supernatural entities and fate. Yet, ironically, those who have devoted over a decade to scientific study often find themselves ensnared in the intricate web of science. It is difficult to fathom that someone with such an extensive scientific background would candidly proclaim to have encountered a ghost. She sat before me, uttering words that astonished me. She claimed to possess a natural ability to see spirits, a gift often referred to as yin-yang eyes. Initially, I was skeptical and inquired why she was gazing at me so intently despite her abilities. She replied that there had been something beside me, oscillating between clarity and obscurity, which seemed to fear me and circled around. Thus, she speculated that if I were not imbued with overwhelming righteousness, I must surely be a Taoist. I am neither a Taoist nor particularly righteous, but it appears that education grants one the capacity to discern certain truths. Seeing the intersection of her experiences with my profession, I briefly shared my occupational background, only to be met with her sudden excitement. She exclaimed that she had been searching for someone like me, hoping I would allow her to share her story. With a lack of understanding for Sichuan opera and weariness from my phone, her interruption led me to consider that listening to her tale could be worthwhile, regardless of its authenticity, as it would provide a welcome diversion. From a young age, she had been endowed with the ability to perceive spirits. Perhaps in her childhood innocence, she did not comprehend the gravity of her gift, and thus did not feel fear. However, as she matured, she began to see things that eluded others, often sharing her experiences, only to be met with disbelief. As time passed, she gradually became perceived by her friends as an eccentric individual, often uttering phrases that others found perplexing. She became accustomed to their indifference, and, as a girl, she increasingly feared encountering such peculiarities. After gaining admission to university, she entered into a relationship, hoping to embrace a semblance of a normal life, cohabiting with her boyfriend. One night, her boyfriend, unable to find slumber and feeling an unsettling sensation, roused her, requesting that she turn on the light to check if there was a moth hovering above his head. As she turned to face him, her expression shifted dramatically. Though she quickly regained her composure, she began to reassure him, insisting that it was merely a figment of his imagination and urging him to fall asleep. Yet, she found herself restless, unable to drift off. It was only the following morning that she confided in him. "Do you know why didn't he turn on the light last night? Because there was a woman's head with long hair floating above you, watching you." I interrupted her, inquiring if it was merely the head. "Yes," she affirmed. "And it was just suspended there?" I pressed. "Indeed," she replied. This recollection reminded me of an incident from 2005, where the spirit involved presented a stark contrast to what this girl described. Lacking a head, it possessed only a body. It was after that experience that I began to grasp the concept of link as noted in my master's writings. Link refers to a type of ghost, known in the north as Duan Gui, and in regions like Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Fujian referred to as Kanmatsi. They're exceedingly rare, and encountering such a spirit is akin to winning the lottery. Fate, it seems, has a convoluted and intricate origin, particularly in the context of spirits. Beyond the inevitability of a wrongful death, such entities represent an incomplete manifestation of both body and soul. In essence, when one departs this world, their corporeal form remains fragmented. These types of spirits, lacking in wholeness, can be regarded as the more erratic among apparitions. Their choice of targets appears capricious, and they invariably belong to the category of malevolent spirits intent on causing harm. If the ghost described by the young lady indeed possesses a fragmented soul, it is likely that its demise was marked by a severed head. Her words piqued my curiosity, and to avoid any misunderstandings, I refrained from suggesting a visit to her home. Instead, I proposed that she invite her boyfriend to join us for dinner, with plans to visit her residence afterward. That evening, we dined on chicken offal at Sikaku, and, as a quintessential Chinese foodie, I could not help but savor the moment with delight. She resided near Daping Petroleum Road, so after dinner, I drove them back to their home. The building was an older structure devoid of an elevator, with dimly lit stairwells illuminated by motion sensor incandescent bulbs. On the third floor, they rented a modest room of approximately 10 square meters. The room contained little more than a bed and a computer, which may well be typical for student couples. I surveyed the room's arrangement, but discerned no peculiarities. However, the compass needle suggested that the space bore traces of a lingering spirit. Yet at that moment, I could not ascertain whether the ghost was indeed present within the room, due to the inability to ascertain the precise nature of the situation. I advised the young lady to leave the lights on while she slept in the coming days. Her boyfriend, evidently spooked by her previous mention of a ghostly presence above her head, insisted on the same course of action. I then employed a method known as laying the path of wealth, wherein I bound copper coins with red string and hung them above their bed and at their door. This technique is intended to placate spirits with monetary offerings, hopefully persuading them to vacate and cease their disturbances. Given the inherent randomness of spiritual phenomena, the efficacy of this method is not guaranteed, yet provides a semblance of comfort to the young couple. A week passed peacefully, and the girl even called to inform me that there was nothing amiss in her abode. I believed I had effortlessly resolved the matter and felt a sense of contentment. However, a few days later, the girl reached out again, expressing that she had once more encountered the spirit. This time, it was even more terrifying, as it had confronted her boyfriend directly, staring at him with an unsettling proximity. She dared not utter a word or disclose this to her boyfriend. resorting instead to calling me once again for assistance. Upon realizing that the method of laying the path of wealth was ineffective, I perceived the situation as increasingly intricate. Initially, I thought I could simply employ desperate measures to disperse the spirit. Yet during my second conversation with the girl, I learned that her maternal grandparents had both passed away in recent years, and her parents were engaged in business in other cities. Recently, in a dream, she had encountered her grandmother, who advised her to alter the orientation of her bed. Upon waking, she had dismissed it as trivial. Additionally, given her unique constitution, she had become accustomed to encountering spirits, despite the fear it invoked, and had bravely adapted to this unsettling reality. Once again, I hastened to her residence. Finding her boyfriend absent, I examined the traces of erosion on the red string and copper coins, gradually realizing that this matter was beyond my capabilities. Both the red string and the coins had been immersed in the essence of the 5 elements, aiding me countless times over the years. However, the red string had turned pale, and the coins had acquired a greenish hue, signifying that this spirit not only disregarded my efforts, but was also provoking me. Having previously promised this young woman my assistance, I felt compelled to see it through. Since I could not resolve the issue alone, I decided to enlist the help of a master. Consequently, the young lady had to accompany me to Wanzhou. Wanzhou, located to the east of Chongqing, is a charming small city nestled by the banks of the Yangtze River, renowned for its stunning Qingsong waterfall. After persuading the young woman, she sent a message to her boyfriend, and, as he returned home at noon, we set off for Wanzhou. In Wanzhou, I have an acquaintance, an elderly lady in her 60s. She bears the surname Ji and is a well-known shaman in the local community. Grandma Ji is easily identifiable. Her left eye is unlike any other, resembling that of a cat's eye. Thus, she often wears tea-colored glasses. A descendant of the ancient Chong people, her family has been engaged in shamanism for generations, employing unique techniques. Summoning spirits with cattail leaves, I had crossed paths with her several times in the past. She does not exorcise spirits, but possesses the gift of clairvoyance. Cheerful by nature, when not performing her spiritual duties, she engages in typical activities of an ordinary elderly woman, such as playing waist drums, mahjong, and participating in local dances. In her life, she embodies positivity and vitality, while in her business, she remains low-key and composed. We departed from Chongqing at noon, and upon reaching Wanzhou, it was nearly evening. I called the elderly Ms. G and briefly explained my purpose. She asked me to bring the young lady to her home the following morning. As promised, we arrived the next day, and the moment she opened the door, Ms. G exclaimed, "Xiao Wan, Xiao Lu, you have come." This remark astonished the young couple, as I had never disclosed their names to her. However, I recognized this as her customary approach, designed to evoke surprise, thereby eliminating any lingering doubts. After all, we are in the business of transparency. Without trust, collaboration becomes exceedingly challenging. Ms. G invited us inside and encouraged Xiao Wan to recount the situation in its entirety. A slight frown creased her brow, for I understood that her thoughts mirrored my own. Encountering such a spiritual deficiency is undoubtedly troublesome. After considerable reflection, Ms. G ultimately resolved to consult the spirits, albeit in a manner entirely distinct from mine. While I summoned them directly, she invited them to possess her. Ms. G took Xiao Wan into the bedroom, and out of respect for their different practices, we refrained from observing further. Approximately an hour later, Xiao Wan emerged from the room in tears. Noticing her distress, Xiao Lu quickly inquired about what had transpired. Only then did Xiao Wan relay the events that unfolded within the room. Upon entering, Ms. Ji had instructed Xiao Wan to write down her birth date, then plucked a strand of her hair, which she consumed with water. Moments later, Ms. Ji gradually opened her eyes and spoke. "Wan Wan, how are you?" Upon hearing the name Juju, Xiao Wan was taken aback. This name, known only to her parents and grandfather, was not uttered by anyone else. With both parents still alive, it could only mean that her grandfather had possessed the body of old Lady G. Her grandfather had been exceedingly fond of her in life, and as she recognized that old Lady G's tone and demeanor closely mirrored those of her grandfather, she was overwhelmed with nostalgia and began to weep. After conversing with her grandfather for a while, old Lady G then summoned her grandmother, who called her Jur, a term distinctly different from that of her grandfather. It was these personal details, unknown to old Lady G, that convinced Xiao wanted the authenticity of the experience. However, she remained perplexed as to the purpose of summoning her grandparents. Mere idle chatter could not possibly resolve the spiritual void she was currently experiencing. At that moment, old Lady G suddenly announced that there was another person from her family who wished to speak with her. After a brief tremor, the tone shifted once more, and after a few utterances, Xiaowan recognized that this spirit was her cousin, who had tragically succumbed to a drug overdose years prior. Yet, this encounter also failed to address the issue of her spiritual deficiency. Subsequently, old Lady G revealed that there was indeed another presence in her family, though she was not at liberty to disclose its identity, leaving the decision to Xiao Wan as to whether she wished to converse with it. Pondering the identity of this fourth individual, given that the previous three were deceased relatives, Xiao Wan found herself once again in the presence of old Lady G. This time, it was the very spirit of the void she had been seeking, an entity that had met a gruesome end in 1998, having been murdered and dismembered. Its vengeful spirit lingered, causing chaos and harm to others. Xiao Wan's maternal grandparents and her cousin were all victims of her own actions. The entire conversation was chaotic and nonsensical, revealing her deep-seated hatred and a compulsive desire to cause harm. Apart from her grandparents and cousin, she had contemplated ending the lives of her boyfriend and even Xiao Wan herself on numerous occasions. However, due to her parents' virtuous conduct in their business dealings and their dedication to benevolence, which included rituals of incense burning and prayers, she found herself unable to carry out these intentions. She claimed that it was her parents who had saved her life. When Xiao Wan inquired about the motives behind the harm inflicted upon her grandparents, the response was again a flurry of incoherent ramblings. The presence of Elder G was formidable. She refused to let the spirit depart, as it was bound to her. After Xiao Wan spoke, she informed me that Elder G wished for me to enter the room. Upon entering, I beheld Elder G with disheveled hair, resembling the woman Xiao Wan had previously described. Without needing further inquiry, I initiated the ritual, binding the spirit within my crafted formation, using the red thread around the neck, the vermilion dot on the forehead, the goose feather to obscure the eyes, and the blood from a cut on my finger, which I smeared on Elder G's philtrum. Reciting the incantation, I guided her spirit to the afterlife. Following this, Elder G emerged from the room with me, joining Xiao Wan and the others. She recounted that during the possession by the spirit, she reflected on her past. Despite her misdeeds, she was not inherently malevolent. In her lifetime, she had merely been a lowly office worker who, while returning home from a late shift, fell victim to a robbery that escalated into humiliation and murder. Such calamities can befall anyone, inevitably leaving behind a sense of grievance. Fortunately, the case was swiftly resolved, and the perpetrator faced justice, receiving a death sentence, only to meet his end by crashing into a wall just days before execution. This was, in its own way, poetic retribution. I had initially believed that this matter would come to a conclusion. However, due to the dismemberment, a part of the body remains unfound. With both body and soul incomplete, it wanders the earthly realm, gradually losing its humanity and devolving into a malevolent spirit. There's a saying, in life, one may slumber for long, but in death, one sleeps eternally. If a person cannot find peace in death, it signifies the beginning of another tragedy. After bidding farewell to the venerable Empress Dowager Ji, we returned to Chongqing that very day. Along the way, I conveyed to Xiao Wan that possessing a natural ability to see spirits is not something to feel ashamed of. When one perceives both benevolent and malevolent souls, it mirrors our human condition. The fear arises from the vividness of what one witnesses. Where there is good, there must also be evil. Every cause has a consequence. Those who inflict harm do so as a result of the darker facets of human nature. The spirit also mentioned that it refrained from harming you and your boyfriend precisely because your parents had performed numerous good deeds, allowing positive and negative energies to collide and neutralize each other, thus preventing it from causing harm. After escorting Xiao Wan home, her boyfriend and I collaborated to realign her bed, and thereafter, Xiaowan assisted me in overcoming various challenges. Gradually, she came to view her ability as a gift that could aid others, leading her to a sense of acceptance. Chapter 26. Water Stains. It was still the summer of 2009 when I received a rather alarming phone call early one morning from an individual who claimed to be a resident of a neighborhood near the Nanjing district government. He expressed his distress by stating, quite bluntly, that his home was haunted. In an effort to soothe his frayed nerves, I suggested we meet outside, hoping to both calm him and allow him the opportunity to recount the events in detail. This client, Mr. Zhu, introduced himself as 32 years old, though he appeared to be in his 20s, tall and slender. After completing his university studies in Chongqing a few years prior, his family had purchased a second-hand apartment for him to reside in alone. He meticulously recounted the strange occurrences that had transpired. He mentioned that the ceiling above his bed had begun to leak for reasons unknown. Since there were no light fixtures installed on the ceiling, the risk of electrical fire was non-existent. Initially, he paid little heed to the situation until a few mornings ago, when he was abruptly awakened by water dripping onto his face, which incited considerable irritation. He promptly went to the apartment above and knocked on the door, only to be informed by his neighbor that there was no leak in their unit. After a thorough inspection of both their apartment and his own, Mr. Zhu was left perplexed. Consequently, he alerted the property management, who, upon arrival, were also unable to ascertain the cause of the leak. With work obligations pressing, he placed a bucket on his bed to collect the dripping water. Upon returning home that evening, he discovered that the dripping had ceased. Initially inclined to dismiss the matter since the water had stopped, he was jolted awake once again the following morning by the relentless drips. Armed with the knowledge from his previous experience, Mr. Zhu placed the bucket in position and departed for work. When he returned home that night, he found that the dripping had once again ceased. Mr. Zhu, being a single man and a typical recluse, rarely cooks dinner at home, preferring to purchase fast food such as hamburgers from nearby establishments. Aside from browsing the internet, he claims that his most engaging pastime is strumming on his guitar. He has kept various pets over the years, including cats, dogs, hamsters, and English lop rabbits, as well as fish and birds. However, aside from the last two, none of his pets thrived. He exudes the aura of a disillusioned and aimless young heir, devoid of ambition. He continued to relate that he gradually grew accustomed to such evenings until this morning, when he was roused once again by the sound of dripping water. To his astonishment, he discovered that the water stains on the ceiling had formed the visage of a human face, with droplets cascading from its eyes, as if the figure were weeping. Terrified by this revelation, he hastily got out of bed and, through a friend's introduction, eventually found me. After hearing his account, he called the friend who had referred him to me. We agreed to wait together for this friend to arrive before heading to Mr. Zhu's residence for a first-hand investigation. This friend had been my classmate from elementary through high school. Our parents worked for the same organization, and we had grown up together. He had since secured a position in a state-owned enterprise, indulging in lavish meals and copious amounts of drink, leading to a rather rotund physique. He was well aware of my profession and, upon hearing Mr. Zhu's predicament, promptly recommended me. On our way to Mr. Zhu's house, he advised me not to concern myself with appearances, as Mr. Zhu was affluent and insisted that I should charge a fair price for my services. My fees are dictated by the individual as taught by my mentor. I do not inflate my charges simply because someone is wealthy. If I find the person unlikable, I may raise my price, whereas I might not charge a destitute individual at all. This is what my master advised me. Before undertaking any task, one must first cultivate one's character. Upon my arrival at Mr. Zhu's residence, he guided me to his chamber. I glanced upwards at the ceiling, where somewhat exaggerated water stains still lingered, albeit without any dripping. Faintly, one could discern that it resembled a human visage. The room above should correspond to a bedroom. Thus, the appearance of such a stain is improbable, especially in its midsection. Consequently, one could reasonably conclude that this is an abnormal phenomenon. When I inquired for directions, I was particularly attentive to the orientation of his windows. Given the westward exposure, sunlight only graces the room during the sunset. The door is positioned on the side wall, precisely in a spot that remains untouched by sunlight. The head of the bed rests against the wall, while the foot faces the door. The ceiling lacks any electrical conduits, and illumination is provided solely by a large floor lamp. In terms of the room's characteristics, it epitomizes a so-called in-house. The term in-house does not necessarily imply that the residence is haunted. Many individuals recoil at the mere mention of these words. In truth, simple remedies such as appropriately positioning a mirror, rearranging the bed, or even affixing red string around iron nails in the four corners of the room, or placing several vibrant plants, could easily resolve such issues. Yet, regrettably, this gentleman has not taken such measures. In-house merely possesses a greater propensity to attract spirits, as they shun sunlight. During the day, they are undisturbed until dusk, but at night, when darkness prevails, compounded by the house's inherent attributes, one's room may unwittingly become a gathering place for apparitions. Fortunately, this individual has not hung wind chimes, for that would have invited far more mischief. When the compass is brought close to the water stain, the needle spins wildly, which unequivocally indicates a supernatural phenomenon. As for the reason behind such an occurrence, I am at a loss. Could it be the prank of a mischievous spirit? If this continues for several days, one might soon tire of the game. Might it be a ghost wronged in life? The upstairs neighbors seemed perfectly fine and even graciously welcomed us into their home, which likely eliminates that possibility. A ghost capable of manifesting in a tangible form, unless summoned by human intervention, possesses considerable power. Having ruled out the previous two possibilities, I truly cannot conceive of any other explanation. Thus, I resolved to wait until nightfall to observe whether anything unusual would transpire. That evening, after consuming a haphazard meal, my friend and I settled into his bedroom for a lengthy conversation, while Mr. Zhu joined us, contributing sporadically to our dialogue. I was acutely aware of his underlying anxiety regarding the imminent appearance of the tearful visage. Around 3 in the morning, as weariness began to creep in, I distinctly felt a droplet of water fall upon my head. Instinctively, I looked up and was taken aback by the water stain on the white ceiling, which appeared exceedingly conspicuous. Indeed, as Mr. Zhu had mentioned, it resembled a human face, even more vividly defined than when I first arrived at his home that afternoon. The expression on this face seemed eerily numb, evoking a profound sense of dread. "It has begun to drip," my friend exclaimed, rousing Mr. Zhu from his stupor. He sprang up in a frenzy, retreating from the bed and positioning himself in the corner of the room, his face a mask of terror. I placed a stool atop the bed and stood upon it, reaching out to touch the water stain, attempting to ascertain its origin. However, upon contact, I discovered that the stain was merely slightly damp, distinctly different from the typical sensation of water infiltration. Yet, the visage of that face, with tears cascading from its eyes, appeared startlingly vivid at that moment. Unable to identify the cause, I began to feel a twinge of anxiety. Although the face bore no apparent intent to harm, I sensed that allowing it to linger for even a second longer was inappropriate. It was then that my friend S. remark abruptly illuminated my thoughts. He observed that the water stain seemed to possess a hint of green. Instantly, I recalled the route to Mr. Zhu's residence and noted the environment of their neighborhood. I had observed that each building in the complex featured a structure resembling a rooftop terrace atop its highest floor. Initially, I had assumed it to be an attic. However, my friend S. comment prompted me to consider, could it be a water tank? This realization spurred me to urge both of them to accompany me, for I suspected they too lacked the courage to remain there. The building comprised 7 floors, with Mr. Zhu residing on the 4th. We ascended, and upon opening the door to the rooftop, I spotted a row of iron ladders adjacent to the structure I had previously mentioned, leading me to conclude that this was indeed the water tank. A sense of foreboding enveloped me, for I understood that when a community experiences water shortages, the rooftop water tanks are typically employed to temporarily supply residents with water. Since there had been no reports of leaks from the residents above Mr. Zhu, the origin of this water stain must inevitably be linked to the local water source. I ascended to the top of the tower, which was not particularly high, merely a few meters. Peering into the water tower, I found it shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible to see anything. Thus, I endeavored to persuade Mr. Zhu to return home to fetch a flashlight. When I finally illuminated the interior of the water tower, I was met with the harrowing sight of a corpse floating within. Judging by its diminutive stature, it appeared to be that of a child. The degree of bloating suggested that the drowning had occurred several days prior, rendering the body a macabre spectacle. I surmised with a fair degree of certainty that this unfortunate child was the source of the water stains on Mr. Jouet's ceiling. It seemed that, due to the circumstances of his demise, this poor soul was attempting to convey a clue to Mr. Jouet, hoping to be discovered, and had repeatedly shed tears in an effort to signal him. Lacking any retrieval tools, I felt compelled to report the incident. Before the authorities arrived, I found a brick and inscribed upon it a spell intended to separate the child's spirit from its corporeal form, facilitating its transport to a drier realm. I then requested that Mr. Jouet and my companions withdraw, and proceeded with my customary method to guide the child's spirit to its rest. Subsequently, the three of us awaited the arrival of the police. We informed the investigators that we had come to the rooftop for a breath of fresh air and had inadvertently stumbled upon the body. After the authorities retrieved the corpse, we, for the very first time, took a ride in a police vehicle to provide our statements. While at the police station, I heard the anguished cries of a woman resonating from outside, a sound that pierced the air with sorrow. After a while, another officer entered the room where we were taking statements and informed us about the situation outside. The woman who had been crying moments ago was the mother of the missing child. She had already reported the case, stating that her child had gone missing. That day, she had been playing with her child in the neighborhood. She noticed her child was happily playing with other children and decided to go to a tea house to play cards, thinking her child would remain just outside the tea house and not wander far. It wasn't until she finished her game that she discovered the other children were still engaged in a game of hide and seek. But her child was nowhere to be found. In her panic, she called relatives to help search for her little one. Upon hearing this, I speculated that perhaps the children had been playing hide and seek in the hallway, and her child, being quite mischievous, had climbed up to the water tower, only to accidentally fall and drown inside. It is such a tragedy. A plump, innocent child lost their precious life due to the negligence of adults engrossed in their own amusement. Nowadays, many parents share this mindset, believing their children are obedient and not overly mischievous. They recall that children have always played freely for generations, and thus, adults feel at ease to indulge in their own activities. However, it is critical to remember that children remain children, their minds and understandings still immature. They cannot discern danger or recognize wrongdoing. As parents, failing to safeguard their own children is a grave oversight. Despite my reflections, the statement must still be recorded. Mr. Jouet is perhaps the most timid individual I have encountered over the years, and I must accompany him to calm his nerves. After the incident, he paid a commission, and the tragedy of the child drowning spread widely throughout their community, likely reaching many friends in the Nanan district. Since becoming a father myself, I have come to deeply understand the immense responsibility that comes with parenthood. Although I do not indulge in card games or frivolities, I am committed to nurturing my child in a safe and healthy environment. Nonetheless, we are surrounded by numerous similar tragedies, and while we lament their occurrence, we often overlook the fact that such calamities could have been prevented. I recall expressing long ago that I do not consider myself a person of faith. Aside from tales of ghosts, I have not encountered much else, so if anyone were to ask me about zombies or vampires, my response would likely be mere fanciful conjecture. As for concepts such as reincarnation, rebirth, and transmigration, I have consistently emphasized that I do not dismiss them. I simply have not witnessed them firsthand. Chapter 27. Walking in the Shadows. The following incident transpired in 2007. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would scarcely believe that one could traverse the realms of the netherworld. In the Dukkha district of Chongqing, there exists a remarkably renowned noodle shop named by Go Beef Noodles. Adjacent to this establishment stands a building awaiting demolition, which, prior to its impending fate, housed an illustrious figure known as Granny Huang. It would not be an exaggeration to proclaim her as the most formidable elderly woman I have ever encountered. In her earlier years, she too engaged in the supernatural, guiding souls and confronting spirits. After retiring at the age of 50, she spent a few languid years before commencing her practice of divination and fortune-telling. A decade ago, those seeking her wisdom were aplenty, and one would need to secure an appointment a month in advance. That year, a friend of mine welcomed a daughter and inquired if I knew a diviner to bestow a favorable name upon the child. Thus, I accompanied my friend to seek the counsel of Granny Huang. While I was acutely aware of her remarkable abilities, I had never witnessed her traverse the shadows. In fact, it was on that day that I first learned the term walking in the shadows. I must clarify that despite my acquaintance with Granny Huang, I would never divulge anyone's birth information to her. When my friend presented the child's birth details to Granny Huang, her subsequent remarks left both my friend and me utterly astounded. Her initial pronouncement was that the child was a reincarnation of a female ancestor from my friend's lineage. Moreover, she cautioned that this year, my friend must exercise utmost caution while driving. An observation that was particularly striking as no one had informed her that my friend owned a vehicle. The subsequent statement left my friend utterly astonished. Granny Huang mentioned that her deceased father had conveyed a message. During Qingming or the Spring Festival, she should remember to burn a coat for him. Strangely, I too was unaware of his passing. Ultimately, Granny Huang bestowed 4 words upon her daughter. My friend joyfully handed over some money and departed, boasting about the remarkable abilities of this elderly woman throughout the journey. Upon revisiting Granny Huang for another matter, I chanced upon a conversation regarding the naming of my friend's daughter, which unveiled that all of Granny Huang's insights stemmed from her practice of walking the yin. When I inquired about this term, she explained that it refers to the soul leaving the body and traversing to the underworld, engaging in dialogue with spirits while in a ghostly state. At the close of that year, a young male teacher at a secondary school collapsed and died suddenly during a lesson. The school attributed his demise to excessive fatigue, subsequently extolling his virtues and magnifying his exemplary teaching ethics, even featuring him in the news during that period. However, the teacher's wife dismissed the notion of a mere sudden death. For days prior, he had recounted a dream to her, one in which he was teaching, only to be abruptly seized by several individuals who stormed into the classroom, dragging him away before submerging his head in water, drowning him, after which he awoke. Initially, she thought it might just be a manifestation of stress-induced nightmares. Yet mere days later, her husband indeed perished in class, leaving her profoundly suspicious. Having witnessed the formidable abilities of Granny Huang in the realm of spiritual guidance, I resolved to accompany the teacher's wife directly to seek her assistance, hoping she could facilitate a communication with the departed. However, upon our arrival at Granny Huang's abode, we were met with a number of elegantly attired individuals, presumably there to solicit her expertise in altering their fortunes. I soon realized that such alterations were implausible. Fortune, much like fate, is immutable, and any attempt to tamper with it would undoubtedly invite consequences. I discreetly stepped outside to contact Granny Huang, requesting her permission to expedite our visit, and thus we were ushered into the inner chamber ahead of the others. Allow me to describe the interior. It featured a very antiquated desk adorned with writing implements and a container filled with divination shells. The walls were draped with calligraphy and various talismans, the inscriptions revering Buddhist teachings and expressing reverence for the spirits of the departed. It is worth noting that Granny Huang is a practitioner of Buddhism, adhering to a vegetarian diet on the 1st and 15th of each month, a practice she has maintained for 50 years since embarking on her spiritual journey at the tender age of 15. Her profound Buddhist roots often imbue her writings with deep philosophical significance. The room was permeated with a peculiar burnt odor, which I later discerned to be the scent of opium. Although Granny Huang herself does not partake in opium, its aroma assists her in swiftly entering a meditative state conducive to her spiritual work. As I took my seat alongside the teacher's wife, I was poised to articulate our purpose when Granny Huang raised her hand in a gesture that conveyed her preemptive understanding of our intentions, prompting me to fall silent. Grandma Huang was a woman of strong character, renowned for her striking beauty in her youth. As a lay disciple, she attracted many suitors, yet all were ultimately defeated by her sharp tongue and domineering demeanor, leaving her unmarried for life. One day, Grandma Huang instructed his wife to record the teacher's date of birth, then prepared a bowl of water, sprinkled it with a few scallions and a mysterious powder I could not name, and drank it in one gulp. Gradually, Her eyes rolled back, and after a sudden jolt, she appeared to fall into a deep slumber, remaining silent for an extended period. His wife and I sat there, bewildered, awaiting her return. After a while, she awoke, wiping the sweat from her brow, likely from the exertion. Upon regaining consciousness, Grandma Huang began recounting to the teacher's wife that she had just been to see the teacher. He revealed that in the year preceding his death, one of his students, a girl overwhelmed by academic pressure, had jumped from a building in a suicide attempt. Although she survived, she was left mentally unstable. Subsequently, she would occasionally flee her home, pretending to study at the school gates. When the security guards attempted to shoo her away, she even bit one of them. Tragically, a few months later, the girl passed away, likely believing that the school had driven her to madness, thus seeking retribution from this particular teacher. Allow me to interject. Typically, a ghost's malevolence does not manifest through violent means like a weapon. Rather, it tends to result in two forms of death, either a gradual or sudden fright leading to demise or an influence on one's heart rate and brain function, culminating in a fatal rupture of blood vessels. Grandma Huang informed his wife that this teacher had been cursed by the girl who had perished that fateful year. His wife learned of the matter through the teacher, yet upon entering the room, no words were exchanged. If Granny Huang had not truly ventured into the netherworld to converse with the teacher, she could not have known such intricate details. Thus, his wife instantly believed her. Subsequently, Granny Huang mentioned that the soul of the male teacher still wandered aimlessly, feeling profoundly conflicted about whether to depart or remain. Having been taken from this world by a deranged female ghost, he harbored a deep sense of resentment. He was tethered by numerous concerns, particularly the students who were soon to face examinations. Upon hearing this, his wife wept sorrowfully, revealing that her husband felt immense guilt over the suicide of that young girl. The pressure of academic advancement that year was overwhelming, and he, too, had been compelled to increase the study load for his students, all in hopes of enabling them to secure admission to prestigious institutions. However, the youth, often incapable of grasping the teacher and Oppo's earnest intentions, sometimes resorted to extreme measures when faced with their own limitations. I have not experienced the rigors of the college entrance examination, thus I cannot fully comprehend the accompanying stress. Yet, every year, news reports abound with tragic tales of students who, overwhelmed by academic pressure, lack of confidence, or sleeplessness, succumb to despair, leading to tragic outcomes such as suicide. Witnessing such events is truly heart-wrenching. Who proclaimed that students are the future of a nation, who asserted that we must adhere to this oppressive, rote educational method. My wife recounted to me an incident from her past prior to her college entrance examination, when she meticulously organized a colossal heap of books and papers. In a fit of rage, she hurled both the books and her desk from the fourth floor of the teaching building. This incident is why, whenever I behold her, I silently reassure myself, I am unafraid. Perhaps our educational system has been flawed since its inception, perpetually exerting pressure that drives some to madness and others to despair. Even though the majority may have succeeded in gaining admission to prestigious institutions, one must ponder, how many truly felt joy during those arduous years of study? Old Granny Huang then shared that in the days leading up to his death, he experienced a dream stemming from a visit he made to the grave of a girl during the Qingming festival, where he expressed some words of apology. For a spirit that had succumbed to suicide, this undoubtedly acted as a catalyst, resulting in his becoming haunted. Furthermore, the teacher remarked that the spirit of that girl was now preparing to target certain students, and hoped that his wife could convey this message to the school. At this point, it fell upon me to intervene. I advised old Granny Huang to seek a batch of talismans for the students at the temple. That very night, I crafted some red strings in memory of the deceased teacher and distributed them among the students. Although we could not locate the spirit of that girl, the red strings and talismans seemed to counterbalance its influence. At least from that moment onward, peculiar occurrences ceased. Nonetheless, I am acutely aware that tranquility is but a fleeting illusion. Should that wandering spirit resurface one day, my fellow practitioners will inevitably confront it. However, from the perspective of a fellow victim, the male teacher's wife brought numerous gifts to console the family of the girl, and although the outcome remains unknown, at least serves as a comfort to both parties. There are many tales surrounding the story of Granny Huang, and I shall write about them in the future. It is likely that many have heard of a particular legend, and even more have attempted to experience it themselves. At the stroke of midnight, one lights a candle and peels an apple in front of a mirror, ensuring the peel remains unbroken. Upon completion, the reflection in the mirror is said to answer all your questions and grant your every wish. I believe many have engaged in this ritual, yet it is probable that few have succeeded. They might then reassure themselves that their sincerity was lacking. It would be wise to refrain from such practices in the future, for this method is indeed a fabrication. Although, if performed correctly, peculiar events may occur. Trust me, however, it is not at all enjoyable. Chapter 28. The Gift. In 2006, I became a member of a car enthusiast club. During weekends or holidays, I often joined my companions for various activities, having traveled to Inner Mongolia, Myanmar, and Xinjiang on self-driving excursions. We frequently gathered with fellow car enthusiasts for meals and karaoke, and eventually, I opened a bar where many of them became regular patrons. One evening, while enjoying drinks and conversing with friends, the conversation among a group of young people inevitably veered toward the supernatural. Although I would mostly listen in silence, some of the tales struck me as utterly absurd, making me reluctant to engage further. Yet, there were others that captured my attention profoundly. The client I encountered was inspired by one such story. To summarize, it revolved around a young woman who had just graduated from university. She was an exemplary student, well-behaved, and raised in a single-parent household, living with her father. Each year on her birthday, she would express a wish, and by the end of the year, her father would fulfill that desire. This year, she yearned for a new smartphone, and her father ensured it was gifted to her by year's end. The following year, she desired a new computer, and once again, her father made it happen. In her own words, as long as she excelled in her studies, her father would always procure the birthday gifts she longed for, instilling in her the belief that her wishes could indeed come true. However, on this recent occasion, her wish was for a car to celebrate her graduation. Though her family is not impoverished, acquiring a car remains an arduous challenge. This predicament leaves her father in a quandary. On one hand, he is reluctant to disrupt a long-standing tradition. On the other, he genuinely wishes to avoid disappointing his cherished daughter. In a moment of desperation, he learns of a mystical method to summon the mirror spirit and resolves to take a risk. The so-called mirror spirit, as one might find explained on Baidu, is shrouded in a more profound mystery than online interpretations suggest. It possesses the capacity to grant your desires, yet exacts a significant toll, usually in the form of diminished lifespan. Moreover, akin to the spirit of the pen, should one fail to dismiss it properly, the consequences can be dire. Legends of the mirror spirit abound across various cultures. Yet the underlying principles remain consistent, as do the entities that are summoned. The mirror spirit is not merely a soul residing within the glass. It lacks any corporeal form. Instead, it embodies an overwhelmingly potent psychic force, honed through the relentless reflection of countless mirrors, making it insurmountable for an ordinary individual. In China, it is the mirror spirit. In Japan, the mirror god. And in the West, it manifests as the infamous Bloody Mary. The mirror, as an object that reflects reality in its starkest form, reveals the most authentic aspect of oneself, often an unsettling truth. It exposes the inner ugliness that resides within, thus generating a distorted psychic force. Wherever there is reflective surface, the mirror spirit lingers, ever present. Initially, the girl's father approached the summoning of the mirror spirit with a spirit of experimentation. However, once his wish was fulfilled, he remained blissfully unaware of the necessity to properly dismiss the entity. Believing that the wish had been fulfilled, I was soon beset by a malevolent ailment, and after a month, I found myself on the brink of death. This tale, recounted by a friend as belonging to one of his acquaintances, lent an air of authenticity to the narrative. Consequently, I sought out the contact information of the young woman and managed to reach her under my true identity. After much persuasion, she finally consented to let me visit her father. In a military hospital ward located in Xiaojia village, I encountered her father. His pallid, emaciated visage suggested that he barely possessed the strength to open his eyes. Even a mere spoonful of congee left him breathless. After observing the elderly man, I took the young woman aside into the corridor outside the ward and inquired about employing some unique methods to uncover what the mirror spirit had done to her father. I instructed her to comply with my requests. The hospital had already issued a critical condition notice, urging the family to consider home care, as the severity of his myocardial infarction posed an imminent threat to his life. The young woman acquiesced to my wishes, and I placed a bowl at the head of the old man's bed, into which I dropped a magnetized silver foil. This principle is akin to that of a compass. However, as it floated upon the surface of the water, any slight disturbance could alter its form. Thus, those with the requisite courage might experiment with this method to ascertain the presence of spirits in their vicinity, provided they are not overly frightened by such matters. After several hours of observation, it became evident that the silver foil in the bowl only stirred when the elderly man awakened. This indicated that his soul had been entirely ensnared by the mirror spirit, teetering on the brink of departure from his corporeal form, poised on the precipice of death. If left unattended, he could only endure for a few more days at most. From my earlier conversation with the young woman, I learned that her father's illness had struck overnight, without any prior warning. I understood that being entwined by the mirror spirit disregards one's moral standing or the good deeds accumulated throughout a lifetime. Even the most virtuous individual cannot escape the mirror's gaze, which reveals one's darkest facets. While I possess the ability to send spirits away, I am unable to teach the ailing man to do so himself. All efforts would be in vain. After much contemplation, I resolved to speak plainly to the young woman, informing her that I could not save her father's life. Rather than prolonging his suffering in a state worse than death, it would be kinder to allow him to awaken one last time before he quietly departed. After explaining the reasons behind my decision, it seemed she was not yet prepared for such a harsh reality. The thought of losing her father, who had been a constant presence for over 20 years, was overwhelming. She told me she would respond when I arrived the following day. However, before I could reach her, she called me to say she had made a decision. Accepting that her father's state was merely a prolongation of agony, she wished to ensure he departed with a sense of comfort. The night before, she had penned a letter to him, intending for me to read it aloud when he was momentarily lucid. Upon my arrival, both the young woman and her boyfriend were present. The adjacent bed is unoccupied. In a large hospital like this, one cannot expect doctors and nurses to frequently engage in idle chatter with patients and their families. Perhaps they are moved by the specter of life as fragility, or perhaps they deliberately avoid forming attachments with patients, lest the loss of life stir their own emotions. This is merely my conjecture. In any case, the infrequent rounds of the medical staff afforded me the opportunity to fulfill my daughter's wishes. I summoned the young woman's boyfriend to the doorway. Firstly, to shield him from witnessing our unconventional practices, and secondly, to maintain a semblance of vigilance in case of any disturbances. A bowl of water remained on the bedside. I drew the fabric curtain that separated the two beds, securing it with clips. The pale blue drapery encircled the elderly patient, myself, and the young woman within its confines. I tied ropes to each corner of the bed, subsequently connecting them and suspending them from the forestand. I then gathered some soil from a grave and enclosed the stand within it. I must confess, this method is not of my own invention, nor was it imparted by my master. Rather, it was learned from a silk-rearing master after I ventured out on my own. This master belonged to a folk sect from Kiangsanan, part of the Zhengyi lineage. Years ago, some of their techniques were refined, leading to the creation of numerous new methods, thus establishing their own sect. Their approach, in contrast to ours, resembles the distinction between traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine. We employ methods to address existing issues, while they strive to preemptively sever the roots of potential problems. They skillfully employ sorcery and flags, invoking deities with the bones of beasts, extinguishing souls, and scattering grave soil, which are among their most renowned incantations. Such knowledge is passed down exclusively from father to son, with daughters strictly forbidden from learning it. Their practices are somewhat enigmatic, and in terms of prowess, they are among the most formidable practitioners in the southwestern region. By encircling a framework tied with a red string using grave soil, The red string connects to the four corners of the bed where the elder lies. Should any malevolent entities seek to intrude, they must first breach this formation from the outside in, a method that distinguishes their craft from mine in its intricacy. Once the formation was established, I began to chant spells to guide the elder's soul back. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, his spirit evidently rejuvenated compared to before. Though he remained exceedingly feeble, he seemed to have forgotten the events of the past few days, and upon seeing me and the young woman by his bedside, his first words to his daughter were, "I dreamt of your mother." It turned out that the young woman's mother had passed away long ago. However, I understood that he had not merely dreamt. Rather, his soul had encountered her. He had, in a semi-comatose state, experienced death once, though he was unaware of it. The young woman held back her tears as she began to read a letter she had written to her father, expressing gratitude and affection. After finishing, she produced a large lollipop from her bag, a confection I had only seen in Stephen Chow and Appo's films. "Dad, this is for you," she said. "Next year, I will give you a gift as well." Her father reached out to accept the lollipop, initially smiling joyfully. But soon he could no longer contain his emotions and began to weep. The young woman, too, was unable to hold back her tears, and the father and daughter embraced, both weeping together. I gestured for the young woman to share her heartfelt sentiments with her father, while I discreetly exited to stand beside her boyfriend. He inquired about the source of the sobbing, but I chose to ignore him, as I found the question rather trivial. Could it be that the tears were merely a reaction to the pain of a needle? From all that I gathered, I sighed inwardly. While it is universally acknowledged that a parent's love for their child transcends all else, and that perhaps only parents are willing to offer unconditional support, the world still holds its beauty and numerous touching moments. However, for this young woman, I wished for her to grasp that her father's tears were not solely a recognition of his impending mortality, but rather a poignant response to a humble lollipop, worth no more than a few coins. The essence of gift-giving lies in the heart, devoid of notions of wealth or poverty. For many years, I imagined that each time she received a gift from her father, she would smile with joy. Yet, the one and only gift she presented to him was able to elicit tears. Tears and laughter are merely different expressions of emotion, and I hoped she would come to understand the depth of boundless giving. I had once wept while watching Hachi, a dog in Appo's tale, perhaps because I was uncertain who in this world could wait for me as faithfully as Hachi did for 10 years. Seeing the young woman cry at last seemed to stem from her realization of her father's unwavering love, selflessly given over 2 decades without the expectation of return. After a while, I re-entered the hospital room, just in time to see her gently coaxing her father into slumber. I informed her that perhaps the moment had arrived. To speak candidly, I had grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death. In such situations, I could remain as composed as the doctors and nurses around me. Certainly, I do not imply that all medical practitioners are thus. However, on this occasion, I cannot help but feel a profound sense of loss, lamenting my inability to save the life of the elderly gentleman. Even the slenderest opportunity to grant him a final moment of lucidity was but a mere fragment, learned through serendipity from others. A wave of intense frustration enveloped me, leaving me deeply ashamed. The young woman gently kissed her father on the forehead, after which I severed the red string. Once the area was tidied, her father departed peacefully. Following the issuance of the death certificate at the hospital, I assisted this young woman and her boyfriend in arranging the funeral. After the ceremony concluded, I accompanied the girl to her home, where I positioned 2 mirrors facing each other, instructing her to stand in between them, lighting a candle. At the moment the candle extinguished, we shattered both mirrors. The dual reflections would create an infinite realm, to prevent the spirit from becoming ensnared within the mirrors. This was the appropriate method of sending off the departed. Thus, from that year forward, I commenced a diligent study of numerous memoirs penned by esteemed predecessors, resolved to refine my skills in order to assist others more effectively. Chapter 29. The edge of the bed. I have a friend who, after graduating from high school, joined a real estate developer from our hometown in Chongqing, embarking on a journey in property development. Over the years, he has amassed a considerable fortune. A few years ago, during a meal together, he confided in me that he was facing troubles and I felt compelled to offer my assistance. The situation unfolded as follows. My friend, along with his employer, commenced the construction of a residential complex near Xinpeifang. The project experienced remarkable success, with properties selling like hotcakes. Subsequently, the developer entrusted a property management company with various responsibilities. However, a year after the final units were sold, a deluge of complaints began to flood in from the management company. Numerous residents reported unsettling occurrences, claiming that there were strange entities within the community. Surveillance footage had captured what appeared to be human figures or wispy white shadows traversing walls and elevators, igniting a wave of rumors and widespread anxiety. Some residents even contacted newspapers and television stations demanding compensation. Due to our friendship, my friend is quite superstitious and deeply believes in supernatural phenomena. When he approached me for help, he offered a sum that was difficult to decline, considering the wealth of developers. He relayed to me that several complaints from homeowners described a similar experience. They recounted waking in the middle of the night, half awake, unable to move, and upon blinking their eyes open, they were met with a gathering of individuals clad in black, seated closely around the edge of their bed, their backs turned toward them. Scientifically, this phenomenon is known as sleep paralysis, commonly referred to as ghost pressing. I need not reiterate the scientific explanations, as they are readily available. I have previously discussed the topic of sleep paralysis, and I shall mention it once more here. As one transitions from wakefulness to slumber, there exists an ephemeral state that delicately balances between these two realms. This intermediary phase is remarkably sensitive, akin to fine-tuning a radio between FM 88.8 and FM 99.9. With the slightest adjustment, one may indeed discover a frequency that allows for the indistinct reception of sounds from both 88.8 and 99.9. While I have not delved into the methodologies of lucid dreaming or out-of-body experiences, I surmise that the concept bears resemblance. In this moment, an individual exists in a nebulous state, acutely aware of their descent into sleep, yet cognizant that they have not succumbed entirely. Similarly, if we apply the radio frequency analogy to the realm of spirits, one might perceive these entities as inhabiting a gray area that lies between the living and the transcended, existing on a shared frequency where encounters become almost inevitable. Many individuals have experienced the phenomenon of sleep paralysis, often feeling an oppressive weight, not merely unable to open their eyes, but rather perceiving apparitions in that ambiguous space. Yet, upon awakening, most struggle to reconcile this seemingly absurd experience, dismissing it as a mere nightmare or trivializing it, allowing the matter to dissipate unresolved. I have previously suggested that in such instances, a simple remedy is to press the tongue against the roof of the mouth and recite a mantra. However, this leads to the issue of many lacking faith and being uncertain of what to recite. Indeed, our deficiency in belief is not a recent development. A heart that is open and untroubled may keep spirits at bay, whereas harboring guilt renders any recitation ineffective. Upon learning that a group of individuals clad in black was gathered at the edge of bed, my friend immediately deduced that this fell within my domain of expertise. He invited me to investigate the matter. Residing in Jiangbei, not far from Xinpeifang, I found myself without access to the subway and without a vehicle of my own. Consequently, upon arriving at the community, it was already noon. In the sweltering noon of August, those traversing the streets were either diligent workers striving to earn a living or individuals with questionable sanity. I meandered through the neighborhood, employing every available means of navigation, yet failed to uncover any trace of the supernatural. I suggested we review the peculiar surveillance footage, and thus we made our way to the management's monitoring room. A technician in his 30s, with a discernible regional accent, accessed the recordings. One segment revealed a gaunt, elderly man, reminiscent of a feudal landlord from bygone days, shuffling through the floral underbrush before entering one of the apartment buildings, seemingly passing through the wall. Another segment, captured at night, utilized the camera's night vision capabilities, rendering the footage in shades of white. Yet, the facial features were distinctly visible as the camera focused on a specific direction. Gradually, a white figure obscured the lens from below, revealing a pair of eyes and a grinning visage before ascending until it vanished beyond the camera's upper edge. This particular segment was genuinely unsettling, given that the camera was positioned over 3 meters above the ground. In another clip, a child appeared to be frolicking, only to stumble and rise again, all the while seamlessly passing through several pedestrians. The surveillance footage reveals a commonality among the apparitions. They do not belong to the present era. Judging by their attire, they appear to be from the Republic of China period. The technician in the monitoring room has already signed a confidentiality agreement, alleviating any concerns that he might leak the video. I doubt he would dare to do so. I am firmly convinced that this is indeed a haunting, and thus I must conduct some research. I informed my friend to return the following afternoon, and so I dedicated that afternoon and the subsequent morning to exploring various methods, even consulting the folklore archives to uncover the reasons behind these occurrences. New Paifang is a geographical location in Chongqing, named after a filial piety archway constructed in the 8th year of the Daoguang era. It is referred to as New because the archway was relocated from its original site, which happens to be in proximity to my friend's residential complex. According to the information I gathered during the bygone era, the city of Chongqing was confined to the area within the present-day Tanjuanmen. Beyond that, the land was either barren or rural outskirts, with the New Paifang area being quite remote. Since the onset of the Qing dynasty, it had developed into a small town. The residents of this town, engaged in the salt trade over several decades, established several prominent families in the region. However, as all these families belonged to the same sect, they revered the archway as a divine symbol to honor their ancestors and to exemplify their profound familial bonds. The descendants adhered to their ancestral home, thriving and reproducing nearby, ensuring that they neither ventured far in life nor were buried far in death. Subsequent to the ravages of war and the Cultural Revolution, the archway has remarkably been preserved intact. In the context of modern cultural heritage in Chongqing, this archway serves to a certain extent as a benchmark. However, as urban construction and development progressed, even the most profound cultural significance could not withstand the weight of commercial interests. In a bid to appease public sentiment, the authorities devised a strategy of relocating the archway entirely. Regrettably, while the excavation teams diligently safeguarded the archway above ground, they overlooked the ancestral spirits interred beneath, who had vigilantly protected the archway for generations. Numerous ancient graves were disturbed, yet no provisions were made for the repose of those souls, resulting in their restless wandering across this land. At this juncture, one might inquire whether it is not said that souls depart after 49 days. Indeed, that is the norm. However, in this instance, it appears that those souls have not taken their leave. From what I have gathered, the spirits roaming the neighborhood likely belong to that very family. Displaced from their graves, they have become wanderers, and the residents who have reported experiences of being pressed by spirits may well be encountering these lost souls, seeking out their former resting places only to find them occupied. Thus, they sit by the bedsides, gathering in a circle, one after another. It can be inferred that these spirits have long since drifted away from consciousness, mechanically replaying remnants of memories from their former lives. For such spirits, their ignorance breeds a certain fearlessness, and consequently, they remain untainted. I have never resorted to excessive measures when dealing with such spirits, for to call them adorable would be an exaggeration, and to deem them pitiable seems unwarranted. They merely exist in a certain form, acting according to their own volition, oblivious to the fact that their presence influences others, particularly the living. The living need not consider themselves superior. A century hence, should you find yourself unwilling to depart for some reason, you would be akin to them. It is likely that their lingering presence is a consequence of their filial piety towards their families, causing them to wander in limbo for a century. The most brutal approach to such spirits is to extinguish their existence outright, while a more circuitous method involves creating a false portal, allowing them to unwittingly step through. Although this may not be voluntary, I believe it serves as a kindness to them. As for those afflicted by night terrors, I have informed my friend that I shall summon a master skilled in water bowl rituals to come and alleviate the misfortunes of those tormented. For those beset by spirits during their slumber, individuals of strong moral integrity may employ the methods I previously imparted. For others, the water bowl ritual may be used to guide the spirits away, followed by the use of willow branches to dispel them, peachwood to ward off evil, and, as a further measure, hanging mirrors above the bed and inscribing talismans upon the floor. Having articulated all this, I trust you now comprehend the matter at hand. The following day, I brought the water bowl master with me, and we proceeded separately. On one hand, the property management guided the master to exorcise those residents afflicted by nocturnal oppression, while I accompanied my friend to the gravesite we had unearthed during the foundation work. With a red string, I indicated a path and fabricated a grand entrance, allowing the departed souls to pass through, thus liberating them from this community. Outside the entrance, I had prepared a talisman positioned perpendicularly to the ground. After 4 hours, as the compass ceased its rotation, I estimated that at least 50 spirits were confined within the talisman. I carefully folded it and made my way to the new archway. Underneath the arch, seizing a moment of solitude, I unfurled the talisman and chanted incantations, bidding farewell to their ancestors beneath the archway. Upon returning to the residential area, in an effort to reassure the inhabitants, I concocted a rather unconventional plan. To prevent any lingering souls that I had not collected from reappearing, I decided to take dual measures. First, I instructed my friend to contact the construction team to transform the existing greenery of the community, ensuring that, when viewed from above, it resembled the hexagram of the Bagua, a symbol believed to safeguard the area. Second, I proposed to adorn the community with artifacts of foreign cultures, so that even wandering spirits would not recognize it as their home. Moreover, these renovations would constitute a form of groundbreaking, beneficial for the renewal of the space. My friend agreed to this plan. Several months later, I returned once more to this community. At the entrance of our community, a newly constructed fountain has emerged, adorned with a grand sculpture of a merman. Although it appears somewhat incongruous, it nonetheless achieves a certain completeness. Reflecting on this, we may gradually come to realize that the antiquities surrounding us are dwindling. When did it become that traditional copper coins and ingots transformed into rare treasures to be found solely in antique markets? Why must we seek traces of old buildings and residences only in faded photographs? Take Chongqing, for instance, a city steeped in the tumult of World War II, yet we inexplicably find ourselves unable to locate many of the landmarks once mentioned in films. Perhaps in my son's generation, numerous relics will soon vanish. While life continues as usual, it is evident that we have begun to consciously acknowledge and discard certain elements. The essence of 5,000 years of culture, which has been scorned as mere detritus. Chapter 30. The Umbrella Spirit. In 2007, I received a peculiar assignment from a distant client. During our telephone conversation, he expressed that he frequently encountered strange occurrences around him. Despite seeking help from numerous individuals and attempting various rituals, the unsettling sensations persisted, though they had not escalated to a point of disrupting his daily life. Nevertheless, they caused him considerable distress. He had even consulted some clairvoyants, yet the source of his unease remained elusive. With a sense of trepidation, he eventually found my colleague who, unfortunately, fell ill just before embarking on the journey and subsequently transferred the assignment to me, promising to share 20% of the commission. Thus, I set off for Luzhou. My perception of Luzhou was largely shaped by the incessant liquor advertisements on television, leading me to envision a city steeped in the aroma of spirits. For someone like me, a connoisseur of fine beverages, this temptation was immense. Fortunately, during my professional undertakings, I refrained from indulging in alcohol. Otherwise, I would surely succumb to inebriation while navigating this enchanting city infused with the scent of wine. The client was a man who appeared to be nearing 40, slender yet possessing long hair that seemed incongruous with his physique. I found myself irresistibly curious about the source of his wig. His hairstyle and stature were somewhat mismatched, and I could not dismiss the possibility that it was related to his fate. He exuded an air of intentionality reminiscent of my youth when in my teenage years. I sported a middle part while listening to Cui Jian. A master once told me that my fate was too rigid and that I must undergo a physical alteration to avert calamity. As a result, my parents compelled me to pierce my ears, though it did little to change my mischievous nature or my propensity for trouble. I encountered this man on a street renowned for its myriad of handicrafts, though the name of the street has slipped my memory. He is the proprietor of a shop specializing in oiled paper umbrellas, and it was at that moment that I discovered the existence of this traditional craft in Luzhou. After greeting me, he ushered me into his store, where he began to brew tea, subsequently sharing the details of his experiences with me. He recounted that his ancestors have been artisans of oiled paper umbrellas for generations, hailing from Fenshui, a place where many earn their livelihood through the creation of these umbrellas. Both of his parents were skilled craftsmen, with his father having 6 brothers. Unfortunately, his father passed away many years ago, prompting his mother to start her own venture. Due to her exceptional craftsmanship, she managed to establish a shop in Luzhou after a few years. However, shortly after opening, she too fell gravely ill and passed away, leading this man to resign from his job in another city and return home to inherit the family business. Listening to his tale felt akin to a narrative from a contemporary dyeing workshop. He continued, expressing a persistent sensation of being accompanied by an unseen presence. Although this presence had not caused him any harm, the feeling was an unsettling one that lingered. Throughout this period, he sought the counsel of numerous industry experts in hopes of alleviating his discomfort, yet he found no resolution. He sought me out to ascertain whether an outsider might possess the ability to offer insight. However, merely listening to his account left me unable to grasp the entirety of the situation. Thus, I began to inquire more specifically about his experiences with what he referred to as supernatural disturbances. On one occasion, while crossing the street, he suddenly felt an overwhelming heaviness in his footsteps, prompting him to pause by the roadside to stretch and relax his muscles. At that very moment, a vehicle sped past him, narrowly missing him. Once again, amidst a torrential downpour, he ventured out with an umbrella, yet he felt an incessant struggle to maintain his grip on the handle, causing the umbrella to sway erratically as he clumsily retreated home. On another occasion, while preparing a meal at home, he accidentally lost his grip on a knife, which fell and narrowly missed his foot, merely grazing his little toe, a trivial injury. He regaled me with numerous such trivial anecdotes, and in his narration, there seemed to be an omnipresent force that perpetually influenced his surroundings, tormenting him without respite. However, from my perspective, his fortune appeared remarkably enviable. Despite the series of incidents, he had consistently managed to avert disaster, a rare occurrence indeed. After listening for an extended period, I found myself perplexed by the nature of the affliction that seemed to haunt him. If it were a supernatural phenomenon, then surely there must be remnants of a spirit within his abode. Consequently, I sought his cooperation. He locked the shop door and illuminated every light in the room. Together, we relocated the tea table positioned at the center, allowing him to sit cross-legged in the middle of the room. After elucidating a few industry protocols, I blindfolded him with a cloth. This impulsive act, though seemingly unnecessary, stemmed from my initial impression of him and his apparent disdain for the unknown entities he described, rather than fear. Of course, I could not dismiss the possibility that his recent business failures or a romantic crisis might be contributing factors. Thus, I pondered that perhaps it was better for him not to see certain things. In truth, I was unaware of the consequences that my subsequent actions might provoke. It was merely an endeavor to alleviate the distress of this already troubled man. After blindfolding him and settling into a cross-legged position, I placed a teacup on the floor between his knees, filling it with some soaked rice grains, and lit a 3-inch incense stick, positioning it horizontally atop the cup. As the fragrant smoke began to rise, I aligned myself with a compass, following the trajectory of the smoke. This method, which we refer to as inviting incense within our circle, serves a purpose should there be a spirit present in the room. The act of burning incense is a gesture of respect towards it. If the spirit acknowledges this reverence, it may come forth to partake in the offering. The incense smoke flows in a continuous manner, allowing one to observe its movement and, in conjunction with the compass, discern the spirit's location. Though this is merely the initial step, it provides crucial clues. If the spirit is not excessively entangled in its own turmoil, one can make fundamental assessments based on the information gathered. However, this method is not without its drawbacks, as the success rate is relatively low. Some spirits have lost their essence entirely. They resemble chickens. When one scatters rice, they flock to feed, only to disperse afterward, devoid of any semblance of gratitude akin to that displayed by cats or dogs. By tracing the smoke and relying on my own experiential judgment, I deduced that the spirit was concealed upon the wall, resting upon two crossed oiled paper umbrellas. Moreover, this spirit appeared exceedingly faint. I have encountered spirits possessing humans, animals, and even vehicles, yet never have I witnessed a spirit residing within an umbrella. Could it be that its essence is so diminished that it cannot assume a form, drifting instead like smoke? For a moment, I found myself utterly at a loss. I removed the blindfold from the man's eyes and informed him that indeed, there exists a spirit currently residing within the umbrella affixed to the wall. I shall refer to it as the umbrella spirit. I hoped the man could provide me with additional clues. However, after much inquiry, he could only mutter a few curses and failed to offer any substantial guidance. In desperation, I resorted to summoning the spirit directly. But alas, despite my repeated calls, the spirit seemed unwilling to manifest itself. The man began to grow impatient, his agitation evident as he inquired whether there was not a more straightforward method, perhaps something as simple as setting the paper umbrella ablaze. Given the information I had gathered, I had yet to ascertain any malevolent intent from this spirit towards the man, and under such circumstances, I could not bring myself to commit such a reprehensible act. In front of my client, I must maintain composure, suppressing my frustration and silently deriding the situation in my heart until I found some semblance of peace. This line of work often demands that we restrain ourselves from crossing certain boundaries while simultaneously longing for the lives of those beyond them. Thus, I repeatedly reminded myself, speak in human terms, conduct human affairs. Yet, deep within, I sensed a peculiar intuition that this encounter was not with a malevolent entity. Rather, it bore a benevolent essence. I endeavored to analyze in this manner. As he traversed the street, he felt the weight of his steps, prompting him to pause and stretch his legs. To him, the speeding cars seemed to instill a deep fear. Could it be that he overlooked the fact that it was precisely those heavy footsteps that allowed him to evade the misfortune of being struck? On rainy days, when he struggled to steady the umbrella, might there exist a soul, fearful of his getting drenched, who took it upon itself to shield him from the rain? Perhaps the approach was somewhat excessive, yet the intention remained benevolent. When chopping vegetables, though the knife slipped and grazed his toe, leaving him quite irate, could it be that this very force spared him from a more grievous injury to his entire foot? Unable to ascertain the validity of my musings, yet lacking reason to dismiss them, I ultimately resolved to share my conjectures with this man, who had evidently never contemplated such notions before, always fixating on his own misfortunes. Upon revealing my thoughts, he fell silent. No longer did he utter curses, but instead bowed his head in a thoughtful stupor. After a while, he spoke, and I noticed a slight tremor in his voice. He recounted that my words had prompted a memory. On the eve of each day, he deemed himself unfortunate. He dreamt of his deceased mother. At this moment, clarity washed over me, and I arrived at a firm conclusion. That very soul was indeed the man's mother. As the saying goes, ghosts convey the thoughts of the living. The essence of the matter is that a deceased individual, no matter how potent their spirit, can only deliver a maximum of 9 dreams to the living. Each dream incurs a toll on their ethereal lifespan, and the more dreams bestowed, the weaker they become. I dare assert that no living person has ever received more than 9 dreams from their departed loved ones. It is wise to heed the wisdom passed down through generations. Perhaps it is precisely due to this man's repeated misfortunes that his mother has endeavored to forewarn him through dreams, which, despite her attempts to capture his attention, ultimately remain unheeded, compelling her to expend her own essence for his protection. Of course, I refrained from sharing this with the man, yet I hoped he would at least grasp that his mother was silently safeguarding him from beyond. After a considerable time, when I inquired whether he wished to begin guiding his mother, he expressed a desire to converse with her. given the limitations of the circumstances. Certain preparations were not easily attainable, and I gently declined his request. As I retrieved the tools to facilitate his mother's passage, he suddenly collapsed to his knees before the wall, bowing before the umbrella. I did not intervene, fully aware that he must have much to express. In the moments surrounding his parents' passing, he had been unable to fulfill his filial duties, leaving him with a heavy heart laden with guilt. A well-known Chinese proverb states, "The thread held by a loving mother weaves the garments of her wandering child." To this man, his mother may well be akin to a kite in the heavens. One must hold the string firmly, lest the wind carry it away forever. I recognize that my own virtues are few. Though I was mischievous in my youth, stealing carrier pigeons, blocking chimneys, breaking light bulbs, and even urinating in my homeroom teacher's teacup, I was fortunate to receive positive guidance from my parents, who taught me the distinction between right and wrong. As I emerged from my rebellious phase and matured, I constantly pondered how I could ensure a more carefree existence for my parents in their later years. Unlike the man before me, I am fortunate to simply need to make a phone call to see my parents without any prior notice. I can return home directly. However, he cannot. He must rely on neighbors or relatives to learn of his mother's passing, not due to unfilial behavior, but rather the regret of not having fulfilled his filial duties. This, I believe, contributes to his peculiar mindset. After he rose and lit a cigarette before retreating inside, I understood his reluctance to speak further. So I took it upon myself to guide his mother. Along the way, I advised her to take care and to walk towards the light wherever it may be found. A year later, when I called this man, I was heartened to find that he had shed much of his cynicism and appeared significantly more optimistic. Perhaps it was the love of his mother that transformed him, or perhaps he had come to terms with his thoughts. Ultimately, these details are insignificant. We live and eventually die. Why would one wish to become a specter burdened with misfortune in the afterlife? Chapter 31. The chant in early 2004 in the town of Sangping, Liziping, located in Yunyang County, Chongqing. I find myself unable to disclose the details surrounding how I received this assignment. Those with keen insight will discern the truth on their own. Upon receiving the call, I made my way back to Yunyang. My previous visit to this place was in 2002, prompted by an encounter with the highway ghost. This journey, however, proved to be a lengthy endeavor due to the remoteness of the location, requiring multiple transfers. I departed from Chongqing in the morning and arrived late at night. Liziping is a village whose name suggests an abundance of pears, and indeed, it is renowned for its pear harvests, as well as for pine nuts. Adjacent to the village flows a small stream, over which stands a stone bridge constructed from two elongated stones. Unfortunately, this bridge collapsed in the 1960s for various reasons. Given its rudimentary construction, no one has taken the initiative to repair it, and thus the bridge has remained in a state of disrepair for decades, persisting until today. The incident I am about to recount is intimately connected to this dilapidated bridge. According to the account provided by my client, villagers have recently reported that, on certain nights, as they pass by the broken bridge, they hear someone chanting. The chants of the Chuandong region are world-renowned, commonly heard along the riverbanks and in the mountains. Those by the river are often the cries of boatmen, while the mountain echoes are typically those of laborers carrying stones or heavy loads. The styles of chanting vary. Most serve to encourage and motivate, urging one another onward. Typically, the individual leading the chant bears the lightest burden, thus their voice rises above the rest. After all, they're the lead vocalist. In contrast, those following, encumbered by heavier loads, merely echo their leader's calls. Due to the recurring reports from villagers who, on several nights, heard haunting calls while passing by the broken bridge, and even some who claim to have witnessed the phantoms of robust laborers upon a bridge. A legend of ghosts residing there naturally emerged in the small community where everyone was familiar with one another. It is important to clarify that ghosts and spirits belong to the realm of the supernatural. Ghosts are a specific manifestation of spirits, considered to be of a lesser rank than true specters. However, they are still souls that often reenact scenes from their former lives. Without guidance, these apparitions are prone to losing their way, wandering further into the unknown. Based on the villagers' accounts, although I have yet to see any spectral figures with my own eyes, I surmise that these are indeed the spirits of a group of laborers. Thus, the presence of multiple apparitions suggests they met their demise together. Consequently, I began to visit the older residents in the village under the pretext of learning about local customs. A few casual exchanges quickly led them to share their tales. And among the 6 villagers I spoke with, without exception, all recounted stories of the broken bridge and the ghostly calls. Having heard numerous legends throughout my life, the insights provided by these individuals offered me valuable clues, enabling me to reconstruct fragments of the scene from that time in my mind. In 1969, the village began to follow the nationwide cultural revolution movement. At that time, the population was sparse, the roads were treacherous, and few realized that cultivating pears could be lucrative. The villagers and oppos, minds were abruptly filled with dogmatic ideologies, leading to the dismantling of the literary temple and the destruction of ancestral halls. The village, already bereft of significant ancestral relics, became even more dilapidated amidst the chaos. The stone bridge, which had not yet collapsed, still bore the weight of many laborers who transported stones across its narrow surface. One fateful day that summer, heavy rains caused the creek to swell dangerously. A group of laborers, undeterred by the downpour, attempted to carry stones across the bridge. Perhaps it was the water that loosened the piers beneath the long stones, or perhaps it was merely age. The exact cause remains uncertain. The bridge collapsed halfway, plunging 6 laborers into the depths below. 5 perished instantly, while 1 survived, eventually leaving the village with his family once he had recovered from his injuries. When I inquired about the laborer who had departed, no one seemed to know his whereabouts. Thus, from that night onward, for 2 consecutive nights, I invested a small sum to enlist a local villager with a van to transport me to the roadside near the broken bridge. We took turns resting in the vehicle, quietly awaiting any signs of activity. On the first night, nothing transpired. The 2 of us, solitary men, spent the night in silence within the van. Around 11 o'clock on the second night, as I drifted in and out of slumber, I was abruptly awakened by the villager beside me, who claimed to have heard something. I quickly exited the vehicle, holding my breath and straining my ears. To my astonishment, I distinctly heard the rhythmic calls. Hey, do it. Hey, do it. La hey do. However, as I turned towards the sound, the darkness enveloped me, rendering my vision utterly futile. I found it impossible to articulate the nature of that voice. In the stillness of the night, it possessed an ethereal quality. Had I been acquainted with the esteemed teacher Sa Ding Ding at that moment, I would have likened it to her hauntingly delicate essence. It was a sensation that seemed capable of resonating directly within one's heart, distant yet indelibly inscribed upon the soul. Resolute in my curiosity, I ventured to the broken bridge to uncover the truth. Hence, I extinguished my flashlight, navigating cautiously, apprehensive that the illumination might startle the restless spirits. Should any disturbance arise, I would surely find myself in dire straits. I approached within a mere 10 meters of the bridge, the chant growing increasingly distinct and enveloping me, as though it were advancing towards me. Despite my stealthy movements, fearing to awaken the departed, the chant abruptly ceased, vanishing into thin air. Silence reclaimed its dominion, as if the earlier clamor had never existed. Once again, the trail of inquiry was severed, compelling me to retreat to my vehicle. Anticipating no further revelations that night, I drove back to the village and spent a restless night in my car. Bound by obligation, I knew I must act. With the dawn's arrival, I resumed my inquiries throughout the village. On that day, one of the elderly individuals I had previously conversed with recounted an incident, the sole survivor of that tragic accident. A laborer, though now lost to time, had once taken on an apprentice with the surname Sia, pronounced as high in the local dialect, which sounds identical to harm. The villagers affectionately referred to him as Fifth Uncle. After the laborer departed from the village, this Mr. Sia gradually emerged as the leading figure in calling out the work chants. However, he succumbed to liver disease in the 1990s, leaving behind a descendant who still resides in the village. Upon hearing this news, my heart swelled with joy. Even though I was uncertain whether this descendant could provide me with any clues to uncover a resolution, it was indeed a piece of valuable information. After making some inquiries, I located the residence of Mr. Sia, the laborer's descendant. His wife informed me that he had gone to the fields and had yet to return. Judging by her age, the man should be around 40. Therefore, I waited in their courtyard, engaging in playful skirmishes with the chickens, ducks, and dogs. Around noon, the man returned. As before, I approached the subject indirectly under the pretext of inquiring about local customs and culture. Through our conversation, I not only grasped the truth of the matter, but also gained insight into a world hitherto unknown to me. This man was the only son of the laborer, and I shall refer to him as Mr. Sia. Mr. Sia revealed that after the accident, his father S. Master had once shared the complete account of that fateful day with him. In the 1960s, the concept of money seemed rather feeble. Families typically did not pay laborers in cash for constructing houses or quarrying stones. Rather, good wine, fine meat, and quality tobacco sufficed as compensation. On that fateful day, the employer was a miser, merely offering some cigarettes to settle the matter. Mr. Gier recounted to me that according to his father, in that era, if the host failed to provide wine or quality meat before the laborers commenced their work, they would typically not exert themselves with great diligence. Mr. J even demonstrated the traditional work songs of that time. The leader would sing Haya Qo Lu, while the others echoed Hua Qo. The calls varied depending on whether they were ascending, descending, or on level ground. However, on the day of the incident, the host and Apos, S. neglect to offer wine for encouragement led the laborers to deliberately work at a sluggish pace. Unfortunately, as soon as they stepped onto the stone bridge, tragedy struck. From his account, I surmise that these laborers departed this world with lingering regrets. Often, when one is weighed down by concerns, they exhibit a stubborn demeanor. In 2004, shortly after I ventured out on my own, I was still unfamiliar with many matters and thus sought counsel from my master. My master, a native of Yunnan, lacked substantial experience with the customs of Eastern Sichuan and similar situations, so he advised me to inquire locally about individuals with supernatural insights. After a fruitless search, I continued to seek information in the area. There were two types of practitioners in our profession, one known as the Guanhua, akin to what we commonly refer to as a spirit medium, often unreliable, the other called Duangong, resembling Taoist practitioners. I eventually found a Duangong named Chun, and after explaining my situation and requesting assistance, we devised a plan to address the matter. Such spirits are elusive, often encountered only by chance. One might wait a year without a sighting. Thus my encounter on that first night felt like an extraordinary stroke of luck. It seems highly unlikely that they would appear on their own, so we resolved to draw them out. With the assistance of Master Chun, we found 6 individuals in the village who could still muster a few shouts of the traditional work songs, among whom was Mr. Sia. Alas, a genuine master of the songs was nowhere to be found. Persuaded by Master Chun, and fueled by the villagers' curiosity about the ghostly tales of the broken bridge, these simple folk were willing to assist me, a stranger to them. I instructed Mr. Sia to teach a few lines of the song to the other 5, and we arranged to summon the spirits that very night. According to tradition, I took it upon myself to provide wine and meat for everyone. Thus, our group of 8 gathered at the broken bridge's head. The larger assembly eased their fears. Master Chen gestured to Mr. Sia that they could begin, and Mr. Sia commenced his powerful call. Wine and meat are ready. Let us get to work. Hey, catch. Lift with all your might. Who see you? Watch your step. Who see you? Don't slip away. Who see you? Miraculously, after a segment of the song, we all heard the echoes of the work songs from nearly 50 years ago, gradually rising from the past. Though we did not see the spirits, we could feel their presence passing by us. At that moment, Master Chun began to ring a bell, claiming it was to signal that we could see them. I, too, commenced pulling a red cord from the mouth of the broken bridge, encircling everyone, myself included. Master Chun called for Mr. Sia to bring forth the remaining wine and shouted, "Wine, a toast to our endeavor." Then followed another spirited ringing of the bell. I instructed others to withdraw from the circle, bowed in the direction of Master Chen's ringing bell, and then began to lead them onward. I encountered no resistance whatsoever. In fact, they seemed entirely unaware of any notion of opposition. Subsequently, Master Chun and I approached the client, insisting that he safeguard the now useless, broken bridge. for it bears the spirit of nearly half a century of traditional chants. Furthermore, I requested that a monument be erected beneath the broken bridge, with an annual gathering for the villagers to offer wine and incense. Though it may be merely ceremonial, these laborers, along with the melodious and resonant chants of Eastern Sichuan, deserve to be honored. After returning to Chongqing, I often witnessed the porters at Kaoshimen whimpering their way through heavy loads with their shouts, which struck me as rather inauthentic, merely a few hoarse cries. I harbor no disdain for the porters. What saddens me is the realization that the Eastern Sichuan chant has become a gradually fading folk treasure. Longing for authenticity? It is exceedingly rare. Chapter 32. The barber. A few days ago, I stumbled upon news regarding several Taiwanese men who were apprehended for smuggling the corpses of infants from Thailand. After much contemplation, the term "common thong" began to circulate among the populace, eliciting both wonder and quiet lamentation. Having never encountered a common thong myself, I find myself ill-equipped to discern the veracity of its existence. To my mind, the practice of exchanging one's desires for the satisfaction of a deceased spirit through a contractual agreement, as I have researched, bears a striking resemblance to the traditional practice of raising a little ghost in our folklore. Unlike the latter, which does not necessitate any contract, a little ghost merely requires daily offerings of 9 sticks of incense to remain faithfully bound to its keeper. I have previously discussed the concept of little ghosts, and I shall revisit it now. Generally speaking, the term little ghost refers to the spirits of children who have died before the age of 16, which distinguishes them from infant spirits. The souls of these prematurely deceased children remain vibrant. In our folklore, those who raise little ghosts typically begin by analyzing the child's birth chart, subsequently determining the attributes of the ghostly essence. Some serve to protect their guardians, others to alter fortunes, and some merely to confuse others. Overall, it is not regarded as a benevolent act. As far as I am aware, in the regions of Southeast Asia, both the Chinese and the locals exhibit a profound enthusiasm for raising little ghosts. Gamblers, wrongdoers, and those who aspire to ascend rapidly in life are particularly drawn to this practice. In Chinese culture, there's a strong emphasis on fate. Hence, many elders, upon the birth of a child, will assess the auspiciousness of the birth chart to gauge the weight of destiny, a practice known as weighing fate. In a state of uncertainty, the elderly often harbor fears that their children may not thrive. Consequently, they resort to various means to bestow upon their offspring names that might enhance their destinies. Some even opt for names like Dogshone, believing that such monikers, perceived as less valuable, would be easier to bear. While I refrain from commenting on the intricacies of the 8 characters, I am nonetheless aware of their profound significance. Those who nurture malevolent spirits, unless they possess a deep understanding of the 8 characters, are surely backed by formidable individuals. Apart from their allure, these spirits, over time, tend to consume the hearts of their masters. The term "consume hearts" does not imply the literal extraction of hearts, but rather signifies an increasing deviation from humanity, leading to a gradual erosion of one's moral compass. Engaging in transactions with spirits yields predictable outcomes. Hence, many individuals, upon attaining success, seek masters to exorcise these entities. For by that time, the spirits have gained considerable strength and become increasingly difficult to manage. Frankly speaking, the only effective remedy is complete annihilation. Those who harbor these spirits invariably offer incense, and in certain regions, one might encounter individuals adorned with small bottles containing wooden carvings of black and white figures. It is prudent to steer clear of such people. The tale I wish to recount today pertains to a friend of mine and his experiences with such spirits. A friend of mine embarked on a venture in the used car business in 2000, eventually expanding into a trading company that not only continued the used car enterprise, but also introduced financing options and personal loans. I became acquainted with him through a collaboration in 2004, during which I assisted his elder brother in breaking a curse, for in the world of commerce, there are always those who covertly seek to undermine others. After the curse was broken, my friend, initially skeptical of my actions, became an ardent believer. His unwavering obsession, however, led him down a misguided path. He sought the assistance of others to procure a small spirit from Xianxi, nurturing it over time. His business flourished remarkably, yet he kept this endeavor secret from me. It was not until the first half of 2008, when he encountered some difficulties, that he remembered to seek my counsel and revealed the truth. On that day, when he visited me, he presented 2 glass jars. One contained 2 wooden figurines, one black and one white, reminiscent of the volcanic stone figure I had at home for foot care. The other, a diminutive glass bottle, held a crimson liquid, which he later disclosed was his own blood. He explained that those who raise small spirits are often advised to prepare a bit of human blood, dropping a single drop into a bowl during offerings and setting an extra pair of chopsticks and bowls beside the master during meals. I was unaware of this practice. Perhaps the methods of invoking spirits vary among individuals. Upon realizing he was indeed in trouble, I felt a sense of obligation to assist him, despite my mockery. After all, we were friends. He recounted that after I helped his brother resolve his issues in 2004, he began nurturing the small spirit. Initially, it required merely daily offerings, but as his business expanded and his greed intensified, he increasingly demanded favors from the spirit, which consistently obliged him. This led him to conclude that the small spirit was indeed a harbinger of fortune. However, as time passed, the spirit ceased to respond to calls, prompting him to seek the original master from Hunan who had summoned the spirit for him. The master informed him that the spirit had matured, implying that he needed to offer more in order for it to continue its services. My friend, driven by a sense of greed, complied with the master's instructions to enhance his offerings. Each day, during his rituals, he would place a small bowl filled with clear water and a drop of his blood before the incense burner, claiming it was a tribute to the spirit. Moreover, at every meal, he was required to set an empty bowl and chopsticks at the adjacent seat as an offering for the spirit. The master explained that although spirits vary in type and efficacy, they share a common trait: their intense jealousy. It is akin to having a pet dog that becomes envious when another arrives. Such jealousy can lead to anger, which may result in mild discord, or, in severe cases, retaliation from a spirit. Upon hearing this, my friend was evidently alarmed. Perhaps he had not contemplated such ramifications when he first summoned the spirit. Nevertheless, after much reflection, he ultimately consented to increase his offerings. I understood the underlying complexities. It resembled the addictive nature of drugs or gambling. Once one embarks on that path, retreat becomes exceedingly difficult, with the most prevalent outcome being an incessant descent into deeper entanglement. Recently, he sensed that the mischievous spirit had once again disregarded him. In an attempt to regain its attention, he abstained from offerings for 2 days, contemplating the absence of any notable occurrences. He speculated that perhaps the spirit noticed his withdrawal of devotion, leading to the dissolution of their pact, and had departed on its own accord. Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of relief. Yet just days later, an inexplicable incident transpired. One night, in a state of hazy slumber, shrouded in darkness, he felt an unusual sensation at the nape of his neck. Initially, he paid little heed to it, but soon the feeling became unmistakable. Instinctively, he reached back to touch his neck, only to encounter a face. This friend had remained single since his divorce, and given my lingering doubts regarding his sexual orientation, I could comprehend his solitude at his age. Thus, the face he touched became particularly terrifying. Overcome with fear, he quickly fished his phone from beneath his pillow, illuminating the screen. To his astonishment, he beheld a child with an oversized head and relatively diminutive features, appearing to be around 5 years of age. The child possessed completely white eyes devoid of pupils and hung open-mouthed as it consumed his hair. He observed with horror as the child's mouth was entangled with strands of his hair. Terrified, he leaped from his bed and dashed to the door to turn on the light. Upon illuminating the room, he found nothing amiss. As he gathered his composure, an unsettling conviction settled in him. What he had just encountered was undeniably not a mere dream. Instinctively, he reached again to touch the nape of his neck, only to discover a patch of scalp approximately the size of a bottle cap, entirely devoid of hair, vanished without a trace. This phenomenon, commonly referred to as ghost shaving, is medically known as alopecia areata signifying the inexplicable loss of hair in isolated patches. The medical community typically attributes this condition to excessive psychological stress or hormonal imbalances. Although my friend is male and unlikely to experience hormonal disruptions typical of femininity, the medical evidence is irrefutable, and most cases of alopecia areata indeed lack any supernatural implications. However, in popular folklore, should one have encountered the paranormal and subsequently experienced such hair loss, it is deemed ghost shaving, indicative of being haunted. On the following night, he dared not return to his room and instead booked a hotel, inviting some friends to join him for conversation and card games. He deliberately donned a hat, not wishing to draw attention to his condition. Around midnight, he excused himself to the restroom, splashed his face with water, and upon glancing into the mirror, he was horrified to see a child crouched in the corner, munching on hair. Terrified, he bolted from the room, neglecting the friends he had invited. At that moment, he was convinced he had encountered a ghost, one that was following him wherever he went. He surmised that this was due to his failure to provide offerings to the little spirit, and, in the dead of night, he called the master who had initially summoned the spirit. After listening to his account, the master cryptically replied, "He is hungry," before abruptly ending the call, and he has since been unable to reach him again. From that night onward, my friend has remained in a state of prolonged psychological tension. After approximately 2 days of continuous occurrences, the child's appearances grew increasingly abrupt and terrifying. Most recently, he claimed to have seen the child grinning mischievously while gnawing on his own hand. In utter desperation, he sought my assistance. The little spirit is invisible to others. Only its master can perceive it. The phenomenon known as ghostly head shaving is not exclusive to this little spirit. Many ghosts possess a penchant for devouring hair. What I describe here is merely a singular instance. Due to his care of the little spirit, he experienced hair loss, which leads me to conclude that this particular little spirit is responsible. After he shared his account, I took a moment to observe his countenance. Although I am not skilled in physiognomy, his appearance suggested an extreme state of distress. However, what truly unsettled me was his subsequent statement. "This child is currently crouching beside you, watching me." As an ordinary human, a chill ran down my spine, and I instinctively glanced to my side. Thankfully, I am aware that even if the little spirit intends harm, it does not typically endanger others unless its inherent nature is to cause harm. Upon hearing my friend's account, I found myself at a loss. It is often said that the one who ties the knot must also untie it. However, that master had irresponsibly vanished, leaving us in uncertainty. Furthermore, the little spirit, much like a human, has the capacity to grow. From an initially diminutive soul, it can eventually evolve into a powerful ghost. This transformation largely depends on the master's expectations and desires. The more one wishes to gain, the faster it develops, leading to increasingly complicated management. After the little spirit continued to receive offerings, it appeared frequently, coupled with the earlier remark from the master that it was hungry. This indicated that the spirit was now making demands of my friend. Unable to speak, the spirit seemed to repeatedly convey a desire for food, perhaps expressing a wish for more. Consequently, I instructed my friend to call someone to bring the incense burner dedicated to the little spirit to my place, emphasizing the utmost importance of not spilling the ash inside. It was akin to interrupting someone mid-meal by suddenly thrusting chopsticks into their bowl. I doubted they could remain pleased afterward. As I comforted him, I awaited the arrival of the incense burner, occasionally teasing him in jest. When his acquaintance finally arrived, nearly an hour had elapsed. I inquired about the previous orientation of the incense burner and arranged it in my room accordingly. I inserted a larger stick of incense and taught my friend a mantra for sending the spirit away, instructing him to recite it 3 times and bow once until the incense extinguished itself. Once it was out, I knocked over the incense burner, scattering the ash across the floor and dispersing it. This was a technique I learned from my master. Perhaps other masters had even more refined methods. I had initially believed that even if the spirit had grown, it could not withstand the power of the incantation passed down from my master. However, to my astonishment, as soon as my friend toppled the incense burner and before he could scatter the ash, I witnessed him being pulled away by an unseen force. Clutching his throat with both hands, appearing to be on the verge of suffocation. I was utterly terrified and quickly grabbed a handful of incense ashes, casting them towards what faintly appeared to be the outline of a child's head resting upon my friend's chest. In haste, I retrieved a red string from my clothing, encircling the ash-covered visage, and dashed to the study to fetch a pair of cymbals. I struck them forcefully, but to no avail. I struck again, and still. It proved ineffective. After more than 10 vigorous attempts, my ears began to ring, yet at last, the ash-laden head vanished from sight. This, however, was not the end of my ordeal. With no time to inquire about my friend's experience, I rushed to the balcony to retrieve a metal paint can left over from the office's renovation. I shattered the glass vial containing the wooden effigy, pouring its contents, blood, the effigy, incense burner, and all into the iron can. I then took out the lighter fluid I typically use for my Zippo, pouring a generous amount before igniting it to incinerate the remnants. It was only when the wooden figure turned to ash and I beheld a wisp of blue smoke rising that I finally felt a sense of completion. At this moment, I collapsed onto the ground, finally able to ask my friend what had transpired. He recounted that just as he was about to disperse the incense ashes, he heard a growling sound emanating from the back of his head, reminiscent of a child's temper tantrum. Turning to look, he was confronted by a terrifying visage of an enraged child, with features grotesquely contorted, eyebrows, nose, mouth, and eyes all squished together, the eyes unervingly white. He then felt an unseen force push him, causing him to tumble to the side as the child lunged at him, pressing down on his chest and grasping his throat with an iron grip. In retrospect, I pondered the harrowing experience I had encountered. Among the spirits I have met, most were merely lost souls, yet this particular one was fueled by its master's avarice, leading to a betrayal. Had I delayed even a moment longer, this friend of mine might have descended to report to his ancestors. To be candid, I was initially reluctant to document this encounter with the little ghost, for I found myself powerless to guide it back to its realm while simultaneously unable to witness it inflict harm upon others. Thus, I resorted to a rather crude method, binding the spirit with a red thread, striking symbols to instill fear, and burning a wooden effigy as a means to sever the contract. Only later did I realize that the two wooden figures, one representing the little ghost and the other my friend, symbolized a bond that rendered them inseparable. Wherever they roamed, the little ghost would remain closely tethered, much like the two figures confined within a diminutive glass vessel. As for the little ghost I had dispersed, I felt a twinge of guilt. After all, it never wished to become a ghost. It was merely a child who had met an untimely demise, subsequently exploited by the living, by adults, transforming into their tool. In the end, it often resulted in a fate of disintegration, a tragic soul whose plight raises the question of what mindset drives individuals to bring such spirits into their homes. I shall refrain from elaborating further on this matter, as I am aware that among those reading this account, there are certainly individuals who have engaged in such actions. I ask for your understanding regarding my bluntness today, and I implore you to reflect thoughtfully upon your conduct. While I cannot interfere with your actions, I do not deny that, to some extent, spirits can indeed provide assistance. However, I hope you understand the importance of knowing when to cease, lest matters spiral beyond control. They were once vibrant lives. Our fortune lies merely in the fact that we have not met an untimely demise. During the annual Qingming Festival and the Spring Festival, when we burn incense to honor our ancestors, let's not forget that this too is a form of reverence toward spirits. Chapter 33. The Handbag in March 2010. What seemed to be an ordinary commission unfolded into a compelling narrative. I shall recount my experience. You may merely observe. I recall it was a Friday when I received a telephone call. The caller identified himself as a resident of a villa district in Baishi. His voice steady yet tinged with anxiety, a stark contrast to the typical ordinary folk who usually reach out to me. Unable to discern the details over the phone, and not one to hastily rush to anyone upon receiving a call, I sensed his calm demeanor and invited him to meet me for a more in-depth discussion. Upon our meeting, he resembled my expectations, a man in his 40s, exuding a somewhat nouveau riche presence. He recounted the circumstances that led him to me. Engaged in the business of civil engineering transformation in the suburban areas, he elaborated that, to put it plainly, he was unable to penetrate the real estate market and thus resorted to fostering connections in smaller towns, securing contracts for landslide prevention, retaining walls, and village road construction. The competition in this niche was significantly less intense, allowing for a swifter accumulation of wealth. A few years prior, he purchased a lakeside townhouse, investing over $1 million in renovations alone, and only moved in officially this year. He has an 8-year-old daughter, and had it not been for her persistent complaints, he might never have sought the assistance of someone like me. Shortly after moving in, his daughter began to awaken in the night, crying out in terror, claiming that someone had been kissing and embracing her while she slept. Upon opening her eyes, she would find nothing amiss. This distressing pattern persisted for several nights, ultimately leading her to refuse to return home, opting instead to stay with her maternal grandfather. Thus, the wealthy merchant began to suspect that his estate might be situated atop someone else's grave. In Baishi, there were indeed many local shamans, though a considerable number were mere charlatans. Consequently, the merchant sought the assistance of several masters, inviting them to perform rituals to exorcise malevolent spirits, yet to no avail. On occasion, he could faintly hear weeping in the night and would inquire if his wife heard it too, to which she would reply in the negative. As time passed, he began to doubt his own sanity and continued to seek out individuals knowledgeable in these matters. Through the recommendation of a business associate, he finally found me. I had often heard tales of haunted villas, typically arising from the occupation of another's land, which would cause the spirits beneath to become agitated and manifest within the home. Generally, such apparitions were merely intended to frighten. It was uncommon for them to lead to fatal consequences. Observing that this merchant indeed appeared somewhat unhinged, it seemed he had firmly convinced himself that his home was besieged by ghosts. This perpetual reminder of the supposed presence of spirits only served to exacerbate his unease. Initially, I intended to provide him with a few talismans to affix at the entrance of his home, suggesting that if they proved effective, he could simply compensate me, and if not, I would then pay him a visit. However, upon his persistent insistence, I acquiesced to accompany him to the villa that very afternoon. Equipped with my tools, we set off. I proposed that we take my vehicle, as Baishi was quite distant from my location. After all, should the task conclude successfully and he hand me 100 yuan to return by taxi, it would feel quite demeaning. While I do not harbor prejudice against the affluent, I must admit to a degree of disdain, which is a flaw I acknowledge. The affluent gentleman did not evoke an overly extravagant impression upon me. Rather, he seemed like one who, despite perhaps not having extensively pursued academic endeavors, had forged his own realm through diligence and perseverance. Once again, he insisted he would escort me back, and coupled with that magnificent Grand Cherokee of my dreams, I found myself yielding once more. Before long, we arrived at his residence, which was situated in an impressively grand community, his villa mirroring this opulence. It was rather incongruous, given its location in the suburban outskirts of Chongqing, for him to adorn his home in the style of a grand European estate. While I bore no animosity towards this wealthy individual, I couldn't help but silently lament his taste, particularly upon observing the vast swimming pool in his backyard, which was larger than my own, much to my discontent. Upon scrutinizing his daughter and Appo's room, I did indeed uncover faint traces of the supernatural. However, these signs were exceedingly subtle. After exiting the room, my attention was drawn to a painting at the end of the corridor directly opposite. This artwork appeared starkly out of place within the room's decor, which exuded a distinctly European aesthetic, while the painting depicted a Chinese woman. At the time, I paid it little heed and proceeded downstairs. As per my earlier statement, I affixed a nail for the rope at the entrance and informed the gentleman that his daughter could return home to reside with us. Should any issues arise, he could reach out to me. We would discuss financial matters once everything was resolved. He honored his promise and returned me to Jiangbei. A few days later, I received a call from him, expressing his frustration that it had proven ineffective, as his daughter continued to encounter disturbances at night, his tone laced with disappointment and skepticism. I instructed him and his daughter to await my arrival at home, and I immediately set off to assist them. Upon arriving at his residence, I began to inquire with his daughter a delightful child of merely 8 years. Her speech was remarkably coherent, and from her words, I gleaned that shortly after she drifts into slumber, she experiences a peculiar sensation, as if someone is tenderly kissing her face and forehead, followed by an embrace around her neck. Each time, this sensation rouses her from sleep, only to find nothing amiss. Initially, upon hearing her father's account, I suspected she was merely experiencing a form of sleep paralysis, which prompted him to affix a talisman at the entrance. However, after her revelation, an inexplicable intuition compelled me to retrieve my compass and ascend to the end of the second-floor corridor to scrutinize a particular painting. Indeed, the artwork emanated a palpable spectral energy. I stepped back a few paces, illuminated the space, and began to examine the painting meticulously. It depicted a figure clad in a traditional student uniform, neat and tidy, with a black skirt, black stockings, and black leather shoes, seated at a 45-degree angle upon a stool, set against a backdrop of bamboo groves. She appeared to be a female student from the Republican era. However, she incongruously clutched a small green handbag, and the woman appeared somewhat aged, presumably in her 30s, which starkly contrasted with her attire. The expression on her face was one of delicate beauty, yet it bore an aura of melancholy, evoking feelings of sadness and solitude. I had previously beheld the enigmatic smile of the Mona Lisa, renowned for its mystique, and this painting too exuded an eerie enigma. According to my studies, it is customary to adorn homes with decorative paintings. However, portraits of individuals are generally eschewed. Unless one is a Buddha, a great person, or a deceased family member, it is generally considered somewhat taboo to display the portrait of an unrelated individual in the home. When the compass began to spin wildly, I realized that this was the source of the disturbance. I turned and descended the stairs to inquire about the origin of the painting from the wealthy merchant. He revealed that he had purchased it a few years prior from an art gallery in Chengdu during renovations for his villa, spending several tens of thousands of yuan. When I suggested that perhaps the painting was the cause of the issue, he fell silent for a considerable time. He confessed that he had initially bought the artwork solely because he found the woman depicted in it to be exceptionally beautiful, and he felt a strong emotional connection to the piece, which compelled him to acquire it. During the purchase, the gallery owner had persistently insisted that the painting was not for sale. The more the merchant heard this, the more he believed in its value, ultimately negotiating a high price to secure it. I persuaded the merchant that we might need to visit the gallery in Chengdu. If the painting was indeed problematic, it would have manifested from the very beginning. Early the next morning, the merchant drove us toward Chengdu. After several hours, we arrived in the city. He took me directly to Saifangping in Chengdu, stating that he had purchased the painting from a gallery located there. We located the gallery, and to our surprise, the owner was the same individual as before. We had already discussed our approach during the journey, and I had taken photographs of the painting the previous day, so it was my turn to pose the inquiries. I inquired of the shopkeeper whether he remembered the painting on my phone, to which he affirmed. I then probed whether the artwork was created by his own artist or acquired from elsewhere. He revealed it was indeed an acquisition, and that this particular painter frequently supplied their shop with new pieces for consignment. He assumed I was seeking information about the artist and even kindly fetched the artist's contact number for us. Upon receiving the number, I further questioned him about any notable occurrences in the shop's past. The proprietor, evidently perplexed by my inquiry, left me hesitant to press further. Once outside, I contacted the artist, expressing my desire to visit his studio and view his works. He readily consented. Perhaps artists possess their own unique lifestyles. In a secluded alley, we discovered his residence. It was astonishing to learn that he had purchased this space solely for his artistic endeavors. After conversing with him for a while, I began to delicately steer the conversation towards the subject at hand. I informed him that I had previously acquired one of his paintings from the gallery owner and showed him the photograph on my phone. I expressed our admiration for the piece and our desire to discuss the motivations and inspirations behind its creation. The artist scrutinized the image on my phone, a flicker of pride crossing his features, yet he appeared somewhat melancholic. He slowly recounted that this painting had altered the course of his destiny. At the time of its creation, he was a struggling artist, and it was the fortunate sale of this very piece that gradually improved his circumstances. He confided that he had once hoped to reclaim the painting, yet had been unable to locate its buyer. When discussing the origins of this painting, he invited us to sit for a moment, leading us to his study where he retrieved a time-worn, yellow tome. The cover bore the title Faint Poems, attributed to Lin Huiying. Lin Huiying is widely recognized as a remarkable woman of the Republic of China era, who captivated both Su Zhima and Liang Xiqing, ultimately uniting with the latter in a tale that has become a cherished part of history. Could it be that this artist drew inspiration from Lin Huiying's likeness? The artist opened the book and extracted a black-and-white photograph from its pages, revealing a woman who bore a striking resemblance to the figure in the painting. He recounted that he had purchased the book at a flea market, and it seemed the previous owner had overlooked the photograph tucked within, thus parting with it along with the book. Upon discovering the image, he was immediately enchanted by the woman's unique aura, he stated. During the process of creation, he found himself falling in love with the woman depicted in the artwork, for she was both mysterious and profound, smiling yet devoid of joy. Perhaps artists are inherently drawn to such paradoxical elements. I reached out to take the photograph, compelled to admire the painter's skill. It was indeed a perfect likeness. Flipping the photograph over, I noticed some yellowed, yet still slightly blue-inked handwriting that boldly read, Wang XX, pseudonym, 1949, Beibei, Zhuofu Road. It appeared that this woman had her portrait taken at a photography studio on Zhuofu Road in Beibei, as indicated by the bamboo grove backdrop. Connecting the clues, I tentatively concluded that the enigmatic figure within the rich merchant's painting was indeed this woman. However, due to the passage of time, tracing back may prove to be laborious and time-consuming. Nevertheless, this matter requires a proper resolution. Thus, we must unearth some clues related to this woman in order to deduce the nature of the ghost. Since she has committed no wrongdoing, I cannot simply dismiss her existence. That evening, after enjoying a delightful dinner at a renowned restaurant in Chengdu, my affluent companion and I resolved to persuade the painter to join us in our quest to find this woman. The painter, inherently romantic, readily agreed with palpable enthusiasm upon our suggestion. At the break of dawn the following day, we departed from Chengdu and headed straight to Beibei, bypassing the city itself. Upon our arrival in Beibei, we inquired about Zhuofu Road, which in retrospect has flourished beyond recognition compared to the past. Few remnants of antiquity remain, and typically, to gather such information, one must visit tea houses and seek out the elderly. We spent the entire afternoon traversing various tea houses along that road, yet our efforts yielded little in terms of news. The people of Chongqing possess a peculiar habit, perhaps due to a lifetime spent adventuring beyond their hometown. They often yearn to return to their roots in old age. This is precisely why we sought the wisdom of the elders. With no fruitful leads that evening, we decided to rest in Beibei. At the break of dawn the next day, we resumed our search, and to our astonishment, we encountered an elderly woman in a wheelchair, her daughter gently pushing her along for a stroll. Observing her advanced age, we approached with a sense of cautious optimism and posed our inquiry. To our surprise, this simple question unveiled a story that continues to linger in my thoughts to this day. Thus, I must convey that the true tale is only just beginning. The elderly woman appeared to be at least in her 80s. The moment she laid eyes upon the photograph, she was taken aback, scrutinizing us for a considerable time before speaking in a voice that trembled slightly and seemed frail. This is the second young lady of the Wang family. Subsequently, she grasped my hand with fervor, tears streaming down her face. The discovery of a long-lost individual filled us all with excitement, prompting us to quickly take a seat beside her, eager for her to recount the story of the second young lady of the Wang family depicted in the photograph. Wiping away her tears, the old woman began to speak slowly, revealing that it was the first time in nearly 70 years she had seen a picture of an old acquaintance. We listened intently as she narrated the tale. The second young lady of the Wang family was the daughter of a prominent merchant in Chongqing during the wartime period, a man known for his philanthropy and generosity, often aiding the impoverished. The Wang family had but one son and one daughter. The eldest was a son who held a position in the government during the era of the Kuomintang, as Beibei was home to many military officers and dignitaries. The second young lady, a student at a girls' school, was innocent and lively, often mischievous, frequently visiting her brother at his workplace to play. Her brother's workplace was frequented by several Kuomintang officers, and it was during one such visit that a young officer encountered the second young lady. Captivated by her youthful vitality and beauty, the two soon developed a close bond. Alas, the officer was already married. In that era of moral ambiguity, it was a grave offense for a public military officer to take a concubine. Even if the second young lady ultimately bore the child of the official and brought him into the world, the official merely adopted the child under various pretenses, forbidding her from revealing her identity as the biological mother and barring her from entering his home. For this official, preserving his military rank, reputation, and status held greater significance than safeguarding the lifelong happiness of a woman. Originally, the second young lady had a powerful father and elder brother, yet before this official, she was utterly subdued, unable to hold her head high. Following her father's demise from lung disease, her brother fell into despair, ultimately being unjustly accused and dispatched to the barracks by the official. The old woman recounted her own orphan childhood, having been raised by a foster mother who happened to be a servant in the official's household, thus naturally becoming a servant herself. When she first encountered the second young lady, she was still quite young. As time passed, the young lady had already given birth. Gradually, the old woman came to understand the young lady's suffering, despite their lack of familiarity. By 1946, the second young lady's son had begun to exhibit mischievous behavior, prompting the old woman to choose a specific day each month to discreetly take the young master out while shopping. She had observed the young lady lingering near the official residence since her separation from her child, aware that the young mother merely longed to glimpse her offspring, even if the child was oblivious to her true identity. Every venture to take the child out was fraught with danger and required utmost discretion. The second young lady recognized the old woman's good intentions, and thus, each time the old woman passed by her side, she responded with a grateful smile. For several years, they met once a month. In 1949, following the liberation of Chongqing, the Nationalist Army began its retreat. The officers were promoted to generals, and early one morning, they fled to Taiwan with their families, leaving behind a few servants to guard the residences, eagerly awaiting a counterattack on the mainland. Among them was the grandmother, one of the youngest servants who remained. Due to the abrupt departure, she had no chance to bid farewell, and feeling deep sympathy for the second young lady, who was left alone, she often waited by the roadside to chat with her. Despite knowing that her children had already gone to Taiwan, the second young lady would anxiously wait at the intersection, perhaps out of habit or an inability to let go of her attachments. Gradually, she began to exhibit signs of madness, alternating between moments of clarity and confusion. By the end of 1949, as Chongqing commenced a thorough purge of all remnants from the nationalist era, the servants were dispersed. The grandmother, moved by the plight of the second young lady, chose to care for her, seeing that she was utterly alone. One day, the second young lady suddenly expressed a desire to take a photograph to send to her grown children. The grandmother, aware that it was impossible to send it to Taiwan, nonetheless agreed to fulfill her request. At that time, the second young lady was in her 30s, her once radiant beauty now marred by years of weariness and sorrow. She retrieved her school uniform from her youth, perhaps believing that it represented her most beautiful self, wishing to show her children that version of herself. Yet, the forced smile could not conceal the deep sorrow and loneliness that lingered within her, resulting in that extraordinary photograph. While taking photographs, she deliberately brought along a green handbag, claiming it would enhance her appearance. Upon hearing my grandmother's words, I was suddenly enveloped in a profound melancholy. I could not quite articulate the reason, yet I felt an inexplicable sympathy for this woman from 70 years ago. After exchanging pleasantries with my grandmother, I began to comprehend why the daughter of the wealthy merchant would speak of being kissed and embraced. The spirit of the second young lady lingered with the photograph, transcending to the painting. Observing the adorable 8-year-old child, her innate maternal instinct ultimately prevailed, yet she seemed to forget the irrevocable separation between the living and the departed. After bidding farewell, the artist accompanied my grandmother and me back to the villa. Within its walls, the artist fixated on his own creation, and as he gazed, tears silently streamed down his face. Since it was inappropriate for outsiders to be privy to our internal matters, we discreetly excused the artist. Initially, I intended to bind the photograph and the painting with a red string and incinerate them to liberate the spirit. But the thought struck me as potentially the most poignant story I would ever hear, and thus I abandoned the idea. Instead, I recited a simple incantation, guiding away the soul that had been ensnared for 70 years. The specifics of the method need not be elaborated. All I can convey is that during this process, I could sense the second young lady's release and solace. Afterward, the wealthy merchant compensated me and presented the painting to the artist. I also returned the photograph of the second young lady to him. We exchanged contact information, each reflecting on the story as we departed. A month later, the artist called to inform me that, with the merchant's assistance, they had located the second young lady's son and grandchildren in Taiwan, and he had already sent the painting to them. I find solace in the fact that, even after 70 years, the second Mrs. Love for her children is evident, and she has not harbored resentment even towards the official who abandoned him. Perhaps the photograph nestled within Lin Huin's poetry collection holds significance for this reason. When Liang Xiqing once inquired of Lin Huin, "Why did you choose me?" she replied, "I shall spend my entire life answering that question." Chapter 34. The Actor in 2009. I received a call from Grandma Huang, who informed me that the son of an old acquaintance had encountered some peculiar occurrences in Jiangxin and sought her assistance. Due to her advanced age, she was unable to go herself and hoped I could step in on her behalf without expecting any remuneration. As a matter of respect for my elder, I could hardly refuse. After contacting her acquaintance's son over the phone, I proceeded directly to Jiangxin. I was not well acquainted with Jiangxin and had only a superficial impression of the place. In my childhood, I was particularly fond of Jiangxin's rice candy soaked in milk, and as I grew older, I occasionally indulged in the local liquor Jiangxin Lao Baigan. That was the extent of my familiarity. Moreover, in my memory, Jiangxin resembled the old television series Hail Shizhong, characterized by its antiquated town and narrow streets. However, upon my arrival, I discovered that the city had undergone remarkable transformations, rendering it exceedingly beautiful. After arriving in Jiangxin, I first sought out some food to satisfy my appetite before heading to my client and Appo's residence. The man, appearing to be in his 50s, had a balding head and was dressed in shorts, barefoot, and bare-chested, embodying the carefree nature typical of Chongqing locals. He introduced himself as Lu, a retired accountant. I was taken aback that he had retired in his 50s. He explained that he had taken early retirement due to health issues. His daughter was attending university in Zhejiang, while his wife taught at a school. Their entire family had brought his elderly mother, the old friend of Grandma Huang, to live with them. I sat down and engaged in conversation with Mr. Lu and his mother for a while. Our discussion mostly revolved around trivial matters and the long-standing tales of Grandma Huang. It was only after this that I began to inquire about the specifics of their current predicament. Mr. Lu, in his 50s, and his mother, who appeared to be nearing 80, sat before me, while I, a young man of less than 30, could easily discern the skepticism reflected in their eyes, not directed at Grandma Huang and Appo's as introduction, but rather at me and my potential to provide assistance. Mr. Lu explained that since his retirement, he had chosen to remain at home to care for his family. His mornings were spent practicing Tai Chi, followed by trips to the market for groceries. His elderly mother, hindered by age and limited mobility, occupied her time at home playing with their small dog and watching television, occasionally venturing into the community for a game of mahjong. However, starting last month, strange occurrences began to unfold within their household. Their appliances, particularly the television, began exhibiting inexplicable phenomena. While the family was enjoying a program, the television would suddenly switch channels, cycling through options until it settled on the opera channel. It was as though an unseen hand were manipulating the remote control. At times, it seemed to overshoot, only to revert back, ultimately remaining fixed on the opera channel. Initially, the family believed the remote control or the television itself was malfunctioning, but upon inviting a technician to examine the situation, they discovered no tangible issues, save for a minor connectivity problem. They were advised to encase the remote in a plastic wrapper as a precaution. Thus, the television ceased to change channels, yet became exceedingly difficult to operate. Not long after, the plastic covering was removed, and on the very day it was taken off, this peculiar phenomenon reoccurred. Strangely, for several consecutive nights, after turning off the television, Mr. Liu would awaken to find it inexplicably turned on. The channel still set to the opera station. A subsequent call for repairs yielded no results, and the family did not delve deeply into the supernatural until one night, when Mr. Liu, not yet fully asleep, heard the sound of the television turning on. Upon investigating in the living room, he found not only the familiar channel switching, but also faintly discerned the sound of a two-stringed fiddle being played nearby. This revelation truly frightened the family, leading them to consider the possibility of a haunting. Mr. Liu's mother had a modicum of experience with such matters in her youth. Following her knowledge, she removed the mirrors from the house and hung one on the wall directly opposite the entrance. She also sought a bagua arrangement from outside and placed a small incense burner at the doorway, scattering incense ash on the carpet daily. However, this did not alleviate the situation. In fact, footprints began to appear daily on the carpet. In desperation, they sought the assistance of old Lady Huang, which ultimately led to my journey to Jiangjin. I found this all rather curious, as I understood that the frequencies of souls differ from those of the living, allowing them to effortlessly influence certain frequencies around them, such as those of light bulbs or televisions. For a ghost who delights in watching television, particularly dramas, switching channels is hardly a challenging endeavor. However, the ghost in question seems rather mischievous. I inquired with Mr. Liu about the timing of this incident, which occurred on September 2nd, 2009, corresponding to the 14th day of the 7th lunar month. There's a popular saying, on the 15th of July, ghosts roam freely. Each year, from the 14th to the 16th of the lunar July, we observe the Ghost Festival, during which it is believed that the gates of the underworld swing wide open, allowing many spirits to venture into the mortal realm, wreaking havoc and engaging in all manner of malevolence. Consequently, many parents admonish their children not to venture outside during this time, fearing they may be haunted by these apparitions. In truth, I wish to convey that the 15th of July is indeed the most ominous period of the year. However, this scene is merely a contrast to yang, indicating not an abundance of ghosts, but rather a heightened visibility of them compared to other times. It is akin to the European Championship. I am an ardent supporter of the German team, yet their matches invariably take place at 2:45 a.m., rendering it impossible for me to watch them during the 12:00 and Oppo's clock game, regardless of my enthusiasm. After listening to Mr. Liu and Oppo's account, I requested that he turn on the television, eager to witness this peculiar automatic channel switching phenomenon. Alas, after a prolonged wait, there was no response. I then rose to check the incense ash at the entrance, finding nothing amiss. Consequently, I decided to stay overnight in Jiangjin, planning to visit his home early the following morning. Although they had kindly offered me accommodation, I declined, as I am not accustomed to staying at others' homes. Furthermore, I am quite a principled sleeper. When slumber meets a pillow, I remain in a deep sleep until dawn. The following morning, I ventured to his home without even partaking in breakfast. Upon entering, I was greeted by the familiar sight of a play on television, an episode of Judge Bao that I had seen countless times, to the point where I could nearly recite the lines by heart. My gaze fell upon the ash scattered on the floor, revealing distinct footprints. Curiously, it was evident that more than one spirit had traversed this space. There were prints of cloth shoes, bare feet, and embroidered footwear, each type showcasing only left-footed impressions. Moreover, the direction of these footprints led inward, suggesting that these spirits still lingered within the residence. A compass confirmed their presence, though I refrained from approaching, fearful of disturbing the souls. Yet, an unsettling thought nagged at me. Were there perhaps several spirits seated on the sofa opposite the television, watching the same program? At that moment, Mr. Liu's mother was also seated on that very sofa, and I was reluctant to delve further into this chilling contemplation. I quietly informed Mr. Liu, expressing my hope that he might persuade his mother to temporarily refrain from sitting on the sofa. I suggested that, given the circumstances, it would be wise for her to stay with a neighbor for a day. He agreed. After escorting his mother to the neighbor's home, Mr. Lou voluntarily offered to accompany me in my investigation. I had been pondering whether the relatively new development of the neighborhood, constructed only a few years prior, might have inadvertently disturbed a grave during its inception. Therefore, I resolved to explore this further with him. Upon conducting some research, I discovered that the community had been established in 2004, and prior to that, it had been a mixed commercial and residential area. Remarkably, Mr. Lou's building had once been an old-age home. This is undoubtedly a valuable lead. We began to inquire about the relocation of the nursing home and eventually located the previous establishment north of the Jialing River in Jiangxi. Out of respect, I shall refrain from disclosing its name. The nursing home was situated within a commercial building, and upon taking the elevator to the 5th floor, we arrived at noon, when many elderly residents were beginning their afternoon slumber. Consequently, the doorman was dozing off beside the iron gate, which evoked a sense of humiliation within me. Was it truly the case that each time the children of these elderly individuals came to visit, it felt akin to a prison visit? As a somewhat disenchanted individual, I deliberately raised my voice and called out, "Sir, please, could you open the door?" He was evidently startled by my sudden exclamation and, with evident impatience, unlocked the door for us. Once we entered, he swiftly closed it behind us, leaving me uncertain whether he was aiming to prevent others from entering or exiting. At the nurse's station in the lobby, I inquired further and learned that when the facility was at its previous location, it housed over 40 elderly residents. Gradually, some had passed away due to illness, some in hospitals, while others quietly departed this world in their own beds. The caregiver, perhaps fearing I was a journalist, smiled and remarked that, after all, life and death are natural occurrences. I had no time for such pleasantries and pressed on with my inquiries. When I asked if she remembered an elderly resident who particularly loved opera, I was informed that the residents here either played mahjong or watched performances. I then requested her assistance in reviewing the records of those who had either been taken away by their children or had passed on, hoping to uncover any residents who had left a profound impression on her. The caregiver mentioned that they maintain records for the elderly, categorized by room numbers, and that one must remember the room number to access the pertinent information. At that moment, Mr. Liu unexpectedly interjected from behind me, uttering the number 31. It dawned on me that the door number of Mr. Liu's residence is indeed 31. This suggests that Mr. Liu might believe that the spirits he refers to are those of the residents from room 31 of the previous nursing home, perhaps departed yet lingering, thus leading them to his home by way of the door number. The caregiver checked the records and informed us that a gentleman by the surname Shun had previously occupied room 31. He was fond of watching operas and playing the eru, but sadly passed away 6 months prior to the relocation. This elderly gentleman had suffered from dementia, often speaking incoherently, yet he possessed a cheerful and optimistic disposition. Whenever he threw a tantrum, he resembled a child, but he was also very compliant when asked to behave. During his lifetime, the residents from the adjacent rooms frequently visited him to watch television. It goes without saying, they must have been drawn to the opera channel. I further inquired with the caregiver whether there were other residents who enjoyed visiting his room to watch television and had also passed away. After checking again, she confirmed that there were none. When I asked about Mr. Shun's circumstances, the caregiver recounted that he was a solitary elderly man, having lost his spouse early on, and his only son was often engaged in business along the coast. It was only 10 days after his father's death that he returned to handle the necessary arrangements. Consequently, the funeral expenses were covered by the nursing home, and a group of his old friends from the facility bid him farewell. This was a cruel fate, as those elderly individuals seemed to witness the scene of their own demise. Although uncertainties lingered, it became evident that the spirit manipulating the television was indeed that of Mr. Shun, who had resided in room 31 during his lifetime. The only lingering question pertains to the origin of the other spirits. Initially, I had no intention of pondering too deeply, aside from silently disparaging the son of old man Shun in my mind. I merely contemplated setting up a formation within the house to quietly escort the elder and the other spirits to their departure. Upon our return to Mr. Liu's residence, the television remained aglow, and according to the compass, the spirits still lingered within the abode. Such is the allure of drama. After I meticulously arranged the red thread, I scattered a handful of rice and soil to ascertain whether Old Man Shun and his companions harbored any malice. They remained remarkably silent, as though I were utterly invisible to them. Summoning my courage, I began to guide this assembly of spirits. Only to my astonishment, none were willing to depart. I had encountered other spirits of distinct personalities who were equally uncooperative, yet their defiance was typically accompanied by resistance and harm. In contrast, these spirits did not evoke such sentiments. It seemed they simply did not wish to leave, reluctant to enter a world they perceived as more splendid. Akin to a fisherman who, upon being urged to depart, simply gestures for silence and shakes his head, as if to say, "You carry on, this is not your affair." After numerous attempts to persuade them, I found myself unable to lead them away. I had no choice but to seek the assistance of Granny Huang, confiding in her the date of Old Man Shun's passing and requesting her to conduct a spiritual passage. Several hours later, Granny Huang returned my call, stating she was already aware of the unfolding events. Her naturally slow speech became even more languid in the wake of my frustrations, further exacerbating my anxiety. She mentioned that the figure on the television was indeed Mr. Shun. However, there were 3 other spirits that had begun to roam this vicinity since the 7th month, drawn by curiosity to join Mr. Shun in watching the performances each day. She recounted how Mr. Shun had ventured into the underworld, lamenting that he had raised his son in vain, as he had passed away several years ago, yet his ashes remained in the funeral home. He felt no attachment to anyone in this world, save for his fondness for the theatrical performances. Consequently, Mrs. Huang inquired if I could fulfill Mr. Shin's wish. She remarked that due to his age, he was sometimes hesitant to delve too deeply into the underworld, fearing that he might not find his way back. Nevertheless, I understood enough from Mrs. Huang's words. After all, she had sought my assistance, and I could not afford to complicate matters further. At that moment, I conferred with Mr. Liu, a local resident, and asked him to locate a Sichuan opera troupe in the area, as the Sichuan opera in Chongqing is quite authentic. I requested that he find a talented performer to come to our home and sing a solo piece, thereby granting the elderly gentleman one of his long-held wishes. Following the directions provided by Mrs. Huang regarding the underworld, I proceeded to the funeral home. At the service desk, I obtained the identification number from Mr. Shun and Oppos. And subsequently discovered the annual renewal fee along with the contact number for the funeral home. Regrettably, this phone number did not belong to Mr. Shun and Oppos' son, but rather to a friend of his. I found myself seething with disdain for such a son, who seemed to have numerous parental figures. After his passing, Mr. Shun existed alone in the urn hall, unable to spare even a moment to arrange a burial plot for his father, instead relying on friends to renew the fees annually. It was indeed a case of having raised a son in vain. Fortunately, through his son's friend, I was able to acquire his son's contact number. When I called his son, I must admit I was suppressing my anger, for I held no position to speak from. I simply conveyed the reality in a calm tone, such as the fact that his father's spirit lingered, haunting the confines of his home, and that during the time of his passing, a group of elders had remarked upon the son's lack of filial piety. I also emphasized the importance of a peaceful burial, lest the elder's spirit haunt him for eternity. Whether he believed me or was merely frightened, I later learned that the elder's ashes were indeed taken by his son and interred in a cemetery. Upon returning to Mr. Liu's home, he awaited my arrival. I requested that the opera master perform a few pieces a cappella. Experiencing the opera up close offered a uniquely refreshing sensation. Chinese opera is profoundly intricate, a realm I, as a youth influenced by Cui Jian and beyond, hardly comprehend. After the performance, Mr. Liu settled the payment and bid farewell to the opera master. I surmised that the elders' wishes were now fulfilled, and I continued to lead the way, noticeably sensing their newfound tranquility as they followed me in silence. After tidying up the house, Mr. Liu and I brought his mother back from the neighbor's residence. I addressed her gently, saying, "Grandmother, you are fortunate to have such a good son," for I knew that at least this elder would not endure the same desolation as Mr. Shun. That desolation is not loneliness nor despair. It is a profound sorrow that chills one's heart with helplessness. Chapter 35. The Journey Home Not Long Ago. A sensational news event captivated public attention: the Fengmen village incident in Hunan. After watching the documentary on the subject, I found it unsurprising that strange occurrences might arise in such locales. If one can venture there, what reason exists for spirits to remain absent? As a travel enthusiast and a backpacker myself, I wish to recount a different tale. In the summer of 2009, a friend from the outdoor community visited my home and recounted an eerie experience. In June of that year, he organized a group of adventurers to explore a place called Meitan, near Junyi in Guizhou province. It was said that there existed a natural landscape known as Bamiyanshui, untouched by commercial development, where the pristine waters could only be seen on clear days. Thus, they set off from Chongqing at night, arriving the following day. Upon disembarking, they trekked for several hours, and as the daylight waned, they sought permission from the local inhabitants to camp in a cornfield. It was the season when corn should be ripe, yet all that remained in the field were stubs. They paid little mind to this anomaly, and after erecting their tents, they began to take photographs and revel in merriment. Exhausted from the day's activities, they retired early to rest. However, upon waking the next morning, they discovered that one of their companions lay outside the tent, his sleeping posture exceedingly awkward, and despite their attempts to rouse him, he remained unresponsive. The other 6 members had risen, yet he continued to slumber. They jested that he might have sleepwalked during the night, and to coax him awake, they splashed some water on his head, finally succeeding in stirring him from his slumber. After breakfast, everyone proposed to search for the 8-sided water, but only the team member who had slept outside the previous night declined, citing a headache. He insisted on staying behind to guard the campsite and retreated into the tent. The remaining 6 ventured off to the 8-sided water, frolicking and reveling until nearly nightfall before returning. Upon their return to the campsite, they discovered that the team member who had volunteered to guard the site was missing. They searched high and low until he eventually emerged from the bamboo grove near the cornfield. He appeared quite unwell, but seeing him back, the others refrained from inquiring further. That evening, they rekindled the fire and, after a restful night, planned to commence their journey home the following day. The next morning, they found that the team member had again slept outdoors, contorted in an awkward and unseemly position reminiscent of the previous night. They roused him once more, began tidying the campsite, and set off on their return. Initially, they regarded all of this as mere trivialities of their journey, without any sense of foreboding. Until one weekend after their return, the group convened at one team member's home for a film night to share photographs taken during the trip. A particularly observant friend happened upon a curious detail in 2 separate photos taken from the same angle. One displayed a white garment hanging from the tip of a small tree in the background, while the other bore no such anomaly. Sensing the eerie nature of the photo featuring the white garment, he discreetly saved the images and sought me out. Upon connecting his USB drive to my computer, I indeed witnessed the faint, indistinct silhouette of the white attire. As someone who has long traversed the Guizhou region, I recognize that the attire in question is a burial shroud traditionally worn in rural areas of Guizhou. This particular shroud is distinct from the commonplace ones, resembling the long gowns depicted in period dramas set during the Republic of China. If one does not scrutinize the photograph closely, the garment may easily go unnoticed. I have encountered numerous supernatural photographs, which typically feature ethereal figures or ghostly apparitions in obscure locations. Some fortunate individuals manage to capture a clear image, hoping to elicit fear in others while simultaneously startling themselves, yet they often end up being the subject of ridicule. My friend, however, is quite astute. He discreetly brought the photograph to me without informing anyone else. I intend to persuade him to include me in their group, as it would afford me the opportunity to inquire further about the situation. The following day, while at work, he added me to their QQ group. He shared the QQ nicknames of those who participated in the donkey trek, and I specifically inquired about the name of the traveler who had sleepwalked for 2 consecutive nights. I admit my inquiry was intentional, as I have a lingering suspicion that he may be somehow connected to the events. The traveler goes by the name of Ding Ding Mao, a moniker commonly used in Chongqing and Sichuan to refer to dragonflies. Over the course of the ensuing week, I engaged in casual banter with the group and took the opportunity to probe into the details of that day's occurrences. However, Ding Ding Mao's discourse was remarkably illogical. Even in the midst of casual conversation within the group, I found it exceedingly difficult to comprehend his words. He would alternately claim that he once caught a dragon in Thailand, then counsel everyone to return to nature, and, at another moment, he would mention that he was present during an earthquake, merely fortunate enough to escape unscathed. He also asserted that he played a role in the resumption of flights between the mainland and Taiwan. In essence, his statements were devoid of logic and utterly perplexing. A few days later, the QQ group organized a gathering. Upon noticing that several netizens who had participated in the 8 Directions Water Donkey event were attending, I decided to join as well. I advised my friend to frequently mention that outing during the gathering, encouraging everyone to reminisce and perhaps uncover some clues through their conversations. The day of the gathering arrived, and we convened at a hot pot restaurant near Jifeng Bai, where 2 large tables were filled with people. However, the individual known as Ding Ding Cat was notably absent. During the meal, we learned that he was undergoing treatment in the hospital due to overwhelming psychological stress. This revelation took everyone by surprise, shifting the focus of our conversation entirely onto him. I found this situation astonishing. It was akin to speaking with someone animated in the morning, only to discover by evening that they had been hospitalized with a grave illness, an occurrence that transcended mere surprise and veered into the realm of the unbelievable. After several rounds of drinks, my friend began to share. Let me tell you, that night in Maidan, I had a peculiar dream where someone kept pulling at my foot. Do you think it was a ghost? I sensed a sincerity in his words, for upon finishing, the other participants began to recall unusual events from that day. Many had experienced strange occurrences that had gone unmentioned until now, seemingly dismissed without further thought. One of the female team members recounted that night. She had been engulfed in dreams devoid of substance, merely hearing a man's sigh, followed by a chorus of women weeping. Another member spoke up, recalling that he had risen to relieve himself that night. As he wandered a distance, he heard the wind rustling through the bamboo grove, emitting eerie sounds that were somewhat unsettling. Such is human nature. Once a topic is broached, individuals instinctively forge connections with various circumstances, perhaps entirely unfounded. Yet they persistently persuade themselves. This is it. This is it. After dinner that day, I synthesized their accounts, discovering a singular commonality among them. All had encountered peculiar occurrences that evening, anomalies rarely experienced before. Although there was no deliberate attempt to link these events to the supernatural, it seemed they were reluctant to entertain such notions. I resolved to visit Maitan myself, naturally, as I was unfamiliar with the route. My friend served as my guide and companion on this venture. A few days later, we set forth for Maitan, carrying only essential tools alongside our tent, as our purpose was not leisure. Upon arriving at our previous campsite, we intended to establish our base there. We departed early and arrived promptly, thus taking advantage of the remaining daylight to explore our surroundings. I recalled my friend mentioning that on the evening before their last departure, Ding Ding Meow had briefly gone missing, only to be spotted emerging from the bamboo grove. Though my instincts are seldom reliable, I resolved to investigate the bamboo thicket myself. The bamboo grove is vast and truly magnificent. Upon entering, it feels as though the entire world, including the air, has transformed into a vibrant emerald green. Were it not for the previous hauntings and the images of burial garments captured in photographs, I would genuinely wish to spend several delightful days in this enchanting place. Allow me to describe the terrain. We camped in a desolate cornfield, and not far from one side of the field flows a diminutive stream. Judging by the time and the angle at which sunlight reflects off the water surface, the stream lies to the southwest of the cornfield. To the northeast of the cornfield stands the bamboo grove, separated by a thicket of shrubs and other barren farmland. After venturing approximately 200 meters northeast into the bamboo thicket, I stumbled upon 4 stone graves standing side by side. According to the inscriptions on their respective tombstones, 2 of them are brothers, while the other 2 are father and son. It seems these graves have been established for quite some time. In Guizhou, where mountainous terrain predominates, particularly among the rural populace, There exists a custom of interring departed loved ones in shaded areas beneath trees. Initially, I thought this might merely be a coincidence, until I noticed that the grave of the son bore a moderately sized, crooked fissure running from the tombstone to the top of the grave. There is an adage that states, "A crack in the grave brings tremors to the dog," implying that while dogs are typically seen as protectors against malevolent spirits, even they would shudder at the emergence of a ghost from such a crack. Various regions have their interpretations regarding cracks in graves, yet none are auspicious. Thus, this particular fissure may portend ill fortune, perhaps even explaining the hauntings experienced during this journey. As I retraced my steps, a foreboding sense began to envelop me regarding the circumstances at hand. I cautioned my friend against camping in the cornfield today. Upon emerging from the bamboo grove, I observed our chosen campsite from a different perspective. There was but a single opening to the west, through which a stream flowed, while the remainder of the landscape was dominated by lush, verdant mountains. This topography, in terms of geomancy, is classified as an en location, and proximity to a water source only exacerbates the dampness, an environment that many spirits favor. Although nothing was certain yet, I felt it prudent to pack up and depart. My friend mentioned a village nearby, to which I consented, suggesting we seek refuge there for the night. We soon found a rural household, a quintessential example of Guizhou architecture. 2 stories of wooden construction, with livestock occupying the ground floor and a spacious courtyard, while the upper level served as living quarters, complete with a small terrace for drying corn. The family graciously permitted us to pitch our tent on the terrace. In the summer months, the mountainous regions of Guizhou are known for their snake population, so while setting up camp, we encircled the tent with a ring of realgar powder. It is said that snakes are averse to this substance. Although I harbor a fear of snakes, I am aware of an infallible trick. Should you inadvertently encounter one, simply hold an umbrella and stand aside, for the snake will mistake you for Su Xian. That evening, my friend and I engaged in conversation with the farmers in the courtyard below, gleaning bits of information along the way. During our conversation, I casually steered the topic towards the 4 adjacent graves. Although I cannot ascertain their definite connection, I have always felt an underlying link, perhaps due to years of professional habit or the intuitive judgment that arises after a moment of personal revelation. I am unaware of the elderly man's surname. He had told me, but it seemed too cumbersome to remember. He mentioned that the 4 graves were constructed in 1988, and all 4 individuals were relatives of one family who had passed away that year, leaving only a few elderly and young members, who have since relocated to a neighboring village. Among those who remain in the village is one individual, the brother-in-law of the son from the father-son duo, commonly referred to as. When I probed further, the old farmer began to feign misunderstanding, hinting that certain topics were perhaps best left unspoken. Sensing his hesitation, I shifted my inquiry to ask where this brother-in-law currently resided. The old farmer provided the information, and we promptly decided to rest, planning to visit this brother-in-law the following morning. The brother-in-law, surnamed Hu, was not as evasive as the previous farmer. He appeared to be in his 40s, and upon learning that we sought information regarding the graves, he invited us to sit in his courtyard before retreating indoors to fetch his smoking pipe. In the yard, a dog regarded me with apparent hostility, but fortunately, my piercing gaze conveyed a message of deterrence. Before long, brother-in-law Hu emerged, smoking as he began to recount the tale of the graves. The relationships were somewhat intricate, and I shall narrate them gradually. The grave that was opened belonged to his brother-in-law. To the left lay the brother-in-law's father, and to the right rested the 2 nephews of the brother-in-law, who were also his cousins. In 1987, the 4 of them, along with Uncle Hu, ventured out to a coal mine in Guizhou to extract coal. To put it simply, they encountered a disastrous mining accident during that time, resulting in the demise of the other 4, leaving only him as the sole survivor. Apart from the body of his brother-in-law and that of his cousin, the remains of the others were never recovered. After the mine compensated them with some money, they intended to let the matter fade away. Uncle Hu was tasked with transporting his cousin's body back to their hometown, while the brother-in-law, his father, and the other cousin could only bring back a few personal belongings and clothing of the deceased. During the burial, the family fashioned 3 straw figures, dressing them in the clothing of the missing individuals and adorning them with ceremonial garments before interment. In rural areas, stone tombs are widely recognized. The front is a sizable semicircle, while the back is narrower. According to local customs, the feet are positioned at the larger end, facing the tomb's front. The front of the tomb faces the coal mine where the tragedy occurred, symbolically directing the souls of those who perished far from home to find their way back. As a brief aside, I later discovered that since 1980, the total number of fatalities from mining accidents across the nation has reached alarming heights, with China holding the unfortunate distinction of having the highest number of mining-related deaths in the world, a figure that has remained unparalleled for many years, achieving a level of grim notoriety. However, one might argue that we remain quite understated, as these figures represent only the official count. In many regions of our country, it is customary to construct symbolic graves for those who have died away from home and whose bodies cannot be recovered, a practice that is not uncommon. After listening to Uncle Hu's account, I finally understood the presence of the white ceremonial garments in that photograph. However, there remains one aspect that eludes my understanding. I inquired of Uncle Hu about the condition in which he discovered the body of Cousin E. He illustrated a human figure on the ground with his pipe, depicting the contorted and unnatural posture of death. With a hint of melancholy, he remarked that he had personally excavated the body. My friend whispered in my ear that at that moment, Ding Ding Cat's sleeping position mirrored that of Cousin E at the time of his demise. This solidified my suspicions. The issues surrounding these four graves pertain to a phenomenon known as ghosts stepping on people. It is said that if one is near a grave, one should avoid spending the night in direct alignment with it, for along that line, a spirit might traverse, potentially stepping upon you. Given that these four graves were erected to guide their souls homeward, the peculiar dreams experienced by the hikers, along with the strange occurrences, including Ding Ding Cat's eerie sleeping posture, suddenly makes sense. Wishing not to frighten the local villagers, I planned to lead the way at night. However, as I prepared to mark the graves with red thread, something unexpectedly emerged from the cracked grave of my cousin. Whether it was a bat or a moth, I could not discern, but it was quite large and fluttered around me for some time. Caught off guard, I inhaled a significant amount of the powder from its body, and an ominous feeling washed over me. Consequently, I abandoned my endeavor and fled. Before leaving, I cautioned Uncle Hu to ensure the planting of a yellow tree in the center of the cornfield directly facing the graves. This was intended not to obstruct their path home, but rather to prevent them from inadvertently stepping upon the living. On the other hand, the yellow cassia tree grows swiftly and possesses a robust vitality, somewhat counterbalancing the lurking specters. My uncle, who regarded my earnestness with gravity and responded with sincerity, I urged my friend to accompany me as we hastily departed from the mountains. On the journey back to Chongqing, I found myself utterly drained, my strength to drive evaporating, my head throbbing unbearably, and stars dancing before my eyes. Had it not been for my habitual incantations to myself, I might have been destined to become a neighbor of Ding Ding Cat. Consequently, my friend took the wheel while I seized the opportunity to contact other colleagues along the route, imploring them to send more help to assist in tidying the mess I had left behind. I had encountered such a spectral affliction before, but this was the most severe instance. Upon returning to Chongqing, I dedicated over a month to recuperation. Several months later, I learned of Ding Ding Cat and Appo's discharge from the hospital, and I felt genuinely elated for him. Simultaneously, I recognized that behind this joy, my fellow practitioners had silently resolved a significant issue on our behalf. For the first time, I viewed my profession from another's perspective, and an overwhelming sense of pride surged within me. Chapter 36. Footprints in the Banan district of Chongqing. There once stood a grand state-owned factory that thrived during its heyday. From the 1970s to the 1990s, this establishment made significant contributions to the nation's development. In 2010, a leader from the factory approached me, expressing concerns about rumors that had begun to circulate, accompanied by a series of bizarre occurrences. The accounts varied widely, rendering it impossible to ascertain the truth. Several Taoists and monks had been consulted, yet their interventions seemed to yield little effect, prompting this individual to reach out to me. Having grown up in the factory, I held a deep nostalgia for its atmosphere. Thus, I accepted the invitation to visit, where I was graciously received by the factory's legal affairs section chief, who, while modestly referring to his position, certainly held more authority than the average worker. He offered me cigarettes and tea with a courteous demeanor before recounting the events that had transpired. He explained that since the previous month, a rumor had emerged regarding a deserted cylindrical building within the factory complex. It was said that some had heard the enchanting sound of a woman singing, which soon took on an air of mystery. Whispers suggested that the voice belonged to a ghostly figure, a woman clad in a cheapao and high heels, who had met a tragic fate. Allegedly, she had been murdered and buried beneath the cylindrical building, and during renovations, her resting place had been disturbed. Angered by this violation, she was said to lure lecherous men with her haunting melodies, ultimately leading them to their doom. The tales were vividly recounted, as if the narrators had witnessed the events firsthand. The department head, in his capacity as the director of the legal affairs section, approaching an individual, such as myself, is indeed an action that defies logic. However, the very fact that he sought me out indicates that the matter has escalated to a point where intervention is imperative. I requested the director to provide me with an overview of the cylindrical building. He recounted that it was originally constructed in the 1970s to serve as dormitories for the children attending the factory and Oppo's affiliated school. Following the educational reforms, many factory-run schools were dismantled, leading the children to pursue their studies externally. Consequently, the cylindrical building remained vacant for a number of years. As the fervor of the industrial boom in the 1980s surged, the factory expanded its operations and hired a substantial number of new workers, resulting in a shortage of employee accommodations. The factory leadership, upon realizing this predicament, resolved to repurpose the long-abandoned cylindrical building as dormitories for the staff. The renovations, however, were minimal, primarily consisting of the installation of stoves and wash basins along the corridors, as these basic amenities were deemed essential for employee housing. This situation persisted until the year 2000, when rumors began to circulate regarding hauntings within the building. It marked the first instance of ghostly tales, prompting numerous employees to demand relocation and even stage strikes in protest. The factory, unable to withstand the pressure, reluctantly addressed the housing concerns of the staff residing in the cylindrical building. Given the building's age and dilapidation, it has remained locked since 2000, neither demolished nor repurposed, yet perpetually abandoned. I hold a deep affection for the tube-shaped building, as it evokes cherished memories from my childhood. After school, I would ascend to the third floor where my home resided, feeling akin to the Monkey King breaking free from the Five Fingers Mountain. I would shout exuberantly while deliberately amplifying the sound of my footsteps, racing from one end to the other, often inciting the laughter and reprimands of the neighbors. During the sultry summer days, my friends and I would crouch at the staircase, fanning paper figures. When we took a disliking to someone, we would sneakily sever their electrical wires or toss a rat into their pot. The ventilation in the building was splendid, allowing us to listen to the elders recount tales of days gone by during the warm summer nights. Though their stories often spoke of hardship, I must confess that they constitute some of my most treasured memories. Even though many of my childhood companions have faded from my life, and numerous storytellers have departed from this world, my fond recollections of the tube-shaped building remain untarnished. The sense of mutual respect and affection among neighbors was palpable. If one household ran low on rice, others would readily share, and when joy graced a family, the entire community would celebrate together. Conversely, in times of trouble, everyone would lend their unwavering support. Life in those days resembled a bowl of three-layered braised pork. While it may have been overwhelming, it left a lingering aroma and an insatiable aftertaste. In my current abode, as I step out of the elevator, I find myself among just 4 families. Despite having lived here for many years, I remain unaware of their names or surnames. Our interactions are limited to chance encounters while taking the elevator or disposing of trash, accompanied by a hollow smile that almost mockingly conveys, "Oh, you two are taking out the garbage? Oh, you two ride the elevator?" It is utterly tasteless to feign familiarity with someone one does not truly know. I heard my superior mention that there were rumors of hauntings as early as the year 2000, and I requested him to recount the tales from that year in detail. This superior informed me that he only joined the factory in 2002 and thus had only heard whispers of the events from that year. He recounted that during a summer night, a female employee in her 30s returned home late, feeling quite famished. She quietly began to prepare noodles at the stove in the corridor. Meanwhile, at one end of the passage, a group of elderly individuals engaged in casual conversation. As she cooked, she suddenly perceived faint footsteps approaching from behind her. In the context of the communal dormitory, it was an entirely mundane occurrence, so she paid it no mind and continued to focus on her cooking. However, when the footsteps halted just behind her, a sorrowful sigh echoed in the air, disturbingly close, as if it were whispered against the back of her head. Startled, she turned to look but found nothing. Just as she contemplated whether to scream, she noticed two damp footprints on the wooden floor, appearing to stand on their toes, directed towards her. Terrified, she let out a blood-curdling scream that shattered the night, fleeing towards the area where others gathered, abandoning her meal in the process. Her cries alerted the group conversing on the opposite side of the corridor, and once she recounted her experience, they bravely ventured to the stove to inspect the scene. By then, only the front parts of the damp footprints remained. It appeared as though an invisible figure was treading water, standing on tiptoe before the stove. Humans, by nature, harbor an insatiable curiosity for the bizarre, and thus, this peculiar news swiftly spread throughout the tenement, becoming a topic of widespread conversation. This led to a series of events where employees demanded that management reallocate their accommodations, culminating in a strike. The power of words is formidable, particularly that of rumor. Countless individuals throughout history have fallen victim to slander. I need not enumerate them here. Yet, in the face of such a collective and extraordinary phenomenon, management resorted to labeling the dissenters as instigators, convening a factory-wide meeting, and expelling several of the most vocal employees in an attempt to quell the unrest stemming from the forced relocation. Even those who did not genuinely believe in the rumors were affected. From that year onward, the tenement was secured with a heavy iron lock. The corridors became overgrown with weeds, littered with refuse and discarded machinery, and no one ever inquired about it again, nor did anyone reside there. I pondered that if someone were to concoct a ghost story, it would defy all logic to craft one so eerily authentic and tangible. Based on what I had heard from management, this indeed resembled a genuine supernatural occurrence. Thus, I inquired further whether anyone had perished within those walls, or if any relatives had met their demise there. Management replied that such events were too distant in the past for him to recall. Consequently, I realized I would need to invest time in conversing with the long-serving employees. However, before doing so, I requested that management accompany me to view the tenement. The leader spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, maintaining his facade as the head of the legal department, yet I could easily discern the underlying fear and anxiety within him, a sentiment that betrayed his seasoned experience. Thus, throughout our journey, I sought to reassure him, stating that as long as he had never harmed anyone, no specter would dare to harm him. Even if a ghost were to have some connection with him, as long as he remained righteous, he would be untouchable. Conversely, should his inner strength be inherently fragile, encountering a benevolent spirit may pose no threat, but if faced with a less amiable ghost, he could indeed find himself vulnerable to its influence. The comfort offered by an experienced individual proved effective, as evidenced by his actions when he unlocked the chains. Entering the narrow building, I selfishly savored the familiar yet distant sensation. After all, locating such a structure today is quite a challenge. The corridor had been devoid of electricity for an extended period, long and deep, casting a notably dim atmosphere even in daylight. We cautiously ascended to the second floor, my gaze occasionally fixed on the compass in my hand, wary of any sudden disturbances that might shatter my idyllic reverie of this environment. The layout of the second floor mirrored that of the first, the only distinction being a slight improvement in lighting. Along the passageway, one could find either sinks or cooking stoves. Upon inquiring with the department head, he too was uncertain of the precise location, compelling me to search each area methodically. Ultimately, in the middle of the staircase and the side corridor, the compass exhibited a subtle shift. This compass had accompanied me for many years, a gift from my master, imbued with a spell upon its presentation. Rather than being merely accurate, it possessed a certain spirit of its own. On that particular day, when the compass began to rotate, it did so right in front of a cooking stove. I meticulously observed the place, and unlike other stoves which were encrusted with dust and grime, this one was pristine, with the tiles appearing almost new. Based on these observations, although lacking concrete evidence, I have come to a preliminary conclusion that this location is indeed haunted. Upon exiting the tenement building, the section chief securely locked the door once more. I pulled him aside to share my thoughts, reassuring him that there was no cause for alarm, as this was not an evil spirit. My intention was not merely to comfort him. Typically, if it were a malevolent entity, it would actively seek to provoke you or employ bizarre phenomena to warn you against approaching. Such spirits tend to be rather volatile and unfriendly. In contrast, if it is a wandering spirit or one that harbors no ill will, it will strive to cloak its presence, preferring to remain undetected. It will not initiate harm, and thus is inherently harmless. My experience leads me to believe that this instance pertains to the latter. At noon, I dined in the factory cafeteria. To be frank, the food was quite unpalatable. The buns were so tough they could nearly be hurled across the river. The meat was scant, the vegetables excessive, and the flavors of oil and chili seemed undercooked. After this meal, I can only say that the cafeteria's offerings were far from authentic. Following lunch, I required the section chief's company to seek out the retired workers of the factory. As I have mentioned, to truly understand a place, one must engage with its elders. Doing so grants significant insight into its essence. It is worth mentioning that on that day, fortune smiled upon us as we encountered an elderly gentleman at the Old Workers and Oppos Activity Center, engrossed in a game of chess. He introduced himself, stating that he had joined the factory in 1971 and, after a few years, transitioned to the office to take on the role of a publicity officer. In my view, the duties of a publicity officer merely entail creating bulletin boards or printing factory newsletters, which can be considered rather leisurely. I was particularly taken by the attire of this gentleman. He wore a white vest on top, complemented by blue fabric shorts and a pair of earthy yellow sandals. Much like myself, he sported a watch on his right wrist, one with a stretch band. His hair was sparse, revealing a somewhat balding crown. He bore a striking resemblance to the character Fire Cloud, evil god from Stephen Chow's films, albeit lacking the alluringly prominent mouth of the esteemed teacher Liang Shulong, as well as the flamboyant swagger of his sandals. This gentleman, whose surname was Li, warranted me to address him as grandfather given our age difference. The section chief informed me that I had come to learn about the tubular building, which was soon to be demolished, and he hoped that Grandfather Li would share any knowledge he possessed with me. I suspected that the section chief underestimated Grandfather Li's perceptiveness. After all, at such an advanced age, could he truly be oblivious to such trivial ruses? As anticipated, the very first words from Grandfather Li were, "You wish to know about the haunting in that building, don't you?" I nodded vigorously. For the next half hour, I gleaned an almost comprehensive understanding of everything regarding that tubular building, including the ghostly presence within. Grandfather Li recounted to me that in 1986, a couple resided in the haunted building. At that time, he too lived in that very block. The woman was a skilled accountant at the factory, adept at handling the abacus, while her husband served as a driver for the same establishment. Tragically, during that year, the husband met with a fatal accident while delivering goods, plunging both himself and his vehicle into the river. Although the vehicle was recovered, the body was never found. In the absence of a corpse, the community reluctantly accepted the grim news of his demise. Neighbors assisted the widow in arranging the funeral, but thereafter she succumbed to overwhelming sorrow and despair. Each evening, she would stand at her kitchen stove, preparing meals, gazing longingly at the stairs, hoping to catch a glimpse of her husband returning home. Time and again, she deceived herself, tormenting her spirit, ultimately leading her to a tragic end. 6 months after her husband's death, utterly worn out, she took her own life by the riverside where he had perished. Her body, too, remained undiscovered. Thus, when the haunting tales emerged in 2000, Grandfather Li speculated that it might be her spirit returning, as the experiences he witnessed bore an uncanny resemblance to her plight. though he chose to share this insight with no one. It was not until 2010 that whispers of ghostly singing echoed through the tenement, reigniting the rumors of hauntings. Grandfatherly affirmed the authenticity of the melody, for he had heard it himself, a hauntingly beautiful, unaccompanied tune that resonated in the stillness of the night. Though I did not hear it, I could envision the profound sorrow and solitude encapsulated within that song. Despite the clarity of the situation, a sense of bewilderment still lingered within me. If both individuals have perished, then the wife must be considered reunited with her husband. What reason would there be for her to return? Thus, the only conclusion is that after her death, she did not find her husband. A bold idea began to take shape in my mind. After inquiring about the precise location of her husband's incident from Grandpa Lee, I hurried to the riverbank with the section chief. Years had passed, and the riverbank had undergone significant changes, forcing us to navigate cautiously until we reached the flood control dam. It was summer, and the river had risen high, limiting our progress. I thought to myself that it was futile. By the riverside, I found a piece of wood and inscribed her husband's name as relayed by Grandpa Lee. I secured it with a red string and then sought a larger stone, binding one end of the string to it while pressing my foot on the other end. With the compass resting near my foot, I recited the incantation, then cast the end tide to the stone and went far into the river. After a while, the compass began to behave strangely, and I knew I had located the husband. Although I cannot see him, he could surely sense the wooden piece inscribed with his name. Moreover, since his name was incorporated into the incantation, it could only be him whom I called upon. Indeed, my suspicions were confirmed. For all these years, her husband and Apo's spirit had lingered in the river. As for the reasons, I truly remain in the dark. Perhaps it was the crushed body of a vehicle that pinned him down, or maybe he did not succumb to a collision, but rather drowned. A spirit that has perished by drowning cannot escape the waters without a guide, as the water is as vital to it as air is to us. Yet his wife, who also met her end in the river, has returned. I find myself lacking an answer to this mystery. Perhaps, in her final moments, she was washed ashore. To avoid attracting the attention of passers-by, I held only a small segment of the red string, allowing her husband's spirit to accompany me. I refrained from divulging this to the section chief, fearing it would frighten him. Upon returning to the tenement, I ascended directly to the second floor before releasing the red string. At the very instant I let it go, I distinctly observed 4 footprints on the ground, one pair barefoot and another shod, both sets standing in opposition, akin to 2 lovers embracing. Though I could not fathom their tale, I knew it would profoundly resonate within me. I gazed at the compass, its frantic spin calming to stillness. I surmised it was time for them to embark on their journey together. First, there exists a separation between realms, then a shared world yet unable to unite, followed by a gap that has spanned many years. Even those imprisoned may receive visits, yet, in death, they remain steadfast, enduring in waiting. If love is indeed magnificent, perhaps its greatness resides precisely in such enduring bonds. After discerning the location, I encircled them with a red thread, tying a knot every inch along its length. Though lacking any substantial basis, my master instructed me that tying a red thread knot would bind these lovers for eternity. It is called a knot because if it can be untied, it ceases to be a knot. Whether reincarnation exists, I cannot say for certain, yet I hold a hope for it. Thus, I tied numerous knots, wishing for this couple to remain together across lifetimes. Upon completing this task, the department head duly compensated me. He invited me to dinner, but I resolutely declined. It was not due to the unpalatable fare, but rather because I realized that I too should bind myself with a knot. Shortly thereafter, moved by that love, I entered into marriage. Chapter 37. Broken Wings, although I have not personally verified it. I recall hearing from the elders in my childhood that the arrival of each life is the result of countless trials and tribulations. It is said that a butcher, in his next incarnation, may be reborn as a pig, living out the life of a pig to atone for his sins. Despite the absence of concrete evidence, I have always held a steadfast belief in the intrinsic value of every single life. My master frequently admonished me to respect life, irrespective of its form. Regardless of the true nature of reincarnation, We have every reason to believe that before we evolve into sentient beings, we undergo innumerable hardships that allow us to exist in this world. Is it not true that life, in all its manifestations, is inherently worthy of reverence and consideration? Thus, I wish to speak of a woman who appeared in the year 2011. Her surname is Yang, and I shall refer to her as Miss Yang. She is 28 years old and married. She was a senior to my wife during her university days, and from the moment she sought me out, she spent at least half an hour in tears. Under my wife and Oppo's guidance, I have come to understand that when a woman is weeping, the most effective response is to offer her a tissue rather than to urge her to cease her tears. I have also realized that no matter how beautiful and enchanting a woman may be, her weeping demeanor remains universally the same, complete with the inevitable sound of sniffling. Only after the demise of nearly half a box of tissues did she begin to share the troubles she had encountered. She was married in 2008 and soon welcomed a child, who is now nearly 3 years old. Life was seemingly idyllic until recently, when a series of peculiar occurrences began to unfold within her home, instilling a sense of fear within her. When she approached me, she appeared remarkably haggard, so much so that she seemed far older than her years. Typically, when I describe a woman who appears weary, I might mention her pallid complexion or pronounced dark circles. However, Miss Yang's exhaustion was striking enough to draw the attention of any passerby, emanating a profound anguish that was both inexplicable and burdensome, a silent plea for liberation. I have always believed in understanding the situation thoroughly before determining whether I could offer assistance. Thus, I inquired about the events that had transpired. She recounted that shortly after her marriage, she became pregnant and subsequently gave birth to a healthy and beautiful boy, with her husband frequently away on business. It was only Miss Yang and her mother who cared for the child in their well-to-do household. In a bid to alleviate her husband's worries and raise their child well, Miss Yang resigned from her job to devote herself entirely to motherhood. However, recently, strange phenomena began to manifest among her mother, and the child. It began with her mother, who, despite being only in her 50s, had an incident one morning where she tripped and fell. Remarkably, she emerged unscathed. When discussing the fall, her mother expressed that it felt as though something had gently pushed her back, lessening the impact of her descent and preventing any injuries. After rising, she felt a lingering sense of disorientation, unable to discern whether she was startled or frightened. That night, overwhelmed by the heat, she tossed the blanket onto the sofa and retired to bed clad in her nightgown. However, upon awakening the next morning, she discovered the blanket snugly covering her, with a pillow resting atop it. She strained to recall the events, and since she had not experienced sleepwalking, she was convinced she had not retrieved the blanket herself. The reasons behind the blanket's presence and the pillow remained a mystery to her. These occurrences failed to command her attention until one day. While playfully engaging with her child on the sofa, she called out, "XX, come play with Mama." The child, with an innocent sparkle in their eyes, suddenly replied, "Mama, my name is Xiao Bei." In an instant, Miss Yang was struck with terror as memories from the past began to flood her mind. From that moment on, she vigilantly observed her child's every move. Whether it was a psychological effect or not, any slight peculiarity in the child's behavior sent her into a state of panic, leading her to spiral into negative thoughts. I interrupted her, inquiring about the identity of Xiao Bei. At my question, she erupted into tears, prompting yet another round of tissue passing. She confided in me that Xiao Bei was the name she had chosen for a child she had conceived with a boyfriend before marriage, a pregnancy she had intended to carry to term. However, just as she was preparing to marry and establish a complete family, her boyfriend abruptly abandoned her. In desperation, she was left with no choice but to terminate the pregnancy. The spirit of the infant, yet again, the spirit of the infant. No further evidence is necessary. The mere utterance of "I am Xiao Bei" suffices to elucidate everything. One point, however, remains perplexing. Infant spirits do not possess the ability to speak. At least none that I have encountered before could articulate words. I inquired of Miss Yang regarding the child's current whereabouts, whether the peculiar behavior was a constant or merely occasional. She clarified that the child was presently playing in the community under the supervision of her grandmother, and that the transformations into the persona of Xiao Bei were not a regular occurrence, but rather manifested under rare and specific circumstances. Firstly, I had preliminarily concluded that this was indeed an infant spirit, yet I could not disclose my suspicions to Miss Yang at this juncture. Secondly, although the likelihood is quite minimal, it must be entertained that this could be the manifestation of a wandering spirit. And as for how it came to know the name Xiao Bei, many spirits are capable of infiltrating due to the secrets we harbor deep within. Secrets we are often reluctant to voice. These concealed truths reside in the most obscure recesses of our hearts. And while we may think we are safeguarding them by remaining silent, supernatural entities can perceive them. Thus, if it is not an infant spirit at play, it could merely be a lost little ghost. With respect to both infant spirits and wayward spirits, I possess a considerable degree of confidence, bolstered by years of accumulated experience. While I cannot guarantee absolute success, I am at least assured of a resolution. Knowing that Miss Yang's residence is not far from mine, I propose to visit and observe her child. She resides near the Yanghe Sports Stadium. Although I do not frequent that area often, I hold a fondness for the nighttime beer and grilled fish there. In the past, after playing ball at a nearby venue, I would occasionally indulge in a little something nearby, which was truly delightful. Upon arriving at her community, Miss Yang made a phone call to her mother. After learning that her mother had already taken the child home, we proceeded directly upstairs. As soon as I crossed the threshold of her home, I began to observe the surroundings. The atmosphere felt rather peculiar. Despite it being broad daylight, the curtains were drawn. I quietly inquired of Miss Yang why the house was not more illuminated, to which she replied that Xiao Bei had mentioned the light was too intense. The child was napping, and I peeked through the crack of the door for a moment. Although Miss Yang is a friend of my wife, and I have seen her a few times, we are not well acquainted. This was also my first encounter with her child, a chubby little boy who appeared perfectly normal at first glance. I gently pushed the door open and tiptoed to the child's bedside, examining his nails closely, which seemed quite healthy. However, when I took out the compass to gauge the child's energy, it remained utterly still. At that very moment, the child suddenly opened his eyes, glaring at me with an unsettling intensity, and the compass needle began to spin wildly. Startled, I quickly realized that the entity controlling the child was indeed the ghost. Therefore, I smiled in feigned calmness, stowing away the compass as I gradually retreated from the room. Once outside, I gestured to Miss Yang to lock the door. Silence enveloped the room as I meticulously drew a red thread in the corner, forming a formation before allowing my grandmother to enter and soothe the child. I then led Miss Yang to the balcony to apprise her of the situation. She had long harbored suspicions that her child was possessed by the spirit of a deceased infant, and my words only exacerbated her distress. Fortunately, I had no tissues at hand, or I would have found myself repeating the gesture of offering them once more. Although the reason behind the infant spirit's ability to speak remained elusive, I resolved to seek guidance first. After casting the dice at the threshold of the child's room, I calculated the numbers and angles, consulting the compass for verification, and arrived at a startling conclusion. There was not merely one soul in this house, but several, all of them infant spirits. I had never encountered such a multitude of infant spirits inhabiting a single child. Thus, I hastily inquired of Miss Yang whether she had experienced previous miscarriages. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she confessed that she had indeed suffered 3 miscarriages prior to the birth of little Bei. This revelation complicated matters significantly. It was not solely the unprecedented number of infant spirits I faced, based on the peculiar occurrences that both Miss Yang and her mother had encountered. It appeared that little Bei did not harbor intentions of revenge for her mother's abandonment. However, the hostility I sensed in the child's gaze when I scrutinized him with the compass was unmistakable, at least from my perspective. Unsure of how to confront such a multitude at once, I contemplated adhering to traditional methods, hoping to discover a way to usher this group of children away. I must venture out to procure a rooster to collect its blood, for the infant spirits harbor a fear of it and exhibit a strong aversion to the crowing of chickens. Before departing, I wandered about the room adorned with the auspicious red thread, draping cloth over all reflective surfaces, as the infant spirits are averse to light. This act serves to alleviate their fears. Upon my return with the slain rooster, I requested Miss Yang to bring her child into the room. I snipped a segment of the binding red cord and asked her to secure the child's two big toes together. Throughout this process, the child remained in slumber. In my early days as a disciple, I had used my hands to restrain the little girl possessed by the infant spirit. This time, however, I was without assistance. I removed my belt and firmly secured Miss Yang's son within his stroller. It was time to commence the exorcism, yet Miss Yang began to weep anew. I implored her to remain silent, for during my absence, her mother had learned of the situation from Miss Yang's recounting and silently shed tears while comforting her. I leaned close to the child's ear. He was still deeply asleep. In a hushed tone, I addressed the four unwelcomed infant spirits residing within him, saying, "This is not your rightful place. I shall now guide you back to where you belong. The journey may be fraught with challenges, yet you shall have companionship along the way." My voice was barely a whisper, inaudible to Miss Yang, who, in her current distress, likely felt not only concern for her own child, but also a pang of guilt for the lost lives. Having spoken thus, I dipped my fingers into a mixture of chicken blood and gently touched the child's palms, the space between the eyebrows, the philtrum, and the soles of the feet, those four vital points where the flow of life energy is most closely connected to the heart. From my pocket, I retrieved a small amount of grave soil and sprinkled it atop the child's head. This act served not only to invoke the mystical energy of the soil, but also to ensure that upon their departure from the corporeal form, they would first encounter this sacred earth as the soul and Apos, as Exodus begins at the crown. Typically, they would recognize this as a guiding gesture. The process of guiding an infant spirit is rather intricate. One must remember that the entity before you is not a fully developed soul, but rather one that resembles an infant, lacking the capacity for growth or comprehension. Even with wide open, sparkling eyes fixed upon you, it remains an enigma, its thoughts forever elusive. I poured a small amount of wine into my palm, blending it with the chicken blood, and approached the rear of the stroller. Through the canopy, I reached out with the bloodied hand and pressed it firmly against the child's crown, then shouted with fervor. This was intended to awaken all the spirits dwelling within the child. He began to struggle vigorously. However, bound by his toes, he was unable to escape. The sheer number of souls, 4 in total, caused the entire stroller to tremble perilously, with one hand gripping the stroller tightly and the other maintaining pressure on the child's head. I held my ground until the warmth from the wine began to radiate through my palm, at which point the child gradually settled into silence. Then suddenly, he erupted into tears. At this, Miss Yang was utterly overwhelmed, and mother and child embraced in a torrent of sorrowful weeping. Subsequently, Miss Yang recounted a dream she had experienced some time prior. She dreamt of a very small girl, one who chattered softly, gazing at her with sorrowful eyes while extending her hand, as if yearning for an embrace. In that dream, she enveloped the child in her arms, though she perhaps did not realize that this child might be Xiao Bei. In the aftermath, I pondered, or rather, I conjured a narrative within my heart about Xiao Bei. Though unprovable, I would prefer to believe it to be true. Perhaps the souls of several unborn children coalesced into a spirit more potent than before, thereby influencing Miss Yang's son, allowing him to communicate, but rendering him unable to articulate his thoughts, leading him to exist in silence. I believe Xiao Bei loves her mother, as evidenced by her spirit supporting her grandmother when she fell, ensuring she did not sustain an injury. At night, concerned for her mother's chill, she would bring a blanket to cover her, even placing a pillow, perhaps even keeping her mother company as she slept. Despite being abandoned by her mother, she still yearns for maternal affection, and evidently, this love has triumphed over hate, creating a bond that keeps them tethered to one another. Of course, all of this is conjecture on my part, yet I hope it to be so, even if I may never uncover the truth. Let be a vision. The living always harbor longing for those who have departed, yet we often forget these fleeting existences, these lives that have swiftly vanished. Before penning down today's thoughts, I took a moment to investigate, and I found that in our country, the annual number of abortions astonishingly exceeds 13 million, with 2 5 million of these being children under the age of 18. What a staggering figure this is. Should we cast blame upon the irresponsibility of men or the recklessness of women? In the fervor of passion, the seeds of consequence are sown. Have we ever contemplated the repercussions that may arise from such actions? If the policy of family planning is indeed a catalyst for the surge in abortions, perhaps it would be wiser for women to reflect on their capability to nurture a child before engaging in activities that lead to pregnancy. The moment a fetus begins to develop within the womb, it is already a life, one that is no different from yours or mine. To seek fleeting pleasure and subsequently lament the decision, allowing a cold instrument to invade one's body only to shatter and extract that life, is akin to condemning what we once revered as innocent angels. These children, like birds deprived of their wings, are left to perish silently. How does this differ from murder? Upon reaching this juncture, some may argue that it was an accident, an unforeseen circumstance. Perhaps they were unprepared or lacked financial means. Yet, all such justifications ring hollow. You may experience a fleeting pang of guilt post-abortion, feeling remorse for that fragile life. Or perhaps you find yourself secretly relieved, considering the removal of an inconvenience. But since when did the act of taking a life become a rationale for absolution? Even more egregious is the fact that there are those who would forcibly induce labor on a child already 7 months along. Ask yourself sincerely, is this the behavior of a human being? Before bidding farewell to Miss Young, I conveyed to her that the sins one commits must be atoned for by oneself. Even though you have encountered nothing but irresponsible men in the past, the final decision rests with you. I hope you can find solace in a temple, offering sincere repentance for the children you have lost, although they may no longer hear your prayers and regrets after being led away, as the seeds you have sown. It is your duty to bear the consequences. Miss Young wept like a sorrowful soul, which pained me to witness. Upon exiting, I realized I had forgotten to collect payment. My reluctance to return was not born of embarrassment, but rather a fear of facing the sorrow reflected in Miss Young's eyes once more. In matters of life and death, I should have grown accustomed to the reality, perhaps even somewhat numb to it. Yet I find myself unable to endure the expressions of others and oppose grief. Nowadays, many young men and women approach love and intimacy with alarming nonchalance. While society progresses and evolves, a fundamental sense of integrity should still be upheld. Even if one possesses a free-spirited and adventurous nature, it is irresponsible to act in such a heedless manner. As a man, I may never fully grasp the emotions a woman experiences upon discovering she is with child. Conversely, as a woman, when you regard your most cherished possession as a burden, even if you do not voice it or reveal it upon your countenance, know that within some hidden corner of your heart, this matter will forever remain like a barbed thorn, impossible to extract without tearing the wound anew. I find it somewhat difficult to comprehend the hospitals that promote abortion under the guise of advertisements. Perhaps it is akin to an incident when Bai Yin Song, during a lecture at a university, encountered a student who inquired about a statement made by Cui Yong Yuan, which criticized irresponsibility, inaction, and shamelessness. Bai Yin Song simply responded with 2 words: murder. Chapter 38, Brothers in Chongqing. Friends who share my fondness for drinking invariably chant the phrase 7-Star Hill is haunted during games of dice. This is, in fact, a customary toast that signifies the number 7, and it carries historical significance. The location of 7-Star Hill lies beyond the ancient city gate of Tanjuamen, which has, since ancient times up until the early days of liberation, been a site of mass burials. It is said that those who perished within the city, whether from natural causes or in battle, including the innocent lives lost during Zhang Xinzhong's massacre, were all uniformly interred at 7-Star Hill. Originally, 7-Star was a term derived from Taoism, a tradition renowned for its adeptness in exorcising spirits. I speculate that this may be the origin of the place's name. Consequently, it is commonly believed in Chongqing that the area surrounding 7-Star Hill is perpetually haunted by restless souls, as the number of deceased is so great that their resentment lingers heavily in the air. The name alone proved insufficient to quell these spirits, prompting the first mayor of Chongqing in 1929 to summon a Tibetan grandmaster to construct a stupa of Tibetan Buddhism near the Guanyin Rock, aptly named the Bodhi Vajra Stupa. specifically to pacify the ghosts of Seven Star Hill. Several years ago, a ghostly legend circulated widely in Chongqing, recounting the tale of a taxi driver who, in the dead of night, picked up a female passenger at Tanjuanmen. She requested to be taken to Beimatang, another locality in Chongqing known for housing some of the city's oldest funeral homes. Consequently, for a long time, the mere mention of Beimatang evoked thoughts of death. The distance from Tongyuan Gate to Beimatang is not insignificant, and with the recent increase in fares for night buses, the driver willingly accepted the passenger's request. Upon arriving and preparing to settle the fare, the female passenger handed the driver a 100 yuan note. However, just as the driver was about to return the change, he noticed that the woman had vanished without a trace. Initially, the driver dismissed the incident, considering himself fortunate to have found some extra cash. Yet, upon closer inspection, he realized that the bill was, in fact, a spirit money. Troubled by the peculiarity of the situation, he concluded that he had encountered something supernatural that night. Soon, this tale spread throughout Chongqing, evolving into various versions, making it difficult to discern fact from fiction. What I intend to recount today shares only one commonality with the aforementioned tale. Both transpired in Kixingang. It was in 2006, a year during which my business flourished remarkably, with a continuous stream of clients. Those whom I had assisted spread word of my services, bringing forth numerous new opportunities, including many who approached me out of sheer ignorance. My usual approach with such individuals was to first offer guidance. If that proved ineffective, I would swiftly undermine my own reputation, asserting that I could not assist them. Over time, they would cease to seek my help. The individual who sought me out this time was a single mother engaged in the clothing business at Kyoshima. She came to me after her son encountered a significant problem. Following our phone conversation, she made her way to my office. I was well acquainted with the wholesale market at Kyoshima. I am not particularly fond of shopping at places like Jifangbai or the pedestrian street, primarily due to the exorbitant prices and the overwhelming crowds. Although Kyoshima is also bustling with people, the prices there are significantly lower as they cater to wholesale. It is precisely because of this wholesale nature that I can only imagine how arduous life must be for this single mother. For what I gather, she typically begins setting up her merchandise at the crack of dawn, around 4 a.m., and does not find respite until midday. Her surname is Wang, and she appears to be considerably older than I am. Her son is already in high school, prompting me to refer to her as Sister Wang. After inviting Sister Wang to take a seat, I prepared her some tea, and she began to recount the tribulations her son has faced. Sister Wang shared that she originally had 2 sons, but the elder son tragically lost his life in an accident caused by a drunk driver during the same year that the younger son was transitioning to junior high school. The once lively and cheerful younger son seemed to transform entirely after his brother's death. He became withdrawn, no longer engaging in conversation or laughter. Despite previously excelling academically, he faltered in his entrance exams and expressed to Sister Wang his desire to abandon his studies. After much heartfelt persuasion and considerable effort on her part to secure a place for him at a sponsored high school, he nonetheless faced relentless bullying from his peers. This left Sister Wang infuriated, as her attempts to address the situation with the school consistently fell on deaf ears. Observing her son grow increasingly taciturn, she felt the weight of having already lost one child compounded by her demanding work schedule, which hindered her ability to provide him with the attention he so desperately needed. During that period, upon returning home, her son would retreat to his room, often eating dinner alone there. Despite the presence of 2 individuals in the household, an air of desolation permeated their home. Recently, due to a conflict with his classmates, the son inadvertently caused another child in Oppo's hand to be broken. Consequently, the school expelled him, citing his unruly behavior and severe impact on others. After his expulsion, Sister Wang noticed her son remained unhappy. One day, while he was bathing, she seized the opportunity to sneak into his room, where she discovered an entire album filled with various types of paper money for the deceased. Upon hearing this, a foreboding thought crossed my mind. How profoundly twisted must one's psyche be to develop a penchant for collecting such items? I proceeded to question Sister Wang about any other peculiarities regarding her son. She revealed that since discovering the paper money, she had attempted to communicate with him, even resorting to scolding and seizing the album in an effort to dispose of it. In response, the child had become exceedingly irritable, even engaging in physical confrontation with her. Presently, Sister Wang feels hesitant to converse with her son. At times, she hears him talking to himself through the door of his room at night. Although it appears to be mere soliloquy, it seems unlike that, as some of his utterances sound as if directed toward another person. Since the passing of his brother, her son has exhibited eccentric and reclusive tendencies, leaving him devoid of friends. Consequently, Sister Wang began to suspect her son might be suffering from psychological disturbances. Coupled with the earlier incident involving the paper money, she sought my assistance, convinced that her son had fallen under some malevolent influence. I can empathize with the feelings of a mother who is deeply concerned about her child. I assured her that I would diligently investigate the matter. After inquiring about her child's name and previous school, I commenced my inquiry. My first destination was a middle school located in Liangluku, Chongqing, where Sister Wang's child had attended junior high. According to her, the child's transformation began at this institution. The school was modest in size, and after several inquiries, I managed to locate the homeroom teacher of Sister Wang's son from that time. I introduced myself as her son's current high school teacher, seeking insights into the student's experiences during his middle school years. The teacher, a woman of some age, perhaps charmed by my youthful countenance, spoke candidly and at length. From her, I learned that when the boy first entered the 7th grade, he was lively and cheerful, full of laughter, and participated in activities such as basketball, embodying a bright and outgoing spirit. However, following the tragic death of his brother, his demeanor drastically changed. He became exceedingly introverted, akin to a frightened hedgehog, withdrawing into himself for protection. His academic performance plummeted, truancy became commonplace, and despite numerous calls to his parents and countless disciplinary actions, including standing in punishment and even being advised to withdraw from school, nothing seemed to affect a change. Teachers tend to favor obedient students who excel academically, a notion I firmly believe based on my own experiences. During my school years, if a well-performing and compliant classmate quietly discussed a question posed by the teacher, they would often be invited to the front of the classroom to boldly share their thoughts with everyone, receiving enthusiastic applause as if they had been invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. Sometimes, the teacher would even utter insipid remarks such as, "You are the hope for our class's advancement." However, when I engaged in quiet discussions during class, I was invariably punished by being made to stand, without any justification required. I do not harbor any bias against teachers. Rather, I express this to illustrate that I can empathize with the situation of Wang's son as perceived by his teachers. After leaving middle school, I attended the same high school from which his son had withdrawn. From conversations with the high school teachers, including the principal, I learned that this child initially appeared quite docile and reserved, which led to his ostracization by many classmates. Some of the more unruly students even resorted to bullying him, and he endured these encounters in silence. However, just a few days after such incidents, he would exhibit startling retaliatory actions against his peers, such as placing dead insects or animals in their backpacks, or unexpectedly leaving a knife on a classmate's seat during transitions. Despite numerous attempts by the school to counsel him, they ultimately had no choice but to expel him. Upon hearing all of this, I must confess I was taken aback. I developed a sense of apprehension regarding this child's character. In the span of merely 3 years, he had seemingly transformed into 3 distinct individuals, one vivacious and cheerful, another sullen and withdrawn, and the last completely unruly. On my way back, I called Sister Wang and expressed my desire to visit her home the following day, hoping she could pause her business for a day and take her child out to play. Sister Wang agreed. The next day, I followed the address she provided and located their relatively old residential complex situated between Guanyin Rock and Qixing Hill. The perplexing 4-level parking garage was quite a headache for me. Whether it was my lack of emotional intelligence or some other reason, I could not find the elevator. Thus, I had no choice but to ascend step by step to the ground level and then enter through the main gate of the complex. I waited downstairs until after 9 o'clock when a tall, slender young man with slightly long and disheveled hair, dressed in a shirt with unrolled sleeves and slightly hunched, passed by me and exited the complex. At that moment, I received a call from Sister Wang. I surmised that the boy who had just walked past was her son. After hanging up, I ascended the stairs and entered their home. Their residence was relatively spacious. Although the decor appeared somewhat dated, it comprised 3 bedrooms and a living room, with the son and mother each occupying a room, while another was cluttered with clothes. The leather sofa in the living room seemed newly replaced, as it emitted a distinct scent of leather. Sister Wang locked the door behind us and ushered me into her son's room. She retrieved an album from the bedside table, and, upon opening it, I was taken aback. Although I had speculated about encounters with the deceased and spirits, I had never seen such a vibrant collection of paper offerings, each unique and none duplicated. The feeling was rather unsettling, as I found it difficult to reconcile such an eccentric obsession with a 16-year-old boy. At that moment, I observed that the walls of the child's room were adorned with numerous drawings. Most of these illustrations bore a rather somber tone, accompanied by peculiar symbols, some of which I recognized, while others were entirely unfamiliar to me. The symbols I had encountered before resembled incantations inscribed by certain northern sects during their rituals to summon spirits. The presence of such elements in a child's room sent a chill down my spine. I inquired of Sister Wang whether she had not noticed her child affixing these items in his room. She replied that she believed this generation of children simply had an affinity for such things. I delicately shared my perspective with Sister Wang, suggesting that, given the multitude of dark symbols and the presence of spirit money, it evoked thoughts of witchcraft involving the invocation of spirits. Thus, I expressed my concern, stating that her son might not only be struggling mentally, but I even harbored suspicions that he was engaging with the supernatural. Sister Wang was understandably taken aback. This outcome was something she had never anticipated. While I recognized that many young people today idolize vampires, zombies, and are enamored with Gothic culture, most merely as a passing interest, if Sister Wang's son was indeed in communion with spirits, he had ventured far beyond mere fascination. Consequently, Sister Wang and I commenced a thorough search through her son's room for any additional dark artifacts. Ultimately, we discovered a sheet of paper and an old, somewhat frayed brush nestled between the bed slats and a mattress. Upon unfolding the paper, I found it densely covered with meticulous, small script, each character encircled by faint ink marks from the brush. Thus, I concluded that the child had summoned a spirit through the use of a brush. Moreover, it was evident that this was not a solitary occurrence. It was quite possible that the spirit had never been dismissed at all. The culture surrounding spirit summoning has always been regarded as a fringe practice, with its origins remaining ambiguous, whether from China or Japan. However, the notion of invoking spirits has existed since ancient times. The presence of this brush and paper strongly suggests that the spirit summoned by this child is not of the ordinary kind, but rather an ancient and malevolent form of sorcery. This bears resemblance to the wealthy merchants of antiquity who would engage shamans to summon the spirit of a bead master, commonly referred to as the abacus spirit, a practice that has nearly vanished into obscurity and is understood by very few today. Based on the combination of rice paper and brush employed in this summoning, it can be inferred that the spirit in question is at least a century old. As we continued our search within the room, we uncovered a variety of unusual items, including rabbit fur, snake skin, and cat bones. I was profoundly astonished, for I could assert with absolute certainty that this child had strayed onto a perilous path. Whether he could be salvaged depended on my capabilities, but ultimately, his fate would hinge on the depth of his entanglement in this dark practice. I instructed Sister Wang to call her son. Upon connecting, she urged him to return home swiftly. However, her tone suggested he was reluctant to comply. I gestured for the phone, took it, and informed him that we had uncovered all his secrets. In response, he uttered a few expletives before abruptly hanging up. I surmised he was rushing back, and indeed, within 10 minutes, he burst into the house, visibly anxious and flustered. Upon seeing the items we had unearthed and placed uniformly upon the bed, he was consumed by anger, casting a fierce glare at both me and his mother. I could comprehend his feelings. Perhaps one day, should my most secretive truths be excavated and laid bare under the unforgiving light of scrutiny, subjected to the incredulous and disappointed gazes of others, I too would feel a similar fury. I boldly inquired, "Did you summon a spirit?" He was taken aback, evidently not anticipating my awareness. And, as he hardly recognized me, he retorted loudly, "So what if I did? I summoned my brother." This time, it was I who was momentarily stunned. After a brief hesitation, I resolved to inform him, "The entity you invoked is not your brother, but rather a spirit from a century past." Initially, he was skeptical, firmly convinced that the spirit he had called forth was indeed his brother. In a moment of desperation, I retrieved a sheet of rice paper, grasped the brush alongside him, and we attempted the invocation once more. When the spirit appeared, we were constrained from posing direct inquiries. Thus I asked, "In which year were you born?" Unlike my usual demeanor, I adopted a tone of reproach. The brush began to move, ultimately drawing a circle. I distinctly observed the year, 1904. At this revelation, the child finally accepted the truth, realizing that the spirit he had long believed to be his brother was, in fact, a soul from over 100 years ago. I sensed him trembling, prompting me to release the brush, allowing it to fall in resignation. The child, too, relinquished his grip, collapsing onto the bed, shivering uncontrollably. I need not inquire further. There exists more than one method to bid farewell to the spirit of the brush, in order to punish its irresponsible deception. It matters not what misdeeds it may have committed. I snapped the brush in two, crumpled the rice paper into a ball, and bound both the brush and paper with a red thread. I procured a porcelain bowl and incinerated them without hesitation. This method is unique to my master and me. Unlike the typical farewell to spirits, which often adopts a posture of deference, pleading for their departure, I discerned that this brush spirit harbored ill intentions. Thus, I opted for a more forceful approach to ensure its departure, albeit somewhat violent, yet necessary for it to experience the repercussions of its actions. After dismissing the brush spirit, I invited Sister Wong to step outside, as I wished to converse privately with the child. During our dialogue, I uncovered the motivations of this young soul. The death of his elder brother several years prior had profoundly impacted him, although his brother had always been the unfortunate soul who shared his toys and treats. He had consistently protected his younger sibling. Coming from a single-parent household, their father had departed shortly after the birth of the younger brother, leaving the elder sibling as his emotional support and pillar. With his brother's demise, the younger one felt as though his world had collapsed. Initially, he became taciturn, perhaps as a means of channeling his grief for his brother. However, after their mother sponsored his high school education, his inherent discomfort with social interaction led to frequent discrimination and bullying from his peers. At the age of 16, during the tumultuous peak of adolescence, he sought an outlet for his frustrations. By chance, he stumbled upon the practice of summoning a spirit through a pen, and stubbornly believed he could conjure the spirit of his deceased brother. From the outset, the spirit deceived him, instructing him on how to inflict harm and seek vengeance upon those who had tormented him. The youthful fervor of a boy whose reasoning was still immature led him to mistakenly perceive this as his brother's soul continuing to protect him in an alternate form. Subsequently, the spirit demanded offerings of joss paper, the reason for which remained undisclosed to him. However, I understood the implication. It signified a gradual siphoning of his life and soul, with the paper being a preordained tribute. It was a chilling reality, and I recognized that, were it not for this grim truth, I might have genuinely contemplated forgiveness. This situation gave rise to a new dilemma. The spirit's act of leaving joss paper for the living indicated that the boy was cursed. Such a curse, referred to as a bind, would follow him relentlessly until his untimely demise. Fortunately, I possessed knowledge of how to dispel such a curse. If an individual received joss paper during a transaction and cannot ascertain whether the provider is human or ghostly, a precautionary measure can be taken. One must procure a bowl, affix a white candle, at least a finger in oppose, length in size to the base, and then invert the bowl atop their head while kneeling, silently uttering profanities until the candle extinguishes itself. Afterward, the bowl should be removed and placed before oneself, and any received joss paper should be incinerated within the bowl. Should the wax at the bowl's base melt during this process, the individual may rise and splash dirty water upon their face, thereby breaking the curse. This approach hinges on the fact that most spirits have a penchant for cleanliness. Kneeling with a lit candle serves as a gesture of respect towards them, while uttering profanities conveys a sense of bravado, indicating that I am not entirely intimidated. Burning paper signifies the severance of ties between us, and splashing dirty water symbolizes the complete removal of impurities. Therefore, after performing the aforementioned steps with the child and confiscating all his shadowy tools, the matter was deemed resolved. Subsequently, I engage in extensive discussions with both the child and Sister Wong, reassuring the child not to harbor fear, emphasizing that the best way to cherish his brother's memory is to live joyfully. Otherwise, his brother's spirit would remain unsettled. On the other hand, I advised Sister Wong to refrain from being solely preoccupied with her business and to pay more attention to her children, especially during their rebellious phase. Sister Wong compensated me promptly for my services. However, after departing from her home, I felt an inexplicable sense that there were still unfinished matters. After deep contemplation, I made my way to the garage and drove to the high school from which I had previously been expelled. Having visited the day before, I directly sought out the principal. I conveyed to him that a school should not only impart knowledge, but also instill the principles of humanity. This is particularly crucial for contemporary high school students who belong to a generation that has not experienced hardship and have lived lives that we once envied. Consequently, some students exhibit behavioral anomalies, becoming aggressive and frequently bullying others. If my memory serves me correctly, nearly every year, 1 or 2 videos depicting the bullying and mistreatment of fellow students surface on the internet. Among us, some individuals may unjustly discriminate against others based solely on their appearance, name, or even place of birth. If these biases were rectified alongside the establishment of their values, would it not result in significantly less harm and a greater sense of inclusivity? It is evident that the principal will not heed my words. Nevertheless, I can only express my thoughts. Although Sister Wong and Appos, as child and Appos, as supernatural issues have been resolved, the psychological challenges still require personal confrontation. In subsequent phone conversations with Sister Wong, I learned that her child has undergone some psychological counseling and has since transferred schools, gradually rediscovering their former self. Throughout our conversation, Sister Wong continuously expressed her gratitude. In truth, I wish to convey to her that no amount of thanks could compare to the joy of hearing about her child's steady improvement. Chapter 39. The Taoist boy when conversing with a true local from Chongqing about ancient towns. The first name that springs to mind is Sikaku. This quaint locale is regarded as a treasure of Chongqing's folk culture, characterized by its narrow cobblestone path, which, despite being overrun by various commercial enterprises, still exudes the essence of a traditional Sichuanese town, albeit heavily tinged with the scent of commerce. Sikaku holds a significant place in Chongqing's cultural history, and discussions often lead to the mention of 2 notable figures, the successful escapee Hua Ziliang and the Jiangwen Emperor, who once sought refuge in what is now Baluan Temple. The Jiangwen Emperor is a legendary figure in history, marked by profound hardship. As the direct descendant of Zhu Yuanzhang, he ruled as emperor for a mere 4 years before being embroiled in the tumultuous Jingnan campaign, which forced him into a protracted life on the run. During his flight, he is said to have hidden in a temple in Sikaku, which later became known as Longyin Temple, and was only renamed Baluan Temple a little over a decade ago. However, several years ago, few were aware of another location tied to the Jiangwen Emperor, Longxing. My first encounter with Longxing occurred in 2004, and my most recent visit was just 2 months ago. Nestled in the present-day Yubei district, Longxing was originally named Longxing. This serene, ancient town stands in stark contrast to the clamor of Sikaku, as its inhabitants seem to prefer playing mahjong and engaging in casual conversation. Legend has it that during his flight, the Jiangwen Emperor passed through this area and took refuge beneath the altar of a local small temple, thereby evading the relentless pursuit of the Prince of Yen. Perhaps he possesses an inexplicable sense of security within the temple. Otherwise, why would he consistently seek refuge there? Subsequently, Longxing was renamed Longxing. On the streets of the ancient town of Longxing, there exists a blacksmith shop. Opposite the blacksmiths, there is a restaurant serving tofu pudding. Initially, I believed I would never again cross paths with this place, save for the tantalizing inyong dipping sauce crafted from green and red chili peppers, along with the authentic tofu pudding made from the purest water, which brought me to tears of joy. In 2004, I received a call from a friend in the trade. He mentioned that a prominent family in Longxing had invited him to inspect the walls of their ancestral hall. My friend, a well-known rice bowl master near Jiao Chongko's 18 steps, likened wall inspection to our inquiries for directions. The need for his expertise suggested that something peculiar had occurred, and his invitation for me to accompany him indicated that he felt unable to manage the situation alone. The client in question belonged to a long-established local lineage. Given that there are multiple notable families in the area, I shall refrain from disclosing their surname. The situation unfolded as such. This family had gathered descendants from across the nation to celebrate the 80th birthday of a respected elder. According to local customs, they arranged a lavish feast along the street. Yet during this festive occasion, a series of strange events transpired. Firstly, throughout the morning, due to the large number of guests, the rice was steaming unusually quickly, yet it remained uncooked. Secondly, some of the returning descendants brought their children, and upon entering the ancestral hall, these children erupted into uncontrollable tears. No amount of coaxing could soothe them. Upon hearing the situation, my friend hastened over to the family. He informed them that the rice remained uncooked, not due to a mere mishap, but rather because they had neglected to pay their respects to their ancestors during a family celebration, which had understandably incited the ancestors' displeasure. The child's incessant crying was attributed to the ancestors playfully engaging with the little one. However, the child's limited exposure to the world had rendered them frightened by the spectral visage of their forebear. My friend suggested that the solution was rather straightforward: to appease the ancestors by offering incense and food, thus addressing the issue of the uncooked rice. The matter concerning the child's tears, however, was more complex and required the establishment of a water bowl. This ritual entails taking a bowl, sprinkling rice at the bottom, adding a small amount of water, and then positioning 3 chopsticks upright within the bowl, simulating an offering gesture while gently holding them in place. The family must then convey to the ancestors that their child has returned and implore them not to frighten the youngsters. Subsequently, water is poured over the tips of the chopsticks, and the hand supporting them is released. Should the chopsticks fall, it indicates that the ancestors have not accepted the offering. Conversely, if they remain standing, it signifies the ancestors' consent to cease their playful haunting of the children. Following this prescribed ritual, my friend performed the necessary rites on their behalf, and the ancestors acquiesced. It was believed that all was well, yet on the very night my friend departed from Longxing, a family member arose in the middle of the night to use the restroom. As they passed through the corridor on the 2nd floor, they glanced down into the hall and beheld an elderly man clad in a blue robe, seated in an armchair, engrossed in reading classical Chinese texts. The individual, mistaking the apparition for a family heir savoring the legacy of their lineage, courteously greeted, "Reading at such a late hour, are we?" The elderly man turned his head, mouth agape, chin askew, his pallid visage fixated intently upon the individuals on the 2nd floor. Then, with a flicker, he vanished. This revelation was indeed startling. It led to high fever, bed rest, and delirious ramblings. Some believed the tale, while others dismissed it, mocking him for overindulging the previous night, convinced that he would be fine once he sobered up. Those who believed drew connections to earlier peculiar occurrences, attributing it to my friend's failure to resolve the matter thoroughly. Consequently, they chastised him over the phone, demanding his immediate presence, all while insisting that the neighbors must remain oblivious. My friend summoned me to accompany him, reasoning that the ghost's manifestation indicated its formidable power. Since he was not adept at confronting spirits, it fell upon me to address the issue. It was my inaugural visit to this location, the path particularly treacherous. I was not the Emperor Jiangwen, free from the fear of pursuers, yet the incessant urgency from that family's calls began to grate on my nerves. Upon arriving at their ancestral hall, my friend was inevitably met with harsh rebuke, accused of deception and trickery. Being an old hand at such matters, he empathized with the family's distress and chose not to retaliate. I dismissed the onlookers, securing the hall's entrance, and, upon the very chair where the ghost had been sighted, I commenced my inquiries with a compass. The outcome was disheartening. It was indeed a haunted place, and the spirit possessed considerable power. Its nature, benevolent or malevolent, remained indeterminate. Yet it was difficult to conceive that such a potent entity bore goodwill. Thus, that night, my friend and I settled into a chamber on the second floor, resolved to witness the true form of this apparition. Prior to that, I requested the patriarch of the family to retrieve the family genealogy and some photographs of the elderly relatives. It was then revealed that this family had settled here since the Guangxu era of the Qing dynasty, enduring the roles of farmers, laborers, small landlords, large landowners, and prominent local figures. Upon examining those photographs, I found them to hold little value, as most were taken during the Republic of China period and, due to the limitations of photographic technology, appeared quite blurred, making it difficult to distinguish one person from another. However, a figure wearing a small felt hat, clad in a long black robe with sleeves rolled up, appeared consistently from a photograph dated 1899 to one from 1928. He seemed to be a servant, and although he appeared to age gradually, his distinctive, slightly crooked chin allowed for recognition as the same individual. He must have served as a servant through generations, attending to several masters. The last photograph featuring him bore the inscription the 16th year of the Republic, corresponding to 1928. I pointed to the photograph and inquired about his identity, yet no one in the family could provide an answer. Perhaps his status as merely a servant rendered him unremarkable. The mere act of being included in a photograph was a significant fortune for him. Servants, much like the eunuchs of the imperial courts, held no esteemed position and lived in subservience. Thus, this illustrates the divergent fates of individuals. Though they consume the same rice and drink the same water, their destinies vary immensely due to circumstances and personal cultivation. That night, as I settled into the guest room on the second floor, I was struck by the fact that the bed was an antiquated style from yesteryears. Despite my boldness, I found it impossible to sleep upon such a bed. That night, I found myself engrossed in my phone until approximately 2:30 in the morning, when I was suddenly stirred by a distant yet melodic sound of reading. I gently nudged my deeply slumbering friend awake. We had not even changed out of our clothes. We quickly rose and crept toward the door, carefully opening it a crack to peer downstairs. All we could hear was the sound of reading, yet there was no sight of the reader. The grand armchair stood empty, but it was evident that the voice emanated from the first floor. We stealthily opened the door wider and leaned over the railing to catch a glimpse. The reading continued, and the armchair remained vacant. The voice seemed alarmingly close, as if it were right beneath my feet. A chill of dread coursed through me, prompting me to gaze down through the cracks in the floor. To my horror, I beheld an elderly figure clad in a long blue robe, standing rigidly directly below me, mouth agape and jaw askew, staring up at me. I instinctively recoiled a few steps, pressing myself against the column, retreating from the gap, thus losing sight of the apparition. The reading abruptly ceased. Perhaps I had simply exhausted my evening's entertainment and felt compelled to return. From the peculiar angle of the jaw, I could almost ascertain its identity. The only distinction was that this specter appeared significantly older. In light of our recent experiences, two questions lingered in my mind, perplexing me beyond measure. The first was, if he were indeed a servant, why would he be reading? In those times, a servant fortunate enough to have a morsel to eat was already quite blessed. Where would they find the leisure to indulge in literature? The second question arises from previous encounters. It seems that this ghost is acutely aware of someone waiting for him on the second floor. He appears to be reading, seemingly intent on luring me out. The thought of this fills me with dread. Traditionally, ghosts have circled around us. If this spirit is merely mischievous, it might well harbor a hidden story. However, if it possesses a profound confidence in its own spectral abilities, it would hardly feel threatened by a mere youth like me. Indeed, I would be nothing more than an inconsequential morsel. Terrified, I resolved not to sleep that night, compelling two other family members to join me in our chamber. And thus we inexplicably engaged in a marathon of mahjong throughout the night. At dawn the following day, My friend and I began to traverse the tea houses of the ancient town, clutching photographs in hopes of encountering an elder familiar with the family depicted, someone who might provide us with a glimmer of insight. Eventually, we passed the sole Taoist temple in the town and encountered an elderly priest. He informed me that he recognized the individual in the photograph and, in a certain sense, had devoted over 60 years of his spiritual journey for this very person. In the ensuing hours, I surrendered myself to the Taoist guidance. Out of respect, I shall refrain from disclosing his name, but he shared with me the reasons for his spiritual quest. In 1934, amidst the chaos of conflict in Sichuan, when famine plagued the land and many were conscripted as soldiers, bandits roamed wherever there were mountains. It was during that tumultuous year that the Taoist, merely a boy of 10, was summoned from Jinyan Mountain to serve as a novice for this family's ancestors. The reasons behind his invitation into the realm of Taoism require a more elaborate narrative. In the year 1898, Kong Yue and Liang Qichao initiated the 100 Days Reform, yet ultimately met with failure. Consequently, that year, several learned individuals sought refuge from the Qing court as persecution, dispersing to various locales. On one fateful day, the master of a certain household encountered a beggar, appearing exceedingly filthy and resembling a desperate supplicant. The beggar clutched the master's leg, weeping and pleading for shelter. Claiming to be a descendant of King Yu, forced to flee to the remote regions of eastern Sichuan due to the reform's collapse. The mention of King Yu was not lost on this family, who had long proclaimed themselves as his descendants. The tale of Great Yu's flood control is well known, and his homeland is indeed Chongqing. Yu's wife was named Tu, and to this day, there exists a mountain in Chongqing bearing her name. A few years prior, the Hugishi Rock, which was blasted in the Yangtze River, was named after the legend of Tu calling for her husband in Appo's return. Unbeknownst to them, an ancestor had once declared their lineage from Great Yu, leading generations to identify as his progeny. During the family's most prosperous times, they even constructed a temple in honor of King Yu. Upon hearing the beggar and Appo's pitiable story and his claims of noble descent, the master took pity and offered him refuge, allowing him to serve as a household servant. After serving several generations, this servant began to exhibit dubious behavior, incited by local missionaries. He secretly pilfered funds from the master's home, offering the stolen money to the missionaries in exchange for a wealth of foreign literature. As time passed, it became evident that no secret remains hidden forever. The master eventually uncovered the truth. Coincidentally, on that very day, several prominent families from the town had gathered, and the master, unwilling to lose face before outsiders, publicly declared that he would administer punishment to the servant, who at that time was 58 years old. I inquired of the old Taoist about the nature of their household's disciplinary measures. With a sigh, he recounted the grim practices of tongue-cutting and live burial. I gasped at the chilling thought, yet upon reflecting on that era, it may have been a desperate measure to uphold a family's influence within a region. The Taoist continued, recounting that after the live burial of the servant, the family experienced a series of misfortunes. A dog died one day, a child fell ill the next. The household was rife with speculation, and it was not long before the conversation turned to the recently interred servant. Some of the women began to light incense and recite prayers, and a few even suggested exhuming the servant's remains for a proper burial. However, when the master ultimately consented to the excavation, he discovered that the body had vanished. Nearby, wild boars and wolves roamed, and the burial site bore traces of animal fur and blood, leading to speculation that the beasts had dragged the body away. Thus, the servant met his demise at the hands of men, only for his remains to be devoured by beasts. For any practitioner of the craft, this would symbolize an irretrievable downfall. It is said that a life may be lost, but the soul remains. Now, with the body in disarray, should he become a ghost, he would surely be a malevolent spirit. The elder gentleman naturally comprehended this principle, and thus generously donated a substantial sum to construct a modest Taoist temple. He also invited a young acolyte from Jinyan Mountain to reside there for the purpose of cultivation, intending to suppress the vengeful spirit buried behind the temple. The venerable Taoist priest before me is none other than that young acolyte from yesteryears. It is evident that he possesses a profound understanding of mystical arts. for it is no small feat to sustain such suppression. However, he confided in me that since the liberation of Chongqing, a widespread purge of foreign and indigenous religions has ensued, leaving only Taoism intact in its original form. Having dedicated 60 years to ascetic practice, he knows every individual in this town intimately. Upon hearing this, I felt compelled to disclose to him that the malevolent spirit he was tasked with subduing had not only evaded his grasp, but had now emerged to instill fear. The old priest's expression shifted immediately, and he hastily retrieved a wooden sword and bell from within his quarters, donned his Taoist robe, and urged me to accompany him directly to the ancestral hall. The Taoist arts possess their own esoteric intricacies. Being an outsider, I refrained from delving into specifics. I can only relate that after he rang the bell and summoned the spirit, it appeared he had indeed called forth that servant. While I was not privy to the techniques of other sects, curiosity compelled me to hide behind the door and eavesdrop, whereupon I unexpectedly overheard the priest uttering a series of incantations from afar. We have known each other for over 60 years. Although we are from different realms, I am aware of your fondness for reading. I often read to you at the temple, and even in the absence of your remains, I have burned numerous texts at your old grave. Despite our initial opposition, I have long considered you a dear friend. If you find stability and diligently cultivate your spirit, my regard for you will remain unchanged. However, should you disregard the rules and emerge to instill fear, I shall have no choice but to take you away. After much discourse, this encapsulates the essence of our conversation, which felt like a linguistic standoff between the two of them, with me entirely unable to hear the ghost's voice. Nearly an hour passed before the Taoist knocked on our door. Upon entering, I noticed a red thread wrapped around his middle finger. I have witnessed some Taoist practices and am aware that their method of weaving threads is quite similar to ours, though our unorthodox style lacks the meticulousness they embody. Observing the thread on his hand, I surmised that he had successfully persuaded the servant and Apo's spirit. If I am not mistaken, that spirit was likely standing behind him, tethered by the red thread, ready to bid farewell and return to the Taoist temple. I inquired of the Taoist, "Is it finished?" He affirmed. I then asked, "Do you require our assistance to send him on his way?" The Taoist waved his hand in refusal, stating that he would escort the servant's spirit back to the temple, formally inscribing its name on a plaque, and offering daily incense in hopes that one day it would achieve enlightenment and ascend to immortality. As a non-Taoist, I remain skeptical of such ascension to immortality. Nonetheless, I am deeply impressed by the Taoist priest's state of mind. Perhaps this embodies the true essence of the highest good is like water, living in harmony with the world. For the sake of his master's wishes and in response to others' pleas for help, he steadfastly upheld a promise for over 60 years, intending to continue this noble endeavor. Thus, I accompanied my friend and the priest on our leisurely return to the Taoist temple. Along this path, I was astonished to discover that every household along the route had carved Taoist symbols and illustrations of the 8 immortals crossing the sea on their windows. It was evident that the old priest had discreetly orchestrated this, fearing that his servant might return to bring misfortune upon that family. He intentionally marked the way with symbols to guide him. At that moment, a profound admiration welled within me. I realized that my master and I had encountered countless spirits throughout our lives, yet we seldom possessed the capacity to inspire such self-reflection and enlightenment in them. Instead, we often created new troubles in our attempts to resolve existing ones. Reflecting on this, I felt a deep sense of shame. After bidding farewell to the priest and the family, I did not return to Longxing ancient town for quite some time. However, at the end of 2006, I heard the news of the old priest's passing. Despite his few words and singular focus on self-cultivation, he was held in high esteem within the town and had bestowed great kindness upon that family. In 2007, they rallied support from various quarters to reconstruct the temple and provided refuge for several lay practitioners, allowing them to engage in self-cultivation within its walls. Upon my return 2 months ago, I was struck by the transformation that had taken place. I originally intended to enter the temple to pay homage to the Taoist priest who once guided lost souls by the roadside. However, the moment I stepped through the temple gate, I was approached by an individual who claimed to be a lay practitioner, soliciting donations. This person had emerged from a small shop within the temple grounds. In that instant, I comprehended everything, so I took a few photographs, bowed respectfully towards the Sanqing Hall, and then departed quietly. Chapter 40. Tears of the Sheng, May 28, 2007, is a date etched vividly in my memory. For it was the day a high school classmate sought me out to confide that she had encountered a supernatural disturbance. Permit me a moment to introduce this old acquaintance. At the tender age of 16, we had just embarked on our high school journey, naive and unruly. This young woman was not only my classmate, but also my deskmate. Our dormitories were separated merely by a thin wall. Her presence in my life became irrefutable evidence that a woman's intelligence is inversely proportional to her physical endowments. And she was the object of my first love, albeit unreciprocated. Perhaps my means of expressing affection were somewhat unconventional, as I often resorted to alarming her to capture her attention. For instance, I once placed a frog in her pencil case and stuffed her drawer with a pair of foul socks, among other mischievous antics. The most egregious of these pranks involved inverting a mop, suspending it from a hanger adorned with a white shirt, and when she entered the restroom, I thrust the mop out of the window, resembling a disheveled ghost. This elicited a piercing scream, which I must admit I relished. I acknowledged the cruelty of my actions. Consequently, she requested to be seated away from me, and thus, until my school dropout, we remained mere acquaintances. So, when she approached me this time, I could not help but reminisce about our youthful innocence while, as a man, I furtively assessed her figure. She revealed that she had encountered a ghost in 2006. And since then, she had been in a state of disorientation and malaise. Both her work and life have been adversely affected. After seeking assistance from numerous professionals and visiting hospitals, she still found no resolution. Eventually, she learned from fellow classmates about my current endeavors and sought me out. We arranged to meet at a tea house in Jiangbei, Sunshine City. After exchanging pleasantries, she began recounting the entire sequence of events. Upon graduating from university, she inexplicably became a seasoned nightclub hostess. I do not mean to imply that she indulged in the nightlife recklessly. Rather, she was simply a playful individual. I shall refrain from passing judgment on her character, but I did glean a clear understanding of her unsettling experience. In June 2006, after an evening of revelry at a nightclub in Jiaochangkou, she stepped outside, intending to hail a taxi home. As she exited the club, a sudden chill swept across the back of her head, as though a cool breath had been drawn from the nape of her neck. Instinctively, she reached back to touch her head and turned to look, only to find no one behind her, yet a shadow lingered on the ground. Coming from a deeply traditional family, she harbored a greater belief in the supernatural than most. The appearance of an inexplicable shadow terrified her, prompting her to flee down the street, crying out in distress. Passers-by paid her little mind. For many women emerging from nightclubs often exhibited a certain exuberance due to the influence of various entertainment shows, rendering such behavior unremarkable. I, too, have encountered my fair share of supernatural phenomena. This differs from the phenomenon of possession, as possession typically entails a spirit inhabiting a living being, resulting in the individual being, to some extent, deprived of their own volition. For those who are not professionals in this field, being possessed is certainly no trivial matter. The term Shangyi refers to a person being influenced by the power of malevolent entities, which subsequently leads to a series of inexplicable physical ailments, such as unexplained fevers, dry mouth, and pervasive fatigue, commonly described as being afflicted by supernatural forces. A former classmate of mine, after consulting with doctors who could not identify any underlying cause, continued to suffer from physical discomfort, a quintessential case of Shangyi. Such inexplicable afflictions are often exceedingly difficult to recognize and differentiate. I inquired about her whereabouts during her recent escapades, to which she replied she had been at a certain venue. I then asked if anyone had accompanied her, and she mentioned that she had gone alone. It seemed futile to seek any valuable clues from her. That evening, I resolved to visit the venue myself. The Liberation Monument District at night was bustling with activity and vibrancy. I consider myself to possess a rather poor sense of direction and am not particularly fond of shopping. Standing at the center of the monument, the four openings appeared indistinguishable to me. Thus, My visits to the Liberation Monument have primarily revolved around purchasing books and audiovisual products, or indulging in the culinary delights of the nearby food street, sampling delicacies such as squid tentacles, octopus balls, large meat skewers, urine beef balls, rice rolls, and spicy hot pot. Therefore, when one encounters a connoisseur of flavors, one should never doubt that they have led a remarkably adventurous life. Da'i is situated on the southern side of Jifangbai, in close proximity to Shibati and Zhongxing Road. Shibati once served as a gathering place for remarkable individuals in Chongqing, reminiscent of ancient taverns, while Zhongxing Road functions as a flea market and second-hand goods bazaar, where one can discover any antiquities of interest, though their authenticity remains questionable. As a hub for nightlife in Chongqing, the Ibaba thrives with bustling business. I found myself squatting across the street from this vibrant nightlife venue, near the entrance of a light rail station, meticulously observing the eclectic array of individuals emerging from those establishments. Some are vociferously engaged in phone conversations, others vehemently arguing over taxis, while a few bowed their heads in tears, standing beside someone whose expression suggested a night of indulgence awaited. There were joyful embraces and kisses exchanged, attentive gentlemen pausing their vehicles to open doors for ladies, doormen yawning, vendors offering candied hawthorn, and bespectacled men seated on steps, engrossed in text messages. The scene was a microcosm of urban nightlife, evoking memories of a time when I would sit before a 15-inch Changhong black and white television after dinner, repeatedly watching Journey to the West and dream of the Red Chamber, deriving immense pleasure even from commercials. Frankly, I find myself nostalgic for those faded years. And ever since I learned to navigate the internet, the once coveted color television at home has merely become an ornament. I have even ventured into the realm of nightclubs myself. Jifangbai is a city that never sleeps, bustling with vitality. Yet in such lively locales, apparitions become rare and elusive. As the clock approached 3 in the morning, fatigue began to envelop me, prompting the decision to abandon my pursuits for the night and return home. The following day, I refrained from visiting the vibrant nightlife once more, as I anticipated that my experience would mirror that of the preceding evening. I reached out to an old classmate, hoping she could vividly recollect certain fragments for me, such as the specific date, enabling me to ascertain whether it was an auspicious day and whether any peculiar encounters transpired during our evening of revelry. She mentioned she would consult her QQ diary from those days and soon return my call, revealing that the date in question was June 5th, 2006. I am not a perpetual calendar, so it is quite understandable that I could not recall the almanac for that day with precision. Thus, I commenced an online search, entering June 5th and preparing to look up the almanac when a related trending topic emerged, prompting the realization that this day marks the anniversary of the Chongqing bombing incident. Bombings imply fatalities, and fatalities suggest the presence of spirits. This sequence seemed somewhat logical. Consequently, I proceeded to investigate the almanac for that day, finding nothing out of the ordinary, and then settled into a contemplative reflection on that historic bombing. On June 5, 1941, the Japanese forces launched an aerial assault on Chongqing, dropping over 20,000 bombs, with official reports indicating a death toll exceeding 10,000. Official figures, as one might expect. In truth, during the bombing, a bomb shelter in Jiaozi, designed to accommodate over 4,000 individuals, was crammed with more than 10,000 people. Ultimately, due to the lack of ventilation, the majority perished from asphyxiation. As for how individuals could suffocate in such a manner, accounts vary. Some allege that the Japanese forces dropped gas bombs, while others contend that incendiary devices blocked the shelter's exit. Since that day, each year on June 5th, the ominous wails of air raid sirens resonate through the skies of Chongqing, serving as a poignant reminder of that haunting past. As a city steeped in history, it is understandable that any event may have multiple narratives. For instance, an incident in March involving the theft of weapons from a guard and the subsequent killing of that sentinel has spawned dozens of versions, none of which have managed to convince the populace, leaving the case unresolved to this day, perhaps destined to remain a mystery forever. The site of the former bomb shelter lies directly across from Dei Baba, adjacent to the light rail station where I had stationed myself the previous evening. This sparked a thought within me. What if the spirits of those lost in the Great Bombing only emerged to wreak havoc on the anniversary of their demise? June 5th? Glancing at the calendar, today is May 29th, and in just a few days, June 5th will arrive once more, perhaps bringing answers. Although this is merely conjecture, I resolved to take the risk of waiting, for my friend had already been entangled in this for a year, and a few more days would not matter. Furthermore, I needed to validate my hypothesis. If proven wrong, I could seek alternative paths. Thus, I called an old classmate, informing him that I might have uncovered a clue, but it required a few more days of patience. I pondered that since she need not accompany me, the process was entirely inconsequential to her. All she required were the results. After concluding the call, I reached out to a girl I had recently met, named Xiao Wan, who possessed the innate ability known as the yin-yang eyes. Following my assistance in resolving her spiritual dilemmas, she frequently called me to share her experiences of what she had witnessed that day or the day before. Initially resistant to this extraordinary gift, she gradually grew accustomed to her unique nature. This ability, albeit a double-edged sword, is a divine endowment. Should one wield it for malevolence, the consequences could be dire. Yet when utilized to assist those in need, or even to lead a mundane existence, it can prove invaluable. I invited Xiao Wan to accompany me on June 5th to explore the location, and after a moment's hesitation, she ultimately consented, perhaps still grappling with the psychological barriers inherent to her femininity. Over the course of nearly a week leading up to that day, I conducted discreet inquiries and delved into the historical narratives surrounding the Second World War and the stories pertaining to Jayachenko. Concurrently, I endeavored to reassure Xiao Wan, for it was not my wish for her to become someone who profited from spirits, as I had. Thus, my request for her assistance was primarily to ensure that matters were handled with utmost care, given that June 5th comes only once a year. On the day itself, I arranged for Xiao Wan to arrive early in the afternoon at Jifengbai. We dined on chicken soup with noodles near Luohan Temple, and I found myself profoundly moved by that bowl of noodles. As we engaged in conversation to pass the time, the clock swiftly approached 9 in the evening, heralding the onset of the nightlife. Standing at the entrance of a light rail station, I asked Xiao Jun to keenly observe the passersby, particularly those who appeared notably different. As the hour neared 11, Xiao Jun suddenly jolted, leaning toward me with a hint of trepidation. In a hushed tone, she whispered that there seemed to be a figure lurking behind the newsstand across the street. Unable to see for myself, I urged Xiao Jun to describe the individual. She relayed that the person resembled a beggar, clad in tattered black clothing and barefoot, identifying her as a woman. The image that sprang to my mind was of a disheveled figure, squatting and telling a child before her, "You possess remarkable bones," while clutching a copy of the Divine Palm of the Buddha. Yet, I found it challenging to envision this figure as a woman. I realized that what Xiao Jun had perceived was a specter, for I had not laid eyes on her. Just as I prepared to cross the street, aiming to cast a glance at the location Xiao Jun indicated, she halted me, cautioning against haste, for the apparition had begun to follow a couple. Inquiring about the couple, she gestured for me to look, revealing that she had witnessed the female ghost lean toward the back of the man's head and exhale a cloud of smoke. This was troubling. It appeared that this specter was consuming vital energy. I hastily took Xiao Wan's hand and crossed the street towards the couple. Suddenly, she tugged at me and remarked that the ghost seemed to have sensed our approach, causing it to flee. She elaborated on the ghost's manner of escape, and though I may have misinterpreted, it appeared to me that the specter moved with remarkable swiftness, leaving an almost dragging sensation in its wake. This thought evoked both amusement and frustration within me. Our elusive prize had slipped away, startled in the process, and capturing it again would likely prove to be a daunting task. Yet, an idea struck me. I could seek out remnants of the ghost's essence and summon it forth. Thus, I pursued the couple, stealthily trailing behind the man who had been drained of his vitality by the female spirit. With a swift motion, I plucked several strands of hair from the back of his head. The man, clearly incensed by my impudent act, shot me an angry glare. I quickly offered an apologetic smile, claiming I had mistaken him for someone else, which prompted him to mutter curses under his breath as he walked away. I had no interest in deciphering his grievances, Securing a few of his hairs was sufficient for my purpose. Though it was late at night, the vicinity remained bustling with activity. To avoid drawing attention, Xiao Wan and I made our way down to the secluded underground parking garage. We found a quiet corner, encircled it with a binding spirit rope, scattered rice within the circle, and sprinkled a measure of sulfur around the perimeter before reciting incantations to summon the spirit. Lacking knowledge of the ghost's name or surname, I could only navigate through Xiao Wan's descriptions in a roundabout manner, and after considerable effort, I finally succeeded in my endeavor. I had Xiao Wan speak on my behalf, and through her inquiries, we uncovered the origins and background of this female specter. As I had surmised, she truly is the vengeful spirit of one who perished in the air raid during the Great Bombing. However, the narrative she recounted diverged significantly from all other explanations. During the sudden air assault by the Japanese forces, the Liberation Monument area, historically the most bustling part of Chongqing, was inundated with people. When the air raid sirens blared, throngs hurriedly rushed towards the nearest air raid shelter. The shelter at Jiao Changkou, designed to accommodate a maximum of 5,000 individuals, was grotesquely crammed with over 10,000 souls. Ironically, those who had initially sought refuge became the most unfortunate. In the chaos, many were trampled to death. Even more infuriating was the response of the police, who, fearing that those inside would flee onto the streets, locked the iron doors of the shelter. Shortly after sealing the entrance, the Japanese forces ceased their bombing and began deploying incendiary bombs. Those familiar with cinema know the devastating effects of such munitions, an unending torrent of ignited gasoline. The thick smoke quickly permeated the confines of the shelter, exacerbating the already suffocating conditions, leading to many being choked to death in the process. The specter before us was one of the common folk seeking refuge in the shelter, cradling her young child in her arms. She was petite, curled up against the cave wall, while cradling her child, having evaded the relentless trampling. Yet, she could not escape the suffocating onslaught of smoke, leading her to lose consciousness. However, she did not perish. At least this woman did not. The most lamentable aspect was that after a series of aerial bombings, the National Army commenced rescue operations. Upon discovering the numerous lifeless bodies within the cave, they mistakenly presumed her among the deceased and callously transported her, along with the others, to be incinerated at Kaoshinmen. This woman, who was merely in a state of unconsciousness, was tragically burned alive as if she were already dead. Such a fate is deemed a wrongful death, and in Buddhist terms, this manner of demise precludes one from rebirth. Consequently, she did not transition to the realm of the departed like the souls of others, but instead returned to the site of the tragedy, reappearing each year at this time solely to seek her lost child. Due to being mistaken for a corpse from asphyxiation prior to her death, she desperately craved a breath of life. It was this very need that compelled her to manifest annually, selecting a passerby to draw their vital energy, unaware that such an act might inflict harm upon a living being. I never find fault with a spirit for its actions, for it is, after all, a soul departed from this world. Expecting a wraith to adhere to moral conduct is the folly of a simpleton, and I certainly do not consider myself one. After listening to Xiao Jun recount the tale of this woman, I found myself at a loss as to how to regard this spirit. It has caused harm, which is detestable. It too is a pitiable soul. Due to the ravages of war, the displaced wander aimlessly, lamenting the weakness of their nation that renders them vulnerable to oppression. In their flight from calamity, they find themselves ensnared, suffocating in despair. They cast blame upon the authorities of the time, who mistakenly identified them as lifeless corpses, leading to their fiery demise. They reproach themselves for not awakening in time, and even in death, they continue to berate themselves for failing to locate their lost children, eternally roaming the earthly realm year after year. From Xiao Wan's words, I discerned her profound compassion for this spirit. For a ghost that has long surpassed the 49 days of wakefulness, the distinction between complete dissolution and guidance is negligible. Ultimately, I discovered an empty paint bucket in the parking lot, into which I placed a pre-drawn talisman for the spirit, reciting incantations while administering a slight punishment to send her on her way. Out of sympathy for her, as a mother with lingering attachments, I refrained from extinguishing her existence. In the end, I burned the talisman within the paint bucket, carefully gathered the ashes, and the following day presented them to an old classmate, instructing her to dissolve them in water and consume the mixture. In retrospect, I realized that amidst the multitude of nightlife venues in Chongqing, only the successful ones have thrived, perhaps due to the tales that transpired here. Those who indulge nightly in revelry may never come to hear the poignant lament of this woman. I sense that there might still be other souls, lost during that tragic event, lingering in the vicinity, yet I am unable to locate them all. On June 5, 2008, I invited Xiao Wan to ascend to the rooftop of the thriving establishment, where I scattered numerous pre-printed slips of paper inscribed with the words, "I am sorry" in traditional characters, letting them drift down as the air raid siren wailed. Volume 2, Chapter 41. The Eel. In the year 2004, a venerable master of mine celebrated his 60th birthday, prompting many within our circle to attend the festivities in honor of this esteemed elder. Regrettably, my master, whose health had waned, was unable to be present. To spare him any embarrassment, I felt compelled to generously prepare a significant gift from my own resources, as is the custom for a junior to express due respect. This master had 4 disciples, one of whom I maintained regular contact with, and who was also a fellow imbiber, often indulging in drunken revelry together. We shared a camaraderie that made our conversations effortless. Thus, I arrived a day early in the locality to lend him a hand. The birthday banquet was held in Enshi, Hubei, where an abundance of alcohol was consumed. Upon returning to the hotel, I succumbed to slumber, only to be roused early the following morning by the ringing of my phone. It was my colleague calling. He was a man of misfortune, having lost his parents at a tender age and becoming an orphan. At the age of 12, he began his journey with his master, eventually venturing out on his own after departing from his mentor. His call was evidently motivated by a desire to continue the merriment of the previous night, hoping to persuade me to extend my stay for further conversation and conviviality. The allure of Enshi's Tujia rice wine was irresistible to me. It was smooth and palatable, though not overpowering in flavor, yet remarkably pure. A few moments after it graced my throat, a pleasant warmth enveloped me, a delightful sensation that was thoroughly enjoyable. During my sojourn in this quaint town of Enshi, which I had never before visited, I savored an array of delectable dishes, particularly the refreshing oil tea soup, which continues to linger in my memory. On the 3rd day, as I prepared to return to Chongqing, having packed my belongings and descended to check out, I received another call from him. On the line, he expressed a desire for my company in handling a particular case. In their terminology, handling cases is synonymous with conducting business. Yet, I cannot fathom why, upon hearing him utter the phrase handling cases, coupled with his rather unsavory appearance, I invariably feel as though I have transformed into a criminal, as if I were concocting schemes of petty theft. Nevertheless, I acquiesced to his request. In our line of work, it is considered unethical to refuse assistance to those who seek it. The worst outcome would merely be my inability to help. But one must not forsake social connections. Consequently, after checking out of my accommodation, I hailed a taxi to meet him, allowing him to drive us toward Yichang. He was not originally from Yichang himself. In fact, he likely does not even know his true origins. Yichang is not too distant from Enshi, and he chose this city to establish himself, stating that it was partly to avoid encroaching on the business of his master, of the local elders in Enshi, and partly due to its proximity, which would afford him some degree of oversight over his mentor. During holidays, visiting his master would also be convenient. I am uncertain whether it is a characteristic of our profession that we tend to value loyalty and affection. The bond of a teacher and student is profound, with the principle of filial piety taking precedence. Of course, I must exclude those teachers from my past who bullied me. I still recall a moment in elementary school when I posed a question to a teacher. Why can birds defecate while flying, but people cannot do so while running? That teacher had the audacity to suggest that I should ask a bird. Consequently, until I encountered my own mentor, I harbored little fondness for those who served as my guides in life. Perhaps my biases have led me to become a seasoned, disenchanted adult. On the journey to Yichang, my friend briefly shared the circumstances with me. Essentially, he spoke of a comrade of his, who hails from a rural background and has toiled in Ichang for many years, achieving a comfortable life. Consequently, he harbored the desire to bring his parents to the city for their retirement. However, they steadfastly refused, insisting that the family farmland was flourishing and should not be left untended. Recently, peculiar occurrences had transpired concerning his mother, leading him to suspect a connection with the supernatural. He implored me, as a fellow traveler, to accompany him back to his ancestral home in the countryside to investigate and perhaps dispel any misfortunes afflicting his family. I understood his implication that this endeavor was not financially motivated, or at best, only marginally so, and furthermore, he had yet to satiate his thirst for drink, which meant our revelry would continue. By the time we arrived in Ichang, it was already past 3 in the afternoon, and having not eaten lunch, we hastily consumed some stir-fried dishes from a roadside vendor. I unceremoniously ordered a chicken soup, yet it bore an unsettling mutton flavor, leaving me to wonder if this particular chicken had perhaps shared an unfortunate encounter with a sheep in its past. During our meal, I contacted his friend, and after dining, we set off from the city. His friend, surnamed Qi, did not seem to be a particularly common surname in China. He was a decade my senior. Thus, I refer to him as Brother Qi. His rural hometown is a small village called Xiaofeng Township, located to the north of Ichang and Apos, Esiling District. Corn and sorghum can barely be considered the local agricultural specialties. His family possesses several acres of land, and in recent years, the climate in Hubei has been favorable, with consistent weather leading to bountiful harvests. Consequently, after he ventured into the city to forge his path, his elderly parents, both in their 60s, wished to cultivate more crops while they still had the strength. His older brother, who also resides in the countryside, assists their parents with farming, allowing the family to live a modest yet tranquil life. Thus, they were reluctant to move to the city. A few days ago, his brother called to inform him that their mother seemed to be behaving unusually. With the corn nearing maturity, she had stealthily harvested all the crops during the night, leading to a complete loss for the year. Strangely, she had no recollection of this act the following day. One evening, while washing her feet, she suddenly stood up, mumbling incoherently, her gaze vacant, and even knocked over the basin, rolling in the spilled water. Hearing this filled me with astonishment, not only because I had never encountered anyone exhibiting such symptoms related to supernatural experiences, but also because I surmised that their mother might be suffering from a mental disorder. There exists a significant distinction between mental illness and visions of the supernatural. Individuals with mental disorders typically experience a disruption in their cognitive processes, perceiving the world through an entirely different logical framework. Objectively speaking, the line separating madness from genius is often quite thin. Those who encounter spirits are often in a different predicament. Their disarray is frequently instigated by the frightful influence of the supernatural or their own psychological suggestions. In their reality, ghosts manifest in a rather narrow sense, yet undeniably exist. Consequently, many who are driven to madness by their spectral encounters are often dismissed as insane, while numerous individuals labeled as mentally unstable are perceived as geniuses. In our line of work, it is a customary rule that we refrain from voicing conclusions about events we have not witnessed firsthand. Thus, upon arriving in Xiaofeng village, we found that his elder brother had been waiting at the village entrance for some time. We proceeded directly to his home, where the hour was not particularly early, and twilight had begun to envelop the surroundings. His elder brother gestured for us to speak softly, explaining that their elderly mother had been bound to her bed for an entire day and had only just fallen asleep. They then unbound her to allow her to turn over and, upon exiting, secured the room door from the outside with a latch, ensuring that should she become agitated again, she would not want her outside. I inquired about the family's fields, and he indicated that they were situated on the slope behind the house. As dusk had set in, visibility was limited, and after a long day's toil, Chij produced some homemade rice, wine along with a bit of aged cured meat he had stashed beneath the bed to offer us a simple meal. I relished the ambience of this rustic homestead, sipping wine and savoring the meat, while the serenade of crickets filled my ears. Occasionally, a haunting dog's bark echoed from afar, and nearby, the rustling of grass hinted at the presence of field mice. The air was infused with the fresh scent of earth and the pungent odor of cow dung. Raising my gaze, I noticed the wooden beams adorned with thick spider webs, where spiders of various sizes occupied the ceiling. Outside in the yard, the chickens and ducks had succumbed to sleep after a day of excessive excitement, save for a couple of distressed hens that continued to cluck due to having laid their eggs. The walls of the house were a blend of earth and wood, adorned with tools such as fighting implements and winnowing baskets, alongside various agricultural instruments like sickles and axes. The lighting within the room was enchanting, flickering softly. The 5-watt incandescent bulb appeared well-worn, its upper half cloaked in a substantial layer of dust. The roof was tiled, allowing glimpses of the deep blue night sky, unique to Hubei, through the gaps. Due to poor air quality, I had not seen a blue sky in Chongqing's nights for quite some time. Instead, I was met with a low haze of indistinguishable clouds or exhaust fumes, illuminated under the city's night lights, resembling splashes of blood. Yet, this was not my life, despite my yearning for it. Late into the night, weary, I settled down to sleep, planning to visit the cornfield at dawn the next day. Upon waking the following morning, I splashed my face with refreshing spring water, invigorating my spirit. Brothers Xi and Apos, his elder brother, had already risen early to help their father bind their ailing mother to the bed. After a breakfast of homemade fried noodles, their father remained at home to tend to her, as there was little left to plant after the harvest. The rest of us, myself included, set off through the back door towards a cornfield. The distance was not far, yet the path was arduous. I was not raised in a rural environment, so I find myself quite unaccustomed to it, particularly after spending an entire night engaged in a battle of wits with the local mosquitoes. Climbing the hills leaves me somewhat breathless. Nevertheless, the picturesque charm of this small locale reveals itself to me as I ascend. The morning mist enveloping the mountains and forests is always so fitting, gradually dissipating into the distance. Initially, I believed such scenes were solely the realm of CCTV documentaries. Yet witnessing them firsthand fills me with immense satisfaction. Being a person of emotion, I cannot help but exclaim my delight when the rural landscape before me evokes joy. Although my cries fail to attract the attention of the young man chopping wood on the opposite slope, they do cause a few individuals ahead of me to pause and glance back in curiosity. After receiving a remark about my eccentricity, I continue my ascent. Upon reaching the cornfield, I instinctively take out my compass, hoping to detect some traces. My companions are disciples of the esteemed 4 elemental schools from Hubei and Hunan, which, strictly speaking, belong to the Taoist tradition and share lineage with Wudong. They possess a remarkable affinity for fire, and, as I scan with my compass, one of them produces an oil lamp. This oil lamp is specially crafted, with a copper base intricately engraved with the incantations of their sect. Once lit, a cylindrical glass, hollow at both ends, ensures that the flame remains shielded from the wind and air currents, allowing for ventilation while preventing the fire from extinguishing. They have a practice of interpreting the movement of the flame to discern the location or traces of spirits, a method simpler than mine, as I must observe the needle and calculate the position. However, they too have their drawbacks, should one engage in actions they prefer to conceal. The glaring flame will betray them instantly. Logically speaking, there is no reason for an elderly woman to nimbly ascend a slope in the dead of night, especially alone, to harvest an entire expanse of cornfield. This field is no small plot. If it were entrusted to me, it would likely take a full day to complete. The compass and the oil lamp leave no doubt that a ghost is at play, and if it is indeed a formidable entity, it must be a spirit laden with resentment. In the presence of peers from other sects, we feign nonchalance despite our astonishment. I understand that both of us are enduring the situation with strained resolve. We have confirmed that a ghost is indeed causing mischief, and it appears to be a powerful one, yet we remain at a loss regarding its origins and how to confront it. Brother Chi's elder sibling remarked that had they not tightly monitored their ailing mother in recent days, the crops in the upper plots would likely have suffered as well. He gestured toward the piece of land slightly elevated above the cornfield, which I discerned to be rice paddies. After descending the slope, my companion and I ascended the opposing hill, attempting to observe the scene from a greater distance for a more comprehensive understanding. We discerned that the fallen stalks in the cornfield were nearly all oriented in a singular direction, suggesting that the elderly woman had methodically cut from one end of the field to the other, employing a consistent motion. With scant clues at our disposal, we made our way back down the mountain to Brother Chi's residence. Upon entering the house, we were startled by a cacophony of heart-wrenching screams. We hurriedly followed the sound, only to find the old father lying on his side in the mother's room, while their two sons struggled to lift the elderly mother, one grasping her head and the other her feet. Despite their efforts, she remained suspended in the air, thrashing violently and emitting horrifying shrieks. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, my companion and I rushed to assist. Together, we managed to secure the elderly woman back onto the bed, yet she continued to writhe and scream. I helped the old father to his feet. A gash had opened on his right brow from the fall, blood streaming freely. After a considerable time, the elderly woman gradually settled into a silence and fell into a deep slumber. My companion touched her forehead, remarking on its chilling temperature. Typically, such a frigid sensation accompanies fever-induced delirium, and her cool forehead was evidently an alarming indication. I leaned closer to examine her eyelids, which were marred by blood vessels. Her irises had taken on an unusual hue, not the typical black or amber, but a hint of red. I was uncertain if this was due to congestion, but when I lifted her eyelids, her gaze was not upwards as one would expect in slumber. Instead, it fixated intently straight ahead. I retrieved the dice and compass, inquired thrice, and then confirmed with certainty that the old woman was undeniably possessed. We secured the door and returned to the main room. The sons had already fetched clean water for the elderly gentleman to tend to his wounds. I informed him that his wife was afflicted by a ghostly ailment, and that he must divulge every detail he knew without omission, for it might grant us a chance to save her. The elderly gentleman, in despair, recounted the strange occurrences surrounding the old woman, which largely echoed the accounts provided by Brother Chi, albeit with two additional points. Firstly, on the night the old woman ventured out to harvest corn, he was awake and unable to prevent her departure, only to be knocked to the ground himself. Due to his advanced age, by the time he rose to pursue her, she had already returned inside, carelessly discarding the sickle on the floor before directly retiring to bed as if nothing had transpired, evoking a sensation akin to sleepwalking. Despite his calls, he could not awaken her, and thus he too succumbed to slumber, laden with frustration. The following morning, upon visiting the fields, he discovered that the crops had been entirely cut down. Connecting this with his wife's earlier behavior, he was convinced of her culpability. Initially intent on returning home to confront her, he found that she had forgotten everything when questioned. Upon learning that the crops had been decimated, the old woman wept sorrowfully, and in response to her tears, the elderly gentleman felt utterly powerless. Consequently, he conferred with his sons to meticulously observe her actions. The second point of concern was that on the subsequent night, while she overturned the basin and rolled in the water, she suddenly appeared as if something lodged in her throat rendered her unable to vocalize, her mouth agape yet soundless. These 2 points may initially seem rather insignificant. After a moment of silence, I inquired of the elderly gentleman whether there had been any fatalities in his household. He recounted that his parents had passed away when he was merely in his early teens, leaving him this residence and the land. However, his family had generally experienced good fortune since then, with no further deaths occurring. At this juncture, the old man abruptly paused, his mouth slightly agape, seemingly lost in contemplation. With a hint of discomfort, he mentioned that a person had indeed died in the neighboring household. I asked him about the neighbors, noting that it appeared his family was the only one residing in the expansive courtyard. He explained that the west wing and oppos, woodshed and pig pen had once belonged to the neighboring family, who had since departed, leaving their home abandoned. Consequently, they had repurposed it, and it had served them for several decades. I urged the old man to elaborate on the circumstances surrounding the death of the neighbor. He began recounting that this incident occurred around the late 1960s, when he was just a young boy, at a time when the nation was grappling with widespread famine. Every household was struggling with scarce provisions, and life became exceedingly difficult, leaving him often lamenting the lack of food. The neighboring family was even worse off, often subsisting on merely one meal a day, consisting of a thin porridge and some wild vegetables. They had taken in a child, a mute found at the village entrance. Out of pity, but during the famine, they could no longer provide sustenance for him. Every day, this child would squat at the entrance of Mr. Chi's home during mealtime, often merely inhaling the enticing aroma of their food. Occasionally, the compassionate Chi family would pity him and offer him a bowl of sustenance. However, one fateful evening, when their pantry was entirely bare, Mr. Chi's parents chose to ignore the mute child, pretending not to see him. The elderly gentleman recounted that he vividly remembered that night when, for reasons unknown, the child climbed to an astonishing height, gripping the railing by the window. With only the upper half of his head protruding, fixated on the meal laid out on their table. As he spoke, the old man gestured toward the window, and I turned to see a small window, approximately 1.70 meters off the ground, divided by vertical wooden slats. Imagining the old man and Apo's description alongside the child and Apo's appearance sent a chill down my spine. The elderly gentleman continued, revealing that on that very night, the child perished, starved to death. When the Chi family went to console their neighbors, they learned that the child had died precisely at mealtime, a revelation that filled them with dread. For the last time they had seen the mute boy was indeed at that moment. Most troubling of all was their uncertainty. They could no longer discern whether what they had witnessed was a living child or a specter. The following day, the Chi family was filled with dread and chose to remain indoors. By the third day, they discovered that their neighbors had vacated their home, leaving no trace of their departure or knowledge of their whereabouts. Perhaps it was due to the loss of their own child that the neighbors left without taking the child's remains, leaving the lifeless body to rest on a makeshift bed crafted from a few benches. Upon discovering the child and Apo's body, the Chi family felt a pang of pity and decided to bury the remains beside their own home, reasoning that with the calamity they faced, crops would no longer flourish. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly perceived it as a clue. Thus, I suggested that the elder accompany us to the child's grave. The elder, however, abruptly stated that it was no longer visible. The water from the rice fields had seeped out and inundated the grave. Later, when villagers helped to block the water, they trampled over the grave, flattening it until it resembled the edges of the fields. I inquired of the elder how such a grave could be trampled flat. He explained that at the time, they lacked funds and, not being their own child, they hastily constructed a simple earthen mound out of obligation. Over the years, they had not performed any rituals or offerings for the child, occasionally forgetting that a burial had even occurred there until the water seeped into the rice fields. I asked the elder what had caused the water to seep. He replied that it was due to the burrowing of eels. Generally speaking, children who die young often face a fate of being left exposed, subsequently buried without anyone to pay respects, and ultimately having their graves submerged by water. Each of these scenarios signifies a profound misfortune. This is because a child's perception may diverge from that of adults. They interpret the world solely through their visual experiences, and each child may perceive the same object in a myriad of ways. It is akin to storytelling through images. One picture can inspire 100 diverse narratives from 100 children. Moreover, the child in question is mute. In truth, congenital mutism is rare. It is typically a result of congenital deafness. Due to their inability to hear external sounds, they gradually lose the linguistic environment necessary for speech, eventually becoming unable to articulate words. This child's plight is particularly unique. Even if someone were to pay respects and speak at the grave, it is likely he would be unable to hear them. This leads us to suspect that it may indeed be the spirit of this mute child causing disturbances. The inundation of a grave is profoundly disrespectful, enough to incite anger in any departed soul. This also sheds light on the elderly woman's erratic behavior, her inability to vocalize as she flailed in the water. To ascertain whether it is indeed the child's spirit at work, we must first confirm this before devising a course of action. Thus, we asked the elderly gentleman to guide us to the child's grave. I must confess, if you had not informed me that it was a grave, I would have believed it to be an ordinary mound in a field. A twinge of pity for the child arose within me. My compass, which I had neglected to retrieve after conversing with the elderly man, left me to conduct the spirit investigation alone as a fellow practitioner. He once again produced the oil lamp, which, upon nearing the grave mound, unexpectedly extinguished. In the absence of any breeze, this indicated that we had indeed discovered the source. The restless spirit haunting this small village was none other than the mute child who had perished from hunger decades ago. After securing the oil lamp, we spent approximately 10 minutes deliberating on how to address this matter appropriately. Ultimately, we reached a unanimous decision to exhume the remains, relocate them to a dry, elevated area, and conduct a proper reburial. Furthermore, the descendants of a Ji family must honor the spirit with offerings for generations to come. This last stipulation was my own addition, as I believed it might bring some solace to the child. After procuring shovels, we prepared to commence the excavation. I initially gathered some wooden sticks and planted them around the grave, then wound red thread around them in a circle, crossing it again to form a second loop. This was intended to shield us from any potent ghostly influence while we dug. My companion began to meditate and chant incantations, taking a sip of water and sprinkling it over the grave, reminiscent of the unfortunate scholar who lost a wager to Juan. Then we began our excavation. I held onto the red thread, ready to ensnare any spirit should the situation warrant it. Fortunately, it appeared that the child was equally uncomfortable with being buried in such a manner, and we encountered no resistance as we unearthed a small, slightly grayish skeleton curled up in the pit. We handled each bone with utmost care, wrapping them in cloth before presenting them to the Ji family. They promised to construct a new grave and to pay homage to the spirit for generations to come. We returned indoors, where my companion, Zhu Sha, inscribed a spell upon the forehead of the elderly lady. With one hand supporting her neck and the other performing intricate gestures upon her brow, he chanted incantations. After a while, she began to perspire and, with a cough, awakened of her own accord. Amidst the gratitude expressed by the family, we departed their home. On our way back, my companion and I engaged in conversation about the famine that struck at the end of the 1960s. He mentioned that he had only heard a few remarks from his master and did not possess much knowledge on the subject. I intended to take a boat back to Chongqing, seizing the opportunity to admire the scenery of the Three Gorges. My ticket was for the following morning, and that night, feeling somewhat idle, I sought out an internet CAF to research the famine. It was claimed that fewer than 10,000 perished, a figure I found implausible. Yet I could not find evidence to the contrary, so I let the matter rest. The next day, while waiting for the boat, perhaps due to my mind's incessant rumination on the topic, I experienced a peculiar dream as I slumbered in the cabin. In my dream, I beheld the figures of Xia Jie, Shangzhou, Qin Shi Huang, and Genghis Khan seated together in what seemed to be a casual conversation. I approached them and inquired, "Esteemed ancestors, it is said that the famine claimed fewer than 10,000 lives. Is this true?" They all laughed. Shang Zhou pointed to the side, and following his gesture, I saw a portly man in a Zhongshan suit with a middle part and spectacles, someone I recognized from the outskirts of Changbai Mountain. Upon posing the same question to him, he exclaimed in anger, "Impossible." It dawned on me that they all knew the truth, yet dared not speak it. Thus I laughed. Chapter 42. Father and Son. In 2009, I fortuitously crossed paths with a young man named Su, a freshman at a university in Chongqing. Although I had never attended college myself, I had long harbored a deep admiration for university life. Perhaps it was simply my fate, or the trials of life, that gradually led me to overlook the significance of education. This, of course, is a misguided perspective, for I have always believed that while education may not be the sole path to success, it undoubtedly remains the most advantageous one. Thus, I have never considered learning to be futile, even if life necessitates profound insights. I referred to him as Xiao Su, and I had previously assisted his classmate's mother, which engendered a sense of loyalty among his peers during his times of need. When he arrived at my doorstep, kneeling before me with 4,000 yuan in hand, I was compelled to unravel his story. He hailed from a small town named Beigu, located in the Nanchuan district south of Chongqing. His parents were farmers, and in 2006, he had gained admission to a high school in the main urban area of Chongqing. However, the exorbitant tuition fees forced his father to abandon his agricultural duties and accompany him to the city, where he took on laborious work as a porter. The profession of Bang Bang is unique to Chongqing. Due to its mountainous terrain, the city has long served as a vital hub for shipping and goods distribution along the upper reaches of the Yangtze River. Many individuals, burdened with heavy packages, find it particularly strenuous to navigate the steep slopes. Consequently, the Bang Bang profession emerged, where workers wield a shoulder pole or a sturdy bamboo stick, secured with a rope the thickness of a pinky finger, to assist city dwellers in transporting their goods in exchange for a labor fee. When individuals encounter cumbersome objects and prefer not to lift them themselves, a mere shout of bang bang into the crowd will summon a group of these workers, enabling a swift resolution to their predicament. They lead a simple life, eating modestly, dressing plainly, and living in unpretentious conditions. They are among the simplest people in the world. With their shoulders and a stick, they bear the weight of an entire city. Xiao Su typically resides at school and only returns home to live with his father on weekends. However, after some time, he grew disinclined to stay at his father's dwelling in a shanty town, as he found a school dormitory far more comfortable. Upon the time of the college entrance examination, his father expressed a desire for him to focus on his studies. To avoid disturbing his son, the father decided to temporarily return to their hometown in Nanchuan, both to assist the family and to provide his child with a tranquil environment conducive to learning. Although I have never participated in the college entrance examination, I have inevitably absorbed a myriad of news reports over the years, granting me a glimpse into the immense pressure endured by the students involved. It would be an oversimplification to label their plight as pitiable. Rather, it is evident that they labor tirelessly. News broadcasts often focus on the impressive admission rates of schools, the diligence of students, or the dedication of teachers, while neglecting the towering stacks of books that each child must contend with at their desks. I recall when I was still a student, a campaign was initiated, whether by the government or the local authorities, aimed at alleviating the burden of school bags. I was filled with joy, believing that my academic load would soon lighten. However, it soon became apparent that this phenomenon not only persisted but intensified. Feeling deceived, I gradually fell in with a group of wayward youths, ultimately leading to my expulsion from school. Thus, when Xiao Su informed me that his father had created a distraction-free environment for him to excel in his studies, I felt a sense of admiration for the father's dedication. Yet I also lamented the weight of academic pressure on the child. Xiao Su further shared that on the eve of the examination, he felt a surge of anxiety and discreetly called his father. The call connected, but silence enveloped the line. Not a sound was heard. He speculated that perhaps his father wished to avoid adding to his stress. In truth, what he craved was not a few words of encouragement or comfort, but the assurance that his father was steadfastly by his side, no matter the circumstance. Xiao Su's examination was remarkably successful, as he achieved outstanding results and gained admission to a prestigious university in Chongqing. After completing the exam, rather than immediately calling his family to share the joyous news, he chose to spend a few days exploring Chongqing with his classmates, reveling in their camaraderie before packing his belongings and returning to Beidou. However, upon stepping through the threshold of his home, the sight of his father's portrait on the table in the living room left him momentarily speechless. It was then that his mother, in tears, revealed the heartbreaking circumstances. Approximately half a month prior to Xiao Su's examination, his father had called home, expressing a desire to create a better environment for his son. He believed that being in Chongqing would only cause his child to worry about him, so he planned to return home, coinciding with the need for assistance with the family farm. Tragically, during the sweltering summer, while laboring in the fields, his father suffered a sudden heart attack and passed away unexpectedly. Xiao Su was aware of his father's heart condition, which had always led him to avoid provoking his father's anger. To outsiders, their family appeared harmonious, with the son displaying filial piety. The abrupt upheaval in their lives warranted a conversation that Xiao Su's mother should have initiated to inform her son about the bereavement. Yet, considering the immense effort Xiao Su had dedicated to his studies, she chose to shield him from the devastating news. Following the examination, perhaps recognizing that her child deserved a brief respite to indulge in carefree revelry, she refrained from hastily calling him home. She explained that cremation was a luxury in rural areas, and during that time, the local customs in Beidou held reservations about burial practices. Her love for her husband was profound, and during the burial, she even placed her mobile phone in his pocket as a final gesture of affection. As his father toiled in the fields before his passing, he urged her to send a text to their child in the evening, offering words of encouragement. Aware that the phone was their sole means of communication with the child, the mother decided to bury it alongside the mobile device. Xiao Su, a dutiful son, despite harboring resentment towards his mother after learning the full story, ultimately comprehended her heartfelt intentions. Thus, he donned mourning attire and knelt before his father's grave for an entire day and night, offering apologies and bidding farewell. Yet, a lingering question tormented him. Refusing to leave his mind, he inquired with his mother about the time of the burial, which was around 3 p.m. Upon reviewing his call records from that day, he found that he had called at precisely that moment. Given that his father's phone had been interred with a coffin, who could have possibly answered the call? An overwhelming sense of fear enveloped him. The events that transpired during that time were far too numerous, compelling him to seek clarity and reflection. After the start of the school term, Xiao Su returned to class, yet the enigma gnawed at him relentlessly. He envisioned countless scenarios, only to dismiss each one in turn. Ultimately, he subjected himself to mental and physical torment, perpetually feeling that it was indeed his father who had answered the call, as if his father had unspoken words yearning to be shared. Upon learning that a classmate's mother had previously sought my assistance, he did not call ahead, but instead came directly to me. The moment he laid eyes on me, he collapsed at his knees, pleading, "Brother, I have only 4,000 yuan. I beseech you to help me." Originally, he believed that his father had something to convey to him. However, this was merely conjecture, and now it seemed he had transformed his assumptions into a form of evidence. Typically, I dismiss such requests, for once a person has departed this world, I see no reason to disturb the deceased unless absolutely necessary. Such unwarranted disturbances are undeniably disrespectful. As I helped him up, intending to decline his plea, he preempted me by sharing his story. Upon hearing it, I was left in a state of ambivalence, torn between sympathy and resignation. It appeared that concealing the news of the father's passing for the sake of the child was a gesture of care. Yet, in truth, it was a profoundly selfish act. While I could empathize with the mother's intentions, had I been in the child's position, I would find it impossible to come to terms with such a deception. In our Chinese tradition, if a father passes away without a filial descendant present, the blessings are believed to dissipate. This notion, albeit perhaps merely a reminder for future generations to honor their parents and ensure a dignified farewell, carries significant weight. Observing his earnestness and the sorrowful nature of his tears, coupled with my genuine compassion for the child's plight, I resolved to assist him, secretly hoping not to err in my judgment. It had been over half a year since his father's demise, and I contemplated various approaches. One option was to summon his spirit, but this would bring no benefit to the father and might even shorten his spiritual existence. Alternatively, I could consult mediums or spirit writing, yet such practices are inherently ominous, often resulting in misfortune for me afterward. Either one must traverse the realm of the dead or seek the guidance of the venerable Granny Huang, for she is, without doubt, the most formidable of the remaining practitioners of this ancient art in Chongqing. I first offered some words of solace to Xiao Su, providing him with a semblance of comfort. Subsequently, I took him out for a meal, as I found myself quite fond of this fresh-faced university student. Though I'm merely a few years his senior, it is not so much affection I feel as a twinge of inferiority in his presence. Indeed, despite his humble beginnings, he embodies diligence and a thirst for knowledge. It is often said that attending university marks a significant turning point in one's life, and he has evidently seized this opportunity. For this reason alone, his existence diverges from mine, yet I must continue to navigate my life as it is, striving to earn respect in my own manner. Having resolved to consult the spirits, I led Xiao Su to Deduku. Outside the side entrance of Deduku Park, the presence of Baigu beef noodles remained steadfast, while nearby, an old dilapidated building stood, awaiting demolition. Inside, Granny Huang had been anticipating my arrival after receiving my call. I ushered Xiao Su into her chamber, with a lingering scent reminiscent of opium still pervaded the air. Xiao Su respectfully greeted Granny Huang, who handed him a piece of yellow paper and a pen. instructing him to inscribe his birth details along with his father's name. After taking a sip of water, she fell into a deep slumber. To Xiao Su, it might have seemed that Granny Huang was genuinely asleep as she began to snore. However, based on my acquaintance with her, this was merely the onset of her spiritual journey. Approximately 20 minutes later, Granny Huang awakened. He first wiped his face with a towel, then called Xiao Su to wait in the living room while asking me to stay behind. After Xiao Su left, Granny Huang took my hand and sat down beside me, beginning to recount what she had observed after her descent. She explained that the boy's father was a restless spirit, for he knew precisely where he ought to go, yet lingered due to a few unresolved wishes. I inquired about his soul's current location, and she replied that it resided in Beigu, Nanchuan. I swore I had never divulged any information to Granny Huang regarding the hometown of his father, which only deepened my admiration for the folk art of soul walking. Granny Huang continued, sharing that her journey down had left her feeling quite fatigued, as entering any independent realm of a spirit evokes a sense of oppression and suffocation. I speculated that Su's father may have succumbed to a heart ailment, and Granny Huang's weariness likely stemmed from this as well. She mentioned that upon her descent, she consulted the judge of the underworld, a term I am unsure if it is unique to their lore, and soon located Su's father. After verifying his identity, Su's father conveyed all he wished to communicate to his son through Granny Huang. Unlike those who lead spirits, which is the specialty of elderly Lady G, Granny Huang engaged directly with the spirits, a feat that is quite challenging for ordinary individuals without special constitution or talent. Granny Huang revealed that the child had actually been adopted by the couple from an outsider, as they had no offspring of their own, and thus treated Xiao Su with utmost care and affection, even more meticulously than they would a biological child. They had never disclosed Xiao Su's origins, for he was a boy, and they feared that revealing the truth would drive him away. When the child was accepted into a prestigious high school in the city, the family felt a glimmer of hope, believing he might possess a talent for academics. Thus, the mother willingly took on the burdensome tasks at home, allowing the father to accompany their son to the city, where he toiled diligently to earn money for his education and books. Initially, the son would spend weekends in a rented apartment with his father, but eventually he stopped visiting, perhaps due to the pressures of his studies, though I would prefer to believe this. The son's decision to forego weekends with his father stemmed from a particular incident. On a rainy weekend, concerned for his child's welfare, the father, with little business to attend to, went to the school gate to fetch him. Upon seeing his son emerge, he joyfully waved, oblivious to his own appearance in a coarse, army green garment, with a burden across his shoulder. It was then that he sensed his son's reluctance to walk alongside him. To put it delicately, it was a matter of pride, and to speak bluntly, he felt his father was a source of embarrassment. Thus, Su's father silently trailed his son at a distance of 10 meters on their way home, following him until they reached their residence. I understand that a parent's love for their child is selfless, and the bond between them can often be easily mended. Yet, on that occasion, Su's father was genuinely hurt. He never voiced his feelings, but he comprehended the reality more acutely than anyone else. Since then, he has refrained from intentionally spending time with his child each week, gradually realizing that when others are present around the child, it is best for him to remain absent. Upon hearing this, a sense of indignation welled up within me. A child does not disdain a mother's imperfections, nor does a dog scorn a humble home. Youthful ignorance may be forgivable, but who would have imagined that such a trivial matter could become a source of torment within the heart of a broad-minded father? Subsequently, Grandma Huang requested that I summon Xiao Su, indicating she had something to convey to him. I stepped out of the room, allowing Xiao Su to enter. After a short while, he emerged, and from his expression, it was evident that he had been weeping inside. Despite Grandma Huang accompanying him and gently stroking his head in consolation, she nodded towards me, signaling that the forthcoming task would now fall to me. Grandma Huang recounted that during the burial, a large pit was first dug, followed by the placement of the coffin, and only then did they begin to cover it with soil. It was during this process that Xiao Su's phone rang. The workers, engaged in the act of burying, were momentarily taken aback, unaware that the mother had secretly slipped a phone into the father's burial robe pocket. However, to pause at such a moment would be considered ominous. Thus, despite hearing the ringing, they dared not react. When the ringing ceased, it only heightened their trepidation, prompting them to hastily cover the grave and place stones atop it. Yet, in a twist of fate, the father's spirit had pressed the answer button, unable to articulate the words he longed to convey to his son, thus becoming a lingering obsession, refusing to depart for the afterlife. Regarding the place I have often mentioned, which we summon in the South, it is not referred to as the underworld or the realm of the dead, but rather as sea. It resembles an immense estate, overseen by a gatekeeper we call Daozi, with some referring to him as Yama or the judge. Regardless of the name, the essence remains the same. This Daozi is ethereal, yet undeniably existent. Descriptions of it in ancient texts are often rather narrow, depicting it as a miserly and cruel entity. One might be inclined to feel sympathy for it, despite never having encountered it or comprehending its true form. Nevertheless, each time I lead the way, I am able to arrive without complication, suggesting that if it indeed exists, it is benevolent and compassionate. To embrace the souls of the departed is no small feat. Consider a simple example. If a family lives in perfect harmony and suddenly loses a beloved member, the surviving individuals, no matter how fondly they reminisce, would not wish for the spirit of the departed to linger by their side. I am uncertain whether to categorize such a distorted sentiment as selfishness or hypocrisy. All I know is that their presence must have its reasons. As for me, I strive not to let such reasons become an obsession that obstructs the path the departed ought to traverse. Subsequently, Xiao Su confided in me that when his father made the call, he merely wished to impart a few words, to perform well in exams, and to look after the family. He felt remorse for concealing the truth of being adopted for so many years, perhaps due to never having lost a loved one. I find it exceedingly difficult to comprehend how a few simple words could evolve into an obsession that causes a father to linger, unwilling to depart. It was only upon becoming a father that I realized the boundless nature of love for a child, a love that bestows upon me an infinite strength, prompting me to pay closer attention to his life. Perhaps I will be more rational than Xiao Su's father, yet who can truly ascertain such matters? I took Xiao Su aside and spoke to him about his father's sorrow stemming from his disdain. I held no authority to educate him, yet I understood that these words needed to be uttered, for I am surrounded by many individuals who, having improved their own lives, suddenly deem their past existence as unworthy of the term life. Parents' attire appears outdated to them. Those with a bit more means might purchase new clothes for their parents, while others may even feign ignorance in public. It is not that they do not recognize their parents, but rather that they fear recognition. It is not merely the shame of acknowledgement that troubles them, but the unbearable gaze of disdain projected by others. Why is it that we feel entitled to look down upon someone based solely on their clothing or background? What is wrong with being a laborer? They're the backbone of this city. Many have been displaced from their land, and with no other skills, they can only come to the city to toil, bearing burdens to alleviate the loads of others. Such professions, regardless of how humble their attire may be, do not render them unworthy of respect. After I finished speaking, Xiao Su remained silent for a long while. I cannot discern whether my words were too harsh or if he was genuinely reflecting. I prefer to believe it is the latter, for although I am but an adoptive father, I have shared in his struggles for 2 decades. I must make a trip to Beigu, and Xiao Su insists on accompanying me. Once we entered the expressway from the Boundary Stone, an awkward atmosphere enveloped the car. Logically, I had no reason to feel uncomfortable, so I decided to play a CD. Beyond, a band that perhaps the younger Xiao Su is unaware of, yet profoundly influenced my generation. Just as I was about to introduce this life-altering band to him, he interjected, stating that I was mistaken, and then began to weep. I lowered the volume slightly, but did not turn it off, allowing the song Truly Love You to play quietly in the background. Upon arriving at Beigu, I asked Xiao Su to change into mourning attire and accompany me to my father's grave. I dare not bring my mother along, as it was unnecessary to subject her to further distress. Standing before the grave, I told Xiao Su that from the moment I lit the incense until it extinguished, he could express anything he wished loudly enough for me to hear, for his father to hear. In truth, I was deceiving him. The incantation I recited took merely a few fleeting seconds, Yet I expected him to converse with his father for the duration of a single stick of incense. I knew well that his thoughts would far exceed that fleeting moment, and after leading the ritual, the words he wished to say would remain forever unspoken. Nevertheless, I believed that this benevolent yet slightly punitive falsehood might bring him some solace. As I pen these thoughts, I find myself pondering, must one truly exert such effort for the sake of academic advancement? Can one truly disregard their loved ones in pursuit of educational success? A few days ago, I watched a television program that discussed the extreme measures taken by students during this year's college entrance examination, such as kneeling before their teachers, concealing their family's bereavement, and even abandoning their mother at the scene of an accident to take the exam. Why do students exhibit such fervor, placing this evaluative examination above all else? Is it not due to the adage spoken years ago, 10 years of hard study solely for the college entrance examination, which has transformed this test into the cornerstone of many individuals' aspirations to alter their destinies, ultimately leading to a loss of reason and the emergence of bespectacled bookworms? In China, there exists a renowned mathematician by the surname Chun, whose expertise surpasses that of any contemporary mathematician. Yet, he is unable to care for himself. What has he gained or lost? That is for him to ponder. As we grow older each day, our parents age alongside us. Ultimately, they may revert to childlike dispositions. Reflect on how we were treated as children. This is a matter of cause and effect, and it is something that must be repaid, though it may take a lifetime to settle. Chapter 43. Sister Kai, today, I received a call from an old friend. She has finally tied the knot. Over the past 2 decades, she has certainly created her fair share of headaches for me. Having grown up together, her personality has always been rather masculine. It was not until her 26th year, while gazing into the mirror, that she abruptly realized she was a woman. Subsequently, she began soliciting the help of family and friends in her quest for a partner, engaging in countless blind dates. Ultimately, last year, she met a doctor from Daping Hospital. I am uncertain whether this doctor approached their relationship with a sense of pity for a patient, but within less than 6 months of their courtship, they inexplicably decided to marry. In truth, I am genuinely happy for my old friend. Having grown up in the same building, I have always regarded her as a comrade. Perhaps we could even be considered childhood sweethearts, if one were to overlook her initial ambiguity regarding her gender. On the night of her engagement, as everyone indulged a bit too much, I pulled her close, just like we did in our youth, playfully ruffling her hair and pinching her cheeks until I elicited a comical expression from her. Only then did I offer my heartfelt congratulations. This is perhaps a flaw of mine. My character often leads me to act in an absurd manner without rhyme or reason. Nonetheless, my well wishes are sincere. Over the years, I have watched her embrace her femininity, with boyfriends who were merely the subject of her boastful chatter. It was evident how desperately she longed to marry, and her fervent desire reminded me of my own feelings from around 6 years ago. At this juncture, it is only fitting that I reflect on my own romantic experiences. I consider myself somewhat late to mature. During my adolescence, the allure of billiards and video games overshadowed any interest I had in women. Since my unrequited affection for my desk mate was met with indifference, it wasn't until 2002 that I embarked on my first romantic relationship. My attraction to her was sparked by a cat. She was a university student from Shapingba, and on that rainy day, as I passed by the side gate of the normal university, I noticed her crouching on the ground. There, before her, lay a broken manhole cover, and she held an umbrella to shield it, oblivious to the fact that her back was already drenched. Curiosity compelled me to stealthily circle around her rear, eager to uncover the mystery below while also appreciating her silhouette. Regrettably, this was merely a pitiable reflex of mine. Upon peering into the manhole, I was instantaneously warmed by a delightful sight. A tiny kitten perched on the platform below. The poor creature, soaked by the rain, had its fur plastered against its skin, evoking my compassion. Driven by goodwill, I resolved to rescue the kitten, seizing the opportunity to strike up a conversation with her. A dual benefit, indeed. I inquired of the young woman how long the kitten had been trapped and why she hadn't sought help from passers-by. She replied that she had no idea how long it had been. She had only crouched down after hearing the kitten's cries and had been there for half an hour. She further explained that she had previously sought assistance from others, but to no avail, as they had all refused to help. It was evident that she was not one for eloquent speech. Rather, she seemed to prefer silence. I then asked her to hold the umbrella for me while I descended into the manhole to rescue the kitten. As I emerged, she smiled and expressed her gratitude, gazing at the kitten in my outstretched hands. Despite her clothes and hair being soaked, she appeared strikingly beautiful, and in that moment I was utterly smitten. She expressed her gratitude profusely, while the cat exhibited a certain lack of manners, failing to utter a simple thank you. In an attempt to befriend this kind-hearted girl, I uttered a rather foolish remark, which ultimately led her to become my first girlfriend. I claimed to be a veterinarian, assuring her that I could tend to her cat's ailments in the future. Reflecting on that silly statement now fills me with regret. Yet, it was indeed that comment that forged our friendship, evolving into a romantic relationship. However, throughout the year we dated, she often exhibited fear and aversion towards my profession. Naturally, I found myself powerless to persuade her, lacking any grounds to do so, as my work was inherently clandestine. Then, during the summer of 2003, while cycling with her for a day out, we passed by Huaxin Street and noticed a girl in a very short skirt attempting to climb over the railing in the middle of the road. Distracted, I veered off course and collided with a flower bed. Although neither of us sustained any injuries, this incident became her rationale for ending our relationship. Thus, my first romance concluded in a rather unfortunate manner. In the ensuing years, I immersed myself in work, encountering few women, and given my lack of eloquence, it was understandable that I remained single for quite some time. It wasn't until 2006, when I joined a local chat group online for socializing in Chongqing, that I humorously found my way out of singlehood, eventually leading to marriage and parenthood. One evening, while languishing at home with little to occupy my time, and with no films to indulge in, I found myself joining a chat group. Upon entering, I was greeted by a lively exchange among a handful of individuals, with reports suggesting that out of 100 members, 70 were actively conversing while 30 engaged in private discussions. The flirtatious banter was, quite frankly, a bit overwhelming. Thus, I decided to post an advertisement seeking companionship. About me, male, 25 years old, standing at 175 centimeters, unmarried, with good looks, possessing a car and a home, free from ailments. I have no vices aside from abstaining from tobacco and alcohol. Lonely and yearning, I feel akin to a solitary boat adrift in a vast ocean, waiting for someone to rescue me. Contact XX. I'm not interested in games. Before long, a young woman reached out to me, suggesting that a friend of hers would be a suitable match. She subsequently introduced me to this friend, encouraging private communication between us. Her name was Kai Jia, and although she was 4 years my junior, I felt compelled to address her as such, for it became apparent that this fearless demeanor of mine could be subdued by her presence. It appeared she held a genuine interest in me. I chose not to conceal my true professional identity from her. Rather, I conveyed it candidly throughout our interactions. Initially, she found it hard to believe, until an incident arose during a game of pin fairy with others, which went awry. Once I resolved the situation, her skepticism dissipated. Unlike my previous girlfriend, she did not harbor a particular fondness for my profession, but at the very least, she did not oppose it and showed a degree of respect, which I deemed immensely significant. I am uncertain whether I am truly enamored or simply drawn to her charm. When she displays her fierce demeanor, I find it oddly endearing. However, the sight of her in a fit of anger does instill a genuine sense of trepidation within me. When pressed to articulate my fears, I struggle to pinpoint them precisely. Perhaps it is merely a case of the proverbial yin and yang. She fears the supernatural while I confront it, and in turn, she manages me. In Chongqing, a city renowned for its robust culture and abundance of beautiful women, men exhibit a bold and forthright nature, often characterized by fiery tempers. Yet, in this locale, men are affectionately dubbed ear twitchers, a term that, rather than carrying a stigma, is worn with pride. This label, synonymous with being henpecked, denotes a man who is wary of his wife. As the esteemed Master Yip Man once proclaimed, there are no men who fear their wives, only those who respect them. In this light, my reverence for Sister Kai has reached its zenith. Our relationship has spanned over 3 years, and in the early days of our meetings, I felt quite constrained, for I am not particularly adept at courting women. Beyond dining and watching films, I struggled to conceive alternative dating experiences. Occasionally, I would take her for a drive in my secondhand car, which I purchased for a modest sum, whimsically naming it Easy to Drive 2005. Sister Kai, being a person of adaptability, recognized my nature and allowed me the freedom to express myself. Throughout the subsequent years, she has accompanied me through a myriad of experiences, both joyous and sorrowful, and we have consistently managed to find a harmonious rhythm, progressing together. A rarity indeed. Gradually, I have gleaned valuable insights from our journey. When a woman is willing to reveal all her flaws before you, it signifies her complete trust in you and acknowledges you as one of the closest individuals in her life. With this understanding, I silently vowed to never betray her. At the end of 2010, on Christmas Day, I had made plans with a dear friend to propose on that very day. We had purchased rings in advance and discussed how to ensure our proposals would be accepted. We decided to go to a foreign street that evening to watch the fireworks. After savoring a delightful array of delicacies, including meat skewers, fish balls, and spicy sour noodles, we made our way to Huashan to await the fireworks. Originally, my friend and I had agreed to return home and tell our girlfriends that we were merely witnesses to each other's proposals, leading them to believe that they would not be proposed to themselves. Thus, the four of us sat beneath the enormous love light box at Huashan, each of us waiting in anticipation. I had intended to propose first, but overwhelmed by nerves, I hesitated and relinquished the opportunity to my friend. He is genuinely romantic, as I could never have conceived such a method. He had meticulously prepared 52 jelly candies, each symbolizing a crystal love, beautifully packaged in a small gift box. As the music began to play, he rose slowly, presented the box to his girlfriend, and said, "This is a gift for you. Please open it and see." The woman appeared somewhat taken aback, perhaps pondering why she was being presented with gifts when her purpose for the evening was ostensibly to assist in my proposal. Upon opening the box, my friend urged her to count the jelly beans within, and she replied, 52. In an instant, my friend knelt, producing a radiant diamond ring. And with heartfelt sincerity, he declared to his girlfriend, "Before you are 52, this ring symbolizes a 0. I love you, will you marry me?" The girl was astonished by his sudden gesture, and soon overwhelmed with emotion, she began to weep uncontrollably. Congratulations were in order. He had succeeded. Kaijia, observing from the sidelines, likely believed the evening's witness to be a resounding success, unaware that I too intended to replicate a similar act. I had not made any elaborate preparations. Rather, I had learned a simple trick from the television, nesting several boxes of varying sizes, with the smallest containing the ring. I recognized this method to be rather cliché, yet it was the only approach I could conceive. I certainly lacked the flair of an expert like Chun Kuan, who could skillfully proclaim his affection with banners. Nonetheless, as Kai Jia and my friend remained enveloped in their recent joy, my proposal felt somewhat out of place. When I presented the box to Kai Jia, informing her it was a Christmas gift from me, she initially radiated delight. However, as the number of boxes began to overwhelm her, impatience crept in, followed by a flicker of annoyance across her face. Sensing the shift, I hastily assisted her in unwrapping the boxes, chiding myself for wrapping so many layers. When I finally opened the ring box, I was taken aback. It was evident that she had not anticipated this moment. I mirrored the actions of friend, kneeling on one knee, poised to proclaim the heartfelt proposal I had rehearsed for so long. Yet, to my dismay, the weight of my nerves rendered me speechless. However, I was not deterred. I had prepared a note in my pocket, since I had already faltered and the moment had lost its grandeur. I swiftly retrieved the note from my trousers and feigned composure as I began to read aloud. Upon finishing, I cast a furtive glance at her, only to find that she did not respond with the expected tears of joy, but instead offered a faint smile, leaving me uncertain if it bore a hint of mockery. Fortunately, she accepted my proposal, which underscored the significance of having a backup plan in achieving one's aspirations. Before long, we obtained our marriage certificate, and in June of 2011, we wed. Shortly after our marriage, I retired. Regarding love, it is essential to pursue it when it arrives, yet not to force it if it does not. Concerning work, One must hold oneself accountable and be fair to clients. In terms of proposing, it is, in a sense, akin to confessing. Marriage should not be taken lightly. It is a gamble on happiness that no one can afford to lose. One ought not to deceive oneself with the notion that living apart is just as viable. That is simply self-deception. As for children, they are my angels, making my life more complete, and I eagerly await the unveiling of our new creation. It seems I am better suited to pen ghostly tales, for articulating my own emotions proves to be quite a challenge. Chapter 44. Linlang in the year 2002. Shortly after my return to Chongqing, I sought to establish a solid foundation for my career by reaching out to a few trustworthy friends. During this period, an old classmate accompanied me as we bore witness to an intriguing case. At that time, both of us were merely 21 years old, brimming with youthful exuberance and a touch of arrogance. He was my classmate from middle school until the moment I dropped out of high school. I affectionately referred to him as Mao, simply due to his surname. He was studying at Chongqing University of Posts and Telecommunications on Nanshan Mountain. On that particular night, driven by an inexplicable urge, I ventured to Huangjiaya in the dead of night, insistent on dragging him out to share drinks and indulge in some chicken. The famed Nanshan spring chicken, known worldwide, is a delight. A single bite bursts with succulent juices, fulfilling all desires, especially on warm summer nights. As the chorus of crickets serenades the air, I savored chilled Laoshanching beer while enjoying the chicken, garnished with sesame seeds. The clamor of the television and the restaurant faded into insignificance as I reunited with old friends in a seemingly worn and shabby eatery, engaging in spirited conversations about life. A truly exhilarating experience. Mao was one of the few friends who maintained contact with me throughout my years away from home. Despite our diverging paths, he continued to request living expenses from his family each month, reveling in the campus life of carefree indulgence. While I was already grappling with the consequences of my lack of education, striving to carve out my own existence. In 2002, China finally secured its first gold medal in the Winter Olympics, while the Americans found a moment of respite in Afghanistan. Amidst the diplomatic complexities with South Korea and Japan, a group of Chinese gentlemen indulged in the thrill of the World Cup. Meanwhile, conflict erupted once more between the Jews and Arabs, and a flight from Taiwan to Hong Kong tragically crashed. George W. Bush was poised for confrontation with a group of Middle Eastern leaders over weapons of mass destruction. It was a tumultuous year, one that could have sparked many engaging conversations. However, our dialogue took an unexpected turn towards my profession, growing increasingly animated until he mentioned a rumor circulating at his school. Rumors, as is often the case, tend to unravel on their own. Yet, no one dares to assert that such tales are entirely baseless. Therefore, my approach to any so-called gossip has always been to listen with a discerning ear, believing only half of what I hear until I possess the time and energy to verify the other half. Otherwise, I regard the matter as mere nonsense. Mao informed me that not long ago, some individuals at their school were sharing a particular story. Due to the location of the Postal and Telecommunications Institute in Huangjiaya, there exists a necessary route leading to it, which involves ascending to the summit of Nanshan Mountain and then descending approximately 200 meters before reaching the institute. Previously, during a certain period at night, several drivers of small vans traversing Nanshan from Nanping coincidentally discussed a shared concern. They noted that while crossing the highest point, there was a prolonged incline followed by an extended decline. At the junction of these slopes, local authorities had installed convex mirrors on either side of the road to enhance visibility and mitigate the likelihood of accidents. Many drivers, when passing through that area at night, have reported seeing a woman dressed in a flowing white gown in the reflection of a convex mirror, her face obscured. However, as the vehicle crests the slope and the path ahead becomes visible, the woman mysteriously vanishes. Over time, this tale has evolved into a ghostly legend, captivating the students of the nearby Postal and Telecommunications College. Rumors have even circulated that this spectral figure was a former student who tragically lost her life in a collision with a van while traversing that very slope at night. Hence, only these vans are said to witness her presence. As with many legends, the narrative has grown increasingly sinister and supernatural. to the point where even the original storytellers begin to believe in its veracity. Consequently, the van operating company felt compelled to publicly dispel these rumors, as they were severely impacting their business. Yet, such attempts at clarification proved futile. People tend to selectively heed tales that seem extraordinary or novel, while events that appear plausible can be misconstrued as fabrications. Maurer articulated these notions with a conviction that was almost convincing. However, given the dubious authenticity of his claims throughout our acquaintance, I remained hesitant to fully embrace his assertions, opting instead for a cautious acknowledgement without definitive agreement. After finishing the meal, I realized it was already deep into the night. The thought of asking him to return to the dormitory felt akin to actively requesting a night out, which could lead to disciplinary consequences. Clearly, I could not possibly spend a night alone with such a man in a hotel. He then suggested accompanying him to experience the legendary female ghost, while also putting to test the skills I had acquired over the years. Under such circumstances, I approached the situation with a rather foolish sense of schadenfreude, believing he was being deceived as I walked from Huangjiaya to the intersection, perhaps due to my lack of careful observation during my arrival. I now took a closer look at the terrain under the dim glow of the streetlights. The incline consisted of a segment that ascended followed by one that descended. Without climbing to the summit, it was impossible to see the vehicles approaching from the opposing direction. In terms of traffic conditions, this stretch of road was indeed prone to accidents. The convex mirrors at both ends of the slope were installed precisely for this reason. However, I noticed something intriguing. Upon reaching the halfway point of the slope, I could clearly see, reflected in the convex mirror, a road that intersected perpendicularly to the slope, one end leading to the Postal and Telecommunications College and the other to various resorts. From my vantage point, it formed a crossroads that was half real and half illusory. Typically, in our line of work, intersections are the most likely places to attract spirits. This is not akin to the cinematic portrayals of rituals and summoning. Rather, ghosts, by their very nature, differ from humans. They cannot be said to possess thought. In most cases, they merely follow an inherent instinct. What gives rise to this instinct is what we refer to as obsession. There is no reason to assert that spirits must adhere to the human way of walking. Perhaps they ascend the stairs via an elevator, or maybe they simply float upwards. Of course, some may find amusement or mischief in appearing within an elevator. This is merely an example, as they do not possess a fixed mode of movement. Thus, some peculiar and unconventional manifestations may seem terrifying to us, while to them, they may appear entirely normal. The reason crossroads are said to attract spirits is that they often find themselves lost upon arriving there. The more astute among them may soon navigate their way out of confusion, while the less clever may linger in place for an extended period. Therefore, if the woman in the long white dress indeed exists, she may not be particularly wise. Hence, I suggest that when passing by a crossroads, one should observe if candles are lit by the roadside and silently recite a protective mantra, such as Amit Ba, while discreetly moving on, minimizing any delay. As I began to notice these occurrences, I gradually realized that this phenomenon could not merely be baseless gossip. Even if rumors diverge from reality, the female spirit might indeed exist. Consequently, I began to traverse the streets like an oil prospector, compass in hand, occasionally startled into a cry by the whizzing vehicles, only to discover that there truly was a response from the spirits. As I had only recently embarked on my journey, I found myself quite inexperienced when confronted with cases that now appear trivial. Upon encountering an issue, I would initially conjure countless possibilities, subsequently persuading myself to eliminate them one by one. It was only when a few options remained that I would seek confirmation. Upon validating the presence of a spirit, I instinctively felt a surge of tension and turned to Mar, exchanging a glance that clearly conveyed my acknowledgement of his earlier assertion. He was evidently exhilarated, having frequented various video halls with me since our middle school days, eager to watch films that would invigorate our circulation after enduring the concluding scenes of Uncle Lin, Zheng Ying's movies. We both understood the thrill that such unexpected stimulation brought. At that moment, it was late, and aside from the essential items like the red string and compass, I possessed nothing else. Thus, I made the arduous decision to find a modest inn for the night, intending to devise a plan on the following day. Mar, seemingly eager to witness my potential embarrassment, insisted on skipping class the next day to accompany me in capturing this ghost. I urged him to attend his classes, explaining that I needed to return to the city to prepare some materials and that it would be imprudent to engage in such spirit-summoning activities in broad daylight amidst a crowd. Eventually, he acquiesced and returned to class, while I hailed a taxi, heading straight to Shuetianwan, in Chongqing's antique market, aside from Zhongxing Road. Shuetianwan is noteworthy. Shuetianwan, the seat of the Chongqing municipal government, boasts a grand auditorium that has become an obligatory stop for tourists. Though its impressive stature is undeniable, I could not discern much practical utility in it. The flea market adjacent to the grand auditorium surely holds the treasures I seek. In comparison to the Zhongxing Road Market, this place is rife with counterfeit goods, primarily aimed at those who lack discernment. However, for someone like me, despite the abundance of fakes, should I chance upon an authentic piece, it would undoubtedly be a valuable find. I am in pursuit of a coin, regardless of its era. It must be a square-holed coin, excavated from the earth rather than passed down through generations. Locating such a coin should pose little challenge for me, though the shopkeepers may harbor a deep-seated resentment towards my endeavors. The square-holed copper coin, made of copper, possesses a remarkable spiritual resonance, as I have previously mentioned. Unlike gold or silver, it inflicts no harm upon the soul. In fact, it resonates closely with the frequency of spirits. Many have heard tales of copper bells emitting a hum of their own accord. The reason for this need not be elaborated upon. I seek this copper coin because I wish to summon the spirit of the wealth god, akin to the pen spirit in ancient summoning rituals. However, the nature of the wealth god differs from that of the pen spirit. The latter possesses varying degrees of strength and can exhibit both benevolent and malevolent traits. Conversely, the wealth god, in a certain sense, seems to serve merely as an oracle, answering questions without easily exerting any bizarre influence over individuals. Though this is not an absolute guarantee, in my previous encounters with certain individuals seeking fortune through supernatural means, I observed not only their inquiries, but also instances where they were questioned in return, which I deemed exceedingly perilous. Consequently, I believe that such soul-summoning activities, including those involving spirits and oracle practices, should be entirely prohibited among ordinary people. I meticulously crafted a diagram, marking specific orientations and characters, ensuring the lettering was commensurate in size with the coin slots. Subsequently, I procured a peachwood dowel and carved a small hole in its thicker end. Before embarking on a journey to Nanshan, as we approached the slope, I deliberately instructed the driver to reduce speed, allowing me to scrutinize the surroundings with care. Assuming a speed of 60 kilometers per hour, the reflection in the rearview mirror revealed the road ahead for merely 3 seconds before we ascended, which meant that the apparition of the female ghost would be visible for no more than 5 seconds at most. Upon alighting from the vehicle, I called Mao, who promptly emerged with enthusiasm. It was around 5 in the afternoon. We then commenced our quest for culinary delights along the road in front of the Postal and Telecommunications University. Ultimately, we discovered a remarkably exquisite fish pot at a modest eatery across from the university and Oppo's entrance, which boasted only 4 round tables. The salivation that ensued from my salivary glands served as the finest testament to its delectable nature. After indulging in yet another satisfying feast, the hour was still early, prompting us to linger by the roadside, admiring the passing young women with a sense of appreciation. We continued this pastime until midnight. Having surpassed the curfew set by the university, our cigarettes extinguished before we once more made our way up the slope. On the previous evening, I located the spirit's position and tied a red thread around a copper coin I had found earlier that afternoon. I placed the coin in the center of the road, with the red thread extending to the roadside, where I secured it with a peachwood stake. I threaded the red line through a small hole in the stake, elevated it, and hung it on a branch of a tree by the roadside. At the end of the thread, I attached a small bell, about the size of a thumb, and then began my quiet vigil. My master had taught me that spirits appearing at fixed locations cannot be summoned forcefully. Such attempts would only cause them to retreat until they deemed it safe to return to the realm of the living. This method was designed so that when the enchanted copper coin sensed the spirit's presence, it could immediately relay the information to the bell, allowing me to swiftly retrieve the coin. With the aid of the peach wood, it could be said that I had effectively fished the spirit out. Mauer and I waited patiently, and before long, a van passed by, causing the bell to ring softly. Seizing the moment, I began to pull back the copper coin, clutching it tightly along with the red thread. We walked to a nearby gas station junction, seeking a secluded corner where we could lay out our materials, light candles, and summon the money spirit discreetly. After reciting the incantation to invite the deity, we distinctly felt the copper coin tremble, similar to the sensation of a phone vibrating. I began to inquire, asking why it lingered there, to which it replied that it was waiting for someone. When I pressed further about whom it awaited, it fell silent for a considerable time. Just as I was about to abandon the effort, the copper coin abruptly moved toward the nightscape. At that time, I found it difficult to quickly grasp the meaning of those two characters. However, in retrospect, they evoke thoughts of a splendid location for night views, Nanshan Yaixu. In 2002, it was merely a fitness trail, lacking the grandeur of the observation deck we see today. Unsure of my decision, I inquired if Mauer knew a better spot for night views. He mentioned that not far below, there was a fitness trail with delightful scenery. At that moment, the copper coin trembled for a while before shattering into two halves. Typically, when consulting the spirit of the pen breaks. When summoning the spirit of the mirror shatters. And when invoking the spirit of the plate breaks, all of which are ominous signs. The same applies to the spirit of money, and I sensed that this ghost might be somewhat irked by our numerous questions. Yet it perhaps realized that I was unafraid, and thus the coin shattered, departing from me. Notably, that coin was worth a substantial 5 yuan. It seemed that our evening could not proceed any further. Two solitary men wandering in the dark to admire the night scenery was hardly prudent. After spending another night, we planned to visit that fitness trail at dawn. The following morning, I enjoyed a hearty breakfast at the Post and Telecommunications Institute, relishing fried rice cakes and soy milk, which left me thoroughly satisfied, even causing my burps to resonate with vigor. Subsequently, in a bid to save time, we took a taxi to the trail. The morning in Chongqing was enchanting, especially when viewed from a high vantage point overlooking the entire Yuzhong Peninsula. The unique cross-river cable car at that time had yet to be deemed a perilous mode of transport and discontinued. Now it remains merely a memory for generations of Chongqing residents. Due to a desire to spend an additional 2 yuan to traverse from Jiangbeizui to Xiaxizi, or to embark on an exhilarating journey across the Yangtze River from Shangxin Street, it appears that I must seek solace in memories. The previous night, the two characters' night view provided by Qianxian led Mauer and me to ascertain a connection with this pathway, firstly due to its proximity, and secondly because no other locale in Chongqing boasts a night view as splendid as this. Hence, from the moment I entered the pathway, I diligently consulted my compass. Along the way, I encountered numerous elderly individuals engaged in morning exercises who, upon seeing a young man in his 20s stealthily navigating with a compass, did not allow my sudden appearance to disrupt their enjoyment, nor did they find it amusing enough to surreptitiously jab me in the back with a sword. After much exploration, I finally discerned a trace. Following it led me to a seemingly ordinary tree beneath, which I experienced a profound sense of spiritual connection. This tree, although described as ordinary, possessed a certain age, with a robust trunk splitting into 2 stems, characteristic of a lianli tree, reminiscent of the slingshots of my childhood. A lianli tree, signifying 2 or more trunks originating from a single root, embodies joy and auspiciousness for the Chinese. However, for those unfamiliar with Chinese culture, they might associate it with mythical creatures such as 2-headed serpents. The compass indicated that something was buried within the soil beneath the tree. The area was spacious, allowing me a clear view of the exercising elders, thus they too could easily observe me. To clandestinely excavate something here would indeed be quite a challenge. Thus, at this moment, Mao Er, with his rather questionable idea, accomplished something remarkable. He boldly approached a group of elderly individuals engaged in exercise and inquired of one, "Grandfather, is there any chew garlic in this mud?" The term chew garlic is a local dialect from Chongqing, referring to earthworms. Disturbingly, he managed to feign the innocence of a carefree schoolchild. The old man, charmed by his adorableness, chuckled and replied, "There are plenty of them in this soil." And so, we found a pretext to commence our excavation. The earth was not buried too deeply, and soon we unearthed a small iron box, roughly the size of a fist. I cleaned the box meticulously and slipped behind a tree, using it as a shield from the prying eyes of the exercising seniors. I then beckoned Mao Air to come sit beside me as I opened the iron box. Inside, there lay a bundle of hair, seemingly belonging to a girl, along with a grass-woven ring, a key, and a letter. The envelope bore the inscription, "To my dearest Zhang Lang." I presume Zhang Lang was a person, despite the phonetic similarity to the word for cockroach. Aware that my actions were highly unethical, yet feeling the weight of the moment, I unsealed the letter clandestinely. The sight that met my eyes was a series of delicate characters, clearly penned by a young girl, as evidenced by the signature, Lin. The content of the letter was rather ordinary. It was a heartfelt declaration of affection from this girl, named Lin, to Zhang Lang. The language was sincere and poignant, yet it seemed that their paths had not converged. After I finished reading the letter, Mount Air suddenly remarked, "There is a teacher named Zhang Lang in their department. I am uncertain whether it is luck or mere chance, or perhaps it is simply a matter of nomenclature. The pronunciation of the name Zhang Lang is indeed ambiguous. Consequently, the combination of these two characters likely does not yield many names. Thus, the teacher referred to by Mao Air may very well be the individual mentioned in this letter. I secured the iron box and accompanied him into the Postal and Telecommunications Academy. After all, Mao Air still had his studies to attend to, and I believed it unnecessary for him to accompany me in such a setting. After repeatedly assuring him that I would convey the outcome, he guided me to the office of a teacher named Zhang Lang. This instructor appeared to be around 40 years of age, exuding an air of competence. I was unaware of the subject he taught. I simply knocked on the door and whispered a few words to him. His expression changed dramatically, and he grasped my arm, leading me out of the office. It seemed I had indeed found the right person. I revealed the contents of the iron box to him, subtly alluding to the haunting occurrences at that intersection. He recognized my intention to gather information and assist him in resolving the matter. Thus, before the flower bed at the school, he recounted his story. He was indeed the Zhang Lang mentioned in Lin's letter. Lin was his girlfriend from 20 years ago during their student days, and they were deeply in love, often meeting at the earlier path, even before its construction. The very tree that had yielded the iron box witnessed their love story, for they had once affixed a small lock engraved with their names atop its branches, each possessing a key. It is likely that the key within the iron box belongs to that very lock. After graduation, the two initially planned to marry, but Lin discovered she was suffering from a severe blood disorder. Not only was her ability to bear children compromised, but her chances of survival were also bleak. In such dire circumstances, Zhang Lang's family resolutely refused to consent to the union. Ultimately, Lin, unwilling to burden Zhang Lang with her plight and fearing a rift with his family, took the initiative to end their relationship. Following the breakup, Lin was engulfed in sorrow. They loved each other, yet could not remain together. Even if they could share fleeting moments, the prospect of a lasting future was vanishingly slim. This torment was profoundly despairing. Zhang Lang, fully aware of his deep affection for her, felt compelled to suppress his love amidst the insurmountable pressures surrounding him, gradually growing indifferent. Before long, the girl named Lin passed away. Zhang Lang was devastated. He loathed himself for not being by her side until the very end. It was only through this abrupt and tangible loss that he truly comprehended the depth of his love for her, yet it was too late. Consequently, Zhang Lang remains unmarried to this day, a testament to his enduring love. At this point, teacher Zhang produced a woven ring, stating that it was crafted by him for her, and he was taken aback to find she had kept it all along. A flicker of sorrow crossed his eyes as he, a grown man, broke down in tears before the flower bed on campus. I quickly comforted him and then shared the origins of the iron box, along with my understanding and reflections on the matter thus far. Ultimately, teacher Zhang resolved to accompany me to the site that once bore witness to their love. I understood how challenging it is for a person to muster the courage to confront their past, even to revisit it. As we entered the path, I deliberately slowed my pace to allow him the space to reflect. After a long journey, I arrived at the intertwined tree where I had unearthed the iron box. Teacher Zhang stood before the tree, gazing upward. Deep within the lush foliage, he discovered a copper lock, partially embedded in the trunk due to the tree's growth, symbolizing love, unyielding and profound. Teacher Zhang did not remove the lock, leading me to believe it remains there to this day. As he regained his composure, his gaze drifted toward the Yuzhong Peninsula. I refrained from interrupting his reverie. Perhaps his thoughts were no longer solely of a person or a love, but rather of the enduring reason that he had cherished deep within his heart for so many years. It was akin to my ignorance regarding the reason Lin's spirit repeatedly manifested at the hilltop. Perhaps it was because she awaited Teacher Zhang there, ready to ascend in a minibus to see her. I chose not to seek confirmation. Even if I were mistaken, I prefer to believe it was true. This was my obsession, a one-sided devotion. I asked Teacher Zhang if I could construct a bridge for him, allowing him to converse with Lin, but I cautioned that this opportunity was singular, as I needed to guide her onward. Teacher Zhang inquired what I meant by onward, and I explained that it involved taking Lin to her rightful place. Lingering here would ultimately lead to becoming a wandering spirit, reduced to ashes. After much hesitation, Teacher Zhang declined, stating he had already expressed everything in his heart. I handed the iron box to him, taking only a few strands of hair, and began to guide Lin discreetly. The method of guidance had been articulated in great detail before. All paths lead to the same destination. Moreover, in ensuring the peace of the departed, why should we concern ourselves with the intricacies of the method? In 2003, I learned that the old pathway was to be transformed into the Nanshan Yike Tree Scenic Area. In an effort to preserve the tree that had witnessed his lifelong love, Teacher Zhang made numerous appeals to the management, employing various methods. Ultimately, his profound affection swayed the higher-ups, who surrounded the intertwined trees with white jade stones, placing them at the heart of the landscape and naming it One Tree. Teacher Zhang departed from his position in 2005, his whereabouts thereafter remaining a mystery. However, on a certain day each year, should fate permit, one might encounter a middle-aged man before the flower platform of the One Tree in Nanshan, while admiring the picturesque mountains and waters of Chongqing. Engages in a dialogue with himself, alternating between mirth and melancholy. He then gazes upward, filled with deep affection, at the tree that spreads its branches and leaves. Chapter 45. Bewitchment. In the early months of 2000, I was still under the tutelage of my master. During that period, we were indeed quite busy, though the tasks at hand were not particularly significant. My master, a kind-hearted individual, dedicated himself to every matter, regardless of its scale. While I could assist him to some extent, it seemed his expectations of me were merely to refrain from causing any disruptions. Thus, I regarded this time as an opportunity to broaden my horizons alongside him. That year, my master received a commission from a man in his 40s, who reported that his sister had suddenly become unhinged. In her moments of frenzy, she would violently strike her head against walls and doors or roll about on the ground. During her clearer moments, she would engage in soliloquies, weeping uncontrollably. Most of the time, she was in a state of stupor, occasionally suffering from bouts of vomiting, which bizarrely included wriggling maggots resembling larvae. The locals had consulted numerous individuals regarding her condition, all concluding that she had encountered a grass ghost. In desperation, the family sought out my master in the bustling city of Kunming, ultimately finding him through referrals. The term grass ghost is a regional expression unique to Yunnan and Guizhou, simply indicating an affliction caused by meow sorcery. When my master heard of the maggots and the vomit, I understood that he had already formed his judgment regarding the situation. He instructed me to gather some essential items, and together we set off for the client's residence. Their home was not too distant from Kunming, though the journey was arduous. Located to the south of Kunming, in a region known as Mengzi, it is an area inhabited by the Miao ethnic group. When we speak of the Miao people, most conjure images of enchanting myths or the splendid traditional attire adorned with shimmering silver ornaments. Frankly, I too was captivated by the beauty of their garments from the very first moment I beheld them. Instantly, I discerned that the individuals of this ethnic group must be remarkably sincere and kind-hearted, devoid of any inclination towards thievery. For if one were to engage in theft, the resounding clinks of their silver adornments would inevitably unveil their intentions, rendering such an act exceedingly impractical. As we journeyed towards Mengzi, my mentor confided that he possessed limited confidence in addressing matters related to the manipulation of gu, a form of sorcery. He proceeded to contact a renowned practitioner of venomous arts from Qianan, a figure of considerable repute, akin to a hermit of sorts. Were it not for the profound bond he shared with my mentor, summoning this individual would have proven exceedingly challenging. During the call, Master Fu, the gu master, advised us to devise strategies to delay developments in Mengzi, ensuring that no unforeseen complications arose. He pledged to fly to Kunming the following day and make his way to us. Upon our arrival at the village of Mengzi, an eager man awaited us at the entrance. His name was Shi, a 44-year-old farmer of utmost sincerity. His sister, aged 38, remained at home, as her husband labored in the coastal regions, leaving her with their son and daughter. Upon entering his humble abode, we were met with a piercing scream. Brother Shi informed us that his sister had succumbed to another episode of madness. Each time she spiraled into this state, she would begin to strike her head against objects and tear out her hair, appearing almost indistinguishable from a madwoman. Brother Shi led us into the room, where we encountered a young girl, seemingly of similar age to mine, crying and desperately clinging to Sister Shi. However, her youth rendered her strength insufficient. Beside her stood a boy, appearing to be under 10, utterly bewildered and wailing loudly. Brother Shi hastily approached, assisting Sister Shi by holding her down and applying pressure to her philtrum. After a considerable while, Sister Shi finally quieted, sitting silently to one side, her hair disheveled. The young girl and boy ceased their cries as Master instructed Brother Shi to grasp Sister Shi's hands, subsequently lifting her eyelids. Her eyes rolled back, and she exhibited the symptoms typical of someone in a trance, frothing at the mouth. Suddenly, with a loud retch, she expelled a puddle of substance resembling porridge onto the floor, seemingly performing for our benefit. Following Master's gaze, I observed the vomit contained countless tiny worms, as fine as hair and approximately 1 centimeter long. Prior to witnessing these creatures, I had envisioned, based on Master's description, that she might be expelling something akin to maggots found in a toilet. However, upon seeing them in reality, I recognized that these worms resembled those found in sewage. Inconspicuous unless scrutinized closely. Master furrowed his brow. From his expression, it was evident that he found the situation exceedingly challenging. The Miao Gu, an ancient sorcery rooted in folklore, was originally intended for healing purposes, but over time, some individuals uncovered its potential for darker objectives, leading to a gradual corruption of its use. Long ago, it was discovered that grain stored in barns, after experiencing a certain level of humidity, would generate heat and subsequently mold, giving rise to numerous small insects. Benevolent individuals collected these insects, placing them in vessels and sealing them, allowing them to engage in combat until only one remained, which was deemed the insect king, named Gu. The vitality of Gu is exceptionally strong and rare. When combined with the incantations of the Miao royal family and local shamans, the resulting Gu is not purely corporeal. For instance, the insect Gu may involve a spirit bound by spells rather than just a physical insect. And the Gu King might merely be an insect that has undergone a transformation or a part of an insect and Appo's, this body. As time progressed, particularly during the late Ming dynasty, a unique sect emerged in Yunnan, dedicated to the crafting of gu poisons. Their actions were shrouded in secrecy, yet they predominantly engaged in acts of righteousness, aiding the impoverished against the wealthy. During this period, Miao Gu reached its zenith, and much of the existing Miao Gu techniques have been dispersed among wandering shamans in rural areas. True masters, having attained enlightenment, no longer pursue personal gain through gu, nor do they deliberately seek to eradicate malevolence. They are inherently free-spirited. However, when confronted with injustice, unless lacking in skill, they will undoubtedly draw their swords to assist. In the tumultuous times surrounding the early Qing dynasty, the essence of Miao Gu was preserved by several distinguished disciples, gradually evolving into various forms of Gu poison, capable of being derived from insects to cats and dogs alike. These revelations, of course, were imparted to me by my master. This time, it was evident that Sister Sure had fallen victim to a curse, as the presence of worms in her vomit elucidated the situation. However, the cause of her madness remained inexplicable, prompting my master to once again reach out to the Gu master from Qianan for guidance. The Gu master advised that when faced with an insurmountable curse, one should employ sound as a lure. Most curses tend to respond to clear and resonant sounds. Thus, he instructed my master to borrow a chisel mat and a hammer from the village, bestowing upon him a fundamental incantation to repeatedly chisel around the afflicted individual, thereby buying time. My master needed to remain indoors to stabilize Sister Sure, leaving the task of retrieving the necessary items to me. The village was not particularly large, yet the locals predominantly communicated in dialect, and the stony paths of the Miao village were excruciating underfoot. The language barrier posed a significant challenge. Consequently, I resorted to a combination of gestures and speech to borrow the mat and hammer. Upon my hasty return to Brother Sure's home, I encountered his daughter weeping at the doorstep. Nearby, a dead rooster lay beside the chicken coop, likely a casualty of the curse. Reflecting her sense of despair over the calamities befalling her family, culminating in the loss of even their chickens. Given my youthful disposition, I felt compelled to comfort a lovely girl in tears, partly motivated by the desire to engage with her, yet sincerely unable to tolerate a girl weeping before me. However, at that moment, I was merely assisting in alleviating someone's misfortune, and thus I dared not squander time on trivial matters. Upon entering the room, I beheld my master slicing his own finger, using his blood to inscribe symbols upon the unconscious face of Sister Sure. To me, such an action by my master seemed utterly abnormal. He had once imparted to me that a person who frequently engages with spirits may find their fate, to some extent, led astray. In other words, we, who were once perfectly ordinary individuals, are compelled to enter a realm that does not belong to us due to unavoidable circumstances. For the living, spirits do not inhabit our world, and conversely, our presence is equally disruptive to them. Thus, our destinies oscillate between the realms of humanity and the spirit world. We are granted access to a domain inaccessible to most, yet we gradually drift further from our own souls. One cannot possess both fish and bear's paw. We are not saviors, but rather individuals existing in such a precarious interstice, silently contributing to both worlds. Each time my master spoke of these matters, his gaze bore a hint of helplessness, yet shimmered with pride. The reason I found it unsettling for my master to apply his own blood to Sister Sure's face was that the blood of individuals like him and me is akin to the golden powder of Buddhism or the cinnabar Taoism. Due to the proximity of our fates, it holds a formidable influence over the beings of both realms. Rather than merely intimidating, it serves as a warning. The very act of my master willingly drawing blood signifies the gravity of the situation at hand. I am but a youth, severely inexperienced, seemingly capable of little more than running errands and performing menial tasks. Upon witnessing my entrance with tools, my master retreated to a distance of nearly 10 feet before Sister Sure and began to strike the ground with a mat, producing a rhythmic clatter. As he worked, he instructed me to drive nails into the corners of the room and connect them with red thread. He encircled us, himself, Sister Sure, and me, within this loop, and requested that I sit back to back with him, imparting to me the incantation taught to him by the shaman. He urged me to sit cross-legged and recite it repeatedly. Later, my master revealed that the act of nailing the corners and threading the red string was merely a psychological reassurance for himself. He was uncertain of the efficacy of our traditional methods against the poison of the Gu, and instructed me to recite the incantation back-to-back with him because the back is the most sensitive part of a person, as well as the largest surface area. Thus, we could keenly sense if something was amiss with one another. I continued to chant for approximately half an hour, the only sounds in the environment being my soft murmurs and the rhythmic strikes of my master against the floor. Initially, this was manageable, but as the monotony persisted, It invoked unsettling thoughts and a deep-seated sense of dread. Perhaps the strange sound from within the room piqued the curiosity of neighbors. As I noticed spectators gathering at the door, through a small window in the wall, I glimpsed Sister Shur and Apos, daughter, peering in. Shortly thereafter, I felt my master tremble suddenly, followed by the jarring sound of the mat and hammer clattering to the ground. I hastily turned around, only to see my master collapsing at an angle. His expression contorted in agony. A wave of fear washed over me as I rushed to support him. He clutched his abdomen with both hands, his brow furrowed tightly. Despite my inquiries, he remained silent, visibly grappling with his suffering, the evident pain emanating from within. Completely bewildered by the sudden turn of events, I felt utterly helpless. My master, seated sideways on the ground, managed to free one hand to prop himself up, and with great difficulty, uttered a single word, "Goo." Following this, he erupted into a fit of coughing, spitting out blood. Then, with a sudden roll of his eyes, he lost consciousness. In a panic, I laid him flat and began to pinch his philtrum, hoping to rouse him from this state. Just then, Sister Shur, who had been bound to a chair, let out a sudden scream and began to struggle. I was not particularly frightened by her attempts to escape, for the knots my master had tied were unbreakable. However, she toppled the chair, glaring at me with a ferocious and terrifying visage. Ignoring her, I focused solely on reviving my master, yet I found myself utterly at a loss. Just as despair began to close in on me, a middle-aged man, sporting a long beard and dressed in a tang suit reminiscent of Huang Feihong, burst into the room. He placed a peculiar, mud-like pellet into the mouths of both my master and Sister Shur, then forcefully shoved me against the wall. From a large cloth bag slung over his shoulder, he extracted several bowl-like vessels and introduced a strange powder into them. Subsequently, he bit into his own middle finger, allowing droplets of blood to mingle with the concoction. Then, I closed my eyes and began to recite, though I could not discern a single word. In the span of merely 2 days, so much had transpired that my thoughts had become a tangled mess. After a considerable time, my master slowly awakened, and the middle-aged man beckoned to me. I approached and helped my master to his feet. Upon opening his eyes, he wearily addressed the man before him, saying, "Master Fu, you have arrived." It turned out that this individual was the master of sorcery, Fu, whom my master had summoned from Guizhou for assistance. He belonged to the Miao ethnic group, a fact evident from his surname. In his 50s, he had begun studying the ancestral art of sorcery at the tender age of 12. His youthful audacity, combined with remarkable talent, led him to achieve modest success swiftly. However, at 15, a prank resulted in the death of all the cattle in his village, prompting the village chief to summon my master to investigate, which ultimately led to his expulsion from the village. Thereafter, he roamed the world, apprenticing and honing his skills, eventually settling in Guizhou. Though he did not take on disciples, he possessed a chivalrous heart, treating all who crossed his path as friends. My master was among those fortunate enough to be counted as such. Later, my master recounted that, when they were both young, a minor conflict had arisen between them due to certain reasons, which I shall not disclose were related to a woman. Ironically, that woman ended up with neither of them, leading them both to regard their past foolishness with a sense of camaraderie, ultimately sharing drinks and becoming confidants. Master Fu assisted me in guiding my master to a chair, and then he helped Sister Shur up as well. I began to feel a sense of unease, fearing further complications, until my master reassured me, saying that since Master Fu had arrived, there was no need for concern. Master Fu mentioned that when he received a call from my master, he discerned from the tone that the situation was likely quite grave. Consequently, he hastened to arrive half a day earlier than planned. While I was searching for the mat and hammer, he spoke with my master once more, and by then he was nearing the village. My master provided him with the precise location, allowing him to find us at a critical moment. It sounded exceedingly precarious, as I had never witnessed my master encounter such significant adversity. To label it as a setback seems inappropriate. After all, different fields can be as distant as mountains apart. My master, unfamiliar with the art of Gu, was understandably at a loss for how to resolve the predicament. He recounted that while we were back to back, he suddenly felt an intense abdominal pain, akin to a sharp object forcefully piercing through his body. The pain rendered him speechless, causing him to spit blood and faint. As a seasoned practitioner in this domain, he may not have comprehended the specifics, yet he was certain that he had fallen victim to a goo curse. Master Fu explained that the pills he administered to my master and sister Shi were not an antidote. They merely alleviated the effects of the goo poison slightly, but could not eradicate it. From his words, I learned that goo poison is beyond remedy. Those afflicted have but two choices: to locate the practitioner of the curse and beseech them to retract it, or to find the practitioner and employ an even more potent curse to eliminate them. Otherwise, as long as the goo master remains alive, the curse endures, only dissipating upon the death of the victim. A chill ran down my spine as I absorbed this information. Though I had always been aware of the horrors of Miao goo, I had never fathomed its insidiousness to such an extent. From the account provided by Master Fu, it appears that both my master and sister Shi are merely experiencing a temporary suppression of the venom within them, rather than a complete eradication, rendering them susceptible to a potential relapse at any moment. Master Fu informed my master that he had conducted an examination and discovered that sister Shi was afflicted with a form of low-grade venom known as ordinary insect poison, whose most severe symptom induces madness, leading to self-harm, and disrupts the body's ability to maintain a reasonable equilibrium, ultimately resulting in death over time. I was taken aback, as such a malicious tactic seemed to him a mere rudimentary form of sorcery. My master suffers from a type of poison referred to as rooster venom, which feels akin to being incessantly pecked by a rooster, causing unbearable pain, and if not promptly alleviated, could lead to a swift demise. Upon hearing this, I broke into a cold sweat, as I recalled a particular incident. When I entered the room bearing a mat and a hammer, I had spotted a deceased rooster. Additionally, I noticed Sister Shi's daughter sitting nearby. I hastily relayed this information to Master Fu, who inquired about the girl's current whereabouts, prompting me to search outside the house. As dusk began to settle, my search proved fruitless, yielding only the unwanted presence of Brother Shi from next door, whom we had requested to avoid. Master Fu further questioned what the girl was doing while my master and I were back to back. Reflecting on the moment, I confessed that I had hardly seen her at all, only catching a glimpse of her peering through the window as my master collapsed, leading me to believe she was merely observing. Master Fu smacked his thigh, declaring, "Is indeed her, without a doubt. I find it difficult to associate such a delicate-looking young girl with the act of sorcery." Initially, she even assisted us in controlling Sister Shi, so when Master Fu made such a statement, I was rather skeptical. It was not until Master Fu brought my master down to sit on the ground, instructed Brother Shi to stand at the entrance of the hall as a lookout, and then produced a vessel resembling a bowl from the legend of Fahai, that my doubts began to surface. He asked my master to open his mouth, and with his fingernail, he scraped off some of my master and Appo's tongue coating, placing it into the bowl. He then retrieved a small earthen bottle and extracted a centipede, about the length of a finger. Fortunately, the centipede was lifeless, having dried to the point where only its shell remained. Otherwise, I would have undoubtedly screamed in terror upon seeing it. He placed the centipede into the bowl, instructed me to position myself behind my master and embrace him, and then covered the bowl to begin chanting incantations. After a while, I noticed my master starting to sweat, and he seemed to struggle against my grip. At that time, I was 19, strong and robust, and it was not easy for my master to free himself from my hold. This state persisted for approximately 10 minutes until my master returned to normal. Master Fu then turned to Brother Shi at the door and insisted that he must find the daughter of the Shi family within 2 hours. Otherwise, the daughter would only have 2 hours to live. Upon hearing this, Brother Shi was bewildered, questioning how a child could only survive for 2 hours, and hurriedly set off. About half an hour later, he burst into the room, desperately carrying the daughter of the Shi family, followed closely by the son of the Shi family. The daughter lay in his arms, blood trickling from her lips, and was already unconscious. Brother Shi recounted that he found her in the room of the daughter of the Shi family. At that moment, the table was neatly arranged with several packages, which somewhat substantiated the notion that the Shi family's daughter, upon realizing her predicament, intended to flee. However, she fell victim to Master Fu's poison, collapsing to the ground. Master Fu did not administer the pill to her, but instead recited an incantation to retract the poison. When her family and Appo's daughter regained consciousness, her gaze was filled with animosity towards those present, including myself. Master Fu straightforwardly inquired why she had cast a curse on Sister Shi. Initially, she refrained from responding. It was only when Master Fu sternly questioned her about how she could harm her own mother that she vehemently retorted that she was not her mother at all. This revelation completely took us by surprise. From the moment we entered, I had assumed that this family exhibited a typical mother-child relationship, never suspecting that the truth was otherwise. The Shi family's daughter composed herself and revealed that she and her brother bore the surname Zhou, not Shi. We had long believed her to be Sister Shi's daughter. Their biological mother had passed away several years prior, and their father, in a bid to provide for his children, remarried, hoping that a stepmother would care for them while he could focus on earning a living outside. Who knows that Sister Shi is not one to be trifled with? She has consistently treated the two siblings poorly, with beatings being a mere trifle. On one occasion, the younger brother, rising in the night to use the restroom, stumbled upon Sister Shi in an illicit affair with another man from the Miao clan in the village. Although the boy was too young to comprehend the situation fully, he returned to inform his sister. Being a young woman, she naturally understood the implications and resolved to confront their father the following day. However, before they could depart, they were met with a brutal beating from Sister Shi and her Miao accomplice, who threatened her to keep silent about the incident, warning that they would poison her brother if she spoke out. In the days that followed, the Miao man shamelessly frequented their home. On one occasion, both adults, inebriated, summoned the boy to sing for their amusement. When he could not sing, he received several slaps. That night, amidst a thunderstorm, Sister Shi and the Miao man forced the child to stand in the yard as punishment solely for his inability to perform. Ever since, the boy has cried out in terror at the sound of thunder and rain. The two children, of school age, have not attended school. The sister's plight is equally grim, as she is often dispatched by the adults to gather firewood and tend to cattle, frequently suffering inexplicable beatings. On one occasion, she secretly took her brother to the back mountains, where they quietly wept in a secluded spot. They were encountered by a passing herbalist, who, upon hearing of their misfortunes, imparted some knowledge of sorcery to the sister. It is evident that the person she met in the mountains was indeed an extraordinary individual. However, this sage's methods of addressing issues were somewhat misguided and not aligned with the righteous path, even if his intentions were to seek retribution for the siblings. Such methods were decidedly inappropriate. After mastering the art of insect poison, the sister initially conducted experiments on some livestock at home, discovering its efficacy, and subsequently targeted the two adults she despised. She first afflicted Sister Shi with the poison, and when Sister Shi became frantic, the Miao man was so terrified that he fled, only to be ensnared by the sister's curse before his escape. Master Fu interrupted her, inquiring whether she had employed a spell or a medicinal poison. She responded that it was a medicinal poison, having concealed the prepared insect powder beneath her nails, seizing the opportune moment to scatter it upon the two adults. It was only later that I discerned the distinction between spell poison and medicinal poison, akin to the progression from an introductory phase to an advanced stage. However, Miao poison has always been exceedingly enigmatic. Its application in harming others knows no bounds or scruples. When one harbors murderous intent, the impact of a child wielding a handgun is indistinguishable from that of an adult. To be candid, I hold great sympathy for this sister, as my own abhorrence lies in the bullying of the weak, particularly in light of her own moral depravity. I believe that at that moment, both my master and Master Fu shared similar sentiments. Nevertheless, regardless of moral justification, it is invariably wrong to harm others. Master Fu, clearly moved by the plight of this young woman, earnestly endeavored to guide her thoughts, ultimately persuading her to lift the poison afflicting my master. He assured her that after dispelling the toxins from Sister Shi and the Miao man, he would take the siblings away from the area, either to become his disciples or to seek their father. The little girl, being just a child with a tender heart, reluctantly agreed. After she had dispelled the poison from Sister Shi, the latter suddenly knelt before her, pleading for forgiveness and requesting that she keep the matter from her father. At that moment, we could hardly conceal our disdain for Sister Sure. My sister observed her coldly, and then, in a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap to her stepmother's face. The sharp sound resonated, bringing me a sense of satisfaction. My master also forgave my sister for her attempt to harm him, as he understood that her actions stemmed from fear of his potential retaliation. She had sought to eliminate him alongside herself, knowing he was a man of considerable skill. In a desperate act, she had killed a rooster and used its blood to craft a poison, hoping it would hasten my master's demise. Although her conduct was reprehensible, every action has its reasons. Since my master chose not to pursue the matter further, I, as his disciple, had little to say. Master Fu insisted that my sister aid the Miao person in dispelling the poison and assured her that he would leave a token of remembrance for them afterward. We were unaware of the nature of this memento, but given Master Fu's character, he was a man of his word. It is likely that while the Miao person would not face mortal danger, their circumstances would not improve significantly, serving as a fitting punishment for the transgressions of both a lover and an abuser. Our sentiments towards the Sure family have entirely soured, with the exception of Brother Sure. Although he is the elder brother of Sister Sure, he can at least be deemed a good man, as evidenced by his concern for his sister's well-being. Thus, we did not accept a single penny from Brother Sure, yet we mercilessly extracted nearly all of Sister Sure's savings. This pitiable yet detestable woman must face the consequences of her misdeeds. Before we departed, Master bestowed upon Sister Sure and the young girl each a piece of wisdom. To the young girl, he imparted, "Life is fleeting, cherish yourself." To Sister Sure, he advised, "Treat others well, for you never know if you shall encounter them in another life." Master fulfilled his promise, leading the siblings away, and we set forth on our journey as well. Each of us was lost in our thoughts, and it was from that moment that I came to realize the formidable nature of our inner demons. The intensity of hatred can be utterly absurd. As I gradually comprehended, the true battle we must conquer is not merely against the malevolent forces that perpetrate evil, but fundamentally against the terrifying desire for vengeance that lurks deep within our hearts. Upon parting in Kunming, Master gifted all the money received from the Sure family to the siblings. Along the way, they resolved not to follow Master in learning the art of Gu, for it is inherently sinister. Encountering a good man like Master is fortunate, but the prospect of crossing paths with a malevolent individual is truly terrifying. Sister Sure, at her age, should be relishing the joys of youth. She ought not to tread this perilous path. Fortunately, she has come to this realization herself. She intended to take her younger brother to seek out their father. Before their departure, the Master lent her his phone to call him. Once the call connected, she remained silent for an extended period, perhaps overwhelmed by countless words that struggled to find expression. This young girl, who had silently borne the weight of pressure, sat at the train station's entrance on the verge of collapse, weeping uncontrollably. Afterward, there was nothing left to be done. I have envisioned a possible conclusion. Though it is merely my speculation, the siblings find their father and reveal to him the malevolent deeds of their stepmother.